Vhumad God Chapter 3901 to Chapter 3984. This was truly shocking news. These two people were both chief disciples. Losing to Lin Wudi was understandable, but losing to a toad, that was too unbelievable. That's right, they lost to me. Why? Is it embarrassing to lose to me? It's the honor of your life to be able to fight with me. The toad clamored. Lei Zhen and the crown prince were so angry that they were bleeding. The experts behind them were also in a frenzy. Impossible. Damn it, we don't believe it. Lin Xian's people were also dumbfounded. Oh my god, it can't be true, right? Morong Qingqing laughed. Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. This kid is good, the dark red dragon roared. Ha 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 ha, Ben Huang is dying of laughter. So these two trash were defeated by a toad. I'm dying of laughter. What toad? It's the wise and mighty Lord Toad. Although you're this kid's friends, if you dare to shout, I'll be angry. The toad jumped up and down. Xiao Bai came over and slapped him, making him dizzy. Be quiet. Yeah, ignore him. I have a lot of spirit fruits here. Xiao Bai took out the spirit fruits and distributed them to everyone. Little guy, you're really reliable. The Crimson Dragon rushed up and laughed impatiently. He grabbed a spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time, he said, Don't be polite. We're on the same side. Hurry up and eat. Right, kid, I remember that you still have some golden crow corpses. Take them out and we'll roast them. The surrounding people went crazy. Heavens, this is a life and death battle. You guys are making it seem like you're on vacation. Do you have any respect for the other experts, especially this dragon, who wants to eat the golden crows? Isn't this provoking the golden crow crown prince? Sure enough, the golden crow crown prince couldn't take it anymore. He said, all of you, back off. I'll take his life. I've made an agreement with him 3 months ago. He took a step forward and the power in his body erupted. The surrounding people were all sent flying, coughing up blood. The nine-headed Qilin, the crown prince, Lei Zhen, and the others frowned. Then, they laughed. Alright, I'll let you do it then. Older brother Xian, be careful. His strength has become stronger than before, Morong Qingqing reminded him in a low voice. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, Qingqing, he isn't a match for me. After I kill him, I'll treat you to roasted golden crow. Lin Xian also strode forward in large strides. Everyone retreated, creating enough distance between them. Fortunately, the Roland's Golden Palace was extremely spacious, allowing them to observe the battle from a distance. Brat, go to hell. The Golden Crow 7th Prince did not waste any more words and directly attacked. Because he really wanted to kill him. In an instant, his divine flame exploded. The entire sky was dyed red. A vast sea of fire swept out and rushed forward. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light bloomed from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a quiet and handsome man into a domineering demon god. Aside from the 9 yang divine fire, there were also 2 types of laws revolving around his body. One was the law of 5 forms, and the other was pitch black, the law of death. Buzz, Lin Xian took a step forward. Like a kuanping, his speed was extremely fast. He left an afterimage in the world, causing most people to not be able to see him clearly before he arrived in front of his opponent. The boundless flames were torn apart by him. A pitch-black hand slapped towards the Golden Crow 7th Prince. He was too strong and too confident. Did he want to kill the Golden Crow 7th Prince with one hand? Everyone was shocked. Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others also had cold expressions. Lin Wudi was too strong and too arrogant. The elegance he displayed made them very uncomfortable. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was even more furious. No one dared to treat him like this. Especially now that his strength had increased greatly. A fiery red light bloomed in his eyes. He swept out his right hand and rushed towards the sky. It smashed open like the sun. A terrifying heat wave swept towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the Golden Crow flames collided with the pitch-black palm. The two had an apocalyptic confrontation. Terrifying laws danced in the air, and the world was filled with cracks. After that attack, the Golden Crow 7th Prince came out forcefully. The Golden Crow fist swept in all directions. He was really too strong. His entire body was filled with divine power. "Kid, what do you have to fight with me?" Behind him, there was a Golden Crow phantom that swept across the sky. "You actually blocked it. It seems that your strength has increased in the past 3 months. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. However, you are too naive. You are still no match for me." Lin Xian also came out forcefully. All kinds of killing methods were endless. Boom. Boom, the two kept colliding, and all kinds of divine powers emerged. The surrounding people were terrified. It was too terrifying. Both of them were peerless powerhouses. Just the aftermath of this energy was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others also had solemn expressions. Could it be that Lin Wudi's strength had increased too? One had to know that the current Golden Crow 7th Prince was no longer the same as 3 months ago. His strength had increased greatly. To kill Lin Wudi, it should be a piece of cake. Why was it so difficult to separate them now? This made them shocked. It seemed that the other party's talent was really not inferior to theirs. A huge change could happen in 3 months. Such a peerless enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other party would completely grow in the future. When he entered the Saint Venerable or Saint King realm, he would be a peerless enemy. Boom, at this moment, there was a violent vibration in front of them, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, they all screamed. Lei Zhen, 9-headed Qilin, and the others' pupils shrank. The Golden Crow tribe's experts screamed. This was impossible. It turned out that Lin Xian had attacked forcefully. His right hand was like a dragon, and it was like a black demonic dragon. It hit the other party's fist. It caused the Golden Crow 7th Prince's fist to shatter. Blood splattered everywhere, and even the bones were exposed. In a contest of physique, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was injured. It was too unbelievable. That was a Golden Crow with a body like a real dragon and Qilin. Its physique was unimaginably strong. But even so, it could not win against Lin Wudi. Damn it. What kind of physique did Lin Wudi have? How could it be so strong? It must be the strongest physique. It should be a divine physique of heaven and earth. It was too heaven-defying. Such a physique was very difficult to cultivate. It was unbelievable that Lin Wudi could cultivate to such a level. The experts of the sacred city exclaimed. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. You're not that good. This is your strength? You can't be arrogant in front of me. I'll teach you how to roast today. Ah, the Golden Crow Prince felt humiliated. He roared at the sky, his golden hair flying. An even more terrifying aura. It spread out. Die. He opened his palms and 2 golden crows flew out. They were covered in blood-red runes. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His opponent had activated his bloodline power. He snorted and moved. At the same time, he waved his hands and used stellar transposition. The 2 golden crows were controlled by a mysterious power and collided with each other. There was a loud boom. The sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. The violent aura blew everything away. Lin Xian retreated. The Golden Crow 7th Prince was also forced back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, his opponent had broken through his peerless attack. It's useless. I said that you're no match for me. However, the stronger you are, the happier I am. That's because your flesh contains more energy. I'll eat you later and my strength will increase greatly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was drooling. This scene infuriated the Golden Crow 7th Prince. The other party had actually said that he wanted to eat him. He couldn't stand it. Now, I'll show you my true peerless technique. The Golden Crow 7th Prince recovered from his injuries and strode forward. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body as his hands were continuously forming hand seals. The ancient Golden Crow's 4-fold attack. A terrifying sound rang out. It made people's scalps tingle. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Lei Zhen, 9-headed Qilin, and the others narrowed their eyes. How was that possible? Wasn't that the lost peerless technique of the Golden Crows? How did the Golden Crow 7th Prince know it? Did he get it on the celestial fate planet? Damn it, this guy hit it too well. The Golden Crows were stunned. Then, they were overjoyed. It was a lost Theurgy. Great, His Highness will win this time. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. That attack was a real threat to him. He used the ping movement technique and quickly retreated. However, the 4 strikes of the immemorial Golden Crow were truly too powerful. It was unparalleled and chased after him. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't dodge. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, Lin Xian condensed the death demonic blade and slashed out. Boom! Boom! When the two of them collided, it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The void trembled, and the world shook. Countless people frantically retreated. Some people were affected and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The terrifyingly powerful death demonic blade had met its match at this moment. This saber only blocked the primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks. However, it did not shatter, which moved Lin Xian. Everyone was even more surprised. No way, was the Golden Crow 7th Prince already this powerful? One had to know that the death demonic blade had chopped off the heads of 9 Qilins before. It was so powerful, but now it was blocked. Brat, you can't take it anymore. You'll definitely die next. The Golden Crow 7th Prince released a terrifying aura that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. You're too confident. His body also exploded with incomparable light, as bright as the sun. The terrifying law of death was even more breathtaking. The death demonic blade continued to attack. It carried with it the power to destroy all life, crazily slashing down. It's useless. Primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks, kill. He continuously waved his palms, forming 4 golden crows. They were incomparable, carrying with them an indomitable aura. They surrounded Lin Xian 4 times. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was completely shattered. The heat wave suppressed the light on his body. Oh no, Lin Wuti is in danger. Yes, it seemed that the Golden Crow 7th Prince wanted to refine Lin Wuti alive. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Morong Qingqing, Rizalong, and the others were also extremely nervous. On the other side, the strong cultivators of the Golden Crow tribe burst into laughter. Lin Wuti was nothing compared to their crown prince. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others also looked solemn. Was this the primordial Golden Crow's 4 attacks? It was really too powerful. They felt their hair stand on end. Even if they attacked, it would be difficult to stop it, let alone Lin Wuti. The Golden Crow crown prince was really heaven-defying. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was going to lose. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although the primordial Golden Crow was powerful, it was impossible for it to kill him. He placed the death demonic blade in front of him, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the power of the great dragon sword soul was activated. The 5 elemental laws filled the air. Light flashed between heaven and earth, and a terrifying aura spread out, vast and mighty. What was that? Everyone's expression changed when they felt the terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. This kid actually had such a remarkable ability. Lei Zhen and the others gasped again. They did not know that it was an evolved weapon, the dragon pattern cauldron. Its strength was beyond imagination. During this period, not only had Lin Xian's strength increased, but so had the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's attack power had increased, and so had his ability to evolve all things. The dragon pattern cauldron was much more powerful now that it had been created by him. Boom. He activated the dragon pattern cauldron and struck it in all directions, keeping the 4 primordial golden crows around him. The 4 primordial golden crows were like suns as they were kept in the dragon pattern cauldron. Everyone's expression changed. Had he cracked it? The Golden Crow 7th Prince's expression changed. How could this be? This was his ultimate skill. How could his opponent have cracked it? In his opinion, Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others would not be able to crack it. Damn it. Get lost. The Golden Crow 7th Prince kept forming hand seals, and the 4 primordial golden crows trembled violently, wanting to rush out. Buzz! Buzz, buzz! Golden crows surrounded the sky, and the dazzling light illuminated the 9 heavens. It was as if a deity was about to descend. All sorts of phenomenons appeared one after another. This golden crow prince was truly too terrifying. Basically, no one could withstand such a terrifying attack and heaven and earth anomaly. At this moment, everyone was on guard. Even the few figures in the dark frowned. They were the subordinates of the genius on the pilgrimage roll, but when they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This person was very strong. They would give him time in the future. There was a high chance that he would make it to the pilgrimage roll. This Lin Wuti had lost. Yes, he was very strong, but he was no match for the Golden Crow 7th Prince. After this battle, he might die and be killed. There was no need to pay attention to him in the future. These few experts who had come to the depths of the forest made a decision. On the other side, the man in black armor also had a cold smile on his face. Was he going to be killed just like that? He had wanted to make a move, but now it seemed that there was no need to. Well, when the time comes, I'll just meet the Golden Crow 7th Prince. The people from Wushuang City were also nervous. Could senior brother Lin succeed? No one knew. That Golden Crow was too strong. The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth. Damn it. How did this guy get such a lost technique? The toad also spat out saliva. Aren't you guys going to run? I'm going to retreat. Even an ancient existence like the toad wanted to escape. Was Lin Wuti really going to lose? Lin Xian also felt great pressure. To be honest, this ability was truly terrifying. As expected of an ancient powerhouse of the Golden Crows, it was too powerful. Even though it was a broken ability, it was still terrifying. However, he hadn't lost yet. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon sword spirit roared again. At the same time, he activated his secret technique. With a whoosh, the dragon pattern cauldron shone brightly. Then, it spun rapidly. The 2 dragons on it seemed to come to life. With a bang, the Golden Crow 7th Prince fell to the ground and vomited blood. A crack appeared on his body. What's going on? Damn it, what's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. In their opinion, the battle was over. Lin Wuti was likely to be killed. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed completely. The Golden Crow 7th Prince had vomited blood and his body had been shattered. What's going on? Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others were also shocked. Even the powerhouses from the depths of planet Tianming were dumbfounded. This was impossible. It was completely different from what they'd predicted. Boom, the dragon pattern cauldron shook violently. The Golden Crow 7th Prince retreated and vomited blood again. A second crack appeared on his body. No way, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was really injured. Heavens, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was the one who lost in the end. The surrounding people went crazy. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow race roared crazily. Your Highness, they couldn't believe it. Their Highness had gained such a great advantage that he could have killed his opponent. But in the blink of an eye, he'd lost. It was unimaginable. Damn it, I don't believe it, the Golden Crow 7th Prince roared at the sky. Flame surged from his body and an illusion appeared to heal his wounds. He hadn't lost yet, he wanted to fight back. However, in the next moment, the dragon pattern cauldron shook again. He vomited blood again. The flames and the Golden Crow illusion that he'd just condensed were shattered. A third crack appeared on his body. Then, the dragon pattern cauldron shook 4 more times. A fourth crack appeared on the Golden Crow Prince's body. Then, his body fell apart. Boom, his body was ruptured and blood splattered everywhere. This scene shocked everyone. Everyone was stunned. He had lost. They knew that the Golden Crow Prince had been completely defeated. No, the experts of the Golden Crow tribe roared crazily. They were unable to accept this fact. Lei Zhen, 9-headed Qilin, and the others' faces turned ugly. The people from the Grand Desolate Mansion and the people in the depths of the Heavenly Fate Star also had solemn expressions on their faces. Could it be that this person was their greatest enemy? The people from Peerless City heaved a sigh of relief. Great, senior brother had won. The Crimson Dragon and Morong Qingqing laughed. Initially, the toad had wanted to escape. But when it caught sight of this, it stopped as well. Damn, it can't be, right? I actually misjudged him. This brat is actually so powerful. With the dragon pattern cauldron above his head, Lin Xian drew the death demonic saber and charged forward. Damn it, how dare you! The cultivators of the Golden Crow clan roared in anger. Their crown prince had already been defeated, yet the other party still wanted to fight. In an instant, two sages rushed over. Lin Wudi, do you have a death wish? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wherever the death demonic saber passed, the vitality of the two sages was constantly drained away. White hair grew out from their heads of golden hair. The two sages were scared out of their wits and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian kicked them until they exploded. Do you want to leave after losing? If I were to lose, would you guys stop attacking me? You will definitely kill me mercilessly. Since that's the case, why can't I attack when you lose? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He had no intention of letting the Golden Crow 7th Prince go today. The Golden Crow 7th Prince roared in anger. His shattered body reformed. He was really mad. Even after using the immemorial Golden Crow's quadruple attack, he was still no match for the other party. However, although he had lost, it was impossible for the other party to kill him. Kid, you are too arrogant. He rushed forward. The two of them fought fiercely. Soon, half of his body exploded and countless golden feathers fell to the ground. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The death demonic saber slashed at the Golden Crow 7th Prince. Damn it, the Golden Crow 7th Prince was really frightened. He realized that he was no match for the other party at all. Even after 3 months, he was still no match for the other party. He quickly retreated. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe also flew over, wanting to attack. One of them directly summoned 8 large flags that surrounded each other. The flags were completely enveloped by the law of fire. It was extremely monstrous and formed a peerless array formation that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The man laughed sinisterly. The other person took out a flying sword. It was a golden flying sword the size of a palm, but it was incomparably powerful. Its aura was extremely terrifying. There were even more terrifying attacks that came over. It seemed that they wanted to completely kill Lin Xian. No way. The people of the Golden Crow tribe were actually going to attack. Could it be that they wanted to break the rules? One had to know that it was very normal for young geniuses to fight. However, if so many powerhouses were to gang up on one person, especially a chief disciple, it would be a big deal. Even if Lin Xian was killed, would Peerless City let it go? Damn it, how dare you! The people of Peerless City also roared crazily. Morong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon's faces changed. Were these people despicable and shameless? Did they think that they would be afraid of them if they had more people? The Crimson Dragon flew out and roared towards the sky. All kinds of dragon shadows rushed out. Morong Qingqing also snorted coldly. The 7-colored light on his body shone and tore a powerhouse of the Golden Crow tribe into pieces instantly. Li Hongshou also made her move. The people of the North Monsters and Peerless City also made their move. The toad was also angry. Damn it, how dare they bully him with numbers? Did they really think that he was a pushover? These people charged over and fought with the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe. Boom. Boom. On the other side, Lin Xian rushed out from the endless energy. Naturally, he had entered the Great Sage Pagoda and used it to block such a terrifying attack. Then, he rushed out with the death demonic blade in his hand and attacked again. Did you think that you could survive today? The blade slashed down. The Golden Crow 7th Prince kept dodging. However, his life was quickly snatched away. He fought back crazily, but how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? Lin Xian waved his hand and golden flames filled the sky. The flames condensed and formed 4 golden crows that rushed over. Firmament? Could this be the immemorial Golden Crow's 4 strikes? This person was stunned. Did Lin Xian know such a technique? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even the Golden Crow 7th Prince was stunned. The others didn't even know that he had just obtained the ultimate technique. How did his opponent know it? How was that possible? In an instant, he was stunned. Boom, he was smashed to pieces by the primordial Golden Crow. Die. The death demonic blade released a terrifying aura and slashed down again. Not good. Within the shattered body, a soul was howling madly. His glabella suddenly split open, and a violent aura surged out. He grabbed the death demonic blade. Then, the death demonic blade shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He quickly dodged, but he was affected by the force and instantly retreated. The people who were fighting in the surroundings also stopped. Morong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also looked into the distance with solemn expressions. The others were also on guard. What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Crow 7th Prince still had a trump card? Greetings, Father. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's soul knelt on the ground. The other Golden Crow race elites also knelt. Could it be a Saint King of the Golden Crow race? Everyone was terrified. Was the Saint King about to enter planet Tianming? They trembled in fear. Some people said that it wasn't the real Saint King, but a soul mark that the Saint King had left in the Golden Crow Prince's body. It was a life-saving rune. Father, help me kill him, the Golden Crow 7th Prince gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with viciousness. The surrounding Golden Crow race elites also quickly said, Please, Saint King, help me kill this thief. In the sky, a golden figure turned into a middle-aged man with a pair of golden wings on his back. He looked like a god. His golden eyes turned and stared at Lin Xian. In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end. Heavens, is the soul mark going to make a move? Lin Xian was also on guard. The Golden Crow Saint King's soul mark said coldly. Young man, you're quite strong, but you dare to challenge the Golden Crow race? Die. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He immediately used the dragon pattern cauldron to block in front of him. The two roaming dragons flickered incessantly, but in an instant, they collapsed. It was too strong. Even if it was just a soul imprint, it was still left behind by a Saint King. It was impossible to resist. He was sent flying and vomited blood. The Crimson Dragon and Morong Qingqing were also affected. Lin Wudi was finished. That's right. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of a sage king? It was a worthy death. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They knew that Lin Wudi was doomed this time. Was he dead? In the Great Desolation Mansion, Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, the first prince, and the others wore stern expressions. They rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Such a great enemy had finally died. However, they were still extremely careful. Would the 7th Prince of the Golden Crow attack them again to prevent future trouble? Therefore, these people were always on guard, ready to escape at any time. How dare you? The people of Peerless City rushed out. Our eldest senior brother is the chief disciple. You are a high and mighty sage king. Could it be that you want to make a move on us, the younger generation? You broke the rules, aren't you afraid of Peerless City's revenge? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the sage king's gaze swept over. Shui Tianchen and the others were sent flying and vomited blood. Many cracks appeared on their bodies. Their flesh was badly mangled and many parts of their bodies were charred black. He was too powerful. They couldn't withstand a single glance from him. It was just a soul mark. It was hard to imagine how powerful a real sage king was. The Sage King could probably turn them into ashes with a wave of his hand. A bunch of ants, how dare you threaten me? The middle-aged man in the sky said coldly. So what if you are from Peerless City? If the Peerless King is unhappy, ask him to come and find me. Everyone's scalp went numb. It seemed that the Golden Crow Sage King was determined to kill Lin Xian. That was true. If such a powerful enemy was allowed to grow, it would be an endless calamity. The best thing to do now was to kill him in the cradle. The surrounding Sage Kings were also excited. They also wanted to kill Lin Wudi. However, with the Golden Crow Sage King's help, Peerless City wouldn't be able to take revenge on them in the future. Damn it, damn it. Shui Tianchen and the others gritted their teeth. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon were also looking solemn. At this time, Morong Qingqing stood out. If Peerless City wasn't afraid, what about Kunlun Pavilion? If you dare to touch him, I, Brother Kunlun, will not let you go. When those words were spoken, everyone was stupefied. Even the people from the Golden Crow clan were stupefied. Heavens, this beautiful woman is actually from the Kunlun Pavilion, that was also a sage city, and it was extremely mysterious. The successor of Kunlun Pavilion was on Lin Wudi's side. The nine-headed Qilin, Lei Zhen, and the others looked solemn. Kunlun Pavilion? Humph, you dare to threaten me? In the sky, the Golden Crow Sage King snorted coldly. The surrounding void kept shattering. Morong Qingqing also felt a violent vibration. She raised her rainbow light to block it. However, she still took a few steps back and her face turned pale. She couldn't help it. The other party was too strong. So what if I threatened you? Try it if you don't believe me. Li Hongxiu also stood out. Damn, another ruthless person. Li Hongxiu was also the daughter of a sage king. Her status was not inferior to that of the seventh prince of the Golden Crow tribe. Everyone looked at the Golden Crow Sage King. They wanted to see what the Sage King would do. That was because it wasn't just Peerless City. There were also Kunlun Pavilion and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, 2 sage cities. In total, there were 3 sage cities. No matter how strong the Golden Crow tribe was, could they fight against the 3 sage cities? Could the 2 of you represent Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and Kunlun Pavilion? If the 2 sage kings came out, they might be able to save this kid. But now, it was impossible. The Golden Crow Sage King shot out 2 rays of light that shrouded Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I only want to kill this kid. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. They turned into 2 golden swords and shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian kept dodging, but he was still coughing up blood. Damn it, this is too despicable. He didn't expect the Golden Crow tribe to be so despicable that even the Sage King wanted to take action. It's over. Lin Wudi is dead. At this moment, everyone knew that the 3 sage cities together couldn't scare the Sage King away. This meant that the Golden Crow tribe was determined to kill this enemy. The people of Peerless City were also in despair. The Crimson Dragon secretly contacted Lin Xian, wanting to use the Great Sage Tower to fight back. If it didn't work, they could escape. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the Golden Palace. Are you trying to bully the weak? I'll let you have a taste of your own medicine today. As he spoke, a pitch-black hand reached over and covered the sky. In an instant, it arrived above the Golden Crow Saint King's hand. Who's that? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. That was the Saint King's soul mark. How dare someone attack it? The people of the Golden Crow tribe were also furious. However, their expressions changed when they sensed the aura. Heavens, this person is too powerful. Who is he? The Golden Crow Saint King's phantom roared and slammed his palm into the sky. The golden flames were incomparable, and countless golden crows flew between heaven and earth. The 2 of them clashed, and the sky collapsed. Oh no, this is a super powerhouse. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that there's a Saint King in the Roland's Golden Palace? After that attack, everyone was sent flying. They widened their eyes and looked forward. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The Golden Crow Saint King's soul mark was extremely weak and dim. Meanwhile, the black hand retracted. At the same time, a cold voice came from the depths of the Roland's Golden Palace. How is it? Does it feel good to be bullied? Who are you? The soul mark roared crazily. You're just a small golden crow. You don't have the right to know. Damn. No way, who is this person? He doesn't take the Golden Crow Saint King seriously at all. Could it be that he has surpassed the Saint King? Thinking of this, everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The Roland's Golden Palace was too mysterious. The people of the Golden Crow tribe went crazy and were trembling. Countless people from the other cities were also stunned. Even Li Hongxiu and the others from Morong Qingqing were stunned. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon were also shocked. This aura, could it be? They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and said telepathically. That's right, it's Black Mountain. Black Mountain is here too. I've forgotten about that old guy. I didn't expect him to have recovered to this extent. That's great. The Crimson Dragon jumped up. The North Demon also smiled. With Master here, we're safe. The Toad was also surprised. Could it be that mysterious person? A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. There's a good show to watch. I want to watch a good show. Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon jumped out, pointed to the front, and laughed coldly. What, weren't you guys very arrogant? Come on, continue attacking. Didn't you rely on your status as a Sage King to bully us? Now, have you tasted the feeling of being crushed by others? Ha 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 ha, the dark red dragon laughed maniacally. The others were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to say anything. The Toad jumped out as well. Brother, you're to my liking. I'll befriend you. As he spoke, he looked ahead and gulped. Damn, I despise people who use their power to bully others. A golden crow, what's so great about it? My bloodline is much nobler than yours. Even I didn't use my power to bully you, how dare you be so shameless? Now he was in trouble. When the Golden Crow race's people heard this, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Ants, the Saint King was enraged. With his status, the two demonic beasts were jumping around in front of him. He slapped them with his palm. A terrifying aura enveloped the two of them. Damn, old thing, you really dare to attack. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. The Toad also wanted to escape, but it was caught by the Crimson Dragon. Brother, don't be afraid. We have a backup plan. Sure enough, the black palm in the sky slapped down again and directly destroyed the Golden Crow Sage King's attack. At the same time, the black palm enveloped the Golden Crow Sage King. No, damn it, you can't do this. Who are you? Do you want to be our enemy? The powerhouses of the Golden Crow race roared. The Golden Crow Sage King's soul imprint shouted coldly. You want to be my enemy? No matter who you are? You will die without a doubt. However, this threat was useless. The black palm grabbed the soul imprint and then completely destroyed it. Dead. How could it be? The soul imprint was destroyed. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow race knelt on the ground in disbelief. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's face was also filled with despair. His greatest trump card was her father, a true Sage King. Yet, his mark had been taken away by someone else. What kind of powerhouse is this? Damn it, why did he help Linwoody? The surrounding people were even more shocked. Is this person really on Linwoody's side? Will he kill the Golden Crow 7th Prince and the others like the Sage King? Will he attack us after killing the Golden Crow? At this moment, everyone was shocked. However, the black palm in the sky disappeared after killing the Sage King's soul imprint. It seemed that it was disdainful to attack again. However, it did not matter. The remaining people were no match for Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian stood up again. The terrifying laws in his body were activated and all his injuries were healed. He stared at the Golden Crow 7th Prince. Is this your biggest trump card? How pitiful. You can't beat him, so you asked the Sage King to help you. Do you think you can kill me like this? Today, I will send you to hell. The Golden Crow 7th Prince's soul quickly healed his body and fled into the distance. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan also rushed forward. Linwoody, do you want to die? We only damaged the soul imprint this time. The real Sage King is still alive. If you dare to touch our crown prince, the Sage King will definitely not let you off. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. Even if I don't kill him, will he let me off? He wanted to kill me just now. Do you think I will go easy on him? Lin Xian snorted and attacked forcefully. Several powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan were sucked dry and couldn't stop him at all. He stepped in the air and charged towards the Golden Crow 7th Prince. Counterattack. However, this time, the Toad, the Crimson Dragon, and the others all attacked. They blocked these powerhouses. Lin Xian had no more worries and instantly caught up with the Golden Crow 7th Prince. The Golden Crow 7th Prince only knew that he couldn't escape and counterattacked frantically. However, the outcome would definitely be miserable. He was beaten up several times by Lin Xian. The life aura on his body was also constantly being ground out by the death blade. In the end, his soul was directly destroyed. Its huge body fell to the ground. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire golden palace shook violently. Everyone was stunned. He's dead. The Golden Crow 7th Prince has actually been killed. He's the son of the Sage King, the chief disciple. He's actually been killed at this moment. Everyone felt that they had gone crazy. It wasn't that no powerhouses had died before. For example, many top geniuses from the Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City had died. However, these people added together were not as shocking as the death of the Golden Crow 7th Prince. They knew that there would be a huge storm that would sweep through the starry sky. The Golden Crow clan would definitely not let this matter rest. No, the experts of the Golden Crow tribe roared. They were crazy, completely crazy. Their prince had been killed. How were they going to explain it when they returned? They didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Damn it, let's go. They rushed towards the Golden Crow tribe's prince, wanting to take the corpse away. Maybe the Sage King could revive their prince. However, Lin Xian was one step ahead. He grabbed the huge corpse and kept it in the Great Sage Tower. How could we leave such a delicious meal for you? We want to eat roasted golden crow. We've been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, the people of the Golden Crow tribe screamed crazily. Damn it, give us back the prince's corpse. However, what answered them was the cold death demon blade. Another 2 experts were killed. They returned to their original bodies and were caught by Lin Xian. We don't have enough food to begin with. All of you can stay. He attacked crazily. The remaining experts of the Golden Crow tribe were scared out of their wits. Hurry, leave. They were crazy. This was simply a madman. They couldn't be reasoned with. The remaining people quickly fled. In the end, another 2 people were killed. Only a few people escaped. Blood splattered all over the ground. Golden feathers were scattered all over the ground. There was still a violent aura in the sky. No one dared to believe that the powerful Golden Crow clan had been slaughtered. Even the Golden Crow prince had been killed. Moreover, these people's corpses were going to be made into delicious food. They felt terrified just thinking about it. He was truly a great demon king. At this moment, some people wanted to retreat, especially those from the Thousand Demon City. They were all beasts. If they attracted the attention of the other party, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the crown prince of the New Moon tribe had dark expressions. They originally thought that they could take revenge after breaking through in 3 months. But now, the situation was completely out of their expectations. Even someone as strong as the Golden Crow Prince was killed. Even if they had the Sage King's soul imprint, it was useless here. Who was still unconvinced? Come and fight. Lin Xian carried the death demon blade and looked around coldly. At this moment, everyone was scared out of their wits. No one dared to go against him. Lin Xian pointed at Lei Zhen. Do you dare to come? Lei Zhen remained silent. He looked at the 9-headed Qilin and the first prince. The 2 of them snorted coldly as well. Clearly, they were stunned by the previous scene and did not make a move. A bunch of trash, I'm still waiting for you to provoke me. Since that's the case, then scram. At this point, he waved his hand and said to the Crimson Dragon, clean up the battlefield. We'll have a Golden Crow feast later. The surrounding people all left because no one dared to provoke Lin Wudi again. Even the people from the depths of planet Tianming didn't make a move. They said that they would wait and see what else the Golden Palace had. It wouldn't be too late to deal with this brat after obtaining the treasure. The great desolate mansion Jiyu also retreated. For a moment, only Lin Xian and the others were left. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Are you two okay? She was fine. Li Hongxiu shook her head. She had suffered a little shock, but it was nothing serious. Morong Qingqing, who was beside him, also said, if Brother Xian is fine, then I'm fine. Xianxia smiled. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a feast later. The flesh and blood of the Golden Crow race contained pure energy, especially the Golden Crow race's prince. This was especially true for the Golden Crow prince. No matter what kind of injuries he suffered, he would be able to recover immediately after taking a bite. Lin Xian took out the storage rings of these people and began to organize the spoils of war. The Golden Crow's corpse was thrown to the Crimson Dragon and the others for them to organize. Soon, the Crimson Dragon and the others set up a pot and started a fire to roast the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Prince's corpse was too huge, like a mountain. They could make many kinds of delicacies. There was no need for Lin Xian to do anything. The saints of Peerless City were also red-eyed. Following their eldest senior brother was like having meat to eat. Lin Xian didn't need to provide the fire. The Crimson Dragon was incomparably enthusiastic, spewing out endless dragon flames to roast the corpse. Lin Xian cleaned up the spoils of war while sitting with Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, chatting and laughing. The Golden Crow test was indeed not easy. With the terrifying dragon flames of the Crimson Dragon, it took 3 days to gradually roast the corpse. The fragrance floated out and reverberated in the Golden Palace. The experts and saints who had already left began to search the Golden Palace. But at this moment, when they smelled the fragrance of the meat, they swallowed their saliva. What's this fragrance? Damn, is he really taking the Golden Crow test? Their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was just joking, but now it seemed that Lin Xian really did it. Was he not afraid of the Golden Crow Saint King's crazy pursuit? Some people didn't believe it and thought that Lin Wudi wouldn't dare to be so bold. But when they quietly returned and saw the Golden Crow being roasted, they were scared out of their wits. They quickly fled. This demon was not to be trifled with in their lifetime. The news instantly spread throughout the Golden Palace. The saints who were searching for the treasure were also covered in cold sweat when they heard about it. Especially those from the Demon City. Their legs were trembling. This was simply a glutton, and a demon at that. Lin Xian and the rest didn't care about what the others thought. At this moment, they were all staring at the huge golden roasted meat, drooling. Lin Xian cleared his throat and said, "Let's eat." Actually, he didn't need to say anything. These people couldn't wait anymore. The Crimson Dragon laughed. "Haha, I won't hold back." He opened his mouth and bit. But there was one person who was faster than him, and that was the toad. Even though the toad was small, it jumped out at this moment and bit down on the golden meat. Immediately, it bit off a piece. The toad ate it and cried out excitedly. "Is this the Golden Crow's meat? This is the first time I've eaten it." The Crimson Dragon said in disdain. "You're just a toad. Aren't you a vegetarian? How dare you eat meat?" As he said that, he started to eat. Xiao Bai also threw away the spiritual fruits and started to pounce on him. The people from Wushuang City were even more impatient. They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and eat. Don't hold back." "Yes, senior brother." These people started to sharpen their knives. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Although they were peerless beauties, their eyes were shining at this moment. Lin Xian cut some meat for them. After the two beauties ate, they kept nodding. A group of people was eating heartily. Needless to say, they were very happy. Especially the people from Wushuang City. They thought that the world was ending. Now that they were treated like this, they felt like they were dreaming. The toad and Anhong were very greedy. They wanted to eat it all. But after a few mouthfuls, they couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies swelled, and there was a lot of light flowing from their bodies. They looked like they were about to become immortals. F***ck, this won't do. I can't take it anymore. As expected of the Golden Crow Saint King's bloodline. It was indeed powerful. The two of them hurriedly refined it. Lin Xian and the others also ate a few mouthfuls and began to refine it. The energy contained in it was definitely not to be underestimated. It was even more precious than heaven and earth treasures. Sure enough, after a meal, everyone's strength had increased compared to before. They could cultivate while eating. They were probably the only ones in the world. After all, no one dared to eat Golden Crow meat, let alone the Golden Crow Prince's meat. After eating half of the huge barbecue meat, everyone could no longer eat anymore. One by one, they burped their bodies overflowing with light. Lin Xian took out spiritual wine and shared it with everyone. As he spoke, he drank. Lin Xian said, "Next, it's time to get down to business. Although we killed the Golden Crow Prince and defeated the Golden Crow tribe, there are still many powerful holy cities. Moreover, I found 5 halls in the Roland's Golden Palace. These 5 halls each contain different laws. I think it should be a trial. Later, we'll go there and take a look. Everyone will choose a hall suitable for themselves and enter the trial. Everyone stayed for another 2 days. When they had digested more or less, Lin Xian put away the remaining Roland's Golden Barbecue. Then, the group set off towards the Roland's Golden Palace. The others had also discovered that there were indeed treasures in the Roland's Golden Palace. However, those were all sealed by countless array formations. It was impossible to break them in a short period of time. Moreover, no one knew what was sealed inside. If they spent all their effort and found nothing inside after opening it, the loss would be great. Therefore, these people did not rashly break the seal. Instead, they searched the entire Roland's Golden Palace. Other than the deepest part, which they could not enter, they searched the surroundings. They found some. There was still some spiritual liquid left on the stone platform that contained a powerful aura. However, everything was gone. Damn it, Lin Wudi must have taken it. These powerhouses gritted their teeth. In the end, they went crazy because they found that everything that had such a stone pillar and bowl had been snatched away. Lin Wudi had really taken it all for himself. No wonder his strength had increased so much. They gritted their teeth and continued searching. The discovery of the 5 palaces caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. The news quickly spread. Everyone had to know about it. All of a sudden, people from all the holy cities gathered in the 5 main halls. Even Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others hurried over. This place was truly mysterious. The experts and saints who had arrived were astonished. They looked at the 5 palaces with excitement in their eyes. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of each of the 5 halls. There were ancient words engraved on it. Everyone read carefully and found that it was written separately. Sky Palace, Earth Palace, Human Palace, Yin Yang Palace, and All Life Palace. They represented different laws of heaven and earth. The Heaven Palace should be a law of nature, such as wind, thunder, rain, and other laws of nature. The Earth Hall should be a plant type and animal type nomological law. The Human Hall was one's own laws, such as physique, bloodline, and so on. The Yin Yang Hall was even easier to understand. It should be a type of yang law and a type of darkness type law, both of which could be found there. As for the All-Life Palace, everyone was puzzled until a sword-will powerhouse walked forward. He was pleasantly surprised after sensing the changes. My sword will seems to be affected. I can refine it here. Could it be that I can refine some rare laws, for example, the sword will, the saber will, and some other special laws? That's great. Other than a few laws that were not available here, the other laws could be found in the corresponding palaces to cultivate. Everyone was extremely excited. More and more people gathered here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others also moved. When they arrived, it caused many people to exclaim. Lin Wudi had arrived. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Demon City, Lei Shenqing, and the people of the New Moon clan were the same. After Lin Xian arrived, he glanced at these people. He did not make a move. Instead, he stared at the 5 main halls. Next to him, the Crimson Dragon, Northern Demon, Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others also looked over curiously. Previously, they had already explained the situation here. However, now that they were here, they still felt an unusual aura. Which hall are you going to? This represented a different law. I think the Earth Hall is more suitable for me. Northern Demon looked at one of the halls. His eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, he had the body of 10,000 demons. Moreover, he had the sky-piercing divine tree. Going to the Earth Hall was the most suitable choice. Ben Huang wanted to go to the Human Hall. Crimson Dragon was also very excited. He was a dragon and had a strong bloodline. He wanted to go to the Human Hall to evolve. Li Hongxiu's eyes shone. I can go to several palaces. I don't know which one to go to first. Morong Qingqing also said that he could go to several palaces. However, he decided to go to the Human Hall first. She had the 7-colored phoenix bloodline. It was a super bloodline that was not weaker than the dragon clans. Therefore, she also wanted to go to the human hall to strengthen herself. Then I'll go to the Yin Yang hall first. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He had already planned this. He already had the Tai Chi art. Moreover, he had comprehended the law of death. Now, he wanted to comprehend the law of birth. This way, the power of the Tai Chi art would be even more terrifying. Shui Tianchen and the others were also excited. They began to look around and make a decision. In front of them, some people were already preparing to attack. A few figures instantly pierced through the void and rushed over. However, they were bounced back. Their blood was boiling and they felt dizzy. What's going on? Can't we go in? The people around them were stunned. If that was the case, they were happy for nothing. Next, they tried again and found that they were all bounced back. What's going on? These people were roaring crazily. Even Lin Xian and the others frowned. I don't believe it. Let me try. An elite could not help but walk out. His body shone with an unparalleled light as he quickly charged towards one of the halls. He was heading towards the Sky Hall. This time, he succeeded and disappeared. Did he succeed? The surrounding people were all stupefied. They were all incomparably shocked. There were no restrictions in the Sky Hall. Let's go. They turned into a torrent and rushed in. However, they were all bounced back. They roared at the sky. Why? Why could he go in? Humph. That person has the heavenly path golden lotus. Do you have it? At that moment, someone spoke. The others were also stunned. Could it be that there were special conditions? Let's go and try. Another person with the heavenly path golden lotus walked towards the earth hall. As expected, there were no obstructions. Heavens, could it be that the ticket to enter is the heavenly path golden lotus? We don't have it. The heavenly path golden lotus was formed by 3,000 Dao flowers. Most of them did not have it. Some of them screamed in agony. I have one, but I exchanged for something else. Indeed, some of them had the heavenly Dao golden lotus, or were close to it, but they had all exchanged for treasures in the bronze gate. Therefore, there were very few Dao flowers on them now. Humph, who said there weren't any? Weren't there so many fat sheep here? Someone's eyes flashed coldly. He directly attacked and killed a few people. Instantly, the number of Dao flowers on him increased rapidly. Damn it, how dare you! The battle instantly became chaotic. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he frowned. Quickly go and form the heavenly Dao golden lotus. With your strength, you should be able to get it quickly. Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others nodded. The Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered as they prepared to find opponents. However, the people from Water Sky City smiled bitterly because it would be much more difficult for them to get the heavenly Dao golden lotus. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be targeted by others. I have a few sets of array formations here that can protect you. There are also 2 sets of offensive array formations. Take them. Thank you, eldest senior brother. After receiving them, they were extremely excited. Eldest senior brother, hurry up and find your opportunities. Don't worry about us. Okay. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing and the others. You should hurry up too. We'll meet up later. With that, Lin Xian rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the Yin Yang Hall. Lei Zhen snorted coldly and rushed towards the Sky Hall like the god of thunder. The 9 Qilins went to the Earth Hall, and the Crown Prince of the Star Moon race went to the Hall of All Life. In an instant, these experts all moved. Lin Xian entered the Yin Yang Hall and found that it was a space of its own. The Yin and Yang Qi between heaven and earth rotated from time to time, but it was divided into 3 areas. In the middle was the area where Yin and Yang mixed. On the left was the area of Yang, and on the right was the area of Yin and Yang. After arriving, he roughly sensed it. He prepared to go to the Yin and Yang area to strengthen the law of death. Then, he would go to the Yang area to comprehend. Not only him, but some other experts also entered. After all, everything could be divided into Yin and Yang. Those experts all wanted to obtain good fortune here. Some of them immediately retreated when they saw Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had killed the Golden Crow 7th prince in a domineering manner. He was in the limelight and these people did not dare to provoke him. Of course, there were also a few mysterious experts who thought that they were not afraid of Lin Xian, but they did not want to fight with him for no reason. Right now, cultivation was the most important thing. Of course, just because they didn't attack Lin Xian didn't mean that they wouldn't fight with each other. Not long after, there were people fighting over a place to cultivate and a great battle broke out. Those were two young men. Their strength was extremely terrifying. When they attacked, they could destroy the heaven and earth. Fortunately, this place was incomparably miraculous, so it was not destroyed. However, that terrifying energy still caused the people in the distance to feel their scalps go numb. Lin Gongzi, we meet again. At this moment, a coquettish voice sounded. The people nearby were shocked. Who was it that dared to provoke Lin Wudi at this time? They all looked over. In the next moment, they exclaimed. They saw a mysterious woman in a black dress walking over. She was wearing a veil, but there was an indescribable charm to her. It's you. Lin Xian was first shocked. He looked at the woman in black in front of him and revealed a look of surprise. He had seen this person before. When he was on the demon planet, he had seen her when he stole the treasure. He didn't expect her to be here now. Lin Xian asked, I wonder what was in that box of yours back then? The woman in black smiled. This was a secret, so she couldn't say it. She blinked her eyes, which were filled with endless charm. Lin Xian shrugged. Alright, let's change the question. Which holy city are you from? Lin Gongzi doesn't know. The woman in black revealed a look of surprise. Then, she said pitifully. It seemed that Lin Gongzi didn't take her seriously. Lin Xian was speechless. Big sister, I just met you, okay? I didn't even have the chance to find out. Just then, a cold snort came from the sky. Demoness, bewitching people with lies. Then, a ray of light came down. This ray of light was like a crescent moon, bringing with it endless cold aura. Even Lin Xian was shocked. His body swayed and he dodged instantly. The woman in black laughed and turned into a black mist to dodge the attack. In the next moment, she appeared on the other side. She frowned and said, You're really haunting me. Lin Xian also turned around. Then, his expression was a little strange. He saw another familiar face. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Oh my god, isn't this the princess of the new moon race? Why is she here? And she even attacked the woman in black. The person who came was Gao Yu. At this moment, her exquisite face was filled with coldness. She stared at the woman in black. She said coldly, Give it back to me. Sister, that's not right. I got this thing, so it's naturally mine. How can I give it back to you? You got it with despicable means. Gao Yu shouted and attacked again. The two of them fought. Lin Xian, who was at the side, was surprised. What kind of thing could make Gao Yu fight with her life on the line? What surprised him was that Gao Yu should have gone to the Sky Hall. Why did she come to the Yin Yang Hall? After thinking about it, Lin Xian ignored it. Instead, he started to comprehend the laws around him to cultivate his death laws. Just like that, 10 days passed, and the number of people in this area gradually increased. It seemed that the battle outside had reached its climax. Many people had formed the Heaven Path Golden Lotus, so they started to enter. He wondered how Morong Qingqing and the others were doing. He guessed that they should have entered by themselves. As more and more people entered, more and more battles broke out. On the 13th day, someone finally exclaimed. A mysterious white bone was discovered in front of them, causing a huge battle between experts. Even Lin Xian could feel the terrifying commotion. There's something good. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian stood up and stopped cultivating. He glanced at the woman in the black dress beside him and saw that she was still fighting with Gao Yu. The two of them were evenly matched. Lin Xian sighed. There was no need for them to be so stubborn. They no longer paid any attention to the two beauties. With a flash of their bodies, they quickly flew into the distance. Buzz, suddenly, a huge palm slapped over. It covered the sky and covered the earth. The bodies of a few people in the space instantly exploded, letting out miserable screams. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The palm also covered him. Who's the one who wants to die? It wasn't targeted at his palm. It was an unlimited attack. Anyone in the area would be attacked. This attack is too ruthless. Lin Xian snorted. He formed a seal with his palm and summoned the immemorial golden crow to meet the attack. With a boom, it pierced through the light palm. Endless laws danced and flickered. Lin Xian completely left the attack range of the palm. Then, he looked around. In the next moment, he was stunned and his eyelids twitched. This was because he realized that the one attacking him wasn't an expert, but a creature that already existed in the Yin-Yang Hall. It was a piece of grayish-brown stone, with a gloomy and cold aura coming from it. It was the one who took the photo just now. What is this? A beast? Lin Xian wasn't sure. However, the other party wasn't weak. It was at least at the mid-stage of the fifth heaven. The Yin-Yang Hall was too mysterious. Even the stone had cultivated into a spirit. It seemed that he had to be careful. Lin Xian dodged the other party and continued to fly forward. When he arrived, he realized that the battle had already ended. Those people had fought into the distance. There was a lot of blood flowing around him. There were also broken limbs and blood. Obviously, it was very intense. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura shot towards him from all directions. In an instant, it enveloped him. Lin Xian felt his blood turn cold. Someone dared to attack him. He snorted coldly and activated the law of death to block the chilling aura. Then, he looked in all directions. There was no one around, but there were 5 ghost heads in the sky, forming a mysterious formation that attacked him relentlessly. Do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The law of death transformed into chains and charged in all directions, engaging in a fierce battle with the 5 ghost heads. He was surprised that the 5 ghost heads could block his attack. Who is it? This is unbelievable. One had to know that he was extremely powerful now. Only the chief disciple could fight against him. Other than that, the others were no match for him. He was surprised that a human could block his law of death. Is this the chief disciple of a sacred city? Who is it? Come out. I don't kill nameless people. Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was no sound in the sky. The attacks of the 5 ghost heads were even more terrifying. Lin Xian's body turned cold. He snorted and split a ghost head in half with the death demonic saber. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. He swept the area. Not long after, he split another ghost head in half. At this moment, a chilling voice finally sounded in the sky. As expected of Lin Wudi. You're really strong. However, you're going to die today. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a purple-robed man with a strange aura. Lin Xian frowned. It wasn't the chief disciple, but an old man. He was an expert of the older generation. What was even more shocking was that the other party's cultivation aura had reached the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. His cultivation base was even higher than that of an ordinary chief disciple. Most of them were chief disciples, and their cultivation was at the middle stage of the 5th heavenly layer. However, they were able to fight above their cultivation level, and their strength far exceeded that of their peers. Of course, there were a few chief disciples whose cultivation was at the late stage 5th heavenly layer, but Lin Xian had yet to see them. This old man was the first person he had seen who was at the late stage of the 5th heaven. Kid, go to hell. The old man took out a black demonic banner and waved it non-stop. Countless ghosts and evil creatures flew out in a frenzy. The ghost laws on them made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian coldly snorted. People from the Demon Island Palace. He saw a demon's head drawn on the other party's wrist. He should be from the Demon Island Palace. All right. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian waved the death demonic blade and cut through the sky. This blade was too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. The black banner rolled, and the laws filled the air. Heaven and earth were completely split apart, and some ghosts were also torn apart. However, several powerful ghostly beings managed to block them. Useless kid, although you're strong, my cultivation base is much higher than yours. Some chief disciples are no match for me. Just you? Go to hell, the old man laughed sinisterly. Previously, he had hidden in the dark and used insidious methods to injure many experts of the holy city. Now that he met Lin Wudi, he felt that it was an opportunity. The other party was a fourth heavenly layer saint, and he could fight above his cultivation level. This meant that the other party must have a treasure on him. If he could kill the other party, then the treasure would be his. He waved the demonic banner crazily, and the ghosts around him kept flashing, blocking the other party's death aura. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms. The ghost's laws formed 4 hellhounds, roaring between heaven and earth. The old man's laws were too powerful. The whole world shook violently. A great battle broke out, shocking everyone. The people in the distance looked over. It was the old man from the demon palace. Some of them gritted their teeth. Damn it, they were tricked by this old man and almost lost their lives. They were all experts of the holy city, and they almost died. The others felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. They didn't know who was fighting with this old man. No matter who it was. They all had miserable endings. Damn it, this place should have restricted the age. Yes, it was too hateful to let these old farts in. Indeed, although these old men weren't minor saints, their cultivation bases were higher than theirs. Moreover, they were experienced and rich. They had all kinds of magical treasures, which gave these young people a headache. However, no matter how much they had a headache, there was nothing they could do. The heavenly fate star only restricted the cultivation base. Even some minor saints could suppress their cultivation base. Although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. That aura. Isn't that the death demonic blade? It's Lin Wudi. What? Is Lin Wudi fighting with this expert from the demon palace? Everyone was shocked. Do you think Lin Wudi can withstand it? Everyone knew that he was strong among the younger generation, but compared to these old monsters, he was still weak. Don't worry, even if Lin Wudi can't win, he can still escape. Everyone was discussing. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and cold. He admitted that this person was very strong because this person had lived for thousands of years. He had endless means. However, he couldn't do anything to him. He didn't only have the law of death. He took out the great destruction spear. His body bloomed with light. Sword chi flew out, turning into a demonic dragon that danced between heaven and earth. He directly slaughtered all of the ghostly beings. The great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, killing all the ghosts. Damn it, the old man's pupils shrank. Originally, he suppressed Lin Xian, thinking that he could kill him this time. But he didn't expect that Lin Xian had such a terrifying sword chi. He felt that his demon banner was trembling, as if it couldn't withstand the power. He quickly fled. He escaped, that old monster from the demon palace actually escaped. The surrounding people were in an uproar. This Lin Wudi was too strong. Want to run? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He controlled the sword light and looked at the old man. The old man in front was depressed. To be honest, although he escaped, he wasn't really defeated. It was difficult for the old man to kill him. But being chased by such a person made him complain. The old man was being chased. He was so depressed that he vomited blood. After all, he had to be careful at all times. He couldn't even get some treasures anymore. Damn brat, are you crazy? Don't you want to look for opportunities and treasures? Humph, if I kill you, I'll definitely have a lot of treasures on me. Lin Xian sneered behind him. His speed increased again. The old man was so scared that his scalp went numb. Damn it, he's really a lunatic. He regretted provoking the other party. In the end, he was chased for 2 days. He was so angry that he vomited blood. He had no choice but to say, "Oh my God, I'll give you whatever you want. Let's talk, okay? I want your life." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The old man was mad with anger. He said that 2 days ago, a piece of white bone appeared. It was abnormally terrifying. It was said that it might be the bone of a saint king or a supreme saint. Don't you want to cultivate? I've seen it up close before. Although that piece of white bone was only the size of a palm, it was engraved with strange runes. Those runes were formed by the interweaving of the great Tao. It's very likely that it's a kind of mystical ability. If you don't make a move, someone will snatch it away. There's no hurry. There must be many people fighting over that thing. It won't be a problem to kill you and then snatch more. Lin Xian didn't give up. Then I can only run while throwing treasures in an attempt to attract the other party's attention. Many treasures flew out. I'll give them all to you. Although these treasures were good, Lin Xian didn't take a fancy to them. Moreover, he could shoot out some sword qi and transform it into a dragon to pick up those treasures. In the end, the old man had no choice but to throw out an item. This item can stop you in your tracks. After the old man threw it out, he immediately used a mystic technique, tore through the void, and disappeared. Lin Xian wanted to chase after him, but he stopped. He realized that the aura on that item was not ordinary. It was a box. It was square in shape. It was not big, but it was engraved with Tao patterns and had a seal on it. The aura that came out of it made one's hair stand on end. This item is not bad. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the old man was really willing to spend a lot of money. He grabbed it and then landed below, ready to watch. The seal of the great Tao on it was very profound, but Lin Xian was also an expert in this Tao, so he studied it for 2 days. He tore a corner of the crack. However, in the next moment, he felt a shock. The black light spread out in all directions, and Lin Xian formed a suit of armor to block it. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes. He wondered what was inside the box. The box was very small, only half the size of a palm. It was hard for him to imagine what was inside. He took out the spear of great destruction and used it to pry open the lid of the box. It gave off a black light that swept out in all directions. Instantly, the entire world boomed out. Some of the people in the vicinity were so scared that their scalps went numb as they ran for 30,000 miles. Lin Xian had black Qilin tattoos all over his body, and the Qilin phantoms covered him. At the same time, he activated his divine body to block the aura. He looked ahead with a doubtful expression. There was something black inside. It looked like mud. He checked it 3 times and found that it was indeed black mud. However, it was too terrifying. Why did this mud feel like it could destroy all things? He guessed that if a little saint encountered it, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Good stuff. Lin Xian closed the lid, then resealed it with a smile. If he encountered a strong enemy in the future, he would directly slap them in the face. It was guaranteed to be a peerless trump card. After Lin Xian put it away, he rushed into the distance. He chased after the white bone. When he arrived, he frowned. He found that there was a terrifying aura in front of him, spreading between heaven and earth. There were also countless cracks, and blood was seeping out from them. Obviously, there had been an extremely fierce battle. It seemed that more than a dozen strong cultivators had died. Suddenly, a weak voice rang out. Was someone still alive? Lin Xian turned his head and found a figure among the corpses. Only half of his soul was dim. However, he still survived. You're still alive. Lin Xian struck out the law of 5 elements. The law of wood among them shone brightly, allowing the other party's soul to recover a little. However, there was nothing he could do. This person was too seriously injured. It would be difficult to save him. Who got the white bone? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The person glanced at Lin Xian. Great Demon King, leave quickly. This is a trap. A trap? Lin Xian frowned. That person's soul was very weak. He said that he was right. I don't know who spread the fake news that the bone contained supreme divine powers. It caused countless people to fight for it. After a fierce battle, we found out that it was fake. Secretly, someone wanted us to kill each other. That person's soul was intermittent, and in the end, it was completely extinguished. Lin Xian stood up, sank the ground, and pulled the real corpse in. Then, his face became incomparably cold. There was actually such a thing. It seemed that someone had already begun to plot. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Fortunately, he was chasing after that old monster from the Fiend Palace and didn't make a move in time. Otherwise, he might have been tricked. It was better to stay here and cultivate. Lin Xian rushed into the depths of this area. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate again. Beside him, a formation flickered, and a golden lotus revolved around him. The entrance ticket to this place was a Heavenly Dao golden lotus. Lin Xian originally had two. After paying the entrance fee, there was only one left. This Heavenly Dao golden lotus could increase his comprehension efficiency by a lot. After cultivating for about a month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. As expected of the Golden Palace, cultivating here was simply twice the result with half the effort. It could shorten the time by dozens of times. During this month of cultivation, his law of death had become even more condensed. However, he had also reached a bottleneck. It was very difficult to take another step forward unless he had a major breakthrough or a heaven-shaking opportunity. Lin Xian planned to go to other places to cultivate. In the Yin-Yang Palace, apart from the cold power, there was also the power of Yang. He planned to go to the opposite area to cultivate. The power of Yang, for example, was the power of Yang. The law of wood also contained the power of Yang. His divine body was the 9-Yang divine body, which was the purest of Yang, therefore, Lin Xian wasn't weak in this aspect at all. However, whether it was the power of wood or the power of fire, they were all compatible with the 5 elements. If they were to be compatible with the law of death, it would be a little chaotic. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to cultivate a new law that was compatible with the law of death. He turned into a stream of light and shuttled to another area. This place was full of light, and all kinds of Yang power suppressed his law of death. It seemed that the saints who cultivated the cold power would be suppressed in this hell. For example, Lin Xian's divine 9-Yang body had been suppressed before. Now that he was here, his divine 9-Yang body would no longer be suppressed. In fact, his strength would increase. There were many people in this area. As soon as Lin Xian arrived, he saw many people turning into streams of light and flying into the distance. Lin Xian stopped one of them. That person was very angry. "How dare you stop me?" When he saw that it was Lin Xian, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. "Demon King, I didn't provoke you, did I?" He was a little frightened. Lin Xian asked, "What are you going to do?" That person said, "It's said that the blood essence of the primordial golden crow has appeared. We're going to snatch it." With that person ran away. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. The blood essence of the primordial golden crow was too unbelievable. The golden crows were originally a powerful race. It was said that they lived on the sun. There was nothing more masculine than the power of their blood. The primordial golden crows must have been left behind by an extremely terrifying powerhouse after their death. Their blood contained the power of the most masculine and masculine. And that was exactly what Lin Xian needed. Lin Xian went over. What an unexpected surprise. It seemed that more than one Golden Crow powerhouse had come to planet Tianming. After all, the Golden Crow 7th Prince had obtained a lost primordial technique. Lin Xian rushed over and found that many people were fighting. They were fighting for a cave abode. Lin Xian's arrival shocked everyone. It was Lin Wudi. He actually came too. In this battlefield, everyone who was fighting stopped and turned their heads to look. All of them had cold expressions. Should they join forces to get rid of him first? Someone suggested. The others nodded in agreement. They looked at Lin Xian with piercing killing intent in their eyes. There was nothing they could do about it. Lin Xian's strength was very strong, and it made them fearful. At this moment, they wanted to join forces to get rid of him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Just the two of you," there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Kid, you're too arrogant. It's not your turn to behave atrociously here." A figure walked out of the cave. It was an old man with an incomparably surging aura. He was an expert of Thunder God City, a late-stage 5th firmament powerhouse. Buzz, the old man opened his 5 fingers. Vast lightning power charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, a middle-aged man appeared, a crescent moon appeared behind him, blooming with incomparable light. He threw a punch as well, and the moonlight in the sky burned. These two were experts of the older generation. They were saints at the late stage of the fifth heavenly layer. Their strength was incomparable. Buzz, Lin Xian snorted as his 9-yang divine body shone brightly. He did not use of death, he used the power of flames fire. Lin Xian attacked with overwhelming divine flames. His fists transformed into golden crows that flew across the sky and clashed with the two great experts. Lin Lin Woody Woody Tian 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 Tian. Lin's Tian of Wu. Furthermore, it was 2 against 1. Wasn't this too unbelievable? These people were crazy. Indeed, these late-stage fifth firmament figures were even stronger than the chief disciple. Lin Woody was able to fight against 2 of them. It was really shocking. The 2 experts of the older generation who attacked also had gloomy faces. They could feel that the other party's physique was too strong. It was as if he had endless power. How could it be like this? The other party was already so terrifying. They could not believe it. In fact, even Lin Xian was greatly surprised. To be honest, he had no problem fighting against one. It should be more difficult for him to fight against 2 of them. After all, it was the late-stage fifth firmament. Compared to the mid-stage fifth firmament, it was simply incomparable. But he did it. Lin Xian was surprised to find that his 9-yang divine body's power had greatly increased in this place. This was the Yang region. The 9-yang divine body was the top representative of the Yang power. So his body had a great increase in power here. His power could even be multiplied. This was great. Being here meant that his cultivation base had increased. Therefore, he would be able to resist it. Old thing, how is it? Aren't you two very powerful? Now you're just SOSO. Lin Xian smiled. He felt that he had no worries and could fight. Kid, what kind of physique do you have? The elder of Thunder God City stopped and asked with a cold face. On the other side, the middle-aged man of the New Moon clan also had a solemn expression. Golden light bloomed like a god. There were not many people with such a strong physique in the ancient path of the stars. I know that there should be the sacred physique, the tyrant physique, the ancient battle physique, and the 9-yang divine body. Which one are you? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. These were the top physiques. They were existences that could sweep through the heavens. Lin Woody actually had such a special physique, no wonder he could fight against the Golden Crow clan and the 9 Qilins. It turned out that the other party had also cultivated a super physique. Take another guess if you have some knowledge. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the golden flames on his body burned fiercely. His whole person turned into a sun war god. At this moment, 9 light circles appeared on his body. It was as if 9 suns were shining together. This is the 9-yang divine body. The elder of Thunder God City's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. This was a super physique. It was even stronger than the Thunder Spirit physique. The other party actually had such a strong physique. On the other side, the faces of the New Moon clan's experts also changed greatly. Sure enough, it's those super strong physiques. No wonder you can fight against us. If I'm not wrong, your strength should increase exponentially here. The surrounding people were also going crazy. It turned out that Lin Woody had the 9-yang divine body. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine. Since you know, why don't you get lost? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was as strong as a war god. The 2 top saints' faces were gloomy. You're too arrogant. Even if you have the 9-yang divine body, your cultivation is too weak. With the addition of strength here, you're not our opponent. These 2 were both at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. They usually laughed arrogantly. How could they be scared off by a young man at this moment? The New Moon clan's expert opened his mouth and spat out a crescent moon. It spun quickly. Everyone was horrified to find that it was not an illusory light shadow, but a real crescent moon. This person couldn't have really refined a moon, right? Some people were horrified, and some screamed. This was a sacred tool. Moreover, it was a high-grade sacred tool among the moons. That's right, it was indeed a high-grade sacred tool. Its power was endless. On the other side, the elder of Thunder God City also opened his mouth and spat out a thunderbolt, which turned into a pagoda. The 9-story Thunder Pagoda was the same. It was also a high-grade sacred tool. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of an expert of the older generation. His strength and trump cards were unimaginable. Such a powerhouse, coupled with a sacred artifact, could wipe out a group of people. Now that the two of them were attacking together, could Lin Wuti block them? Very well, you two old things, go all out. I hope you don't disappoint me. I will use you guys to improve my god body further. Lin Xian let out a long roar, his black hair fluttering, and the golden flames on his body swept across the sky. At this moment, facing the two powerhouses, he attacked aggressively. Two large golden palms appeared in the sky, as if from heaven, and slapped forward. Kid, you're courting death. The two of them were angry that the other party dared to attack. Since that was the case, they would send him to hell. The middle-aged man's eyes bloomed, and the moon above his head crushed the void, like a demonic disk that could destroy the world, pressing down. It collided with the golden palms. The golden palms sank smoothly. The power was too terrifying. But soon, it rushed over again, competing with the moon in the sky. On the other side, the 9-story pagoda descended, like a divine pagoda, piercing through the 9 heavens. The golden palms were sent out again, and the two collided, emitting endless lightning and fire. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The strength of these two experts was too strong. What frightened them even more was Lin Xian's physique. He could actually catch an upper-grade sacred artifact with his bare hands. Was this guy even human? Was this the divine 9-yang body? It was worthy of being a legendary physique. Apart from Lin Wuti, no other young person could do this. Lin Xian was indeed incomparably powerful, and he was invincible as he fought with the two. On his body, there were 9 halos. 4 of them were very real, as if they were 4 suns that revolved around him. The other 5 were illusory light shadows. But the light was also dazzling. After the divine 9-yang body reached the major success stage, one could form 9 suns to fight with. Lin Xian could form 4 now, which was already very impressive. After all, the divine 9-yang body was extremely difficult to cultivate, and no one had reached the major success stage in tens of thousands of years. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, and the two powerhouses were also shocked. They roared angrily, and the upper-grade sacred artifacts in their hands shone brightly, striking out a shocking blow. Lin Xian also retreated as the golden hand was blasted back, crushing the larger one. His qi and blood churned as the 9 suns revolved around him. Everyone was shocked. They did not know if he was injured. Brat, you are very strong, but you are still unable to contend against us. Both of them wielded high-grade saint artifacts and were extremely powerful. So what if it was Lin Wuti? So what if it was the 9-yang divine body? Today, they would slaughter the other party and turn him into the dust of history. A high-grade saint artifact is indeed powerful, but do you think I don't have one? Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear. A terrifying demonic aura surged out and filled the area. Thunder God City's older generation experts sneered. So it's a demonic weapon. It's suppressed here. What do you have to compete with us? Even in a one-on-one fight, the other party was already suppressed, let alone when the two of them fought together. Is that so? You'll see soon enough. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't say anything else and quickly made his move. He was courting death. The two people on the other side also charged over. The battle erupted once again. However, this time, Lin Xian suddenly took out a pagoda and blasted it towards the Thunder God City's old man. Boom, as soon as the pagoda appeared, heaven and earth rumbled and the surroundings trembled. You want to contend against me? The Thunder God City's old man roared. He held 90% of the lightning pagoda in his hand and was extremely powerful. However, in the next moment, he trembled. His 9-layered lightning pagoda was actually suppressed. In fact, he was enveloped by the pagoda and was completely sucked into it, disappearing. What was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. What was that pagoda? One had to know that the 9-layered lightning pagoda in the hands of the Thunder God City's old man was a high-grade artifact. However, it still couldn't block even a single attack. It was hard to imagine what kind of trump card Lin Xian had in his hands. What Lin Xian took out was naturally the Great Sage Pagoda. He first used the Great Sage to restrain his opponent. Then, he held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and charged towards the New Moon clan's middle-aged expert. The middle-aged sage was also shocked. He didn't expect the other party to subdue someone in an instant. He was shocked. But so what? He had unparalleled confidence in his own strength. Kill, with a roar, moonlight surrounded his body and emitted endless sound waves that destroyed everything. On the other side, Lin Xian's body also bloomed with golden light. Monstrous flames swept across the sky and dyed the Great Destruction Spear golden. At this moment, it didn't look like a demonic artifact at all. Instead, it looked like an endless divine artifact. It was extremely powerful. Boom, the monstrous flames surged like a divine fire and enveloped the New Moon clan's expert. At this moment, Lin Xian went all out. He used the 9-yang divine body, the 5 elemental laws, and even the great dragon sword soul and unparalleled secret technique. He was too powerful. One attack. The middle-aged sage of the New Moon clan was sent flying while vomiting blood. Countless cracks appeared on his body. The pain almost made him faint. At the same time, he was stunned. How could it be? How could he be seriously injured with one attack? I don't believe it. He used the Star Moon clan's secret technique and his broken body healed. The moon above his head kept moving up and down, emitting a sacred light. Bright moon palm, the bright moon hung in the sky. His palm bloomed with a bright light as if it had turned into the palm of a god. He slapped forward fiercely. This was the Star Moon clan's secret technique. Coupled with an upper sacred artifact, its power was extremely terrifying. Boom. Boom, Lin Xian used many secret techniques to fight against it. When the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Those who were watching the battle from afar were all stunned. They seemed to have turned into statues as they watched in a daze. Was this really a battle between two sages? Why did it seem like two gods were fighting? Even some of the older generation figures had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Wudi had grown to the point where they couldn't suppress him anymore. Unless a few of them joined forces, it would be difficult to fight against him alone. Boom, in front, the middle-aged man from the Star Moon clan exchanged 3 moves with Lin Xian. Then, his body broke apart and he let out a miserable cry. His soul drove the upper sacred artifact and quickly escaped. Lin Xian grabbed a golden lotus from the middle-aged man's body and smashed his broken body again. He took the middle-aged man's storage ring. As for the soul and the upper sacred artifact that had escaped, he didn't chase after them. After all, the middle-aged man still had the strength to fight. He'd better deal with the Thunder God Elder first. With a wave of his hand, the Great Sage Tower released the middle-aged man. The old man's eyes were red. Although it had only been a short time, it was enough to make him break down. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't escape. This shocked him. What grade of sacred artifact was the other party? Now that he was out, he roared to the sky. Join forces and kill him. However, to his surprise, his companion had long since disappeared. What was going on? When he felt the other party's sacred blood and broken body, the old man's eyelids twitched wildly. Where was he? Don't tell me you killed him? The old man was terrified as he asked in bewilderment. That's right. Do you want to go down and accompany him? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression became incomparably ugly. He turned around and wanted to escape, not daring to fight anymore. Not to mention Lin Wudi's strength that shocked him, just the pagoda that trapped him previously made him despair. How could he dare to continue fighting, want to leave? Lin Xian reached out with his large hand, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed the heavenly Tao golden lotus on the old man's body. The old man roared angrily. How dare you? He was really angry. As strong as he was, he only had one golden lotus left. If it disappeared, then his speed of comprehending nomological laws would be greatly reduced. How could he be willing to accept this? Want him or want your life? Choose for yourself. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The old man was so angry that he vomited blood. No one had ever dared to threaten him like this. However, when he saw Lin Xian want to use the pagoda again, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. Here, kid. Just you wait. I will get my revenge. In the end, he gave up the heavenly Tao golden lotus and chose to save his life. Lin Xian had 2 more golden lotuses on his body. He felt that his nomological laws were circulating rapidly. It seemed that he was cultivating on his own again. This feeling was really great. He looked around, wanting to seize more Tao flowers. The surrounding people were already prepared. When they saw this scene, they hurriedly retreated frantically. Although treasures were good, they had to be alive to enjoy them. 2 late-stage fifth firmament powerhouses with high-grade artifacts in their hands could not do anything to each other. Needless to say, it was them. Lin Quan retracted his gaze and looked at the cave abode in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of light and entered. The surrounding people retreated into the distance, but they did not leave. After all, this cave looked incomparably mysterious, and they did not know what treasures there were. But thinking about it, it was definitely extraordinary. So these people were waiting to see if there was any chance. After Lin Xian entered, he found that the cave abode was filled with all kinds of arrays and restrictions. It was very dangerous. He began to patiently crack them. This showed that there were definitely treasures in this cave abode. Half a month later, some of the people outside left, some were still waiting, and some new people wanted to fish in troubled waters. On this day 2 figures flashed past quickly. "Grandpa, there are so many people here, there must be treasures." Of the 2 figures, one was an old man, and the other was a man in his 20s. However, what made everyone's eyes pop out was that the old man actually called the young man grandpa. This was truly inconceivable. Damn it. Then how old was this young man? Could it be an old monster? Damn, it might be a living fossil. Even such a person had come in. It was not a living fossil, but it was more than 2,000 years old. I know him. He's from the peacock race. Peacock sage. The origin of the peacock clan was definitely not ordinary, not to mention an old monster that had lived for nearly 3,000 years. Grandpa, wait here. I'll ask around for you. The old man said respectfully. Then, he flew over with 5-colored light on his body. He asked coldly. Were there any treasures up ahead? The surrounding spectators were unable to withstand this aura at all. Thus, they recounted everything that had happened. After the old man returned, he said, Grandpa, I've checked clearly. There is indeed a treasure. However, someone had already beaten them to it. Should we kill our way in? Who is it? The man stood with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. The old man said, It's Lin Wudi. He defeated 2 level 5 saints and took the cave abode. Lin Wudi, is it him? The peacock man's eyes flickered, then he looked at the cave abode. A 5-colored light burst out from his eyes, then he sneered. So it's him. Don't worry, let's wait outside. There are many arrays in this cave abode. It's very troublesome to crack them. Why don't we let this kid crack them for us? When he comes out, we'll kill him and the treasure will be ours. Are we going to reap the benefits? Grandpa, that's a good idea. The old man laughed. Then, the 2 of them waited there. This wait lasted for 2 months. Many people were impatient and were ready to leave to look for other treasures. Inside the cave abode, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had been cracking the arrays day and night for 2 months. Finally, he tore open the array and walked inside. The great Tao intertwined in front of him, and multicolored light shone. Among those streams of light, there was a golden light that was incomparably dazzling. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that the golden light was a page of scripture. Could it be a supreme technique? Lin Xian was overjoyed and reached out to grab it. It caused endless flames to jump. Dazzling flames erupted from the golden book and swept toward him. Lin Xian felt a stinging pain, and his face was filled with horror. It's too powerful. One had to know that his divine body was the most masculine, and the 9 suns' divine fire could destroy everything. But at this moment, the flames in front of him could hurt him. How astonishing was the power of this attack, he snorted coldly, and the golden palm became even more dazzling. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul roared, and the power of the palm increased again. In the end, Lin Xian kept triggering the unparalleled secret technique, and finally, the power was 5 times stronger. His palm was like the hand of a god. In an instant, he grabbed the page of the golden book. Then, he pulled it out of the light. The page of the golden book struggled, but once it was out of the light of the great Tao, it immediately calmed down, and the light on its body was also restrained. Lin Xian held it and could feel the weight of this page of scripture. It was too heavy, as if it was 100,000 mountains. What kind of metal is this? He looked at it carefully, then knocked on it forcefully, causing countless flames to jump. Could it be the legendary sun metal? This was an extremely precious metal, a material to refine supreme sacred artifacts. At this moment, it was actually used to write records. It was hard to imagine what kind of secrets it contained. However, in the next few days, Lin Xian's eyes turned red. No matter what methods he used, nothing appeared on it. This even made him suspect that it was just a piece of metal and had no other use. However, he felt that something was wrong. He could always feel an inexplicable aura. Obviously, something was definitely recorded on it. But how could he get it? Lin Xian thought about it, but he couldn't think of a way. Damn it, that old man Black Mountain wasn't here. Otherwise, he could ask him. Black Mountain had experienced a lot, so he might know. However, there was no other way now. He could only rely on himself. Lin Xian thought of something, and that was the Void Divine Furnace. The Void Divine Furnace was incomparably mysterious, and there were many treasures inside. Until now, Lin Xian hadn't studied it thoroughly, but he could grab a few treasures from it. If he threw this thing into the Void Divine Furnace, would it be able to refine a treasure? Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. In any case, he had no clue. He directly took out the Void Divine Furnace. This Void Divine Furnace was incomparably mysterious. Its aura was not weaker than the Great Sage Tower. However, it could not be used to attack. Lin Xian threw the page of the scripture in. The Void Divine Furnace emitted an endless aura of chaos. The page of the scripture did not disappear. Instead, it floated in the chaos. Suddenly, it erupted with a brilliant light. The entire cave abode was illuminated. Lin Xian jumped. The aura within the light was too terrifying. It was as if a sun had appeared in front of him. Lin Xian felt that his body was about to be roasted. What was this thing? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He discovered that many patterns had appeared on the page of the scripture. It was like a supreme great Tao that carried a monstrous aura. It was as if divine flames were jumping one after another. Lin Xian did not know what it was. However, he knew that it was definitely a supreme treasure. Moreover, the power of the yang energy contained in it was too violent. That's great. I can use this to cultivate the laws. Moreover, I can also improve the power of the 9 yang divine body. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He sat down cross-legged to comprehend it. Time slowly passed. Another 3 months had passed. Lin Xian condensed a trace of the laws. This speed was too fast. However, there was only one chance. Lin Xian had 3 golden lotuses. His speed was extremely fast. It was comparable to decades of cultivation outside. More importantly, the divine fire that Lin Xian possessed was of the purest yang attribute. It was as pure as celadone. He was just short of an opportunity to condense the laws. Now, this page of the scripture was an opportunity. Therefore, he was able to condense the laws in a short 3 months. This law was called the solar law. This was an extremely masculine law. Once it was condensed, Lin Xian felt that his 9 yang divine body had also become stronger. Although he was unable to condense a 5th sun, his power was still a lot stronger than before. More importantly, he could now fuse the sun law and the death law to form a true taiji. However, this step was even more difficult. It couldn't be done here. Lin Xian originally wanted to continue cultivating in one go, but at this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Was someone attacking the cave? Forget it, looks like I'll have to find another opportunity to cultivate. Lin Xian placed a page of scripture into the illusionary divine furnace. Then, he put the void wave divine furnace away. He walked outside. Outside, there were indeed people attacking. It was the 2 powerhouses from the peacock race. It was that old man. He couldn't wait any longer. What was this kid doing in there? He had already been in there for more than 5 months. Could it be that he still hadn't cracked the formation, or perhaps, there was a treasure inside and it was eaten by the other party? He couldn't help but want to make a move. At that moment, the peacock man nodded. Make that brat come out. Even if he ate some kind of heavenly treasure, I will still drink his blood. After receiving the order, the old man attacked without hesitation. A terrifying light burst forth, forming a terrifying bombardment. As a result, the surrounding people all gathered. Heavens, the peacock race really couldn't hold back and were about to make a move. It had been more than 5 months, almost half a year, and Lin Wuti still hadn't come out. No one would be able to bear it. If it was outside, it wouldn't be a problem to wait for 100 years. However, this was the destined bride. They couldn't stay here for too long. Wasting 5 months was already a great waste, indeed. The destined planet opened for a very short period of time. According to past experience, the shortest was 3 years, and the longest was 8 or 9 years. This period of time was nothing to these saints. It could be said to be very short. Therefore, on the destined planet, these people were crazily plundering resources. One had to know that if one wanted to comprehend a law outside, or even improve it a little, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. However, here, their time could be shortened by dozens or hundreds of times. For example, Lin Xian could use a page of the scripture to condense a law in 3 months. This was something that could not be done in the outside world. Lin Wuti, get out here. Not only did that old man attack, but he also roared crazily. The cave abode trembled more and more violently. At that moment, a figure walked out from inside. Who is making a big fuss here and disturbing my cultivation? Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti came out. The people in the distance stopped fighting for treasures. Instead, they stopped and looked over. They were incomparably shocked. What benefits did Lin Wuti obtain? Why do I feel that his aura has become even more terrifying than before? You are Lin Wuti. The old man's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Quickly get over here. Tell me, what treasures did you obtain in there? Show me. Are you robbing me? Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the old man. Then, he glanced at the young man not far away. He snorted coldly. Old man, are you tired of living? You want to bring your grandson here to broaden his horizons? However, I have to say, you really don't know what's good for you to target me. Hearing this, the corners of the people in the distance twitched. The atmosphere was incomparably strange. The old man was also angry. You are courting death. How dare you be disrespectful to my grandfather? Lin Xian was also stunned. This young man was the old man's grandfather? He could not believe it. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He knew that in the world of cultivation, one's appearance could not be used to estimate one's age. Age meant that one was old, but that did not mean that one was old. For example, some people looked like teenagers, some looked like middle-aged people, and some looked like young people. The methods of a sage were extremely powerful. It was very easy for them to change their appearance. He looked past the old man and looked at the young man standing behind him. Then, a cold light bloomed in his eyes. This person gave him a very dangerous aura. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the peacock man also spoke. Since he was not cooperating, then let's do it. Yes, grandfather. The old man quickly nodded. Then, an unparalleled light burst out from his body. A 5-colored sickle quickly formed. It carried a terrifying energy. When the sickle slashed down, the law overflowed and illuminated the sky. This strike was capable of destroying everything. The people in the distance were frightened. The strength of this old man was not weaker than the chief disciple. He had some strength. As expected of an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. However, so what? The old man's strength was comparable to the young chief disciple. Now, Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly. He was still not afraid. The golden hand, with golden law, swept in all directions. Lin Xian used the law of the sun in an instant. He wanted to test the power of this new law of the sun. Heaven and earth were illuminated in an instant. Even the people in the distance were blinded. Damn it, what kind of light is this? It's too bright. I can't look straight at it. Did Lin Wuti become stronger again? These people were terrified. How long had it been? The other party had become stronger again. This speed made them despair. In addition to the resplendent light, they also felt a monstrous heat wave as if a sun had descended beside them. It made their bodies hurt. Their bodies were about to split open. Boom, the sun law blasted on the five-colored scythe. It brought about a monstrous fire that burned fiercely and quickly blocked the saber. How was this possible? The peacock race elder's pupils constricted. His saber could easily split apart a top young prodigy. However, it was easily blocked by the other party. This person's strength was above his expectations. As the two of them fought, power surged. In the end, Lin Xian's Sun Law was too powerful and directly burned the elder. Half of his body was ignited. He frantically retreated. A five-colored light appeared on his body and kept sweeping, trying to extinguish the flames. However, it took him a lot of effort to suppress it. Then, his eyes were filled with deep shock. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. Why do I feel that his 9 sons' divine fire has become stronger? Yes, it carries the power of the laws. Has he comprehended a new law? These people were extremely shocked. The elder's expression was extremely ugly. In the next moment, her pupils abruptly shrank. That was because Lin Xian had attacked again. This time, Lin Xian used the immemorial Golden Crow's 4 strikes. Of course, he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to evolve it. Its power was extremely terrifying. The 9 sons' divine fire coupled with the Sun Law. The 4 immemorial golden crows spun in the sky like 4 suns descending from the heavens. The terrifying heatwave caused the old man to scream miserably. He could not hold it in anymore. This power was too difficult to resist. You want to seize my creation? Let's see if you can live to do so. Lin Xian attacked again. The peacock race elder finally could not hold it in anymore. His body shattered and burned wildly. Grandpa, save me. He let out a miserable cry for help. Wang, at the back, the man who had been silently watching the battle suddenly had a piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a 5-colored ray of light, which went into the hole. He enveloped the old man's shattered body and soul and brought them out. So powerful. The spectators were all stunned. The 4 golden crows were like paper in front of him. They couldn't stop him at all. Even Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. This person was a little too terrifying. It was fortunate that he knew that the other party was not a young man. Otherwise, he would have thought that it was one of the people on the pilgrim rankings who had made a move. Kid, hand over what you've obtained, and I'll spare your life. I treasure geniuses very much. The man said coldly. It was rumored that there was the blood essence of the immemorial golden crow in there. From his tone, it seemed that he could kill Lin Xian if he made a move. You are overconfident. Perhaps you are very powerful, but in this place, you are at most at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. It is not a big deal. If you want my treasure, let's see if you have the life to do so. It was a pity that such a top genius would fall here today. The man from the peacock race sighed and shook his head. Buzz. He made a move. As he took a step forward, the nomological laws on his body swept out wildly, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. This person was really too powerful. Lin Xian was also greatly suppressed. However, in the next moment, he roared and a golden light bloomed on his body. The nomological laws of the sun burned fiercely. He was like the sun god of war, charging forward forcefully. The entire world was completely illuminated. No one could see at all. They could only hear a thunderous sound. It was obvious that the two of them had already engaged in a great battle. There were also some top experts who had extremely cold light in their eyes. That was the light of runes. They wanted to forcibly observe the battle to catch sight of the two figures. They saw that Lin Xian's body was burning with the sun god fire. He was like the sun god, emitting a terrifying aura. He collided with the man from the peacock race. These people felt their hair stand on end. Because the power that Lin Xian displayed was too terrifying. Basically, no one could withstand it. However, the man from the peacock race blocked it. Not only that, but he also attacked forcefully. The five-colored light on his body revolved around him. He was like a Dharma deity, causing Lin Xian's body to tremble continuously. Lin Xian was forced back, but he charged forward with an even more violent power. The two of them collided in the blink of an eye, exchanging more than 1,000 blows. In the end, 9 suns still revolved around Lin Xian's body. 4 of them rushed into the house, and the shadow of a dragon and a qilin appeared. He forcefully forced the man from the peacock race to retreat. He stood in the void like a Dharma deity. The man from the peacock race did not attack again. Instead, his expression was extremely solemn. Behind him, the old man who had recovered his body was even more dumbfounded. Was his grandfather forced back? This was simply too inconceivable. One had to know that his grandfather was almost 3,000 years old. His strength was terrifying, but now, he was forced back by a young man. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. The man from the peacock race looked even more gloomy. A violent aura surged from his body. It was obvious that he was going to use his killing move. However, at this moment, a blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky from the distant horizon. Then, it quickly disappeared. A few powerful auras rushed over from the horizon. A rare treasure had appeared. "Kid, you're lucky. Let's go." The man from the peacock race waved his hand and brought the old man with him. They turned into a five-colored stream of light and rushed into the distance. It seemed that he was going to fight for the rare treasure. In his opinion, the essence blood of the primordial golden crow had been eaten by Lin Wudi. After he obtained the rare treasure, he would return to find Lin Wudi and kill him. He would refine Lin Wudi's blood. That would also be very effective. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. First, he would fight for the rare treasure. Let's go take a look. The onlookers were also shocked. Although they might not be able to obtain it, they still wanted to see what kind of treasure had appeared to cause such a phenomenon. Lin Xian also looked into the distance. He turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the distance. Now that his strength had increased greatly, how could he not go after the rare treasure? Although the Yin Yang Hall was only a hall, it was like a world inside. It was boundless. The area of the astral sun was also vast. In the distance, some experts were dumbfounded. A blood-red 8 trigrams appeared above their heads. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be in a cold and gloomy area, but it appeared here. If they had sensed it, they wouldn't have been surprised. The blood-colored light carried a scorching aura as if it could burn everything. People arrived one after another. When they arrived, they were also incomparably shocked. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out, and it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, many experts of the holy city had fallen here. In the sky, the blood 8 trigrams were dyed red, and the ground was dyed red by the blood of these saints. These saints were all saints who cultivated the laws of fire and light. Their saint blood contained incomparably terrifying power. At this moment, when they gathered together, it was truly terrifying. The surrounding people hid and watched because there were a few people fighting in front of them. The power was like a vast ocean, so they didn't dare to approach at all. One of them had a head of golden hair and a sharp gaze. He held a large saber in his hand and slashed in all directions, splitting a few fifth heaven saints apart. That terrifying power made people think that the Golden Crow Prince had been resurrected. However, when they looked, they realized that it wasn't him. Although the other party also had a pair of golden wings, he wasn't from the Golden Crow clan, but from the Thousand Demon City. It was a golden rock, and his strength was unparalleled. On the other side, a woman held a long sword, and flames danced all over her body. Her strength was equally terrifying. After killing a few fifth celestial layer experts, she and the golden rock started fighting. Could it be that the people of the Thousand Demon City had an internal conflict? These people were shocked. They discovered that the fiery red woman seemed to be a demon beast, and there seemed to be the phantom of a fire phoenix on her body. Could she be from the Phoenix clan? Everyone's scalps went numb. That fire phoenix wasn't from the Thousand Demon City, but from the Thousand Swords Pavilion. The Thousand Swords Pavilion was also one of the holy cities. Moreover, the sect was filled with sword saints who used sword techniques. Their strength was terrifying. Therefore, everyone was from the 10,000 ancient races, but they belonged to different holy cities. At this moment, they really didn't show any mercy. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was earth-shattering. However, in the end, they were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other, so they retreated to one side. In addition, there were some experts watching the battle. They didn't act rashly because they realized that the blood-8 trigrams in the sky didn't seem to be open yet. However, it seemed that it was about time. More and more experts arrived. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Who were they? They felt that this 5-colored light was really too terrifying. They all looked over and saw two figures appear there. A young man and an old man. The 5-colored divine light on their bodies seemed to be the light of the peacock race's bloodline. Could they be two great cultivators from the peacock race? These people discussed animatedly. The golden rock and the fire phoenix also cast their gazes over, and their expressions became incomparably solemn. The peacock clan's strength was incomparably terrifying. This time, not only were there people from the younger generation, there were even more experts from the older generation. In the face of a peerless treasure, they would not show any mercy at all. At this moment, another golden light streaked across the sky and turned into a man. Like the sun god of war, he stood in the void. When the two people from the peacock race saw this, they snorted coldly. How dare they come here? The old man gnashed his teeth. As for the peacock man, his eyes shone brightly. This time, he would definitely capture him. The others also looked over. Who was this? He was so handsome and extraordinary. Soon, some people's eyelids twitched. Damn, could he be Lin Wude? Was it really him? As expected, he was also here. And it seemed like he wanted to snatch the treasure. Oh no, our chief disciple is not here. Some people from the sacred city had ugly expressions. Don't be afraid. Although the chief disciple is not here, the experts from the sacred city are here. We are not afraid of him either. Some people's eyes shone with piercing cold light. Indeed, there were many experts in the middle stage of the fifth heaven. There were even experts in the later stage. They were definitely strong enough to fight against the other party. Damn it, Lin Wude. Among them, there were 3 figures with flames burning on their bodies. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. These were the people from the Golden Crow race. They hated them. Previously, in the Golden Palace, their 7th prince was killed by someone. Most of their people were killed. Only a small number of them managed to escape. They did not expect to meet the other party here. They were so angry that their teeth were about to shatter. In the distance, a figure also shouted coldly. You are Lin Wude. You dared to kill the 9-headed Qilin. Come and let me send you to hell. The one who spoke was the Golden Rock. The golden saber in his hand was emitting a piercing cold light. As an expert from the demon city, how could he let Lin Wude go? The other experts from the sacred city were also gritting their teeth. Lin Wude had killed many experts from the sacred city. Now that they saw him, they naturally wanted to kill him. Lin Xian looked disdainfully at the 8 barren lands. The corners of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Whoever is not convinced and wants to fight, step forward. I will deal with him now. The law of the sun on his body was burning fiercely, blooming with incomparable light. Damn it. Damn it. Feeling Lin Xian's aura, the surrounding people were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, the other party's strength had increased again. It was really infuriating. Kid, don't be arrogant. If my grandfather attacks with all his strength, you will definitely die. The elder from the Golden Crow race gritted his teeth and said. He was severely injured by the other party and couldn't wait to kill the other party. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and sneered. You have lived for so long and even I can't defeat you. How dare you be here? Get lost. The peacock race was powerful, but so what? They were just tied. The other party couldn't do anything to him. Damn it. Grandfather, kill him. The elder vomited blood. The man's voice was cold. He would take the other party's life later and see how things go. His eyes were fixed on the blood 8 trigrams in the sky. Lin Xian also looked up at the 8 trigrams in the sky, a look of surprise on his face. The yin-yang 8 trigrams. He was too excited. This thing was definitely very important to him. He had to get the secret inside. Everyone was waiting for the right time. However, a few days later, they were surprised. The blood 8 trigrams suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the distance. Oh no, he was escaping. Chase him, we can't let him escape. These people were anxious. After waiting for so many days, how could they let him escape? These people attacked crazily. The speed of the blood 8 trigrams was too fast, surpassing everyone. Even Lin Xian couldn't catch up with him using the Kuan-Peng movement technique. They could only look at the red light from afar and chase after him. After chasing for a few days, they stopped. They realized that the blood 8 trigrams had stopped. However, this area was no longer the Yang region, but the Yin and Yang region in the middle. In this place, there was both the power of Yang and the power of Yin. The blood 8 trigrams emitted light, and Yin and Yang qi floated in the middle, turning into Yin and Yang fishes. After some experts saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. The power of Yin and Yang was too mysterious. That's right, very few people can directly control this kind of origin energy. It's said that some ancient stars have a Yin-Yang sect that can control this kind of origin energy. It's just that our second star realm doesn't seem to have it. Several holy cities experts were discussing in low voices. Don't even think about it. This kind of energy can only be found in the buried emperor star or the origin star. Apart from that, it's very difficult to find it anywhere else. We can only cultivate some related energy, but we can't directly cultivate this kind of origin energy. Lin Xian, who was listening on the side, was also incomparably astonished. He thought of the Yin-Yang sect. It's a holy land of the true spirit world that can use this kind of Yin-Yang energy. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but now it seems that it's really amazing. After he left the true spirit world and stepped on the ancient starry sky path, he rarely saw people using this kind of origin energy. Now that he heard the words of these holy cities experts, he was even more astonished. It seems that besides the Yin-Yang sect of the true spirit world, only the legendary buried emperor star has such an unparalleled sect. Apart from that, there's also primal chaos energy and spatial energy. These kinds of peerless abilities are also very rare. He doesn't know when he'll be able to go to the buried emperor star to take a look. Moreover, he also has a trace of longing for the true spirit world. After leaving that world for so many years, he wondered what it had become. Would it enter an era of martial Dao prosperity due to the revival of the 10,000 ancient races? However, once one stepped on the ancient starry sky path, it's very difficult to turn back, unless there's a special opportunity. Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts because there are experts flying over from the distance. These people are flying over from the Yin-Yang region. They arrived at the Yin-Yang region and looked at the blood 8 trigrams in the sky. This is an incredible fortune. In the surroundings, Huafeng, Jin Peng, and the others' expressions were incomparably gloomy. It seems that their opponents have increased again. Many experts came from those Yin-Yang regions. Some of them made them feel apprehensive. Lin Xian also saw Gao Yu and the mysterious woman in black. The appearance of these two peerless beauties attracted countless gazes. The two beauties also looked to the blood 8 trigrams with astonishment on their faces. This group of people was incomparably shocked. At the same time, their eyes were burning with passion. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon is incomparably precious. Great, they were going to be rich this time. Everyone, I think it's necessary for us to first work together to eliminate some people. Someone stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. Their goal was very obvious. They wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Yes, I agree, I also agree. The people from both the Yin and the Yang sides all had ferocious expressions on their faces. Some of them were glowing like fire gods. Some of them had cold and gloomy auras, like demons. However, these people were all working together to suppress Lin Xian. Attack me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He smiled. He was just worried that these people would not dare to make a move. Since that was the case, he would not be lenient. The solar laws flew out, opening and closing, sweeping in all directions. Boom! Boom, a sun exploded, and the bodies of several saints were set ablaze and burned to ashes. Cries of agony could be heard. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked disdainfully at Ba Huang. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, how did Lin Wudi's strength become even more terrifying than before? Killing these fifth heaven saints was no different from cutting cabbages. Gao Yu was surprised. Could it be that this guy's strength had increased again? It was really unbelievable. She realized that she could not keep up with his pace. As a proud daughter of the heavens, she could not believe it. The mysterious woman in black beside her also revealed a look of surprise. This person was really incredible. Kid, do you want to die? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Everyone turned their heads and realized that the one who roared was the Golden Rock. At this moment, the Golden Rock's body was filled with killing intent. He was really angry. Among them, the other party had killed many of the Demon City's experts. Damn it, a few of them had their corpses taken away by the other party. What did the other party want to do? Coupled with the fate of the Golden Crow clan, there was no need to think that the other party would definitely take them out to make delicious food. How could he bear it? Kid, get over here and die. He roared, and the saber light on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The entire sky began to tremble, and countless large cracks appeared in the sky. The surrounding people were horrified. Heavens, this Golden Rock was really too powerful. This was a powerhouse of the previous generation, right? His strength swept through everything. Many people swallowed their saliva wildly. The eyelids of those older generation figures were also twitching wildly. Not only was this person's law powerful, his bloodline and physique were even more terrifying. In the sky, those golden saber lights interweaved, forming a wave, and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Those people around Lin Xian fled frantically, leaving behind a vacuum. Buzz, Lin Xian brandished his fist and smashed out. Sun Law erupted, transforming into golden crows that circled between heaven and earth, directly sending those golden saber lights flying. His body was similarly incomparably powerful. You want to make a move? I haven't eaten a roasted golden rock yet. The surrounding people were stunned. Such a terrifying saber light could sweep through everything, but it was unable to hurt Lin Wudi. Wasn't the other party too strong? He had already surpassed the average chief disciple. Most likely, not many people could suppress him. The Golden Rock had a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had heard that Lin Wudi was able to defeat Lei Zhen's 9-headed Qilin. He was very strong. But so what, he was not a disciple of this generation. He was a powerhouse of the previous generation. Why would he be afraid of a young newcomer? However, when he attacked now, the other party's strength surprised him. Could it be that the other party's strength was already not weaker than his? This made him unable to believe it. The Golden Rock's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He had some ability. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. However, you are still not my match. Now get over here obediently and kneel down. I'll give you a quick death. What big words. Who do you think you are? Can you beat me? But I'm very interested in you. If you don't want to die a horrible death, turn yourself into a skewer and wait for me to enjoy. Facing the other party's threat, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He even shouted back. The surrounding people were all stunned. He was really a foodie. But thinking about the Golden Rock, what kind of scene would it be? They did not dare to imagine. This Lin Wudi was dangerous. The Golden Rock was stronger than the average chief disciple. I reckon that there will be a great battle next. Some people had already quietly retreated and distanced themselves, afraid that they would be affected by the battle later. Sure enough, the Golden Rock was so angry that his entire body trembled. No one dared to treat him like this. Even Lei Zhen and the 9-headed Qilin did not dare to. Good boy, you have guts. I'll kill you later and see if you have the guts of a bear or a leopard. However, the moment he attacked, he felt a sense of danger. It turned out that the 1-pound Huafeng was eyeing him covetously. Damn it, could it be that this woman wants to attack secretly? Thinking of this, the Golden Rock was shocked and did not attack rashly. After all, his peerless enemy was the Huafeng. Whether it was strength or bloodline, the other party was not weaker than him. If the other party sneaked an attack on him when he was killing Lin Xian, it would be a disaster. He did not attack. Therefore, he did not make a move. Instead, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also stunned. You didn't attack, why? You don't dare? Are you really afraid of becoming a barbecue skewer? Don't worry, I'm a very merciful person. I won't kill you. Cut off your wings and give them to me. I'll make 2 barbecue wings and I'll spare your life. Brat, go ahead. I'll make you wish you were dead later. The golden rock gritted his teeth in anger. This brat is too detestable. We must avenge our highness. The few people from the Golden Crow race said coldly. In this place, there shouldn't be that mysterious expert interfering, right? Then he must be killed this time. 2 Golden Crow experts stood out. Their eyes were red. This time, they must kill the other party. The 2 of them attacked with peerless divine abilities and quickly charged over. The surrounding people were stunned. It seemed that the people from the Golden Crow race really wanted to take revenge. Lin Xian sneered. You still dare to come? Then go to hell to find your highness. He attacked forcefully, and the sun law illuminated the area. Beside him, illusions of suns appeared one after another, bobbing up and down. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. Boom! Boom! After an intense battle, the 2 Golden Crow experts screamed miserably. One of them was charred black. There was a burnt smell in some places. The other expert was blasted apart by a punch. The 2 of them screamed miserably and fled in panic. The surrounding people were stunned. He's too strong. Even the 2 Golden Crow experts were no match for him. No wonder he could kill the Golden Crow Prince. Do you still want to leave? Lin Xian used the solar laws to unleash the ancient Golden Crow's 4 strikes. 4 immemorial Golden Crow phantoms appeared in the sky and enveloped the 2 Golden Crow experts. Then, energy exploded and the 2 were completely annihilated. Everyone went crazy. This was really a huge irony. The elite of the Golden Crow tribe had died under the Golden Crow unique skill. This was a crazy slap to the face. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Looking at the bloody mist, he shook his head and said, I already said that you 2 are not my match, but you didn't listen. If that's the case, then go to hell. The surrounding spectators felt their scalps go numb. This was truly a demon king. They definitely couldn't afford to provoke him. However, in the next moment, they screamed because they discovered that someone else had made a move. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to make a move at this time? What they didn't know was that the person who made the move was surrounded by a black aura, as if he was the Grim Reaper from hell. He attacked forcefully. His terrifying and cold aura was rarely seen in the surroundings. What kind of person was this? Everyone retreated in fear. Lin Xian was also stunned. This person was very strong, and he even concealed his aura. Could it be that he was afraid of being discovered? Lin Xian sneered as his solar laws shone brightly. You dare to fight me? Lin Xian's solar laws illuminated the area. It burned all the cold aura. That pitch-black person didn't say anything, but the killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. His palms kept forming seals, and the cold aura around him quickly condensed. The law of darkness kept roaring and condensing into a headless night. It was too terrifying. It was as if he had walked out of the abyss of hell. The knight waved his long sword and slashed down with the law of the heavens. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that this divine ability was really too strong. However, he was only shocked, but not afraid. As his hands opened and closed, countless seas of fire were formed. There were also countless golden crows floating in his hands. They carried the monstrous sun and moon as they charged out. Terrifying power kept colliding, shattering all directions. Neither side was suppressed in this shadowy area. Therefore, the attacks were unparalleled. After hundreds of moves, Lin Xian roared and shot out a golden fire dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and directly whipped that person, sending him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The black mist on that person's body trembled violently. However, it was soon covered up again. However, there were still some people who saw the other party's true appearance. They immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What, it was actually him? It was too unbelievable. How could such a person be injured? They were too shocked. The black figure was also extremely shocked. The killing intent on his body soared into the sky. A long sword, a long spear, a wild saber, and a pagoda floated around him, emitting a desolate aura. A law weapon? Heavens, this person actually condensed so many law weapons. What was he trying to do? Incredible. Once these law weapons were released, no one would be able to resist. They were not weaker than 4 sacred artifacts. Exclamations sounded one after another. Lin Xian also frowned. Then, he sneered. The law of death condensed in his left hand, forming a wild saber of death. The law of sun condensed in his right hand, forming a sun god sword. The saber and sword slashed forward together. 2 completely opposite laws appeared on the same person at this moment, causing the surrounding people to exclaim. Kill! The 2 roared and attacked each other. Monstrous light swept across the sky, and the surrounding people kept retreating. It was too violent. Wherever the 2 of them passed, nothing could stop them. Damn it, who was this person? How could he fight Lin Wudi to this extent? The young prodigies were shocked. However, some of the older generation snorted coldly. What did they know? It was Lin Wudi who could fight him to this extent that shocked them. Do you know where this person came from? He came from the depths of planet Tianming. What, was he one of those young master's subordinates? They had come as well. Some people knew the inside story and were extremely shocked. Who else could enter the depths of planet Tianming except for those on the pilgrim roll? These people should be the subordinates of the powerhouses on the pilgrim roll. Although they were subordinates, they were extremely terrifying prodigies. Their strength was even stronger than the chief disciples. Because they were not from the same era. When such a person appeared, the older generation powerhouses had to retreat. But now, Lin Wudi was getting stronger and stronger. It was really unbelievable. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. If he was given more time, it would not be long before he began to attack the pilgrim roll. If one wanted to enter the pilgrim roll, they had to enter the small saint realm first. Otherwise, they would not even be qualified. Everyone discussed as they watched the battle in front of them. In front of them, terrifying laws filled the air, and all kinds of divine abilities appeared one after another. The black figure was beaten back and kept vomiting blood. Damn it, how was this possible? Before he came, he did not take the other party seriously at all. But now, he was injured. Especially at the end, when the death demonic saber and sun god sword erupted together, and there was actually a fusion power that scared him out of his wits. He quickly tore open the void and escaped. Had he left? Such a powerful figure had actually been scared away. The surrounding people were all silent. Lin Wudi alone had suppressed everyone until they couldn't raise their heads. He was too strong. Who could resist him when fighting for the 8 trigrams? No one dared to say anything. Lin Xian occupied the sky alone and stood there. In the previous battle, he had killed 2 golden crow powerhouses, but they didn't have many Dao flowers on them. There were less than 500 in total. He had a look of disdain on his face. How could a golden crow powerhouse be so poor? As for the last person, he had run too fast. He hadn't had time to harvest. He had let the other party escape. He guessed that the other party must have mastered a secret escape technique. Under normal circumstances, he would have charged over quickly. But now was not the time. He had to get the summons from the blood 8 trigrams. Even so, Lin Xian's 3 heavenly Dao golden lotuses were still very eye-catching. Many people swallowed their saliva in envy. After all, Lin Xian was just standing there. He didn't need to cultivate. The nomological laws on his body were being tempered every second. This was the effect of the heavenly Dao golden lotuses. In the end, even the golden rock was jealous. Kid, give me your heavenly Dao golden lotuses and I'll spare your life. Sure, give me your 2 roasted wings in exchange. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. You're courting death. The golden rock was really angry. He slashed down with the long saber in his hand. It seemed that he was ready to make a move. The terrifying golden saber light suddenly expanded like a golden bolt of lightning. It descended from the sky, surrounded by monstrous killing intent and terrifying laws. Boom! The laws of the sun revolved above Lin Xian's palm. He struck out with his palm and hit the golden saber light. There was a thunderous sound, and the void collapsed. The two of them were evenly matched in this exchange, and both of them took 2 steps back. Interesting. Let's try again. Lin Xian burst out laughing as he slapped out with his palm once more. It was as though an entire world was being swept out before him. The golden rock was completely enraged. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He didn't plan to hold back anymore. Even if the fire phoenix attacked secretly, he was fearless. He had to kill him. The golden saber in his hand slashed in all directions. An astonishing battle began, blasting heaven and earth apart. The people around them were stunned. They didn't expect that the two of them would start fighting just because of a disagreement. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian used the law of the sun to form a sun sword. Holding it in his hand, he continuously clashed with the golden saber. The golden sword and golden saber set off endless waves. The resplendent light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. These two people were really too strong. Even the fire phoenix had a serious look on her face. She considered the golden rock to be her greatest enemy. And now, Lin Wuti was able to fight the golden rock to this extent. Didn't this mean that he already had the ability to contend with them? The others were also incomparably shocked. This battle had lasted for over 1,000 moves. The entire place was in chaos, and no one knew who would win in the end. From the looks of it, it would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Even if they fought for 10 days and 10 nights, there might not be a clear winner. Some people shook their heads and sighed. However, at this moment, the blood 8 trigrams in the sky suddenly began to spin. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out in all directions. The yin and yang qi between heaven and earth were completely mobilized, forming a yin-yang fish in the center of the blood 8 trigrams that kept spinning. Heavens, could it be that the blood 8 trigrams was about to change? It was very likely that a peerless creation was about to be activated. At this moment, everyone was excited. The 8 strange runes on the blood 8 trigrams were emitting a mysterious light. The surrounding people were completely boiling. They didn't know where the blood 8 trigrams came from, but there must be a supreme creation inside. These people's bodies were rapidly spreading out, and all kinds of divine abilities and sacred artifacts appeared one after another. As long as there was a chance, they would attack regardless of the cost. The 8 runes on the blood 8 trigrams were becoming more and more obvious, as if they were about to jump out of the world. It won't be long before the blood 8 trigrams really opens. When that time comes, we can rush in. The eyes of the saints were red. At this moment, Lin Xian and the Golden Rock were still fighting. Both of them were fighting with all kinds of divine abilities. Every attack was filled with monstrous power. The Golden Rock naturally felt that the blood 8 trigrams was about to fully open, so he was a little anxious. He wanted to kill his opponent as soon as possible. Kid, I don't have time to play with you. Go to hell. The aura on the Golden Rock's body surged and shook the surroundings. The long saber in his hand became even colder, like a heavenly saber. The nomological laws on it were incomparably sharp. They kept slashing down, forming a sea of golden saber light. Lin Xian's eyes were also emitting a piercing light. He wanted to get the thing inside the blood 8 trigrams. Buzz, the sun sword in his hand was like an immortal light that swept between heaven and earth. The two of them kept fighting here, causing the surrounding people to not dare to get close. Damn it, these two can't be thinking of fighting their way in, right? They swallowed their saliva. The young geniuses were about to collapse. Lin Wuti's current performance had completely surpassed theirs. Even some of the older experts felt their scalps go numb. This young man was too amazing. His future was limitless. Boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, Lin Xian activated the unparalleled secret technique, exploding out 5 times his strength. The sword struck the golden long saber. The Golden Rock's hand trembled violently. Cracks appeared on his palm, and the long saber was sent flying. His entire arm turned into ashes. Blood mist filled the air, dyeing the void red. With a muffled groan, the golden rock flew backward. The surroundings were in an uproar. The golden rock was injured. How strong was this Lin Wuti? He must have used the unparalleled secret technique just now. Otherwise, his strength couldn't have increased so much in an instant. The long saber swept across the sky and fell to the ground, causing the earth to sink and crack. Some people's eyes instantly turned red. This saber was definitely an upper-grade treasure. If they could snatch it, many people had such thoughts. Why, you dare to have ideas about my treasure? Do you want to die? At this moment, the golden rock shouted coldly. The surrounding people were shocked. Some people gave up on the idea, but some sneered. It was a good opportunity. One of them took out a large cauldron and directly covered the front. Countless seals appeared on the cauldron, as if it could seal a world. Another person also made a move. It was a palm, and on the 5 fingers, there was a super strong seal. This was the 5-kill seal. In addition, some people took out formation flags. In short, there were 5 or 6 experts who made a move. These people used the law to hide their true appearance. No way, someone really dared to have ideas about the golden rock. Although the golden rock was powerful, how could the identity of those who could come here be weak, especially some of the older experts? They didn't have a chance before, but now that they had a chance, how could they let it go? You're courting death, the golden rock roared and waved his hand. The golden saber suddenly bloomed with an extremely terrifying light, causing 2 nearby powerhouses to be instantly sent flying. One of them was cut in half at the waist. The other person had his head chopped off. The other powerhouses were also sent flying by the saber light, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Do you all want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The golden saber flew back, but it was sent flying by a sword. Lin Xian made his move. He would not let the other party hold the saber again. The golden saber was sent flying again and fell to the ground. Lin Xian said, "Whoever wants it, go ahead and take it. I'll stop this person." Damn, is Lin Wuti going to fight the other party to the end? Everyone was shocked, and some people swallowed their saliva. Humph, Lin Wuti, you're courting death. The golden rock roared and formed a seal with his palms. The golden saber bloomed with incomparable light, and he charged towards Lin Xian. Even without the saber, the golden rock's strength was very terrifying. He opened his wings, and the golden wings on his back slashed down like 2 heavenly sabers. The power was not weaker than before. Even his claws and feet were unparalleled. They were like a torrential rain, sprinkling in front of him. Lin Xian held a sword in one hand and a fist in the other, fighting against the golden rock. The 2 of them fought in close combat until the sky fell and the earth cracked. At that moment, Lin Xian slashed at the golden rock's head with his sword and punched at the golden rock's heart with his other fist. The power of the attack was boundless, and it could definitely destroy the other party. The golden rock's pupils constricted, and he opened his mouth to spit out a shield. It was a very simple shield with many cracks on it. In a hurry, he blocked in front of himself. With a clang, his chi and blood were in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the shield did not shatter. At that moment, the golden rock revealed a cruel smile. Die. The wings on his back opened, and 2 golden feathers flew out. The golden rock's true feathers. These 2 feathers were too powerful. They were simply divine weapons. Lin Xian also felt his blood run cold. Lin Wuti, let's see how you're going to do it. The golden rock laughed sinisterly. There was no way the other party would be able to block these 2 attacks. No one under the Minor Saint realm would be able to stop him, let alone the other party. Not good, Lin Wuti is in danger. The surrounding people jumped back crazily. Just this aura alone was enough to make me unable to block it. Cracks appeared on their bodies. If they were hit, it would be hard to imagine. Even the 9-yang divine body would not be able to block it. Unless Lin Xian was a little saint or had the same cultivation base as his opponent. But now, Lin Xian's cultivation was a whole realm lower than his opponent's. It was simply impossible for him to block such an attack. Lin Xian felt an extreme sense of danger. He wanted to activate the space escape technique and escape. However, he did not do so. He charged forward, the solar laws on his body bursting with light. He pushed them to their limits, forcefully resisting the two golden rock true feathers. Two golden rock true feathers pierced through his laws and nailed Lin Xian. Puff, the true feathers pierced his body, and blood flowed out. The blood carried a golden radiance, piercing through heaven and earth. Not good, Lin Wuti was injured. Was it true? Even the nine-yang divine body could not block it. These people exclaimed. Some of the older experts shook their heads. They had already guessed that this would be the result. Was he going to lose? Huafeng shook her head. It seemed that it was not possible. His cultivation base was much weaker than theirs. Even if he could block it for a while, his trump card was still lacking. The golden rock saw that his killing move had succeeded. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Lin Wuti? Divine body? You can't withstand a single blow from me, you are not my opponent at all. He strode over, the aura on his body was extremely strong. He wanted to take advantage of his victory and finish off Lin Xian. When he arrived, he felt a chill run down his spine. His heart was beating wildly. Not good. He quickly retreated, because he discovered that the two golden feathers that had pierced into Lin Xian's body had suddenly flown out of his body. They turned into heavenly swords and charged towards him. Damn it. How could this be? This was his divine ability. How could his opponent control it? Stop right there, he roared crazily, but he found that he had only blocked it for a moment. The speed of the feathers did not slow down. Moreover, the distance between the two was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the two golden feathers slashed his body. With a squelch, his two arms were cut off. Ah, the golden rock roared to the sky. The pain drove him crazy. His severed arms fell to the ground. Not only that, the two wings on his back were pierced. Blood dyed the sky red. What? How could this be? What happened? What? Why was the golden rock injured? Wasn't Lin Wuti already defeated? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, there would be such a shocking reversal. Could it be that Lin Wuti had pretended to lose to make the golden rock careless and then counterattack? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This Lin Wuti was too confident. Lin Xian activated his divine body. The power in his body surged and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he reached out his hand and grabbed the severed arm. Then, he curled his lips and threw it away. It was actually two claws. I don't like to eat claws. I like to eat wings. Next time, I'll cut off your wings. Lin Xian stared at his opponent, his eyes shining. The golden rock opposite him was so depressed that he vomited blood. Damn it. How could it be? He was injured. Although both of them were injured, Lin Xian had obviously suffered light injuries. On the other hand, he had lost two of his arms. Although he could recover, it was a great humiliation to him. Damn kid, I underestimated you. You actually know such a divine ability. He was really surprised that Lin Xian could suddenly control his divine ability. His severed arms grew back, blooming with an even more dazzling light. His eyes were extremely cold. Just now, I was only careless. You caught me off guard and injured me. Now I know about this strange divine ability of yours. What are you going to use to hurt me next, is that so? You can try. My trump cards are not just these. But next, I'll definitely break your wings. Lin Xian looked eager. He had eaten the golden crow, but he had not tried the roasted golden rock. This time, he had to try it. However, at this moment, the 8 trigrams above his head suddenly bloomed. 8 mysterious runes, like 8 channels, cast a ray of blood-red light. Was it opened? The surrounding people were shocked. Hurry up and charge. Someone dared to charge in. In the end, he found that he had really entered. When the others saw this scene, their eyes turned red. They could not fall behind. In an instant, these people moved crazily. Soon, someone screamed, "Heavens, is this the blood essence of a saint? I feel a surge of energy." The people outside had all gone crazy. What kind of treasure would that be? If they could be tempered, their flesh and blood could even improve their bloodline again. These people rushed over crazily. Lin Xian and the golden rock did not fight anymore. It was not suitable for a life and death battle at this time. The golden rock roared, "Get lost, all of you." He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The golden saber that had been sent flying flew back into his hand again. With a slash of the saber, a group of saints was split apart. No one dared to stop them as they fled crazily. Lin Xian also made a move. He reached out his golden palm, grabbed at the void, and then pulled forcefully. The entire void was torn in half by him. A large spatial rift spread into the distance. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Some people wanted to resist forcefully, but they were torn to pieces. Just like that, Lin Xian stepped onto the spatial crack and charged in forcefully. After entering, he found a blood pool in front of him. There was some blood in the blood pool. It was incomparably red and emitted a shocking aura. It seemed that it was the blood essence left behind by the ancient saints. At this time, the surroundings were already in a mess. These people were all crazily fighting for their lives. Lin Xian naturally joined in. A large hand in the air directly sent a few saints flying. Then, it grabbed at the blood pool. "How dare you!" Someone roared and stabbed at the large golden hand with a spear. The other people also counterattacked crazily. At this time, no matter who Lin Xian was, if he could not defeat them, they would use all kinds of despicable methods. In short, they could not let him succeed. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian's methods. On the golden palm, Black Death Law suddenly appeared, instantly taking away the vitality of these people. The others were so scared that they retreated frantically. Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He held 6 blood balls in his hand, each of which contained pure energy. Lin Xian took out 6 treasure boxes and put them in. After sealing them, he put them in his storage ring. Then, he attacked again. There were simply too many saints around. Furthermore, there wasn't much essence blood in the blood pool to begin with. Now that Lin Xian had taken away 6 essence blood, these people's eyes turned red. Some of them didn't even have one. Get lost. At this time, the Golden Rock and the Fire Phoenix rushed over. There were also some top experts who were in a chaotic battle. Lin Xian tried again, and in the end, he managed to kill 3 of them. He didn't attack again because there wasn't much left inside. Furthermore, he had obtained enough. He turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. At the same time, he surveyed his surroundings. This world was truly too mysterious. Was it the world of gossip? The surroundings were hazy, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Damn it, Lin Wudi was too despicable. The people around were so angry that they vomited blood. 9 of them had been snatched away by the other party. What kind of shocking treasure was this? Their eyes were red. At this time, another 5-colored light flew out and decapitated the heads of several people. Damn it, a peerless expert had arrived. It turned out that 2 experts from the peacock race had walked over. Especially the young man from the peacock race. His strength was shocking. Everyone knew that he was a super expert who wasn't weaker than the Golden Rock. Lin Xian didn't care about the blood pool anymore. Instead, he flew forward. He wanted to go to the center of the 8 trigrams because he remembered correctly that there were yin and yang qi there. He wanted to fuse tai chi there. At that time, his strength would definitely increase again. Whether it was the Golden Rock or the peacock, he would kill them all. At this time, there were people in all directions. Everyone also charged towards the depths. They all knew that the most precious thing should be in the innermost area. As soon as Lin Xian approached the area, countless attacks were thrown at him. He didn't even see who the other party was. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and formed a seal. Stellar transposition. This force was sent flying by him. It drew a strange arc in the air and hit his right. Immediately, several screams came from the right. It was obvious that someone had been killed. As for who it was, Lin Xian didn't know at all. He wasn't in the mood to care. Lin Xian's body shone brightly. The image of a Qilin surrounded him. He strode over like a god fiend. Damn it, it's Lin Wudi. What? He came so quickly? The surrounding people screamed in horror. They originally thought that Lin Wudi, the Golden Rock, and the others would be fighting in the blood pool. Could it be that the outcome had been decided so quickly? This person is too strong. We can't get the treasure with him here. How about we join forces to kill him? Someone in the darkness said. He was hidden in the void. No one knew who he was, but the surrounding people were indeed tempted. If they joined forces, there was still a chance. Good. Someone nodded in agreement. The person in the darkness directly attacked. He shot out a piercingly cold ray of light. It was a painting of 800 miles of mountains and rivers. This wasn't an ordinary painting. It could refine a saint alive. It was a powerful saint artifact. 800 miles of mountains and rivers surrounded Lin Xian, completely sealing him off. As for the others, they quickly attacked. Peerless mystical skills accompanied by the laws quickly descended. Some people also took out saint artifacts and swept through the area. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was completely submerged. At this moment, more people rushed over from afar. The Golden Rock came, the Fire Phoenix came, and the Peacock Powerhouse also came. When they saw Lin Xian being surrounded, they immediately sneered. Then, they sped up. Damn it, these people are all here. What should we do? Quick, let's join forces to kill Lin Wudi first. The attacks didn't weaken. Instead, they became stronger. Lin Xian roared. He directly exploded the void and channeled the energy into the dark void. At the same time, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. These people were not as strong as him in a one-on-one fight, but together, they formed a terrifying force. The previous attack had also injured him. He was really angry. He took out the Great Spear of Destruction and erupted with an aura that could destroy everything. The entire void was completely exploded, and a few saint artifacts were completely sent flying. Those mystical skills were also torn apart. Blue Sea Tide. There was a green light in Lin Xian's eyes. It was emitted and swept in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding saints all hugged their heads and screamed. Retreat quickly. He knew techniques, the soul attack was really too strong. Some people frantically retreated. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the Heaven Qi mystic skill and stared at the person in the darkness. Do you think I can't find where you are? With one attack, it was earth-shattering. It directly blasted that person out of the void. It pierced through his heart. Then, it blew his body up. That person screamed. Damn it! A small purple flag fell from his body. This small purple flag was a saint artifact. He originally thought that with it, he could hide in the void and no one would discover him. He didn't expect that the other party would discover him in an instant. He was no match for Lin Xian at all, so he rode the purple flag and quickly escaped. Boom, the man fled very quickly. In an instant, he had escaped into the distance. He heaved a sigh of relief. Great, he had finally escaped. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering energy directly blew him up. This attack was too powerful. Even his soul couldn't escape. The purple flag tore through the void and escaped by itself. Was he dead? The surrounding people were shocked. Was it Lin Wudi who did it? Lin Xian was also taken aback. He wasn't the one who did it. He looked into the distance. It turned out that there was an earth-shattering battle in front of him. A peacock man with 5-colored light was fighting with the Golden Rock. That was a terrifying attack just now. It was the explosion of energy when the two of them fought. It directly enveloped the escaping saint. That was why he killed the other party. The others also frantically retreated. It was too terrifying. Now, it was not a matter of snatching more treasures, but whether they could survive in the battle of these experts. Look, what did that man from the peacock race catch? Some people screamed. It turned out that the two of them had already fought deep into the battle and grabbed a treasure from the Yin-Yang Qi. It was a blood-red battle robe that emitted a terrifying aura. At a glance, one could tell that it was a peerless treasure. Some people were terrified. Could it be made from the skin of a saint? And it wasn't just one saint, but a bunch of saints. These people's scalps went numb. If they wore the battle robe, their defense would definitely increase by several times. No wonder the peacock man attacked. No wonder the Golden Rock was jealous. Hurry, hurry, go inside. There might be other treasures in the Xianxia. The surrounding people went crazy and quickly rushed in. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he dashed over. He didn't attack the battle robe. He didn't need it. He believed that as long as his divine body evolved again, it could overcome all defenses. What he was looking for was the purest Xianxia. It was something that could allow him to form Tai Chi. There weren't many people in front of him, but each of them was abnormally powerful. They worked together to tear open the void and rushed in. Get lost, someone roared angrily and struck out with lightning. On the other side, ghostly energy filled the air. There were also blade lights and sword shadows that filled the sky. The void in front of him exploded. What kind of pill was that? Heavens, could it be the yin yang pill? Someone screamed. They discovered that there were a few pills floating in the void palace in front of them. They were black and white and looked extremely mysterious. This was a pill formed from the condensation of the yin and yang of heaven and earth. It definitely contained supreme power. Hurry up and snatch it. The eyes of the experts from the holy city had turned red. In an instant, the mystique nomological laws in their hands became even more mysterious. It looked like they were going to go all out, scram. Do you think you can take the yin and yang pill with just you? A cold laugh sounded out. Then, a big hand slapped down. It was a huge hand that was glowing with multicolored light. There were feathers on it, and it was extremely terrifying. In an instant, several experts were sent flying. Their bodies were all shattered. Damn it, who is it, who would dare to attack them at this time? These people looked over angrily. In the next moment, they saw an old man walking in the air. The aura on his body was surging. An expert from the peacock race. Some people's scalps went numb. The other party's multicolored divine light was too terrifying, they could not resist it at all. Of course, there were also people who sneered. So what if it was the peacock race? They could not retreat here even if it was the heavenly king. A person shrouded in black fog rushed over. The aura emitted from his body was extremely terrifying. It was him. He had fought with Lin Wudi before. Although he lost, he was able to leave calmly. Someone screamed. The old man from the peacock race also snorted coldly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He used the peacock mystique and rushed forward. The black figure sneered. Many cold nomological laws rushed out like chains. The two collided, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. Those yin and yang pills were enveloped by yin and yang qi. They floated in the air and were not affected. However, the surrounding sages were sent flying by this force. Some of them even had half of their bodies turned into blood mist. Damn it, get lost. Don't think about taking it all for yourself. The two people in front of them were really angry. However, at this moment, a golden light slashed down from the sky. Yin and yang pills? That's mine. I'll kill whoever dares to touch it. What followed was an extremely berserk voice. The surrounding people went crazy. Who was that? He was too strong. He slashed at the two powerhouses with a saber. It was Jin Peng. He was here, someone screamed. The old man from the peacock race and the black figure felt their scalps go numb. This saber light gave them a fatal sense of danger. The two of them did not fight anymore. Instead, they retreated frantically. Boom, the saber slashed down, and the sky collapsed. No one could stop it. In the next moment, a figure emitting a monstrous light walked out. It was Jin Peng. He looked disdainfully at the surroundings like a god-fiend. Get lost, or you'll die without a burial place. Damn it, he was too arrogant. Why? This was not the territory of the demon city. Some people were not convinced. They were no match for him one-on-one, but they could take him down together. If you don't want to leave, then die. The saber in Jin Peng's hand bloomed with incomparable light. The terrifying saber light swept across the surroundings. All sorts of miserable shrieks instantly rang out, rising and falling one after another. No one was a match for him. Even a fifth celestial layer expert would be split in half by his blade. No one could block that attack. Even the old man from the peacock race felt his hair stand on end. He regretted it madly. The black figure from the depths of the Heart of Destiny also had a cold expression as he hid in the void. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of trash. How dare they have designs on the treasure? Jinpeng laughed loudly when he saw the people around him being beaten up miserably. Who would dare to take what he had set his eyes on? He strode forward in large strides. At the same time, he stretched out his golden claws and grabbed at the yin and yang pills in front of him. Oh no, he's going to snatch it away. Damn it, that's a creation of heaven and earth. I might be able to condense the laws of yin and yang after eating it. Those people were extremely jealous. However, the saber strike just now had traumatized them too much. They did not dare to go forward now. They were not in a hurry. Such a treasure must have a powerful defensive formation. He could not have broken it so quickly. Some people still had hope in their hearts. However, they soon fell into despair because the yin and yang aura did not obstruct it too much. It only floated in the air, allowing the golden claws to envelop the yin and yang pills. What, there's no formation? Damn it, are we really going to be taken by Jinpeng? The surrounding people were in despair. The old man from the peacock race also screamed. Grandpa, where are you? The golden rock was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that he would have to use some means to get it. But now, it seemed like it was as easy as blowing off dust. Great. He was overjoyed. He got it. He might be able to break through to the minor saint realm. At that time, his strength would undergo earth-shattering changes. He would even have a chance to enter the pilgrim list. Buzz, however, at the last moment, a golden crow flew out and blocked his sharp claws. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The golden rock was furious. The surrounding people also screamed in horror. Could it be an expert of the Golden Crow clan? Perhaps only the Golden Crow clan dared to fight against the Golden Rock. The Golden Rock was also angry. Was there anyone left in the Golden Crow clan? Wasn't the Golden Crow prince killed by someone? Who was it? How dare they be arrogant in front of him? He turned his head, his eyes like a sharp golden blade, cutting through the void. He was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Because they found that it wasn't an expert of the Golden Crow clan, but a person who looked like a Sun War god. Lin Wudi. They screamed. Damn it, this kid's divine ability was very strange. He could evolve a lot of things. This Golden Crow was evolved by him. Lin Wudi and the Golden Rock were fighting again. Were they going to continue the previous battle? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Golden Rock was completely furious. He attacked aggressively. The golden long blade, the terrifying golden rock feather, and the terrifying defense erupted together. The entire space was completely charged by the violent force. Lin Xian was even stronger. After he arrived, he stared at the yin and yang pill, his eyes bursting with a piercing cold light. This pill was extremely beneficial for him to condense Tai Chi. He would never miss it. So. He didn't say anything. He also attacked aggressively. The Great Sun Sword and the Death Demonic Blade were displayed by him, sweeping in all directions. This place was completely destroyed. Those who were watching the battle were also sent flying. Some were directly killed. Run quickly. These two top experts were fighting. If they were too close, they would definitely die. So, these people all evacuated in an instant. What yin and yang pill? Saving one's life was the most important. In the air, a black figure was also sent flying while vomiting blood. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. He originally wanted to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity, but now he couldn't. Every space in front of him was filled with destructive power. He couldn't stay any longer. The old man from the peacock race wanted to hold on for a while longer, but he soon spat out blood. Half of his body had been shattered. He was so scared that he screamed and retreated. He had to hurry and find his grandfather. Otherwise, the treasure would really be taken away by these two people. Brat, you've completely angered me. The Golden Rock's bloodline power was fully unleashed. Rock's fury, he spread his wings, and those feathers turned into countless wild blades, rushing over like a flood. Do you think I'm scared of you? Lin Xian wielded the law of the sun and used stellar transposition to form a golden vortex that sucked in the terrifying saber light. They were all shrouded in golden light. Then, they pushed back. The two forces exploded again. The violent aura caused Lin Xian and the golden rock to continuously retreat. At this moment, a snow-white little monkey was rushing through the turbulence. He came near the yin-yang pill, and then the small bowl on his head directly covered the yin-yang pill. Yeah, I got it. Little White cheered with the small bowl on its head. Damn it, damn monkey, go die for me. The golden rock was completely furious. What was going on? They couldn't withstand this place, but someone could stay. And it was a monkey. And he even stole his yin-yang pill. Leave the pill for me. He roared crazily, and the long saber in his hand turned into a dragon that rushed out. Little White made a funny face and jumped into the void, disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, he returned to Lin Xian's side. He didn't know if it was delicious. Little White sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and began to think about the yin-yang pill. Lin Xian hurriedly said, "Little ancestor, leave the thing to me. I'll find you some supreme-grade spirit fruits." "No, I want to drink monkey wine." Little White negotiated. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Okay. I'll give you whatever you want. Deal. Little White narrowed her eyes, then took the yin-yang pill and entered the black earth. Great. Lin Xian smiled. This thing would be a step further for him to condense the true Taiji diagram. Ah. The golden rock opposite him was completely mad. Damn it, it's this damn brat again. He wanted to kill him previously, and now he even stole his fortune. How could he tolerate it? Kill. With a roar, laws appeared. Heaven and earth trembled as if the entire world was about to shatter. Run. Everyone frantically fled the area. They knew that the golden rock had completely gone crazy. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian roared, and a dragon's roar came from his body. The great sun sword in his hand shot out streaks of golden dragon sword chi. The power of the sword chi also increased exponentially. The two of them fought in an earth-shattering manner. The golden rock was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, he still couldn't do anything to the other party. In the distance, an even more terrifying aura filled the air. There were also screams. The golden rock knew that other places also had rare treasures. Brat, just you wait. I'll snatch the yin-yang pill one day. Your life is also mine. After saying that, he slashed out again, then turned and left. If they continued fighting, he wouldn't be able to kill him. The other party might even die together in the end. This wasn't what he wanted. He'd better seize the other fortunes first. When his cultivation increased again, he'd kill the other party as easily as flipping his hand. Lin Xian didn't attack anymore. He snorted coldly and also rushed in another direction. The aura in front was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were ghostly wails and howls. There were even fifth heaven sages who ran out with their souls. His body was completely shattered. What's going on? What happened? The surrounding people were terrified. That was a late-stage fifth heaven expert. He could definitely defeat everyone with his strength, but at this moment, he was in such a sorry state. The person who escaped had a face full of terror. Dead, they were all dead. In an instant, 5 late-stage fifth heavenly layer cultivators had died inside. It's too scary. I don't want to go in there again for the rest of my life. He trembled in fear and quickly fled the area. What? Did all late-stage fifth heaven experts die in there? What is that place? It's too scary. I'm afraid no one can go in there. They knew that there might be an earth-shattering summon inside, but they couldn't go in. There was nothing they could do. Humph, the fortune is mine. At this moment, a figure descended. His body was blooming with 5-colored light. It was the expert from the peacock race. Everyone was shocked. This person was very strong. However, some people shook their heads. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't go in unless a real minor saint came. These people shook their heads and sighed. However, the man from the peacock race had an extremely arrogant expression. He was wearing a battle robe, and a terrifying aura was trembling. Endless laws flew forward rapidly. The space in front of him was torn apart. What? This battle robe was actually obtained by him? The surrounding people were all stupefied. The battle robe was made of at least 10 saint skins. It was extremely powerful and had unparalleled defense. With it, it could block all attacks. It seemed that he really had a chance to enter. These people's eyes were red. The peacock man rushed in with the super strong battle robe. Not long after, another person rushed in. This person had a burly voice and a surging aura. There was a bead above his head. That bead was as big as a millstone and emitted a terrifying aura. It even transformed into an illusion of a golden lion that enveloped him. He also rushed in forcefully. Heavens, who was that person? He should be from the golden lion race. Was that a sacred artifact on his head? These people were terrified. No, it was an inner core. However, it was probably an inner core left behind by a great ancient demon after its death. Its power was not inferior to a top sacred artifact. The aura in front was even more terrifying. Could it be that the two of them had a huge battle inside? The people outside watched from afar. It was very likely, but they did not know who won and who lost. Both of them were extremely strong, and the trump cards in their hands were even more terrifying. They were probably evenly matched. Not long after, there was a sudden rumble in front of them as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Two figures rushed out. Their faces were covered in dirt and injuries. Damn it. The man from the peacock race roared as he tore through the void and left. The surrounding people were all stunned. What happened? Could it be that neither of them obtained the treasure? Moreover, it seemed that both of them were injured. Heavens, they were wearing super battle armor and had a terrifying inner core. Even that couldn't block it. The golden lion glanced at the people in the distance, shook his head, and said, "Don't go. There's no treasure inside." It was a corpse, a rotten corpse with a terrifying aura of death. Damn it, who said that there was a treasure here? At the end of his words, the golden lion roared. After the two of them went in, they almost died inside. If it weren't for the terrifying trump cards in their hands, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. A corpse, they didn't know whose body it was. But thinking about it, he definitely couldn't afford to provoke them anymore. Let's go quickly. They all fled from this place and went to other places. The mysteries of the 8 trigrams were as if there were 8 worlds within it. Therefore, they quickly traveled through space. In another space, the surrounding people were crazily attacking. They discovered that there were yin and yang energies in this space. They actually condensed into an ancient building. It was extremely mysterious. Everyone was moved and charged in. They discovered that there were actually traces of people living inside. To be able to leave behind a relic here, one had to be an incredible saint. Everything they used contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Hurry up and snatch it. If you can obtain it and wear it for a long period of time, you will definitely be able to increase your comprehension of laws. These people were all crazy. They quickly attacked and snatched. Tables, chairs, teacups, and bowls were all snatched away. There were even people who fought until rivers of blood flowed for a table. Lin Xian had also arrived. He directly entered the 3rd level. It was the uppermost level. He found that it was a bedroom. The pillow was not bad. Lin Xian reached out a hand to grab it, but at this moment, there was a delicate shout and she put down the treasure. Immediately after, endless fiery red sword light rushed over and turned into a monstrous sea of fire, blocking Lin Xian's palm. Who was it? Lin Xian was surprised. There was still someone who could block his attack. He turned his head to look. He saw a beautiful woman. She rushed over with a murderous aura. Are you Lin Wudi? Get lost. I won't kill you. This woman was incomparably cold, as if she could kill the other party as soon as she attacked. It's you. Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party should be the fire phoenix of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. That mirror is not bad. Take it. It might be useful to you. This pillow is mine. The pillow also carried a powerful yin and yang aura. He didn't know what treasure it was carved from. But thinking about it, if he could cultivate in his sleep in the future, how wonderful would that be? Therefore, Lin Xian was confident that he would succeed. Everything here is mine, including this pillow. The fire phoenix said coldly. Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. What a big appetite. Aren't you afraid that you'll be stuffed to death? He was so angry that he laughed. Previously, he thought that the golden rock was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect the fire phoenix to be even more arrogant. Did she really think that this was her territory? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he reached out to grab the yin-yang pillow. In an instant, he held it in his hand. How dare you? The fire phoenix was furious. How dare he disobey her orders? He deserved to die. She slashed out with her sword. The terrifying sword light circled in the sky and turned into a flaming phoenix that rushed over. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Lin Xian completely. Get lost, Lin Xian countered with a palm strike. It slapped on the biting cold sword light, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The entire yin-yang ancient building shook violently. The sword chi didn't break. Instead, it was sent flying, but the light on it dimmed a lot. Lin Xian retracted his palm in surprise. What a biting cold attack. It seemed that the other party had comprehended the sword law in addition to the law of fire. The sword was originally meant for attacking. The law of sword was even more fierce. Everyone in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was a terrifying sword saint, and their power far exceeded that of their peers. Now it seemed that it was true. It's useless. You're no match for me at all. My cultivation is stronger than yours. And now, I can fight above my level. What do you have to fight me? The fire phoenix walked over domineeringly. The flaming sword light on her body jumped. Sword saint? Lin Xian put away the yin-yang pillow completely, turned around, and revealed a smile. Very well, then let's compete in sword skills. He was also a swordsman. Although he didn't condense the law of sword, Lin Xian's sword skills weren't weak at all. Other laws were enough to make up for it. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, his attack power was even stronger than the law of sword. You want to compete in sword skills with me? The fire phoenix's eyes were filled with disdain. If the other party used the law of death or the violent law of the sun, the other party could fight with her. But in terms of sword skills, the other party was probably 108,000 meters away from her. Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're omnipotent? In terms of sword skills, I'll give you a handicap of one hand. Lin Xian also laughed. It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge me in sword skills. You want to challenge me? Well, if I use a special ability outside of sword skills later, then it's my loss. Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword, and a terrifying sword intent emerged from his body. The fire phoenix's eyes were filled with disdain. She didn't say anything else. She estimated that she could kill the other party in 3 moves. The flaming sword slashed out and slashed downwards. Sword chi crisscrossed the sky. That power was really too strong. It surpassed all the previous supernatural powers. Lin Xian laughed and slashed out with the unparalleled sword. The long sword drew an arc in the air. The terrifying sword light brought with it a vibrating power. It directly entangled the other party's flaming sword light. Then, the two collided, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. How could it be? His sword technique, the fire phoenix was surprised. Although it was just a simple exchange, she could clearly feel the exquisiteness of the other party's sword technique. Although the other party didn't have the sword law, other laws combined with the sword chi still displayed unparalleled power. Humph. Her face was completely gloomy. No wonder the other party dared to compete with her in sword technique. It seemed that he was also an expert in the sword Dao. However, no one could compare to the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in sword technique. Next, the fire phoenix displayed a set of sky-burning sword technique. The terrifying flames and sword chi seemed to be able to burn for 9 days. This sword technique was known for its violent and fierce nature. Above Lin Xian's sword chi, the sun law revolved around it. It was incomparable and swept across the area. It was as if one sun after another exploded in the air. The other party was fierce, but he was even more violent than the other party. He could destroy everything. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The Fire Phoenix discovered that her sky-burning sword technique was suppressed. How was this possible? She really couldn't believe it. As a sword saint, it was necessary to have the sword law. If they couldn't condense the sword law, then they wouldn't have the face to be called a sword saint. Once they condensed it, their attack power would reach a terrifying level. It was far beyond the same level. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one dared to contend with a sword saint of the same level. And now, her cultivation was higher than the other party by a large realm. Logically speaking, if she wanted to kill such a person, she could probably kill him with a single sword chi. But now, her peerless sword technique was actually suppressed by the other party. Then, how strong was the other party's attack power? However, what shocked her even more was that the other party didn't have the sword law at all. This made her unable to understand at all. Without the sword law, he could still display such a powerful sword technique. What kind of trump card did the other party have? Lin Xian was also surprised. Although he did not have the sword laws, he had the great dragon sword soul. His attack power was extremely strong. The fact that his opponent was able to fight him to this extent showed that he was indeed an expert in the way of the sword. It looked like Xiao Chen had to think of a way to comprehend the laws of the sword after he condensed the taiji. As a swordsman, it was impossible without the law of sword. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light as he thought about his future path. The Golden Palace was extremely mysterious. Other than the Yin Yang Palace, there were other palaces. He remembered that the Hall of All Life should be able to help him condense the law of sword. Thinking of this, Lin Xian coldly shouted. He wanted to end this battle quickly. 9 suns opened the sky. With a roar, the flames on the unparalleled sword burned fiercely, turning into a huge sword that reached the heavens, illuminating the entire sky. As of this moment, the people off in the distance, as well as on the first and second floors, could sense what was happening. Heavens, who are these people fighting? What a terrifying sword intent. Humph, are we going to have a big showdown? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Fire Phoenix also roared. 9 days of Phoenix dance. There were a few phantoms of phoenixes circling around her longsword. They were equally powerful. Boom, 2 peerless attacks landed, clashing in midair and exploding violently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The light and sword chi enveloped everything. The Yin-Yang Tower was completely overturned. The experts in the tower who were fighting for the treasure spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Outside, those who wanted to rush to the Yin-Yang Tower were swept away by a peerless sword chi. Some of their bodies were shattered, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, it was too scary. There were peerless sword saints fighting inside. The commotion here alarmed everyone. They all looked towards the 3rd floor. They wondered who was so terrifying. The aura on the 3rd floor was so strong that it seemed like it could destroy the world. Gradually, the 2 figures separated from each other. Lin Xian had a sword wound on his body. His body was covered in golden blood. However, at this moment, the sword wound was rapidly healing. On the other side, the Fire Phoenix covered her body. Her body was trembling slightly. There was also a sword wound on her body. Furthermore, this sword strike was even deeper. It had nearly split her entire body in half. Even her internal organs were severely injured. What was even more terrifying was that she couldn't erase the sword chi on it. As a result, her injuries were getting worse and worse. Damn it, what kind of law was this? She was too shocked. She didn't expect to lose to the other party in swordsmanship. Kid, just you wait. This isn't over. The Fire Phoenix turned around and flew down. She didn't dare to stay here any longer. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm looking forward to it. I hope that the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion will come again. To be honest, he was really surprised that the Fire Phoenix was able to injure him. One had to know that the Golden Rock couldn't injure him previously. But the Fire Phoenix injured his body. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. As a swordsman, the other party's swordsmanship had aroused his fighting spirit. His body was filled with laws. He activated his divine body and began to repair the sword wound. Although he was injured, he didn't care. The other party's injuries were more serious than his. If they really fought, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Look, someone is coming down. Inside the Yin-Yang restaurant, the people below were terrified. In the next moment, they saw a beautiful person floating in the air. It was the fire phoenix. She was injured. Who injured her? These people were terrified. After the fire phoenix arrived, she snorted coldly. Lin Wuti was despicable and shameless. He injured me when I was snatching the treasure. I think he should have gotten the treasure. What? Lin Wuti injured her? Lin Wuti must have plotted against her. The fairy said that it was a ploy. These people were shocked. Some gritted their teeth, and some had fiery eyes. What treasure was it? The fire phoenix's eyes flashed. She sneered. Listen carefully. That is the Yin-Yang inheritance. If you cultivate it, you can directly obtain the Yin-Yang power. After saying that, she tore through the void and left. The surrounding people were really crazy. It was actually such a peerless inheritance. Damn it, they definitely couldn't let Lin Wuti get it. Everyone, let's work together to kill this despicable person. These people quickly rushed over. On the third floor. When Lin Xian was recovering from his injuries, he heard these words. Suddenly, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. A woman's heart was really the most vicious. He attacked the other party? He obtained the Yin-Yang inheritance? The other party was talking nonsense. But now, no matter what he said, these envious people probably wouldn't believe him. So he didn't say anything. When those people came to the third floor, Lin Xian directly used 9 suns open the sky. The berserk sword chi sent all of those people flying. A few of them were directly destroyed in body and soul. Even their souls didn't have time to escape. The others were also seriously injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, we've been deceived. That fire phoenix woman is detestable. They now understood that Lin Wuti had ambushed them. What a joke. With such strength, was there a need for a sneak attack? It was obvious that Fire Phoenix had been injured in a head-on battle. As for Fire Phoenix's other words, the Yin-Yang inheritance, they also felt that it was very suspicious. Forget it, there might not be an inheritance. This woman probably wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. These sages had lived until now. Which one of them wasn't a shrewd person? They instantly understood, therefore, they didn't find trouble with Lin Xian anymore. Instead, they began to look for other opportunities. Lin Xian left the Yin-Yang ancient building and flew into the distance. The people around him were still fighting and snatching treasures. In the distance, there was an even more monstrous light flickering. However, Lin Xian didn't make any more moves. He had already snatched several treasures. He felt that it was about time to start breaking through. Now that he had the 2 laws and the Yin and Yang pills, as well as this Yin and Yang energy, he would be able to. He felt that he could start cultivating Tai Chi and let it truly appear in the world. He rushed towards a place with fewer people, but he didn't leave the Yin-Yang area. Fortunately, the space here was vast. Lin Xian finally found a secluded and quiet place. There was nothing here. Only the aura of Yin and Yang filled the air. He set up more than 10 defensive array formations. After all, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through. It would be troublesome if he was ambushed. Sitting down cross-legged and feeling the Yin and Yang aura around him, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and began to circulate. The Tai Chi art was in his body. The sun and death laws constantly circulated and intertwined, causing half of Lin Xian's body to be pitch black like a demon. The other half was golden like a god. These 2 powers could coexist in his body now, but they couldn't truly intertwine. Tai Chi, on the other hand, allowed these 2 powers to fuse together perfectly. Just like that, Lin Xian sank into cultivation. A month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. There were indeed changes. At this moment, he had 3 heavenly Tao golden lotuses, the Yin-Yang space, and the 8 trigrams revolving around him. It could be said that the timing was right. Lin Xian's cultivation speed had advanced by leaps and bounds. It could be said that he had traveled 1,000 miles in a day. In the end, he took out the yin-yang pill. Sensing the mysterious aura it contained, Lin Xian excitedly swallowed it. As the yin and yang pill entered his body, the yin and yang energy quickly spread throughout his body, rushing into every part of his meridians and blood. Then, Lin Xian took out the yin-yang pillow and laid down on it. Then, he began to practice Tai Chi from afar. It looked as if Lin Xian was sleeping. However, he was not sleeping. He was cultivating. On Lin Xian's body, the yin and yang energies were constantly circulating, sometimes terrifying, sometimes bright. Just like that, time slowly passed. In the 3rd month, the golden rock killed in all directions and finally obtained a yin-yang treasure bottle. This made him ecstatic. In the 5th month, the fire phoenix also killed in all directions and obtained a treasure. It was a mirror, with yin on one side and yang on the other. It contained 2 completely opposite powers of the laws. Once the yin-yang mirror appeared, it swept through all directions. These people's strength increased greatly, and they were full of confidence. Then, they searched even more crazily. Apart from the yin-yang hall, there were also all kinds of battles and killings in the other halls. In the endless sea of lightning, Lei Zhen bathed in it. He was like a god that had been reborn. Ever since the heavenly hall opened, he had entered and never left. No one knew what he had obtained in there, but the occasional lightning aura that came out of it made some of the older generation experts shudder in fear. They knew that Lei Zhen must have obtained an incredible opportunity. When he came out, he would definitely shock the world. In the Earth Hall, in a mysterious place, there was a pool of blood. Fresh blood was boiling in it, and there was a terrifying aura of blood. And in this pool of blood, there was a person sitting cross-legged. It was a handsome young man. He was the 9-headed unicorn. At this moment, the illusory figures of the unicorn and the 9-headed sky snake appeared behind him. It kept roaring, and it became more and more condensed. It was as if it was really going to cross time and space to be resurrected. The bloodline power of the 9-headed unicorn was growing stronger every day. By the time he made his move again, his strength would have undergone an earth-shattering change. In another place in the Earth Hall, a great battle was breaking out. A slender man was fighting with the saints around him. His body was covered in blood, and he was severely injured. However, his eyes became brighter. Behind him, there was a divine tree that reached the sky, releasing a terrifying aura. It gave the man an extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. In the end, he killed all the strong enemies and laughed proudly. He was the North Beast. At this moment, the North Demon's aura had undergone a tremendous change. It seemed that his bloodline was awakening further. After all, the myriad beast body was very strong. If he hadn't been captured by the people of the Fiend Planet and suffered for those years, his strength would have shocked the world. Although he was delayed for a period of time, with this special Golden Palace and Black Mountain's guidance, more importantly, his bloodline talent. At this moment, the North Beast's cultivation and strength had increased by leaps and bounds. When he appeared again, he wouldn't be weaker than those top geniuses. In the human hall, the Crimson Dragon rushed out with a dirty face. Behind him, an ancient ruin was destroyed. That terrifying aura made all the strong cultivators tremble in fear. The Crimson Dragon was also injured. However, he was like an old monster, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. It seemed that he had obtained a shocking treasure. Beside him, a black figure rushed out and asked, "Brother, how did it go? Did you get it?" This figure was actually the toad. Who would have thought that these two fellows would come together? Who knew how many people they would harm? At this moment, the aura of the toad was even more obvious. On its back, there were countless strange runes. With a single look, one could tell that it was extraordinary. He got it. The Crimson Dragon nodded. The toad grinned. How is it? I was right, wasn't I? There's an ancient ruin in the north. Let's go together. What are we waiting for? Let's go. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were red. The two of them turned into streaks of light and rushed into the distance. In another space within the human palace, there were countless gigantic stone steels, all of which contained a mysterious power. There were many strong cultivators around them, tempering their bodies and evolving their bloodlines. At the front of the stone tablet stood a figure. It was a beautiful figure, like a holy maiden. Countless people looked up at her with envy. This person was Murong Qingqing. The seven-colored light on Murong Qingqing's body was even more mysterious. She was trying her best to comprehend the laws on the mysterious stone tablet. The fact that the laws could purify one's bloodline made Murong Qingqing very happy. Although she wasn't a member of the Phoenix clan, she had the seven-colored Phoenix bloodline, which was extremely precious. However, the more precious a bloodline was, the harder it was to awaken it. She didn't have the Phoenix clan's inheritance, so she could only rely on herself. Everyone was cultivating. The 5 halls of Roland's Golden Palace were like heavenly paradises. It all depended on whether one had the strength and qualifications to obtain them. At the same time, outside of Roland's Golden Palace, in a mysterious place on planet Tianming. No one could come here, and no one could find it. The spirit veins here were extremely terrifying, even more so than anyone had ever seen before. The spirit veins converged to form a spirit spring, which jingled and emitted the aura of the Great Tao. Any saint would be envious if they saw it. And within this spirit spring, there was a person floating. It was a beautiful woman. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if she was sleeping. However, her body was emitting a resplendent light. The spirit spring was constantly flowing into her body, then out again. If Lin Xian were here, he would definitely recognize her. This sleeping woman was Xianxia. Although Xianxia hadn't entered Roland's Golden Palace, she definitely had a great fortune. Everyone was fighting for their own fortune. Some people's eyes were red, as if they had gone crazy. Just like that, a year passed. Over the past year, everyone's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. They were much stronger than before. This made everyone happy. This was only Roland's Golden Palace. Who knew if there were other treasuries on planet Tianming? In this year, they felt that their strength had increased as much as it had in a few hundred years outside. Moreover, their strength was still increasing. In a secluded and cold place, yin and yang energies revolved around a figure lying there, seemingly in a deep sleep. However, the aura on his body was extremely strange and terrifying. Half of his body was glowing with a holy light, while the other half was pitch black like hell. However, these two opposing forces were actually intertwining with each other. It seemed like they wanted to fuse together. Furthermore, he had already fused most of it and would succeed very soon. Sure enough, after a few days, the two fused together perfectly, forming a pattern of the yin-yang fish. At this moment, the figure lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. One of his eyes was as black as a millstone, while the other was as golden as the sun. With a loud roar, the yin and yang energies in his body began to circulate rapidly. The terrifying aura that he exuded shattered the world around him. Did he succeed? The figure roared at the sky. He was too excited. This person was none other than Lin Xian. After a year of hard work and the various fortunate encounters he finally managed to merge the two forces of yin and yang together. The death law and the sun law intertwined with each other. A Taiji diagram was formed in his hand. The power of the Taiji diagram was many times stronger than when the two were used separately. Great! Lin Xian's eyes were filled with boundless excitement. Finally, he succeeded in forming Taiji. His current strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. If he had encountered the Fire Phoenix or the Golden Rock from before, he was confident that he could easily defeat them. Of course, he also knew that the other people in this place would also obtain fortuitous encounters. Perhaps their strength would also undergo an earth-shaking change. But so what? He had boundless confidence in himself. No matter how powerful the things they obtained were, they would not be able to compare to his Taiji. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged again. He did not leave. Instead, he took out the primordial blood essences he had obtained. He took out 5 balls of blood essence. 5 fist-sized balls of blood circled around him. Lin Xian used a secret technique to nourish his divine body and rapidly absorb them. As for the other 4, he gave them to the Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword Soul was nourished by the energy within. The Dragon Sword Soul's absorption speed was extremely fast. The 9 yang divine body's absorption speed was not slow either. It was completely absorbed in 2 months. Lin Xian felt that his body had become even stronger. The 5th of the 9 suns on his body had become even more resplendent than before. It seemed that he would be able to successfully condense the 5th sun on planet Tianming. It would allow the 9 yang divine body to take another step forward. It was time to make a move. He wondered how those people were doing. Lin Xian thought of the golden rock, the phoenix, and the others. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He could not wait to test the power of Taiji. Buzz, he turned into a yin-yang bolt of lightning, tore through the void, and flew into the distance. The blood-colored 8 trigrams had 8 spaces. At this moment, countless people were screaming in one of the spaces. Heavens, look at what that is. They discovered that there were countless black shadows floating in the runes of the 8 trigrams. Is that a weapon? Is that a sacred artifact? The yin and yang energies were tempering the weapon. Heavens, if such a weapon was formed, how terrifying would its power be? These people's eyes turned red. Some people also screamed. No, it's not a complete sacred artifact. Look, it's not completely formed yet. However, it had already taken shape. As long as it was tempered with all its strength, its power would surpass that of an ordinary sacred artifact. That's great. A sacred artifact was infinitely attractive to every saint. How could these saints not be jealous? Hurry up and make a move. These people rushed forward as if they had gone mad. However, this time, a crisis had erupted. These sacred artifacts had been tempered by endless aura and had fallen into a deep sleep. After countless years, they had long gained spirituality. At this moment, when they sensed that someone had attacked, they erupted with an incomparable light. A sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, instantly blasting 3 saints away. On the other side, there were trembling spear lights, pagodas, and large cauldrons floating up and down. Those saints who had attacked all flew back with serious injuries. Damn it, it was too terrifying. These sacred artifacts had already gained spirituality. It would not be easy to subdue them. Quickly spread the news and let our people come. These saints quickly spread the news. They might not be able to get it, but the powerhouses of the holy city would definitely have a way to get it. The news quickly spread. After the powerhouses in the other spaces learned about it, they immediately took action. They had to get their hands on such a treasure. It would be best if they could get all of them. This way, the strength of their holy city would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. And they themselves would be able to obtain many sacred artifacts. Think about it. In a battle, no matter how strong the opponent was, as long as several peerless divine artifacts were used, you would be reduced to ashes. Get out of my way. The peacock race has taken a liking to this place. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. An old man surrounded by 5 colored lights stood in front and roared. Damn it, he's too despicable. Does he want to take it all for himself? Many sages were instantly enraged. There were also some who were terrified. They recognized this old man. This old man was very strong. However, there were still people who could fight against him. The terrifying one was his grandfather. That peacock man's strength was terrifying. He was not weaker than Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix. Moreover, he had obtained a sage battle robe previously. Its defense was shockingly strong. Probably not many people could break through his defense. Moreover, it had been more than a year. He must have obtained other opportunities. How strong was such a person, they did not dare to imagine. My grandfather is already on his way. He will be here soon. You'd better leave obediently. Otherwise, when my grandfather arrives, none of you will be able to survive. The old man in front was very arrogant. Some people's scalps went numb as they retreated in fear. However, there were also some experts who thought that he was strong and did not retreat. They all had trump cards and backgrounds. Some even snorted coldly. They wanted to kill this old man first. Someone attacked. A terrifying light flew out. Countless great path laws filled the air. This attack could tear everything apart. A late-stage level 5 expert from Xianxia had attacked. Everyone screamed in fear. The peacock man sneered. He did not know what was good for him. He took out a blue fan and waved it forward. On the fan, there was an extremely cold aura. Countless ice overflowed and filled the air. In an instant, the other party's great path laws were frozen. Not only that, but the entire space had been completely frozen. The late-stage fifth firmament powerhouse who had attacked had his arm covered in ice. Soon, half of his body was frozen. Moreover, it continued to spread. Damn it. That person was so frightened that he quickly retreated. At the same time, his body shone brightly. Flames burned as he tried to resist. However, he could not resist at all. In the end, he turned into an ice cube and exploded. Only his soul escaped. What? The power was so terrifying. The people around felt their scalps go numb. Some of them who thought that they could fight back now had extremely ugly expressions. In their imagination, this old man was not so terrifying. It's that fan. I remember that this should be a treasure that his grandfather snatched from the hands of many experts. It had an extremely cold aura. When the fan was used, it would freeze the world. He originally thought that it would be in the hands of the peacock man, but he didn't expect it to be given to this old man. Many people were terrified. The old man looked up to the sky and laughed. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am now? Even I couldn't stop him, let alone my grandfather. Hurry up and scram. As he spoke, he struck out a few more times. Instantly, the surrounding ice spread rapidly. When the people in the distance felt this aura, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. They quickly fled. Damn it, this is too despicable. There's no need to be afraid. He has treasures, but does he think we don't? This year, everyone had their own opportunities, and someone walked out. This person was a demonic beast with flames burning on his body. It was unknown what his true form was. However, his aura was extremely terrifying. He was also at the late stage of the fifth firmament. After the old man finished reading, he sneered. Do you think that just because you cultivate fire, you can be compared to my ice? You are too naive. As he spoke, he waved his fan. Terrifying ice laws rushed out and enveloped the world. The great demon roared angrily as many fire laws appeared on his body to resist. But very soon, he discovered that his flame laws had been sealed in ice. The surrounding people sighed. No, the gap between the two was too big. Everyone thought that this great demon would be frozen and suffer a terrible fate. However, at this moment, the great demon took out a branch. It was a branch that was red like fire. The moment it was taken out, it was as if the sun had risen, and the surrounding ice melted quickly. Then, the two were in a stalemate. It was blocked. Changtian, what did he take out? It was a branch. No one knew what it was left behind. The flame aura on it was too terrifying. It could actually block the ice. No wonder he could stand out. Everyone was discussing. Next, a few people also took out treasures. They were either extremely cold or as bright as the sun. In short, they had an extremely terrifying aura. As long as they waited for their experts to arrive, they would be able to start snatching and killing. The remaining people watched from afar to see if there was a chance to fish in troubled waters. On this day, another figure hurried over at high speed. There was the aura of treasures here. There were so many weapons. What a good place, someone came. Was it an expert? No idea. It seemed that there was only one person. How dare he be so arrogant? Was he courting death? These people were discussing animatedly. The people in front sneered. At this time, only the few major forces could contend against them. The others were courting death if they came. However, when they saw the person who came, they were stunned. Wasn't that the kid? Lin Wudi was actually still alive. He hasn't appeared for more than a year. I thought he had fallen. All sorts of voices were heard. Indeed, in the past year, they had seen the figures of many experts. Some of them had even risen quickly. However, they didn't see Lin Xian. They thought that Lin Xian might have explored some terrifying ruins and died inside. They didn't expect him to appear again. It's you. The people in front naturally saw Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. In particular, the elder from the peacock race was trembling all over. "Kid, you're not dead. That's great. Let me personally send you to hell." He hated the other party too much. Previously, the other party had snatched too many treasures that they had taken a fancy to. Moreover, the other party had defeated him. What was even more infuriating was that the other party had dared to challenge his grandfather. This undoubtedly made him produce a biting cold killing intent. However, previously, he didn't have the strength to fight against the other party. The other party was too strong and could contend against his grandfather. However, it was different now. In the past year, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. His grandfather had obtained a lot of good fortune. Even now, he had obtained an ice fan. Its power was terrifying and could freeze a late-stage fifth firmament saint. "Kid, get over here and die, hand over the meridian blood in your body." The elder from the peacock race stood up and shouted coldly. Lin Xian glanced at the other party. "So it's you, trash. How dare you shout in front of me? Ask your grandfather to come out. Today, I'll send the two of you to hell together." "Damn kid, do you want to die?" The elder from the peacock race was furious. "The current me is no longer the strength I was a year ago. Just now, I easily injured a late-stage fifth firmament saint. Do you think you can resist me?" Having said that, he waved the treasured fan in his hand forward. A terrifying icy aura spread out and completely froze this part of the world. "Oh no, the old man is attacking. Oh no, Lin Wudi is in danger." Yes, no matter how strong he was only at the advanced stage of the fifth heaven. Moreover, he had not appeared for a year. Maybe he was recuperating. At this moment, he was no match for the old man. Sigh, they were all top geniuses, but they were not strong enough here. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, there were earth-shattering changes in the Golden Palace every day. Lin Wudi was strong before, but he might not be able to fight back now. Oh, what a terrifying icy aura. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the old man was so arrogant. It turned out that he had obtained a treasure. He could feel the terror of the ice. Indeed, it could freeze an advanced stage of the fifth heaven. But so what, the old man had obtained something, but he did not. What he had obtained was far more than these people. The yin and yang qi on his body shone brightly. Lin Xian walked forward. The ice wanted to freeze him, but when it came into contact with the yin and yang qi, it disappeared. "Haha, this kid is dead." The old man from the peacock race sneered, and the others exclaimed. Was Lin Wudi really frozen? Even his soul did not escape. At this moment, they saw a world of ice and snow in front of them. They could not see anyone at all. "Humph, this is the consequence of going against the peacock race." The old man snorted. "It was too easy for you to die like this. I should have captured your soul and tortured you for a few thousand years, so that you could never be reincarnated." The old man's voice was filled with malice. The others felt their scalps tingle. A genius had fallen just like that. What goes around comes around. Lin Wudi had killed the Golden Crow Prince and countless experts, causing the Golden Crow race to be completely annihilated. They did not expect it to be his turn again. Many people sighed. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the ice in front of them. "Is that so? Capturing a soul and torturing it for a few thousand years? Very well, I will do that to you later." This voice clearly spread through the crowd. Everyone was stupefied. Damn it, whose voice was that? Was it Lin Wudi's? What? Is he still alive? Impossible, how could he still be alive? The old man from the peacock race screamed madly. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Humph, it must be a ghost. Do you want to become an evil spirit after you die? It's useless. It's useless against me. Just die. He waved his fan again. The ice in front of them was even more horrifying. It was like a world of ice and snow. The aura it emitted was extremely frightening. Now, even if there were any ghosts, they would have been frozen. However, with a boom, the ice in front of him suddenly cracked open and melted rapidly. A figure walked out. What? Not dead, the peacock race elder's hands trembled. His heart was filled with endless fear. The surrounding people were also stunned. How could Lin Wudi be unharmed? Wasn't this too strange? Had his physique already reached such a terrifying level? Everyone was talking about it. The peacock race elder gritted his teeth. Humph, you just blocked it. I don't believe you can block me a few times. He crazily attacked. The treasured fan in his hand kept waving. The terrifying ice laws rapidly spread out. Everyone knew that an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. They didn't know which was more terrifying, the divine body or the super-powerful sacred artifact. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He stretched out a finger. On his finger, the death and sun laws spread. The two fused together and pointed forward. Tai Chi finger, as he pointed forward, the ice laws in front of him kept shattering. This finger seemed to have become the only thing in the world. Impossible. The peacock race elder screamed and wanted to escape. However, this single finger had caused his body to explode. Boom, blood mist filled the air as screams continued. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Their minds were blank. What did they see? The terrifying peacock race elder could even freeze a late-stage fifth heaven saint with a raise of his hand. How terrifying was that? Against very few people. However, at this moment, he couldn't even block a finger from Lin Wudi. How terrifying was this Lin Wudi? Damn it, could it be that he wasn't injured this year, but cultivating? Thinking of this possibility, these people felt like they were going crazy. The peacock race elder also screamed crazily. His soul hugged the ice fan and his body quickly reassembled. However, under the yin and yang energies, it shattered again. The peacock race elder was terrified. He felt like he was going to die. Damn brat, do you dare to kill me? My grandfather will be here soon. Let me tell you, he has obtained a lot of good fortune this year. You are definitely no match for him. If you dare to kill me, you will end up very miserably. Do you think I'm afraid of you threatening me? I'll wait for your grandfather to come this time and then send him to hell. But before that, you can go to hell and wait. Lin Xian's large hand slapped out. It was a black and white palm with two completely opposite laws on it. However, it was perfectly combined. With one strike, he grabbed the ice fan and then snatched it away. The peacock race elder's soul screamed in despair and wanted to escape. Lin Xian activated the Tianji God Eye technique and used the locking spring and autumn to pull the other's soul into the illusion world. Didn't the other party say that he would torture his soul for thousands of years? Well, he would fulfill the other party's wish. In his illusion world, he let the other party suffer 3,000 years of torture. Amidst the endless misery and despair, the soul of the peacock race elder dissipated. The others were also terrified, as if they were facing a great enemy. It was too terrifying. The current Lin Wudi was even more terrifying than a year ago. Moreover, he was incomparably mysterious. With a raise of his hand, he easily killed a peacock race elite. Everyone was terrified. There were even some people who frowned. What was that black and white palm? They felt a chill run down their spines. It felt like yin and yang energies. No way, could it be that this Lin Wudi could directly cultivate the yin and yang laws? It was absolutely impossible. They shook their heads frantically. This kind of origin laws could only be passed down in some ancient planets. There was no way to learn it in other places. After killing the peacock race elder, Lin Xian obtained an ice fan. The ice fan wanted to resist. Lin Xian used the Tianji God Eye and erased the soul on it. However, he found that there were two soul imprints on it. Besides the elders, there was another one that was even stronger. Lin Xian guessed that it should be the man from the peacock tribe. So what? His god's eye shot out a golden blade of light, directly erasing the soul of that person. The soul screamed as it disappeared. Damn it, I don't care who you are. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Then, it turned into green smoke and disappeared. Lin Xian didn't care about such a threat. If the other party dared to come, he would destroy him. That was all. He stared in front of him in surprise. This place was too unusual. It could even temper weapons. There were more than a dozen sacred weapons. Although they hadn't been completely tempered, they had already taken shape. They should be able to take shape after a period of time. Once they were formed, how terrifying would their power be? They were tempered with yin and yang qi. He looked carefully and found that the materials needed to make these sacred weapons were extremely precious. They were all rare metals. Some of them had even gone extinct. He had to search hundreds of worlds to find a little bit of them. Good stuff. It was indeed good stuff. Lin Xian was delighted. This gossip really surprised him. Lin Xian was overjoyed and strode forward. Stop. The people around him shouted coldly. Lin Xian turned his head and asked coldly, "How dare you stop me?" Those people were so scared that they trembled. To be honest, the other party easily killed the Peacock tribe's elite. It made their scalps tingle. However, they couldn't just watch as the other party went to get the treasure now. They said, "Lin Wuti, don't be too arrogant. Our elites will be here soon. Yes, senior sister Hefeng will be here too. You'd better stay there obediently. It's impossible for you to take this place for yourself." Humph, Lin Xian stretched out a large black and white hand and slapped forward. "How dare you?" That person roared and took out a fiery red tree branch to block. But with a bang, he exploded. His body was torn into pieces and his soul fled in panic. The surrounding people were terrified again. One had to know that the fiery red tree branch could block the ice fan. One could imagine that it was also a kind of treasure. But even one of Lin Xian's cards couldn't stop him. Good stuff. Lin Xian sent that expert flying. Seeing the fiery red branch, he snatched it and used his heavenly fate god eye to erase the soul on it. This thing belongs to me. The soul of that powerful being was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He was only heavily injured now. If he dared to make a ruckus, he would probably have his heart and soul destroyed. Damn it. It looks like I can only wait for senior brother Golden Rock to come and avenge him. Who else dares to stop me? Lin Xian didn't step forward. Instead, he looked around. Those people fell silent. They were no match for him at all. Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Lin Xian walked forward. He wanted to go in and collect all of the saint artifacts. However, he had only taken a few steps when the saint artifacts in front of him began to attack. Their terrifying auras made Lin Xian jump in fright. His figure flashed and dodged the attacks. Then, he frowned. They could actually take the initiative to attack. Interesting. He reached out a large black and white palm and sent the attacks flying. However, he found that the saint artifacts could still move. It seemed that they had formed a weapon formation. He couldn't take them down in a short time. Lin Xian frowned. The people around him were also surprised. Soon, those people sneered. Great, it seemed that the treasures weren't so easy to take. So what if Lin Wuti was strong? In the end, he was still stopped by these sacred weapons. Humph, when their experts arrived, it would be his time of death. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was proficient in formations. After some deduction, he found a way to break it. However, he needed some special methods. He turned his head and stared at the expert from Demon City. "You, come here." That expert's body had been destroyed and had just recovered. When he saw Lin Wuti, his body trembled and he almost knelt on the ground. He braced himself and said, "What do you want? I've thought of a way to break it, but I need people to experiment. Go up and try it." As soon as he said that, the people around him were stunned. The great demon from Demon City was so angry that he vomited blood. "Damn it, do you want me to be your guinea pig?" He was about to faint from anger. "You've gone too far." After Lin Xian heard that, he sneered. "Can't I do that? When I first came here, many of you did the same thing. Even my junior brother from Wushuang City was treated the same way. I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. Can't I do that?" Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. It was incomparably mysterious and made people's hair stand on end. The others were silent. Indeed, they had used this method many times. It was just that Lin Xian was using it now. They felt uncomfortable all over. "Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you do the experiment, or I kill you now. You choose for yourself." The great demon was silent. He really didn't want to make a choice. Both of the results were extremely dangerous. But in the end, he sighed. It was better to listen to Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to live. Just as he raised his head, he saw a black and white palm coming over and directly smashing him into a bloody mist. Even his soul couldn't escape. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Why did Lin Wuti suddenly attack? Lin Xian retracted his palm and snorted coldly. You've had too much time to think. I don't give you that much time. Next, you. Which path do you want to take? This time, it was a Thunder God expert. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Damn, this method is too ruthless. He nodded without saying anything. I'm willing to be the guinea pig. What a joke. If he hesitated for a while, he would probably be smashed into a bloody pulp. Very good. What about you? Lin Xian looked at the other people. Those people's scalps went numb. They nodded one after another. We're willing to try. However, there was an exception, and that was the people from Myriad Sword Pavilion. He said coldly, Kid, do you know who I am? I'm from Myriad Sword Pavilion. If you dare to touch me, try it. This was a young man. He seemed to be a young genius. However, his strength was already very terrifying. Although his cultivation was at the middle stage of the fifth heavenly layer. Although he was a fifth heaven expert, coupled with the sword law and countless exquisite sword techniques, his combat strength was probably not weaker than a fifth heaven expert. Even Lin Xian suspected that this was a chief disciple. But soon, he denied it. No, a chief disciple should be stronger than this. If it was a year ago, this person's strength would be a chief disciple. But in this year, in this Roland's Golden Palace, there were too many opportunities. The chief disciple had long advanced by leaps and bounds. This person only had the strength of a chief disciple back then. Now, in front of him, he was nothing. Are they from the Myriad Swords Pavilion? They are a group of sword saints. It's too terrifying. I heard that a core disciple of the Myriad Swords Pavilion was training outside, and a top family of a world injured him. As a result, countless sword saints from the Myriad Swords Pavilion arrived. That family and that world were all wiped out. Since then, very few people dared to offend the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Indeed, these sword saints were too powerful. Especially this group of sword saints, they could really wipe out everything. Coupled with the fact that they had wiped out a world, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Only some extremely terrifying existences would dare to do so. Would this Lin Xian dare to do so? The young man from the Myriad Swords Pavilion raised his head with a sneer in his eyes. Would this guy dare to touch him? He was sure that this guy would die miserably. Myriad Swords Pavilion? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your senior sister Fire Phoenix was defeated by me. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Impossible. You're talking nonsense, the young man from the Myriad Swords Pavilion roared crazily. He did not believe it at all. How powerful was their senior sister Fire Phoenix? How could she possibly lose to him? The Myriad Swords Pavilion had their own pride, and they would not allow others to humiliate them. His body was emitting a terrifying sword law. I don't care what kind of tricks you used. If you dare to injure my senior sister Fire Phoenix, you're dead meat. Let me tell you, there is an expert from the Myriad Swords Pavilion on the pilgrim list. Do you dare to make a move? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right, how could they forget about this? The few monsters on the pilgrim list were all here. One of them was indeed from the Myriad Swords Pavilion. He was in existence even more terrifying than the chief disciple. Because he was a minor saint, his strength was extremely strong. Now that he had suppressed his cultivation base, he was still far stronger than ordinary experts. Other than the opponents on the pilgrim list, he could be said to be invincible in the world. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Oh, someone on the pilgrim list? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and did not say a word. Currently, he knew that there were two people on the pilgrim list. One was from the Myriad Swords Pavilion, and the other was from the Great Desolate Mansion. He wondered which holy city the others were from. Hee, kid, are you afraid? The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion raised his chin even higher. What Lin Wuti? What chief disciple? In front of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, weren't they all trembling? Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. After all, the names of the experts on the pilgrim roll were truly terrifying. At this moment, another person stepped forward. Lin Wuti, you are too arrogant. How dare you try to take it all for yourself? Wow, did someone jump out again? The crowd was shocked. Soon after, he exclaimed in surprise. So they were from the Great Desolate Mansion. The Great Desolate Mansion also had a spot on the pilgrim roll. Its deterrence was no weaker than that of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Therefore, at this moment, they also jumped out and clamored. Lin Wuti was finished. Everyone knew that Lin Wuti was definitely going to retreat this time. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was already on the verge of collapsing, let alone the Great Desolation Mansion, not to mention Lin Wuti. Even if Golden Rock and the others came, they would not dare to be presumptuous. Lin Xian glanced at the other party, his eyes flickering, but he did not say a word. In front of him, the person from the Great Desolation Mansion sneered. Lin Wuti, how dare you be arrogant in front of us? Get lost. Kneel down obediently and hand over your treasures. If you do, I can give you a quick death. Everyone fell silent. There was nothing they could do. After all, the other party had an expert on the pilgrim roll. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned. Because they saw Lin Xian make a move. Another large black and white palm stretched out, instantly enveloping the expert from the Great Desolation Mansion. Then, the palm exerted force and killed the person completely. Ah, the person's body was shattered. Sacred blood flowed out from the tip of his finger, piercing through the void. He roared crazily. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Do you want to die? The Great Desolation Mansion has an expert on the pilgrim roll. If he attacks, you will die for sure. Let me go now. However, Lin Xian did not say a word. What answered him was an even more violent attack. The two types of laws formed a taiji diagram and killed the person completely. Lin Xian released his hand. Endless blood splattered and fell into the void, forming a void. Are you threatening me? Humph, go to hell then. Lin Xian's voice was icy cold. Everyone was stunned. Oh heavens! What did Lin Wuti do? He killed someone from the Great Desolation Mansion. Moreover, he did it after bringing up an expert on the pilgrim roll. Wasn't this a slap to the pilgrim roll's face? How terrifying was the pilgrim roll? The second astral realm was so vast that there were many sacred cities. In each sacred city, there were several generations of disciples competing for a spot on the pilgrim roll. One could imagine how intense the competition was. At this moment, there were only 7 people on the pilgrim roll. What kind of strength did these 7 people represent? Needless to say, they were definitely at the peak of strength. Would it be a good thing to provoke such a person? However, Lin Wuti had provoked them directly. And he had slapped them in the face. He had killed an expert from the Great Desolation Mansion. Everyone was shocked by this. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was also stunned. His eyes were wide open and his back was drenched in cold sweat. How could Lin Wuti dare to attack him? To be honest, he was stunned. Previously, he had brought up the pilgrim roll, thinking that Lin Wuti's silence was because he was afraid and would definitely submit. Moreover, if the Great Desolation Mansion came again, Lin Wuti would definitely die. However, Lin Wuti did not submit at all. Instead, he attacked and killed the person who had provoked him. Lin Wuti did not care about the pilgrim roll or the dazzling genius at all. He was a lunatic. Would Lin Wuti attack him now? Sure enough, he felt Lin Xian's gaze on him and his eyelids twitched. What are you trying to do? At this moment, the young man no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, there was a deep sense of fear. This person was a great demon who did not play by the rules. The people on the pilgrim roll were powerful, but they only represented themselves. If you want to rely on the pilgrim roll to show off, fine. However, if you want to use the power of the pilgrim roll to suppress me, then you're too naive. Lin Xian took a step forward. The 2 types of laws on his body condensed to form a strange taiji pattern. He even mobilized the surrounding yin and yang qi to form a force of heaven and earth. The pressure was so strong that the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could not withstand it at all. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. His body trembled. "No, don't kill me." He begged for mercy in horror. He knelt, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had knelt, the people around him had all gone crazy. Lin Xian was the same. He threw his head back and laughed, his eyes filled with endless arrogance. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion, the great desolation mansion, whoever stood in his way? He would kill them all. Wasn't the 10,000 Swords Pavilion arrogant? Didn't they think that no one dared to provoke them? Well, he would let them know what despair was. He wouldn't kill them, but he would torture them. He wanted to defeat their pride and make them grovel before him. That was 100 times worse than killing them. As expected, the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion came to his senses and realized that he had already knelt before Lin Fan. He couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from anger. He would probably live in Lin Xian's shadow for the rest of his life. Of the two geniuses, one fainted from anger, and the other was killed. The remaining people didn't dare to rebel. They obediently followed Lin Xian's orders and began to experiment like lab rats. Thus, Lin Xian began to decipher the formation. A few days later, the aura of the place completely spread. A terrifying figure descended and roared in all directions. "Lin Wuti, prepare to die," a huge seal slammed down. It was incomparably black, and it covered the sky and the earth. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. With a bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he dodged the attack. Then, he looked into the distance. An expert had arrived. The others were also stunned. In the next moment, they saw a majestic man in a battle robe descending. It was the man from the Peacock tribe. It seemed that he was here for revenge. On the other side, a golden light filled the sky. The golden rock also appeared. The saber light on his body destroyed a part of the world. "You're still alive. Very well, I'll kill you with my own hands." His voice was filled with endless dominance. In the sky, flames spread. A phoenix spun, forming a beautiful figure. It turned into a fire phoenix. "Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead." The fire phoenix roared angrily. Her eyes were also filled with monstrous killing intent. They were already aware of what had happened. Lin Fan dared to humiliate the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. She had to kill him. 3 experts had arrived. Everyone was in an uproar. They knew that Lin Wuti couldn't escape this calamity. The people on the pilgrim leaderboard were famous, but they were too far away, and they didn't come to the Golden Palace. So, Lin Wuti dared to make a fuss. But now, 3 great cultivators had descended together, joining forces to kill Lin Xian. This time, Lin Wuti should back down and be afraid, right? "Oh, they're all here?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. "That's good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you guys one by one. Today, I'll kill you all." He was very excited. In his opinion, one was not enough. Only when the 3 of them worked together would he be able to use Taiji with all his might. "In this 1 year, my growth in strength is not something you can imagine," the man from the peacock race coldly shouted. The golden rock also said coldly, "Today, I will definitely kill you with my sword. Lin Wuti, you're too arrogant. Today is the day you die." Fire Phoenix also stood out, surrounded by murderous aura. She was the first to strike. Terrifying sword technique swept through the air, heading straight for Lin Xian. The golden rock also attacked. The 2 of them attacked together. Their power was extremely terrifying. The surrounding people went crazy. Heavens, were the 3 experts going to attack together? It was unbelievable. They thought that with Lin Wuti's status and strength, he would at least fight one-on-one. Wasn't it a little too much for the 3 of them to attack together? However, the 3 of them didn't seem to be embarrassed. At this moment, they attacked crazily. The golden rock roared. Rays of light slashed down from the sky, turning into terrifying beast phantoms that pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hands. The death and sun precepts quickly condensed and were pushed out by him. With a boom, the terrifying yin and yang completely shattered the other party's blade. Not only that, but this force also attacked the golden rock. So strong, the surrounding people were stunned. They knew that the golden rock had changed in a year. It was absolutely incomparable. It was far from comparable to before. In their opinion, Lin Wuti might not be able to block it. But now, even Lin Wuti's strength was really shocking. What had the other party experienced in this year? The Golden Rock was also stunned. Although the attack just now wasn't his most powerful attack, he didn't hold back. But even so, he was easily sent flying by the other party. This was a little too unbelievable. What kind of power did the other party use? Why did he feel that there was a terrifying yang force and a terrifying yin force, and the two seemed to be fusing? Impossible, he roared crazily, dodging the other party's attack. At the same time, he attacked aggressively. The other two also attacked. A fiery red sword appeared in Huafeng's hand. With monstrous precepts, she slashed forward. Incomparably brilliant sword light flashed, and terrifying precepts filled the air. On the other side, Mr. Peacock and Gengzi roared. Their palms turned into a large five-colored seal and fell from the sky. It was like an ancient divine mountain that could suppress everything. Kill, Lin Xian roared to the sky. He wanted to fight the three experts alone. At this moment, he was extremely strong. The death precepts in his left hand and the sun precepts in his right. His hands met, and the two forces merged perfectly under the effect of Tai Chi Kill. At this moment, the yin and yang forces on Lin Xian's body trembled, and a terrifying aura filled the air. He charged out powerfully. With a wave of his hand, the yin and yang light cut through the space in front of him like lightning. He sent the other party's sword chi flying. At the same time, he raised his foot and blocked the mountain moon seal in the sky. Lin Xian's attacks were bold and powerful, and his strength was incomparable. He fought with the three experts, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The surrounding people went crazy, and their eyeballs almost fell out. This Lin Wuti was too heaven-defying. He could really fight the three of them alone. This was impossible. Many people screamed crazily. Lin Wuti's strength was extremely strong. If he could fight against any one of the three experts, then they could believe it. But to fight against the three of them together, they couldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What kind of strength did these three people have? If they joined forces, no one would be able to stop them. But now, Lin Wuti blocked them. How was this possible? The people of the Holy City were also shocked. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was so scared that he knelt on the ground again. Originally, he thought that with their senior sister Fire Phoenix here, he could hold his head high and avenge him. But now it seemed that it would be difficult to achieve. Golden Rock, Fire Phoenix, and Peacock's pupils shrank, and their hearts were filled with shock. They were quite confident in their own strength. In their opinion, if the three of them attacked crazily without caring about their own safety, wouldn't they be able to kill the other party in an instant? But now, more than 50 moves had passed, and they were still unable to do anything to the other party. Damn it, the other party's aura was too terrifying. It seemed to have turned into yin and yang. The surrounding yin and yang chi was being mobilized by the other party. Could it be that this kid had obtained the yin and yang inheritance, or had he cultivated the yin and yang laws? Damn it. No, they had to capture this kid. They had to find out his secrets. The three of them were envious. They were envious of the strength of one against three. They had to obtain this power. Buzz, the man from the peacock race, was the first to attack. He roared and a large seal appeared in his hand. It was a large black seal that looked like black jade. The moment it appeared, it suppressed the world. The surroundings instantly darkened. Those who were watching the battle felt their hair stand on end. Retreat quickly. What was that? That black seal was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the ice fan. Everyone now understood why the peacock man did not want the ice fan. It turned out that he had a better treasure. When the seal landed, the Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix were extremely shocked. They sneered. The other party should be dead now, right? Lin Xian also felt a chill down his spine. This should be the other party's trump card, right? No wonder he was so arrogant before. He had indeed obtained an incredible opportunity. He snorted coldly and activated the Tai Chi art. The power of death and the law of sun gathered in his hand, forming a Tai Chi art. He pushed it out. Boom, the Tai Chi art was as fast as lightning. It broke through the sky and hit the black seal. With a loud clang, the pitch-black seal was sent flying. Not only that, the speed of the Tai Chi art did not slow down. It quickly attacked the peacock man. How was that possible? The surrounding people were completely stunned. The golden rock and fire phoenix could not believe it. The peacock man's pupils constricted. How powerful was that seal? He was confident that it could suppress the golden rock and fire phoenix. Could he not kill the other party? However, the other party sent him flying with a single attack. Damn it. What was that yin-yang light? It was too terrifying. He quickly retreated, but he realized that it was too late. That lightning-like killing intent had locked onto him. Damn it. He could only activate his battle robe to protect his body. With a loud boom, the attack landed on his battle robe and sent him flying. Boom, the void shattered, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The yin-yang energy completely exploded. The peacock man vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was too frightened. He was injured. How was that possible? The surrounding people were also screaming nonstop. That was an ancient battle robe made from the skins of dozens of sages. Its defensive power was astonishing. Not many people under the Minor Saint realm could break it. But now, it had been broken by Lin Wuti. No, the Saint battle robe was not damaged. It was just that the impact was too strong. The Saint battle robe was unable to completely block the attack, so the power was transmitted, injuring the Peacock clan cultivator. There were experts analyzing the situation at the back. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Just what kind of power could be so powerful? Look, what is that yin-yang light? Everyone screamed. They saw that the yin and yang energies did not disappear. Instead, they were spinning in the sky. Could it be the yin-yang diagram? At last they were frightened. Two yin-yang fishes circled in the air. If this wasn't a yin-yang diagram, then what was it? Did Lin Wuti master the power of origin? Damn it, he had obtained a heaven-defying fortune. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They finally understood why Lin Xian dared to challenge 3 people at once. It turned out that there was such a terrifying source power. Impossible, did he really know it? Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix were dumbfounded. The Peacock clan cultivator's face became extremely ugly. His wounds healed quickly, but his face was extremely pale. Why aren't you guys taking action? The 3 of us will use all our trump cards. I don't believe that we can't suppress him. At that time, the power of the origin will be ours. Alright, Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix nodded. They no longer stayed behind. Golden Rock took out a yin-yang vase. There were yin and yang energy circulating in it. Fire Phoenix also took out an ancient mirror. The front side was yang and the back side was yin. It carried an extremely terrifying aura. What a terrifying treasure. It actually contained yin and yang energies. It seemed that these 2 people had also obtained an incredible fortune. These should be 2 saint artifacts. The surrounding people's eyes turned red. However, Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix's eyes were even redder. Although they had obtained such saint artifacts and their power was unparalleled, how could they be compared to Lin Xian? Lin Xian himself knew how to use this kind of origin power. It was a completely different concept from wielding a saint artifact. They naturally wanted to master this power themselves and not rely on the saint artifacts. However, they were still confident. Although Lin Xian had mastered this source power, so what? Lin Xian only had a year's time. He wouldn't have cultivated it too deeply. He should have only grasped a little. If the 3 of them joined forces, they should be able to suppress him. Kill him, Golden Rock roared. The yin-yang vase in his hand released a terrifying aura. It quickly swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a terrifying devouring power that seemed to want to swallow him. It seemed that the yin-yang vase could suck people in and then refine them with yin and yang energies. On the other side, Fire Phoenix also made his move. He struck out with the yin-yang mirror in his hand. 2 completely opposite forces flew out. This was a fatal blow. Peacock roared angrily. The pitch-black seal fell again. This place had been completely destroyed. Everyone was sent flying. Many of them coughed up blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was too terrifying. With the three of them attacking, there was probably nothing that could stop them. Lin Xian's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian's face was also extremely gloomy. He crazily activated the Tai Chi art. A Tai Chi pattern appeared on his body. Xiaochen swung his fists, opening and closing them wide. Every strike contained the might of Taiji, extremely strong. Boom, he reached out and grabbed the seal, controlling it in midair. On the other side, the terrifying yin-yang mirror's light was also kicked away by him. Lin Xian didn't resist the terrifying devouring power at all. Instead, he used the force to quickly fly forward. Great! Golden Rock sneered. However, it didn't take long for him to become terrified. He decisively retreated. He realized that the other party seemed to be coming towards him. It seemed that the other party wasn't sucked in by the yin-yang base. He was doing it on purpose. Lin Xian charged in front of him. The Tai Chi on his body erupted and blocked the yin-yang vase. At the same time, he punched out. Golden Rock retreated and vomited blood. Ah, Golden Rock roared and slashed out with the golden saber in his hand. He was crazy. He was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by the other party so easily. Damn it, he couldn't stand it. This Lin Wudi was too brave. Yes, the three great experts had taken out such terrifying sacred artifacts, but they couldn't do anything to him. No one would be able to suppress him. Attack! The Fire Phoenix controlled the yin-yang mirror while executing a peerless sword technique. The terrifying flames transformed into phoenixes one after another, rushing over. On the other side, the man from the Peacock race activated the Black Seal while executing the Peacock race's ultimate technique. They would not let the other party kill the Golden Rock. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His body emitted a Tai Chi symbol. The terrifying power of yin and yang filled the world. Moreover, he had the divine body, the dragon sword soul, and an unparalleled secret skill. Each of them was a peerless divine ability. Therefore, at this moment, his power was at its peak. Boom, he punched out with the power of yin and yang, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. It directly knocked away the sword chi that filled the sky and charged towards the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix screamed and unleashed an even more terrifying sword light to block the attack. However, she was so scared that she broke out in cold sweat. Every attack from the other party was a great threat to her. At this moment, the man from the Peacock race also charged over. His five-colored divine light could sweep through everything. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. The power of Tai Chi and the stellar shift were like 4 ounces moving 1,000 caddies. The five-colored divine light was pushed aside by him and directly charged towards the Golden Rock. The Golden Rock had just stopped his injuries when he saw the five-colored divine light. He quickly blocked it. However, he was still forced back and vomited blood again. Ah, damn it, you attacked me. He stared at the man from the Peacock race with murderous intent. The man from the Peacock race also had a cold expression. Look carefully, it's not me who hit you. It's this kid's strange attack. Humph. The Golden Rock was very cold and did not say anything else. He had experienced this kind of strange attack before. Last time, he was injured by this attack, so his expression was extremely cold. Everyone, let's attack together. An earth-shattering power was displayed. The three great experts attacked together, and the entire world shook. Only Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He had mastered the power of yin and yang and could use Tai Chi otherwise, any other expert would have died here. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. His use of Tai Chi also became more and more proficient. Not only could the Tai Chi art mobilize the power of yin and yang, but it could also use softness to overcome hardness. In fact, he could even control the situation first and stop it with an action. Too powerful. These were all manifestations of the great Tao. Lin Xian felt that he had entered a new realm. For example, at this moment, he stood in the void without moving. Facing the powerful attacks of the three, his eyes were sharp. When the attacks were about to reach him, he moved. This movement was like a sudden clap of thunder that tore through everything. He sent all of these forces flying. A terrifying fist blasted out. Sometimes, he would go berserk, making it impossible for people to guard against him. The three experts were beaten until their auras were tumbling. Sometimes, their bodies even split apart. They complained bitterly. It was also because of them that they had obtained the powerful yin-yang treasures, as well as the great fortune of the past year. Otherwise, they would have died without a burial ground. However, even with that being the case, they still felt that they would not be able to last for long. It wouldn't be long before the three of them were completely defeated. When they thought of this possibility, the three of them couldn't believe it. Was the other party already so heaven-defying? The five-colored divine light washed everything. The peacock man shouted loudly, and his entire body emitted a five-colored light, forming a five-colored world. It was dazzling, and the aura of the great Tao filled the air. At this moment, he was finally going to use the peacock race's ultimate divine ability. The five-colored world pressed down from the sky, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. The peacock race controlled the five-colored divine light, which could wash everything in the world. At this moment, the peacock man was displaying his strength to the extreme. Lin Xian used the Taiji art. The Taiji art spun and blocked the other party's five-colored divine light. At this moment, the golden rock also charged over. True feather, he roared, and two primordial stone feathers flew out from his two wings, carrying the power of his bloodline. They were much more powerful than ordinary sacred artifacts. Moreover, as they intertwined with each other, they formed two ultimate attacks. This time, they even hid their tracks. It was impossible to guard against them. Phoenix dance for 9 days. The fire phoenix also used a peerless divine ability. Accompanied by the phantom of the phoenix, she slashed down with her long sword. The three of them didn't hold back at all. Was this a life and death battle? They didn't expect the three of them to be forced to such a state. The people in the distance retreated frantically. You want to end this quickly? I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian roared, and the Taiji art on his body erupted with an unparalleled light. The law of death in his left hand formed a black moon, and the law of sun in his right hand formed a dazzling sun. His hands crossed, forming a terrifying yin-yang ball. This power was too terrifying, enough to destroy everything. Kill, with a roar, the yin-yang qi that filled the sky completely erupted at this moment. Lin Xian was like a yin-yang war god, forcefully splitting open the sky. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire place was completely drowned out, even the entire 8 trigrams shook violently. At this moment, the people in the other spaces were also shocked. Damn it, what was happening? They were all terrified. The spectators screamed in unison. This attack should be enough to determine the winner. The terrifying energy lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. 3 figures appeared. They were the peacock, the golden rock, and Huafeng. The 3 of them were pale, and they were breathing heavily. Is he dead? The 3 of them frowned. The power was too strong. Yes, if they had known, they would have held back. They would have kept his soul and tortured out the yin-yang origin energy to pass on their inheritance. Huafeng also frowned. The peacock man said. No, he shouldn't have died so easily. Just like how he died, the remaining flesh and blood on his body can also allow us to explore his secrets. A biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The 3 of them began to search. But soon, they felt their hair stand on end. The golden rock screamed, and the great rock spread its wings, displaying extreme speed. However, he was sent flying by a slap. His body shattered, and countless golden feathers fluttered in all directions. The golden rock's entire body was smashed into a bloody mist. This attack was too powerful. How was this possible? Who did it? Huafeng screamed, and the peacock man's hair stood on end. He wrapped his battle robe around his body. In the next moment, they saw a person who looked like a god-fiend walk out. It's you. You're not dead. They saw Lin Xian. But what shocked them was that not only was Lin Xian not dead, but the aura on his body had become even more terrifying. All kinds of heaven and earth phenomena surrounded him. Lin Xian didn't say anything. The attack just now had also injured him. However, this angered him even more. He attacked forcefully, jumping out like a giant dragon. He charged towards Huafeng. Damn it, the flames of war were burning the plains. Her long sword danced, and flaming sword chi filled the sky. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He struck out a wave of sword chi and blocked the other party's blazing prairie. At the same time, he used the Kuan Peng speed to the extreme and arrived behind the fire phoenix. The Taiji diagram in his hand flew out like a peerless sword. It split the fire phoenix in half. Ah, the fire phoenix screamed, scared out of her wits. She quickly retreated with a bloody mist. Lin Xian stomped his foot again and charged towards the man from the Peacock clan. How dare you! The man from the Peacock clan suddenly recalled the five-colored world and surrounded his body. He said coldly like a ruler. I am invulnerable. You can't kill me. Sure enough, the surrounding aura was swept away by the five-colored divine light. This was the Peacock clan's bloodline ability. Invulnerable? Humph, are you sure? Lin Xian sneered. Today, he would break the other party's ability. He charged over aggressively. The yin and yang in the sky all turned into terrifying sword chi and fell crazily with his movements. The five-colored world trembled and was about to collapse. The man from the Peacock clan also roared at the sky. Block it. The five-colored divine light swept out like a storm and blocked the sword chi. Did he succeed? The people in the distance exclaimed in surprise. The fire phoenix and the golden rock also quickly recovered. Hope was restored in their eyes. Lin Wudi, you are not invincible. I can block your yin and yang. The man from the Peacock clan stood in the five-colored world and roared coldly. Is that so? Then can you block this sword? The great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body roared. The yin and yang sword chi turned into a giant dragon and rushed down crazily. Its power was even stronger than before. Some of the five-colored divine light in the five-colored world were actually split open. Some were directly destroyed. How is this possible? You can actually destroy my five-colored divine light. The man from the Peacock clan screamed. He couldn't believe it. The five-colored divine light of the Peacock clan was known to sweep through everything and be invulnerable. What could be destroyed? How did the other party do it? The golden rock and the fire phoenix also screamed at this moment. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what? Open up, the giant dragon roared again and again, and the yin-yang taiji on his body became even more powerful. The sword chi was completely under his control. At this moment, he was not only the yin-yang war god, but also the sword ruler. The sword soared into the sky, destroying everything in its path. In the end, the five-colored divine lights were all sent flying. The five-colored world was also split open. The man from the Peacock race quickly fled. Damn it! He placed the yin-yang seal in front of him and retreated quickly. Kill! Lin Xian waved his hand and used stellar transposition to send the seal flying into the distance. He didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he chased after him in a frenzy. Damn it! The man from the Peacock race broke out in cold sweat when he saw the other party chasing after him so easily. He spread his peacock wings and soared into the sky. He wanted to leave this place completely. However, this time, the yin-yang hand reached out and sealed off the area. At the same time, Lin Xian made a strong move. A huge foot stomped down on his head. How dare you? How dare you provoke me like this? The man from the Peacock race was furious. He raised his hand and shot out a five-colored divine light. Terrifying laws filled the air, but he could not block it at all. His palm instantly shattered. Half of his body also caved in. Damn it! The battle robe on his body emitted a terrifying light that completely enveloped his body. Only then did he dodge the attack. Then, Lin Xian launched a frenzied attack, hitting Mr. Peacock until he vomited blood. Useless brat, my battle robe is unparalleled. Although you can injure me, you can't kill me. At the same time, he roared, why aren't you two attacking? This was a good opportunity. In the distance, the golden rock and the fire phoenix stood up again. They held their swords and sabers and rushed over quickly. Indeed, Mr. Peacock attracted the firepower. The two of them might have a chance to launch a sneak attack. In front, Lin Xian sneered. I can't break your defense. You're too naive. If you had a divine body or a sacred body, you might be able to do it. However, you think you can block my attack with just a battle robe? What a joke. I'll let you know what despair is. Lin Xian's palm struck out a terrifying death law. Cultivating the Tai Chi diagram could not only fuse yin and yang to form Tai Chi, but it could also be used alone. It was just like the five elements law. It could be gathered and dispersed. Moreover, the power of a single law was far greater than before. At this moment, Lin Xian's death law had become stronger than before. Black chains appeared and locked the other party's body. At the same time, they began to deprive the other party of his vitality. Although the saint's battle robe was strong, it could not block the death law. The peacock was terrified. The five-colored divine light protected his body. In the end, he began to burn his bloodline to barely block it. However, he was already crying in fear. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a golden light blade that pierced towards the other party's soul. The man from the peacock race screamed. His soul was severely injured again. Damn it, he was completely terrified. How could the other party be so strong? The other party's physique, laws, and even soul were all top-notch. He had never seen such a person before. One had to know that although the strong were powerful, they would always have one ultimate technique that they were good at. Although the others were outstanding, they were far inferior to that ultimate technique. The Fire Phoenix sword technique was superb, the Golden Rock was fast, and the Saber technique could destroy everything. They were incomparably violent. As for him, his five-colored divine light could wash everything away and make him invulnerable. These were all their peerless divine powers. However, Lin Xian was different. Every one of his divine powers seemed to be a peerless divine ability. Whether it was physique, eye techniques, or laws, they were all top-notch. He seemed to have no weaknesses. Such a person was simply invincible. Buzz, Lin Xian struck out with the Great Destruction Spear. The power of Tai Chi poured into the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he kept using his unparalleled secret technique to deal 5 times the damage. This attack was really powerful to the extreme. The man from the peacock race was sent flying. The battle robe on his body also had cracks. No, he was too terrified, his unparalleled defensive treasure was about to be broken. His heart was bleeding. At the same time, he frantically struck out the five-colored divine light in an attempt to escape. He couldn't continue fighting. Another shocking attack pierced through the armor. The body of the man from the peacock race was penetrated and nailed in the void. The Golden Rock and Huafeng, who had just arrived, also stopped when they saw the scene. They were dumbfounded. Everyone around was completely stunned. The saint's battle robe was broken. The peacock man was penetrated. Lin Wuti was too strong. He was really defying the heavens. The man from the peacock bamboo roared at the sky. You dare to kill me, our peacock bright king saint will not let you off. Is that so? Then when you go to hell, you must remember my name. My name is Lin Wuti. Don't find the wrong person. Lin Xian's long spear directly shattered the other party's body. The power of death directly extracted the other party's soul. His bloodline and soul dimmed. At this moment, the dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out and destroyed the last trace of life. A broken battle robe fell from the sky. What came with it was fresh blood. It pierced through the sky. The other party was completely killed. There was no way he could survive. He was dead. The surrounding people were horrified. Many of them knelt on the ground. How could such a powerful expert of the peacock race be killed? The fire phoenix was stunned. The golden rock trembled. He screamed and turned to run. At this moment, he used his bloodline talent to the extreme. The golden rock turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. He didn't dare to attack again. The surrounding people couldn't believe that the golden rock had actually escaped. Moreover, it had used its maximum speed to escape. Lin Xian didn't chase after him. He activated the heavenly secret child prodigy. A pair of golden eyes in the sky locked down like the eyes of a god. He shot out a golden light pattern and marked the golden rock. As long as the mark was there, even if the other party escaped to another world, he could still see him clearly and hunt him down. In other words, no matter how far the other party escaped, he would be under his control. Therefore, Lin Xian turned to look at the fire phoenix. He would kill the fire phoenix first, then go after the golden rock. He wouldn't let any of these three people go. What are you trying to do? The fire phoenix was nervous when she saw Lin Xian's gaze. She said coldly, "Kid, you may have defeated me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. I'm from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. If you don't ask around, who would dare to touch the 10,000 Swords Pavilion?" Even though Huafeng was injured and covered in blood, she still raised her chin and exuded an aura of nobility. She was exactly the same as the arrogant 10,000 Swords Pavilion youth from before. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Indeed, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was full of arrogance. Your junior brother before you already showed off in front of me. He even used an expert on the sage list to suppress me. But do you know what happened to him? The fire phoenix was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion youth in the distance trembled. He quickly lowered his head, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing this scene, the fire phoenix had a bad feeling in her heart. She asked coldly. What was the result? Did you attack him? Do you want to die? She was about to go crazy from anger. Someone dared to provoke their 10,000 Swords Pavilion? They really didn't know how to write the word death. No, I didn't attack him at all. I merely killed an expert from the great desolate mansion in front of him. I'll let him know that no genius on the pilgrim rankings can threaten me. Not to mention suppressing me. So, when he saw this scene, he obediently knelt down and begged for mercy. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can give you a quick death. What? The flame phoenix screamed in disbelief. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were kneeling. How could this be? Their 10,000 Swords Pavilion was full of sword saints. Back then, when someone injured one of their core disciples, they could send out countless sword saints to destroy that person's world. Now, Lin Wuti dared to provoke them. What made him even angrier was that the other party actually wanted him to kowtow and apologize. What a joke. The flame phoenix screamed, "Die." This sound wave turned into countless sword waves that slashed out in all directions. The whole world seemed to be split open. The power was incomparably terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Even if the flame phoenix was injured, she wasn't someone that any sage could provoke. Such a person was too strong. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The terrifying power of yin and yang erupted. The Taiji diagram appeared in the sky and suppressed all the sword qi. He said, "Previously, the three of you couldn't even defeat me when you attacked me together, let alone now. Damned brat, do you dare to compete with me in swordsmanship?" The flame phoenix knew that she would definitely die, but she still had a chance. In the past year, the power of her sword law had increased, and her swordsmanship had become more powerful than before. So, she wanted to fight for a chance. You're no match for me in swordsmanship. You couldn't defeat me a year ago. Do you think you can turn the tables now? Lin Xian shook his head. The flame phoenix snorted. What do you mean? You don't dare to, trying to provoke me? Fine, I'll let you die knowing. So what if it's swordsmanship? The surrounding people were stunned. Chong Tian, this Lin Wuti didn't use his advantage in the laws and wanted to compete with the other party in swordsmanship? Did he really think that he was invincible? The flame phoenix was a top expert in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Her swordsmanship was unparalleled. Could this Lin Wuti defeat her? These people didn't believe it. The flame phoenix was also stunned. But soon, she sneered. Humph, the other party was too arrogant. She would let him see her improvement in the past year. With a cold shout, countless flaming sword qi danced around her. Sky-burning swordsmanship. The terrifying sword qi was displayed once again. Its power was indeed much stronger than a year ago. Your improvement? Humph, Lin Xian sneered. How would you know my improvement in the past year? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the past year, he didn't just cultivate Tai Chi of the 9 primordial blood essences that he obtained, 4 of them were swallowed by the Great Dragon Sword Soul. This allowed the Great Dragon Sword Soul to recover further. So now, his swordsmanship had far surpassed before. In the next moment, the flame phoenix made her move. With a wave of his sword, countless flaming sword qi descended from the sky, bringing with it a brilliant radiance. The sword chi was piercingly cold, piercing through the 9 heavens. The youth of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion clenched his fists. Their senior sister Flame Phoenix would definitely not lose in swordsmanship. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Countless swords also flew out. These sword chi were extremely sharp, piercing through the sky like the swords of a god. Their swords collided and clashed in the sky, sweeping across the area. The surrounding people were all stunned. Did this Lin Wuti really only use sword chi to fight against the other party? He was too confident. I don't think he can last more than 10 moves. Someone came to a conclusion. But soon, they were stunned. Because they realized that 30 moves had already passed. Not only did Lin Xian's sword chi not break, but it became stronger and stronger. Damn it, why was the other party's sword chi so sharp? Could it be that he was also a sword saint? No, he didn't have the law of the sword. He was just a swordsman. How could a swordsman without the law of the sword defeat a terrifying sword saint like Flame Phoenix? Everyone felt that they were going crazy. Without the law of the sword, the attack power of the two was not on the same level at all. But why was Lin Wuti able to block it? Flame Phoenix's face was also cold. It was the same situation again. A year ago, she was defeated by the other party. Now that her strength had increased greatly, she was still not a match for the other party. Especially in the sword domain, she was suppressed again. This was unbearable. Sky-burning Nirvana slash, Whoofing screamed as the sword chi on her body jumped. Each one was like a mountain. Murderous intent surged from above as it slashed down. The power was too strong. The surrounding people were terrified. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Let's end this. 9 suns opened the sky. Countless sword chi condensed, and the golden sword soared into the sky, colliding with the other party's terrifying sword light. The two collided, and heaven and earth collapsed. This power was too terrifying. It was as if it could crush the heavens. Puff, Whoofing couldn't block it at all. The fiery red sword in the sky only lasted for a moment before it shattered. A figure was sent flying backward. Whoofing was really injured. Heavens, how could it be? She actually lost to Lin Wuti in swordsmanship. Wasn't she a sword sage? She couldn't beat Lin Wuti even with sword laws. This Lin Wuti was really too heaven-defying. Impossible, the youth from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed crazily. Senior sister Whoofing actually lost? This made him unable to believe it. Whoofing flew out and landed on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was covered in cracks, and it looked like she would shatter if she moved a little. She struggled to stand up, but her body was shattered into many pieces. How could this be? Whoofing felt that her heart was about to collapse. Everything was over. Lin Xian walked forward and slashed again. Whoofing's blood splattered everywhere. She was even more miserable. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before she was killed. No, stop, damn it, how dare you! The youth from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in the distance roared crazily. The others were also shocked. This Lin Wuti killed the powerhouse of the peacock race, and now he was going to kill Whoofing. Whoofing was not only a top genius of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but also a powerhouse of the phoenix race. If such a person fell, it would cause a huge commotion. Lin Xian didn't care at all. The Taiji diagram crushed forward. Blood splattered everywhere. Whoofing became incomparably weak. She couldn't resist at all. She was getting weaker and weaker, and was about to be destroyed. But at this moment, she screamed. Nirvana. The blood on her body suddenly burned, turning into a monstrous fire that enveloped her. The terrible light of the fire shone for 9 days. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Phoenix Nirvana. This was a divine ability of the Phoenix clan. For example, the 9-headed Heavenly Snake clan had 9 lives. The Peacock clan's bloodline possessed the 5-colored divine light and was invulnerable. The bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan was Nirvana. No matter how injured you were, once the egg was reborn, it was the same as being resurrected. It was equivalent to saving a life. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Tai Chi diagram directly crushed and collided with those terrifying bloodlines. Did Lin Wuti really want to kill him? These people were all crazy. Even Nirvana was not spared. Inside, Huafeng screamed. She was terrified. This was because she felt that the other party's Taiji diagram could really interrupt her nirvana. In the end, she screamed, and the bloodline flames grew even larger, swallowing everything. The Taiji diagram was blocked outside. After a long while, the terrifying bloodline flame finally dissipated. A huge rock appeared in front of him. There was a fiery red imprint on it. It was strange and mysterious. Those people were stunned. Was this the Phoenix's nirvana? There were also some experts who screamed. No, this was the most terrifying nirvana. It was equivalent to being reborn. This Lin Wudi actually forced Huafeng to such an extent. There were two types of nirvana. One was rapid recovery. For example, Lin Xian had cultivated a divine ability before, rebirth from fire. No matter how injured he was, he could recover instantly. The second type was even more dangerous. It was equivalent to giving up all his cultivation and divine abilities and returning to his original state. For example, Huafeng gave up everything and became a phoenix stone. Even if he was resurrected, he would probably not be a saint anymore. He would be in his original state. Perhaps he would only be in a state similar to an ordinary person. This kind of drop in cultivation was like falling from heaven to hell. No one dared to use it. However, in order to save his life, he was probably going all out. Lin Xian snorted coldly after seeing this. Nirvana rebirth, he had some courage. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away the phoenix stone, broke the seal, and threw it directly into the black earth. He was going to give this thing to Murong Qingqing because Murong Qingqing also had the phoenix bloodline, and it was the seven-colored phoenix bloodline. It was just that he didn't have the inheritance of the emperor race. The bloodline of this phoenix might be able to inspire Murong Qingqing. Did he take it away? It seemed that even if Huafeng was reborn, his whereabouts would probably be very miserable. He wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Wudi at all. Countless people were terrified. The man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion knelt on the ground, trembling. He knew that Huafeng was finished. He was angry, but he didn't dare to take revenge. It seemed that he could only preserve his life and leave this place alive before reporting to the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Next, it was Jin Peng. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Under his divine ability, he discovered that Jin Peng had already left the Blood 8 trigrams and was about to leave the Yin Yang Hall. What a coward. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Previously, when Jin Peng was strong, he was still arrogant and wanted to kill him more than once. Now that he couldn't beat him, he was running away so quickly. Spineless. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't attack immediately. Jin Peng was in his control anyway, and he didn't want to leave so soon. He wanted to see if there were any other opportunities in the 8 trigrams. He flew away towards the center of the Blood 8 trigrams again. He felt the pure yin-yang aura there. At the same time, his eyes flickered. The yin-yang 8 trigrams did indeed have a mysterious connection. He didn't know if he could resonate with it and obtain something special. Lin Xian used all his strength to activate Tai Chi. The death and sun laws condensed and formed a Tai Chi diagram that floated and rotated above his head. It seemed to want to communicate with the Blood 8 trigrams. Lin Xian only wanted to give it a try, but he realized that he had succeeded. The 8 trigrams spun violently, and the 8 runes on it bloomed with incomparable light. At this moment, everyone in the 8 trigrams was shocked. Damn it, what's going on? What happened? The Blood 8 trigrams were changing. Was he going to disappear, or was an even greater opportunity about to appear? Not good. Look, what is Lin Wudi doing? Finally, someone screamed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lin Wudi had fallen again? Many people looked around, their gazes sweeping across tens of thousands of miles. They saw that in the depths of the Blood 8 trigrams, Lin Xian was using a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. They didn't know what he was doing. What was this guy trying to do? These people were terrified. Lin Xian was also surprised that it was effective. He was just trying and didn't think too much about it. Buzz, the 8 trigrams shook violently. 8 mysterious runes flew out from the 8 spaces and quickly gathered at the center of the 8 trigrams. Then, they formed a small 8 trigrams. This 8 trigrams was as red as blood. It had a mysterious aura as it descended. What? A small 8 trigrams? Could it be a kind of creation inheritance? The surrounding people's eyes were red. Damn it. Hurry up. We can't let him get it. We have to get this treasure. These people screamed crazily. They had seen Lin Xian's yin-yang origin power. Sweeping through all 4 directions, no one could match him. They were extremely envious of this origin power, but they couldn't get it at all. Now, a small 8 trigrams had appeared. Perhaps it was also a origin power. If they could get it, they wouldn't be weaker than Lin Wuti. They might be even stronger. How could they not be tempted? At this moment, the eyes of the powerhouses in the 8 spaces of the 8 trigrams turned red. They quickly gathered their teammates. Such a heaven-defying treasure had to be snatched across everything. As expected, the powerhouses in the other halls were shocked when they heard the news. Was there such a origin power? Let's go. Some of them rushed out from the heavenly palace, while others rushed out from the earth palace. In short, they all rushed to the yin-yang hall. The golden rock also came back with the powerhouses of the demon city. On the other side, the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion used a secret technique to contact the sword sage of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They were determined to get their revenge. Whether it was Lin Wuti or anyone else who dared to go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, everything would be turned to ashes. In an instant, many powerhouses appeared in the yin-yang hall. Moreover, they quickly rushed to the 8 trigrams in the sky. In the center of the 8 trigrams, Lin Xian was stunned. What was going on? Was there really a creation inheritance? He reached out to grab the small 8 trigrams. At this moment, the people around him roared, "Stop, damn you, Lin Wuti. How dare you, put down the treasure." These people roared crazily. Although they knew that they couldn't beat Lin Wuti, they wouldn't just watch the treasure be taken away. These people began to release all kinds of mystiques and laws from afar. Boundless power surged over, blasting apart a part of the world. This time, there were many people who left. Although their individual strength was not enough, at this moment, when they attacked together, the power was truly incomparably shocking. The stars moved. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and a strange force pushed the berserk mystiques in another direction. The space in front of him continued to shatter, forming an endless abyss. Damn it. Those people did not give up and charged over again. Lin Xian used the Taiji diagram. It spun continuously in his hand, pushing all the power to the surroundings. Lin Xian, on the other hand, grabbed hold of a small piece of gossip. Then, he put it away. Right now, he didn't have the time to figure out what this careful gossip was for. I have to get out of here first. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. There were countless figures rushing over in a frenzy. These people's eyes were all red, and in the distance, there was an even more surging aura. He had to leave quickly. These people were going crazy. Sure enough, these people roared crazily and rushed over. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the Taiji diagram exploded. His hands opened and closed, and terrifying death laws and sun laws kept surging. All the saints who were close to him exploded. How powerful was his strength? In an instant, more than a dozen saints' bodies were shattered, and saint blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding people were frightened by the scene. Lin Xian took this opportunity to quickly leave. At the same time, the 8 trigrams shook violently, forming a mysterious force that pushed everyone out. Not good, the 8 trigrams is about to close. Damn it, I haven't snatched my fortune yet. Those people inside were crazy. There were so many treasures in the 8 trigrams that they were jealous of. But at this moment, they had no chance to get it. Damn it, it was Lin Wuti. It must be Lin Wuti who fell. These people roared crazily, and more people chased after Lin Xian. In the end, everyone was pushed out. The 8 trigrams in the sky slowly disappeared from the yin-yang hall. And those people roared at the sky. Kill, yes, kill him. He had obtained the most powerful origin energy. Quick, he still had the 8 trigrams in his hand. Perhaps it was also a treasure trove. These people's eyes were red with killing, and they rushed out like the wind. At this moment, those powerhouses were all facing Lin Xian. Lin Xian suffered a huge attack. Although these people were not as strong as the man from the Golden Peacock race, that was only in terms of individual strength. With so many powerhouses, even Golden Rock and the others could not resist at all. Even his scalp was a little numb. He had to fight his way out. He roared and pulled out the spear of great destruction, and also took out the unparalleled sword. In his body, the great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian looked in a direction and charged out. Leave him alone. Those people roared crazily and tried to stop him. Quickly form a formation and attack him from afar. He has a divine body, so don't get too close. These people also knew that Lin Xian was strong, so no one dared to fight him in close combat. They only used various laws to resist. A terrifying aura filled the sky. In an instant, the sky was sealed in ice. In the next moment, countless flames intertwined, and there were even monstrous thunderbolts descending. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared one after another. It was as if the world had been destroyed. Lin Xian couldn't help but block. However, he was still injured. There was no other way. There were too many people attacking him. They were densely packed and could not be counted at a glance. Lin Xian had a divine body and many kinds of creation divine abilities. Otherwise, if it were any other powerhouse, he would have been killed long ago. Buzz, Lin Xian's eyes were red. He knew that he could not hold back. The Taiji diagram floated around him. He summoned the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow surrounded his body. He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Stop him. In the distance, more than a dozen people formed a formation to intercept him. However, it was split in half in an instant. All kinds of whistling sounds filled the air. Lin Xian was too strong. No one could stop him. You want to leave? No way. In the sky, a golden saber slashed down. With a clang, it collided with the Taiji diagram, making a deafening sound. The Taiji diagram floated, and the yin and yang qi rotated to block the saber. The long saber was repelled, but an even more terrifying saber light rushed down. Obviously, this was a powerhouse. It's you. Lin Xian shouted angrily. He realized that the Golden Rock had returned. Not only that, the Golden Rock also brought several great monsters with him. Demonic aura spread out from his body. It was extremely terrifying. That's right, kid. Aren't you very powerful? How dare you try to kill me? Die today. A terrifying saber light burst out as the three monsters attacked. Their aura was too violent, as if an ancient beast had been resurrected. Lin Xian was injured in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red, and a blue sea was rising. The terrifying sound waves affected the few great demons. Protect your soul. They screamed. Lin Xian roared, and the yin-yang image flew out, directly cutting a monster in half. That person was miserable. His soul did not even have time to escape before it was killed by the death aura of the yin-yang image. On the other side, Lin Xian kicked out, piercing through heaven and earth. That was the power of the great dragon sword soul, and it directly shattered another person. That person's soul fled in a hurry, but it was pierced by countless dragon-shaped sword qi. In the blink of an eye, two monsters were dead. How could he be so powerful? The Golden Rock was stunned. That shouldn't be, the other party has become stronger again. He did not know that Lin Xian did not use all his trump cards when he fought against the three of them. Otherwise, the three of them would have died long ago. At this moment, being attacked by countless sages, Lin Xian finally could not hold it in anymore. He was going to start a massacre. Buzz, the unparalleled sword slashed out with a monstrous aura. The Golden Rock could not hold the saber in his hand anymore. His hand and half of his body were completely shattered. His face was full of horror. Damn it, this power is too strong. I'm no match for him at all. He originally wanted to escape, but he realized that it was not only them, but also countless people around him wanted to kill Lin Xian. This made him laugh. Kid, you're definitely going to die this time. He first used his speed to pull away and recover, then waited for an opportunity to attack. Some people rushed up from the surroundings, but they were no match for Lin Xian at all. In an instant, more than 20 sages died, and their blood dyed the sky red. Lin Xian even used Taiji to mobilize the surrounding power of yin and yang. The Taiji diagram continued to expand, as if it had turned into a part of the sky, and a terrifying yin and yang aura hung down. That was the yin-yang sword qi, which had transformed into a yin-yang dragon that roared nonstop. Those who hurried over were all killed. Lin Xian relied on such powerful mystiques and methods to continuously advance. The surrounding people didn't dare to approach. They surrounded Lin Xian from afar. Not many people would let Lin Xian go. They were just waiting for an opportunity. Sure enough, they had been waiting for this opportunity. Between heaven and earth, the yin-yang image trembled violently, almost shattering. Lin Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood. A crack had appeared on his body. Damn it! Who was it? Did an expert come? From the looks of it, it was even more powerful than the golden rock. He roared and his god body bloomed radiantly. His wounds healed quickly. At the same time, the Taiji diagram in the sky spun rapidly, emitting a terrifying aura. And at this moment, someone had actually pierced through the Taiji diagram and was about to descend forcefully. Had the yin and yang qi been broken, Chang Tian, you won't be able to stop me even if you want to. Who was it? The surrounding people were terrified, and the golden rock's pupils constricted. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a huge sense of danger, as if he had been targeted by some terrifying expert. In the next moment, he frowned. The others were dazzling. Look, it's the Sword Saints. They're from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. 7 figures appeared in front of him. Each of them had monstrous sword qi on them. They were like 7 sword gods standing in front of him, blocking his way. I knew it. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion weren't so easy to kill. Lin Xian seriously injured Vhumad and even took her away. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion would definitely not let him off. They recalled the legend of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sword saints coming out together and destroying a world. Lin Xian was being hunted down by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Even if he had 8 lives, it wouldn't be enough. You're Lin Wudi? The 7 sword saints in front of him stood in the void, emitting a supreme aura. One of them asked coldly. Kneel down and accept your death. Hand over the body of our junior sister Vhumad. Their voices were filled with endless coldness. They didn't say a word. In the sky, the phantom of a giant sword appeared, splitting heaven and earth. Could it be them? The golden rock's eyelids also twitched because the aura of these 7 people was too powerful. In particular, they could connect with each other. It made his hair stand on end. Another expert walked over and asked, "Are you the 7 swords of Tianshan?" Yes, it's us 7 brothers. In front of him, the 7 figures spoke coldly. Lin Wudi, you've committed grave sins. Today, we'll suppress you. Kneel down obediently and accept your punishment. The voices of the 7 figures were abnormally cold. The surrounding people went crazy. The 7 swords of Tianshan were the 7 terrifying sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, because they cultivated the same sword technique, called the Tianshan sword technique. The Tianshan sword technique was not only powerful. It could also form a sword formation. Therefore, these 7 sword saints would usually train together and even kill enemies together. Over time, they formed a name called the 7 swords of Tianshan. Once the 7 swords were unleashed, it was unparalleled. Even the chief disciple couldn't withstand it. Even the fire phoenix and the golden rock couldn't withstand it. Once the 7 swords were unleashed, it was really terrifying. This time, Lin Wudi was really done for. He had no choice. He was too arrogant and had offended so many powerhouses. He would definitely die today. You're the one who brought them here, right? Lin Xian stared at a figure. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, when he thought of the 7 swords of Tianshan here, he was full of confidence. That's right, Lin Wudi. How dare you go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? You'll definitely die. I spared your life last time, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. In that case, go to hell. 2 light blades suddenly flew out from Lin Xian's eyes and slashed in front of him. Boom! The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed and vomited blood as he flew backward. The surrounding void shattered. The seven swords of Xianxia were furious. They were here, and the other party dared to attack their fellow disciples. It was simply unforgivable. The sword Qian's body soared into the sky, forming a sword screen that deflected the golden light blade. "Senior brother, save me!" The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed in fear. "Junior brother, don't be afraid. With us here, who would dare to kill you?" The seven swords of Xianxia were incomparably powerful. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he hugged his head and screamed in pain. He let out a miserable scream. It turned out that it was an eye technique just now. Although the light blades were sent flying. However, the young man was still attacked and his soul was injured. Now, it seemed like it was about to split open. "Senior brother, save me!" he screamed in fear. One of them said. A mere eye technique attack could be destroyed by the sword Dao laws. Indeed, their sword Qi's attack power was extremely strong. This was the foundation of their confidence. One of them waved his hand, and terrifying sword Dao laws condensed into a small flying sword that flew into the young man's body. It suppressed the other party's soul. Sure enough, the young man's expression eased a lot. "Thank you, senior brother. It's okay. A mere soul attack can't hurt us at all. It can only hurt those with weak wills." The seven swords of Sky Mountain had sword sun runes flickering between their eyebrows, protecting their souls. So what if the other party's eye technique was powerful? It couldn't hurt their souls at all. The surrounding people were in an uproar. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was too strong. The seven swords of Sky Mountain were even more terrifying. This time, Lin Wudi was really going to die. However, they were all stunned. In the next moment, a scream was heard. Many black runes suddenly appeared on the face of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's young man. He turned into a skeleton and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. He was dead. The surrounding people were stunned. The seven swords of Sky Mountain were also stunned. What was going on? They had already used the law of swords to protect their junior brother's soul. The other party couldn't have succeeded. However, their junior brother was dead. Moreover, he died in front of them. In addition to their previous words, it created a completely opposite effect. They were incomparably powerful before. It was impossible to kill in front of them. But in the blink of an eye, the other party killed one of their junior brothers. It was a slap in the face. The seven swords of Sky Mountain's faces were completely gloomy. The surrounding people were also extremely frightened. Lin Wudi's moves were too strange. Even in the face of the heavy defense of the seven swords of Sky Mountain, he could still kill from a distance. The law of death. He knew the law of death. He could deprive people of their lives. His strength was so strong that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's martial artist couldn't block it at all. Quickly defend. Don't let him deprive you of your life. The surrounding people were also constantly casting out their defenses to resist the terrifying law of death. When the seven swords of Sky Mountain heard this, their faces were also gloomy. It seemed that their junior brother had indeed been deprived of his life. It seemed that the other party had such a strange law. In their carelessness, they had miscalculated. The seven of them were surrounded by sword light. Whether it was the other party's eye technique or the law of death, they were confident that they could block it. "Lin Wudi, you dare to kill someone from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in front of us. Today, you will definitely die. Yes, and you will suffer a fate worse than death. No one can provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." The seven swords of Sky Mountain walked forward, like seven mountains, causing the sky and earth. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. When the seven swords of Xianxia attacked, Lin Wudi could not escape. They just had to wait for the result of the battle. The golden rock also retreated to the side. Beside him was a great demon. The other two had died, but at this moment, there was no grief on his face. Instead, there was a hint of malevolence. "Let's see how you'll die this time." Lin Xian also felt a great threat. The Heavenly Mountain's seven swords were much stronger than when the Golden Rock and the other two worked together. Thinking about it, he should be a peerless enemy. However, he had seen all kinds of experts along the way. A mere 7 sword saints were not enough to make him cower. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly attacked. He tore through the void and appeared in front of the golden rock. He slashed down with his sword. He had said that he would not let any of the golden rock and the other two go. Originally, he wanted to wait until the matter here was over before he went to kill the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on his door. What? He actually killed the golden rock. The surrounding people were also stunned. They didn't expect that when facing the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords, such a terrifying enemy, he still had the mood to kill other people. The golden rock was also shocked. He originally wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect that the other party would attack him. Damn it. In an instant, he was scared out of his wits. One had to know that the 3 of them couldn't defeat the other party, let alone now that he was alone. He quickly retreated and didn't fight back at all. Because he knew that the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords would take care of the other party. As expected, the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were also angry. Was the other party still going to attack in front of them? He was simply looking down on them. Kid, you're courting death. One of them roared angrily. The sword chi on his body erupted and slashed at Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian blocked it with the Tai Chi diagram, but he killed the golden rock directly. He swore not to give up. The golden rock was about to bleed from anger. Damn it, the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords are here, but the other party doesn't attack. Instead, he leads me on a killing spree. What's the other party trying to do? The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were also angry and attacked. 3 of them rushed out, and the sword chi on their bodies formed a row and slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian kept dodging, and at the same time, he attacked the golden rock again. The golden rock's hair stood on end. He was extremely nervous, and at the same time, he tried his best to dodge. But in the end, he was still hit by the Tai Chi diagram. He was split in half. Lin Xian seized the opportunity and threw out the death demonic saber. With a monstrous aura of death, it kept taking away the other party's vitality. No, damn it, you can't do this to me. The golden rock screamed crazily. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were here. Could the other party still kill him? The 3 of the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords also had gloomy expressions. After such a long time, they still couldn't hurt the other party. This was simply a great humiliation to them. They were about to fly into a rage and use their ultimate skills. On the other side, the golden rock had already been killed. How could the golden rock be a match for Lin Xian? Not to mention now that Lin Xian was attacking with all his strength. The other party's soul was directly destroyed, and the 2 halves of the corpse fell down. Lin Xian grabbed it with one hand and put it away. I've said it before, I've eaten a lot of golden crow meat, but this is the first time I've eaten the golden rock meat. I hope your meat won't disappoint me. The surrounding people were stunned. Oh my god, this demon is really too terrifying. He's still thinking of doing that even now. Lin Xian was like a god fiend. After killing the golden rock, he turned his head to look at the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords again. He said coldly, the 7 of you also want to attack me? Have you thought about how you want to die? Finally, it's time to fight. Many people gasped in shock. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords expressions were extremely cold. What an arrogant kid. At this moment, the 7 of them finally attacked together. They wanted to use the most powerful method to kill the other party. The sword chi on their bodies combined and enveloped him like the Big Dipper. Lin Xian's body was hit in an instant, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that the 7 of them were very strong. Each of them was not weaker than the golden rock. When they attacked together and formed a sword formation, the power was really terrifying. Ah! With a roar, Lin Xian's divine body shone brightly. He tore open the void with the Taiji diagram and rushed out of the other party's sword formation. Then, he opened the sky with both hands and the laws of yin and yang condensed. 9 suns opened the sky. He slashed out with his sword and blasted on the Big Dipper sword formation, making a sonorous sound. Useless kid, you're no match for us at all. Today is the day you die. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords revealed a sinister smile. Their eyes were ruthless and cold. Lin Fan was injured in the first move. This meant that Lin Fan didn't have the strength to fight against them. They would kill him with lightning speed. They would kill him in 3 moves and raise the prestige of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. This time, they must let everyone in the world know that no one should provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The Big Dipper rose again, and the 7-sword chi turned into starlight and slashed down. Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands, and the Tai Chi diagram kept spinning in front of him to block the attack. At the same time, he roared again. 9 suns open the sky. Useless kid, you can't break it at all. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain sneered. But in the next moment, their pupils constricted. The reason for that was because they discovered that cracks had appeared on the surface of the Big Dipper sword formation. Moreover, the cracks were still getting bigger. How is that possible? How could the power of the opponent increase so much? They were simply crazy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just now, he had activated the unparalleled secret technique and made the attack 5 times stronger. Seeing the sword formation break, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Although the opponent was strong, he could still break the opponent's sword technique. With a roar, he rushed out again. Between his fist and palm, there was a supreme aura. He finally broke the formation, and he charged in. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were shocked and quickly dodged. At the same time, their expressions became extremely ugly. The surrounding people were all stunned. How is that possible? The Big Dipper sword formation was broken. How strong is Lin Wudi's ultimate combat strength? Does he really have the combat strength of a small saint? To be honest, once the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain attacked, no one below the small saint realm could resist them. But now, Lin Xian could resist them. Not only that, but he could also counterattack. Only a small saint could do that. How could he do that with his cultivation base? However, the truth was right in front of them, and they couldn't help but believe it. You guys aren't that good either. Do you really think that the 7 of you can defeat everything? You're nothing in front of me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain's faces were extremely gloomy. Use all of our ultimate techniques to kill him. The 7 of them were completely enraged. Since the Big Dipper sword formation was broken, they would use another sword technique. Tianshan swordsmanship. At this moment, they finally unleashed their ultimate skills. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. To be honest, they were also extremely shocked. The other party was able to kill the Fire Phoenix and defeat their sword formation. Not to mention that it was done by a single person. It was simply too unbelievable. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a powerful enemy. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the fact that they were still able to defeat the other party and kill him as soon as possible. He would never allow the other party to grow. Boom! Boom! Today's earth-shattering battle had completely erupted. In front of him, yin and yang aura surged. Terrifying sword chi filled the air as if it was about to destroy the world. No one dared to approach. Finally, after more than 100 moves, Lin Xian managed to repel one of his opponent's attacks. However, he was injured in the second attack. He was sent flying, and 7 sword wounds appeared on his body. Every sword mark was extremely terrifying. His body was dyed red with blood. He was injured. The spectators in the distance exclaimed. Lin Wudi was finally injured. It was incredible that Lin Wudi was only injured after fighting for so long. He was no match for the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. Oh, it was not shameful to die in the hands of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. After all, no one below the minor saint level could fight against the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. These people were discussing animatedly. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain smirked coldly. Kid, did you see that? No matter how strong you are no match for us. Now, you can go to hell in peace. You actually managed to injure my body. Lin Xian's expression was extremely cold. It seems that you do have some tricks up your sleeves. He also admitted that the 7 of them were very powerful. They were strong enough to defeat everything. It was within his expectations that they could injure him. You have aroused my blood. Well, I'll give it my all. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a sonorous light. The law on his body spread out and quickly healed his injuries. Why? Do you still want to fight back? I can only say that you are courting death. The 7 of them snorted and attacked again. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky, forming the heavenly mountain sword formation. It was really powerful to the extreme. Basically, there were no flaws. On the other side, Lin Xian also roared. He had indeed aroused his battle intent. It had been a long time since he encountered such a passive battle. Today was a good time to test how strong his combat strength was. With a roar, the great dragon sword spirit in his body surged crazily. Endless dragon-shaped sword chi appeared on his body. At the same time, the yin-yang diagram rotated in front of him. A terrifying divine ability was launched. His strength had become stronger than before. In an instant, the sword chi in the front row were all sent flying. The sword chi hit his body, producing a sonorous sound. Some of them were blocked by the dragon-shaped sword chi, while some were destroyed by the yin-yang diagram. He was like a fiend god, charging into the midst of the 7 of them. With a slap, 2 of them were sent flying. Not good. The 7 swords were also shocked. Their opponent's combat strength had become stronger, and he could even injure them. Quick, be careful. Pull away. The 7 of them quickly retreated. The sword principles on their bodies kept flashing. 7 swords of heavenly mountain, ice slash, the 7 of them displayed a terrifying sword technique. Between heaven and earth, ice filled the air. Icebergs appeared one after another, capable of freezing everything. The sword chi around Lin Xian was instantly frozen. The speed of the yin-yang diagram also slowed down. In the end, it was completely frozen in the world of ice and snow. Very good, next was to use the ice break. Piercing killing intent burst out from the eyes of the 7 of them. The eldest of the 7 swords of Xianxia Mountain waved the sword in his hand. However, before it landed, the ice in front of them let out a miserable groan. Then, countless cracks appeared, and then, it broke open with a loud bang. What's going on? The eldest of the 7 swords of Xianxia Mountain was stunned. He hadn't used it yet. How did the ice break open? Not good, big brother, be careful. Beside him, the 2nd of the 7 swords of Xianxia Mountain roared. The eldest of the 7 swords of Xianxia Mountain's pupils constricted. He saw a black and white fist coming toward him fiercely. Damn it, the other party was coming. He knew that it was the power of yin and yang, so he waved his long sword and formed an ice wall in front of him to block. He blocked the yin and yang fist. The eldest of the 7 swords of Xianxia Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, his hair stood on end. It turned out that all the yin and yang aura in front of him had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a ray of light. A ray of piercing cold light. A golden sacred sword was burning fiercely. The terrifying flames burned the 9 heavens. Not good, it was the law of the sun. They were shocked. These people frantically retreated. In the next moment, the ice on their bodies completely melted. The terrifying flames rushed over crazily. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, Lin Xian activated the law of the sun with all his might. He used a single law, but its power was unparalleled. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body flickered, and the sun sword descended. The ice that filled the sky was torn apart. Tianshan's eldest brother also retreated quickly, but he could not. This sword was too long, and he could only use the Tianshan sword technique to block it. The law of the sword that filled the sky rushed over together with the snowflakes. The two collided. Ice and fire, completely opposite forces, clashed between heaven and earth. However, half of the sky suddenly shattered, and the law of the ice that filled the sky also collapsed with a loud bang. Tianshan's eldest brother retreated, and his body was charred black. Furthermore, there was a sword wound on his body that had nearly split him in 2. In the distance, those people were stunned. Wasn't Tianshan's eldest brother Lin Xian's opponent? The other 6 of Tianshan's 7 swords also screamed. They really could not believe that their eldest brother would be defeated. Tianshan's eldest brother trembled all over, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Now, he finally knew why his opponent could kill Huafeng. It was because his opponent was very strong, ridiculously strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was actually no match for him. He took a deep breath, and the Tianshan sword chi on his body quickly recovered. His body that was on fire also recovered. Brothers, don't worry. This injury can't kill me. Tianshan's eldest brother stood up and said coldly. His opponent is indeed very strong. If I'm not his match in a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid no one is. But so what, don't forget that we're Tianshan's 7 swords. We've always acted together, and no one can stop us brothers from joining forces. Yes, that's right. Let's join forces. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat the 7 of us. The other sword saint's eyes also burst with piercing killing intent. They once again formed a formation. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What brotherhood? That was just despicable and shameless, using numbers to win against the few. Do you really think that the 7 of you can defeat me if you join forces? Today, I'll let you know what a true sword technique is. The sun sword in Lin Xian's hand became even more dazzling. Kill, the 2 sides clashed again. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 7 swords of Tianshan. At this moment, every part of his body was under attack. Fortunately, his physique was strong and he didn't need to deliberately defend himself. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. This was a very bitter battle. Lin Xian was in a very difficult situation and was injured. However, the other party was also injured. Among them, Tianshan Lao 5 and Lao 6 were almost cut in half by Lin Xian, while Tianshan Lao 7 was sent flying with a kick from Lin Xian. All the bones in his body were shattered. As for Tianshan Mountain's 3rd brother, he was set ablaze by his terrifying sword chi and was almost cooked. These people didn't feel good either. Lin Xian's injuries were also very serious. It was a ghastly sight. Fortunately, his physique was strong and his recovery ability was amazing. Therefore, it looked dangerous, but it wasn't a big deal. At this moment, Tianshan Lao 2 and Tianshan Lao 2 suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's left and right and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stretched out both palms. Countless sword lights danced in the center of his palms. At this moment, the other sword saints cooperated with each other and cast a powerful formation to form a terrifying ice to restrain Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed slowed down again in an instant. This was a fatal crisis. Sure enough, Tianshan Lao 2 and Tianshan Lao 2 seized the opportunity. The sword laws in their hands erupted with endless light. They didn't hold back at all in this attack. 2 long swords pierced through Lin Xian's body. Poof, golden saint blood dripped down. It was a shocking sight. The people in the distance exclaimed. No way, Lin Wudi was injured. Moreover, he was seriously injured. It's over. This time, Lin Wudi is really going to be defeated. Is it going to end? Some of the powerhouses in the sacred city were also shocked. The 7 swords of Tianshan sneered. It was finally going to end. Golden blood dripped from Lin Xian's body. His eyes were unusually sharp. His hands were like knives as he slashed out. Tianshan Lao 2 and Tianshan Lao 2's heads flew into the air. The people around were all stunned. Oh God, what did they just see? 2 of the 7 swords of Tianshan Lao 2 were beheaded. Wasn't Lin Wudi going to die for sure? Damn it, it was a trap. Someone screamed. He used himself as bait to lure the 2 powerhouses out. After being seriously injured, the 2 powerhouses' vigilance was at its weakest. At this moment, Lin Wudi made a strong move. Heavens, this Lin Wudi's scheming mind was too deep. Big brother. Second brother, the remaining sword saints also screamed crazily. They couldn't believe it. Being pierced through and having their heads chopped off were 2 different things. The latter was definitely a serious injury. Even if they could recover, it would consume a lot of their energy. Damn it. Although their heads were chopped off, Tianshan Lao 2 and Tianshan Lao 2 were still terrifying. The headless corpses could still attack. The long swords in their hands exploded with unparalleled killing intent. They wanted to continue attacking. A terrifying sword light exploded from Lin Xian's body. The aura of the great dragon sword soul exploded, pushing out the other party's sword law. Not only that, the 2 headless corpses were sent flying. Their bodies were pierced by many dragon-shaped sword chi. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian attacked, releasing a few more sword chi. The two headless corpses were split open, blood splattering everywhere. They were torn apart. Stop! When the surrounding sword saints saw this scene, they all went crazy. They couldn't stand it. They quickly attacked, wanting to help. Some went after the headless corpses, while others went after Lin Wudi. The scene was extremely chaotic. Tianshan Lao Tu and Tianshan Lao Tu recovered quickly. Their faces turned pale, and the killing intent on their bodies was unparalleled. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Kill them, 7 swords descend Tianshan. The 7 of them quickly combined and dropped down from the sky. This power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian used his maximum speed and dodged quickly. At the same time, he released Whitey. Whitey shuttled through the void and soon arrived in front of Tianshan Lao Tu. With a slap, Tianshan Lao Tu fainted. Boom, 9 suns opened sky. Tianshan Lao Tu was split in half again. No, how could this be? The 7 swords of Tianshan were going crazy. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Their boss was split in half again. What was going on? How could the other party be so strong? The surrounding people were also stunned. The situation that was supposed to be fatal was resolved. Instead, he was able to counterattack. This Lin Wudi was too unbelievable. Next, Lin Xian and Whitey worked together. Whitey was very fast and could stun people. Coupled with Lin Xian's super strong sword skills, the two of them were equally matched. Both of them attacked each other. Boom, after the eldest brother of Tianshan sect, the second brother of Tianshan sect was also knocked out by a slap. The second brother's head flew up again. Poof, Lin Xian pushed the Tai Chi diagram with his right hand, sending the 4th brother and the 6th brother flying. Then, he appeared in front of the 5th brother of Tianshan sect. Whitey knocked him out with a slap, and Lin Xian attacked again. The 5th brother's body was cut in half at the waist. Next, Lin Xian was like a god fiend, killing everyone in his way. The 7 swords of Tianshan sect were beaten up miserably. The surrounding people were all stunned. They were terrified. The 7 swords of Tianshan sect were extremely powerful. When the 7 of them worked together, no one below the small saint level could stop them. But now, they were beaten up so miserably. Boom, he kicked out like a divine sword, filled with the aura of the great dragon sword soul. The 7th brother of Tianshan sect was kicked into pieces. Lin Xian's murderous aura was monstrous, and his sword chi was rampant. He was fighting against the 7 sword saints. He was extremely powerful and did not hold back at all. Retreat quickly. The eldest brother of the 7 swords of Tianshan sect roared crazily. The others also retreated quickly. They retreated far away and began to recover from their injuries. Every one of them was in a miserable state. Even if they recovered, their faces were pale, and their aura had weakened a lot. They were no longer in their best condition. They looked ahead and gritted their teeth. To be honest, they never thought that they would have such a day. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't you want to kill him too? The 7th brother of Tianshan sect said coldly. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Are the 7 swords of Tianshan sect ganging up on him this time? However, the 7 swords of Tianshan sect always fought with numbers. However, this sword technique alone should not be able to do anything to Lin Wudi. They should need the help of others. Everyone gasped. The 7 swords of Tianshan sect had been forced to such a state. It was probably their first time seeing it. Let's attack together. The surrounding people all sucked in a deep breath. They knew that this time, they had to take down Lin Wudi and obtain the fortune in his hands. This was the best chance they had. Very well, let's attack together. In an instant, the experts of the holy city stepped forward. The space between heaven and earth was filled with people. Fine, since you're courting death, I'll send you to heaven. Lin Xian roared as the 9 suns' divine flame burned fiercely on his body. Rebirth of lust. He used his self-created great divine ability, and the wounds on his body were quickly healed. The power he consumed was also absorbed by him. The surrounding yin and yang qi quickly recovered, and the Taiji diagram floated above his head. His strength had recovered to its peak. We can't give him any more chances. Kill him quickly. The surrounding people quickly rushed over. Lei Shunqing and the people from Demon City took the lead, and the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain charged out once again. All of a sudden, an explosion ensued. It was incomparably terrifying. All sorts of great Daos interweaved between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering. His attacks were bold and powerful. Little White also appeared and disappeared like a ghost. It kept knocking out the people around it. Even so, there were too many people attacking this time. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still injured. Cracks appeared on his body. Golden saint blood flowed out, dyeing his body red. However, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He was in a killing frenzy. Every move was so simple. There were no fancy moves. This was the simplicity of the Great Tao. Although there were no confusing moves, the power was unparalleled. Boom! It was at this moment that the void tore open as a gigantic palm made of lightning appeared and slapped down on Lin Xian. It sent Lin Xian flying. Boom! Lin Xian felt that the bones in his back were about to break. Obviously, this was a late-stage 5th heaven expert, and he should have used a sacred artifact. As expected, the thunderous palm in the sky was extremely terrifying. Its aura was pervasive. Not only that, if one looked closely, one could see that the palm was wearing a pair of gloves. Obviously, the gloves were a sacred artifact. Therefore, the power of this palm was incomparably terrifying. The person who attacked was also shocked. His sudden attack hit the other party with all his strength, but it only sent the other party flying. Not even a crack appeared on the other party's body. Only some bones were broken. It was too inconceivable. This physique terrified him. Die! Another roar was heard. The hidden expert of Thunder God City attacked. The thunderbolt in the sky, together with the pair of gloves, mercilessly descended once again. The power of this attack was even more terrifying than the previous ones. Humph! Lin Xian's body was covered in flames as he punched out. The golden fist turned into the sun and blasted on the thunderous palm. The two collided, and sparks flew everywhere. The solar law on the golden fist burned fiercely. It blasted away the terrifying solar law, causing cracks to appear on the palm. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he locked onto that person. He turned into a sword light, broke through the void, and attacked the other party. That person was terrified. He didn't expect the other party to discover him so quickly. Moreover, the other party's strength made his entire arm numb. He could only retreat quickly. At the same time, the surrounding people attacked again. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He stared at the Taiji diagram behind him and forcefully blocked it. He vomited blood, but he still charged forward. With a sword, he split that person apart. His soul was directly destroyed by his spring-autumn lock. With a miserable scream, the corpse of the expert of Thunder God City fell down, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Lin Xian was still able to easily kill the enemy amidst so many pursuers. This made them terrified. Next, Lin Xian was even more powerful. Although he was injured, he relied on his powerful divine body to forcefully block all of the attacks. In addition, the surroundings were filled with yin and yang qi. He could use the Taiji diagram to absorb them without limit. Therefore, his combat strength had always been at its peak and had not decreased. The great dragon sword soul in his body also seemed to have come alive, opening and closing wide. In the end, the endless corpses of the saints fell in pieces. The void was completely shattered, and there was even a rain of blood falling. The death of so many saints was truly an earth-shattering event. In the end, those people were scared to death. Kill him, he was a demon. These people fled frantically, and they didn't dare to make a move anymore. Previously, they gave Lin Xian the title of Great Demon King only because Lin Xian was too strong. But they believed that if they attacked together, any kind of prodigy wouldn't be a match. But now, Lin Xian's combat strength really frightened them. This was simply a god, mercilessly harvesting their lives. No matter how injured the other party was, the other party would be able to survive and not die. However, they couldn't block the other party's attack at all. Whether it was the sword qi, the laws of yin and yang, or all of them at the same time, they would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Many people from the sacred city were scared out of their wits and fled in terror. For a moment, there was a vacuum around Lin Xian, and no one dared to go up again. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were not having a good time either. Although they were powerful and the 7 swords were unparalleled, they had met their match. Their opponent's sword was stronger than theirs, and it even carried an indomitable aura. They had been hit a few times, but they could not heal completely. The sword qi that flowed from their wounds shocked them. What kind of trump card did their opponent have to be able to use such a sword? For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely silent. Although the people around had surrounded Lin Xian, no one dared to attack rashly. Lin Xian's face was also cold. Although he had killed many experts and made everyone tremble in fear, he was not in a good condition either. After all, there were so many experts fighting here, and he had already been seriously injured. However, he had a divine body, and his physique was strong. In addition, the yin and yang around him could provide him with energy. That was why he could hold on until now. However, if he continued to fight, he could not guarantee that his foundation would not be damaged, and he might die. After all, the experts from the other halls were also rushing over. If a few more people like the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain came, he would really be in danger. Therefore, he had to kill until these people were terrified and no one dared to attack again. He stared at the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. These 7 people were the most powerful among these people, and they were also the most representative. If he could kill the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, then the others would probably not dare to attack again. Thinking of this, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. Boom, he turned into the shadow of a dragon and rushed forward. When the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain saw this, their eyelids twitched, and their faces became extremely ugly. To be honest, if someone dared to provoke them, they would sneer and ignore it. But now, they were scared out of their wits. They did not even want to fight with the other party. The other party was really too strong. They were all injured now, and some of them were even almost cut in half. However, it was simply impossible for them to escape in front of so many people. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet. The eldest of the Heavenly Mountain said coldly. He could not be invincible. After being attacked by so many people until now, he was already seriously injured. He should be relying on secret techniques and pills to hold on. If he held on for a while longer, he would definitely die. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain attacked again. All sword qi, the surrounding people who were watching nervously. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. If the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, then they really would not dare to attack again. However, they were of Heavenly Mountain. Although Lin Xian was injured in the battle, 2 of the 7 swords of Tianshan had died. The 2 sword saints were completely killed. Their souls were shattered by Lin Xian's dragon sword spirit. He would never be able to revive again. As heavenly of heavenly sword of heavenly swords. Of there swear of a be of they soft there's of heavenly of have off have heavenly time. Damn it. They of them. 4th and 5th of the Heavenly Mountain roared crazily, but the eyes of the eldest of the Heavenly Mountain were red. Let's go. He knew that they were no match for Lin Wudi now. If they continued to fight, they might be wiped out. 2nd of the Heavenly Mountain also said, okay, listen to Big Brother and retreat. Let's hurry to the Palace of All Life and hone our sword laws again. When we break through, it will be the time of Lin Wudi's death. The 5 of them turned into streams of light and instantly tore through the void and left. When they left, they wanted to take the bodies of 6th and 7th with them. However, they were stopped by Lin Xian. 1 of 5th of the Heavenly Mountain's arms was cut off. Lin Wudi, just you wait. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion will not let you off. The voices of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain could be heard. Their figures disappeared into the void. The surrounding people were completely terrified. Defeated. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were really defeated. 2 of their swords were killed. This was really an earth-shattering event. The surrounding people fled frantically. Lin Xian roared angrily. You want to escape? Go to hell. He activated Tai Chi to the extreme. At the same time, he poured all the power of the heavenly dragon sword soul into Tai Chi. The surrounding yin yang aura was completely mobilized, turning into yin yang swords one after another. They swept across the world. The entire yin yang hall was covered by Lin Xian's Tai Chi diagram. The yin yang saint sword was extremely powerful. How could those sages block it? Those who were hit by the sword chi were directly shattered. Some were lucky and their souls were able to escape. Some were even pierced through by the sword chi. They were directly killed. Between heaven and earth, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was extremely miserable. Lin Xian looked at this scene coldly from the sky like a god fiend. If he wanted to kill, no one here would dare to provoke him. Finally, the yin yang swords disappeared. 70% of the people that attacked were killed. As for the remaining 30%, they were seriously injured and had to quickly flee. They would never dare to enter the yin yang hall again in their lives. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the yin yang hall. His body was surrounded by endless yin yang qi. It began to repair. He had been seriously injured in this battle, so he had to recover quickly. There were still many people outside the yin yang hall. Those who wanted to enter the yin yang hall had to cultivate a heavenly Dao golden lotus. Not everyone could condense a heavenly Dao golden lotus. Although many people entered, there were even more who couldn't. These people were discussing curiously outside. They felt the terrifying aura from the yin yang hall. They didn't know what had happened. Soon, they saw a group of people rushing out in a sorry state. Every one of them was injured, and some of them even came out with broken bodies. Some said that they had turned into a bloody mist. Some even escaped with their souls. What had happened? These people were terrified. The people from the surrounding halls rushed over. They wanted to rush in too. However, those people said to leave quickly. The people inside were all dead. Lin Wudi had started a massacre. 2 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain had been killed. Did they still want to die? As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people were completely stunned. What? Lin Wudi killed 2 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, nearly 70% of the sages inside had died. What did Lin Wudi do? Impossible. Even a small saint might not be able to do that. Someone shook his head. A person was killed until only his soul was left. He hugged a saint artifact and said coldly. We experienced it ourselves. How could it be fake? Lin Wudi controlled the power of the yin yang origin. He was like a god in the yin yang hall. Not to mention small saints, even small saints would be killed by him. After saying that, he left without looking back. The others were stunned. Lin Wudi controlled the power of the yin yang origin. Just how terrifying was that, damn it. He actually obtained such a great opportunity. Some of the experts in the sacred city were instantly envious. We don't dare to go in, but we can wait here, right? Yes, he can't stay in there forever. He'll definitely come out. As long as he's out of the Yin Yang Palace, he won't be that powerful anymore. They started to wait outside the Yin Yang Palace. The 4 palaces also received the news. Those who were cultivating inside were also in an uproar. In the heavenly palace, a figure opened his eyes in the endless sea of lightning. Lin Wudi, you've obtained the power of yin and yang. He couldn't wait any longer and came out of the sea of lightning. This person was Lei Zhen. He wanted to continue cultivating, but he wasn't in the mood now. Lin Wudi had become stronger and obtained the power of yin and yang. He couldn't eat or sleep well. He had to find Lin Wudi and kill him. He heard that Lin Wudi was severely injured. He rushed out of the heavenly palace and came outside. His powerful aura made people tremble. God, that's Lei Zhen. He's so powerful. The lightning on his body has become even more terrifying. I heard that Lei Zhen also obtained a great opportunity in the heavenly palace. It seems that it's true. God, his aura has reached the later stages of the 5th heaven. The people around him screamed in fear. Previously, Lei Zhen was already so violent when he was at the middle stages of the 5th heaven. It wasn't a problem for him to fight a sage at the later stages. Now that he's a sage at the later stages of the 5th heaven, how powerful is he? Compared to the past, there had probably been an earth-shattering change. Where's Lin Wudi? Lei Zhen asked coldly. The people from the Thunder God City were there too. They rushed out of the crowd. He's still in the Yin Yang Palace. Senior brother, why don't we go in? Someone suggested. Someone shook his head. No, that kid has obtained the power of Yin and Yang. He's like a god in the Yin Yang Palace. Senior brother, why don't we wait here? He'll definitely die if he comes out. Alright, we'll wait outside. Lei Zhen didn't dare to go in rashly. After all, some of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain had died. He would be suppressed if he went in. In the Earth Palace, the North Demon was overjoyed when he heard the news. The 9 Cheelant's face turned gloomy when he heard the news. He walked out of the blood pool. The primordial phantom behind him merged with his body, making the light of the laws on his body even more dazzling and terrifying. His cultivation had also broken through to the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. Lei Zhen has already gone to the Yin Yang Hall. Should we go too? If Lei Zhen obtains the Yin Yang source energy, it will be disadvantageous to us. A few great demons in front of him spoke in deep voices. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Invincible Lin, he had good fortune, but so what? He had good fortune, so did I. There was a strong sense of confidence in his eyes. We're not in a hurry. Lin Wudi has killed so many saints that he's probably seriously injured himself. We'll be in the Yin Yang Hall for a long time. If we go now, we'll just be wasting time. Then we'll go and keep an eye on them. We'll take action when there's news. The great demons said. The eyes of the 9 Cheelants glinted coldly. He must be severely injured, so we have to act immediately. Where are the void beasts? One of the void beasts in the human palace said. Hurry up and find him. Tell him to open the space and send us directly to that kid. I'll kill him while he's down. They acted quickly. In the human palace, the Crimson Dragon, Moron Qingqing, and the others were also shocked when they heard the news. That kid might be in danger, so they had to hurry over. They stopped cultivating. They all prepared to rush over. Some people in the sacred city gritted their teeth. So many saints and experts had died. Their hearts were bleeding. Especially those from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. When they learned that Huifeng and 2 sword saints of the 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain had been killed, they were completely enraged. Damn it, Invincible Lin. Does he want to die? No one has ever dared to provoke them. Should we report this to Senior Brother Wan? Someone asked. One of the figures stepped forward and said coldly. There was no need. Senior Brother Wan's enemies were only those on the pilgrim roll. She didn't need to worry about Invincible Lin. Yes, that's right. We can deal with him. Another figure stood up. The sword chi on his body was unparalleled. It seems that some people have forgotten the prestige of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Gather all the people we can. It seems that it's time for us to act again and kill everything. These people were filled with killing intent. Soon, they began to move. They gathered the other sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They wanted to use the strongest method to kill Invincible Lin. Outside the celestial fate planet, the elders of the sacred city were waiting there. They didn't know what was going on inside. Yes, it had been a few years. Everyone should have gained some fortune by now. Don't worry. Every time someone came out, their strength would increase greatly. Some would even soar to the sky. The elders chatted and discussed with each other. All they had to do was wait silently. But on this day, the situation changed. Some of the elders screamed. How was that possible? It turned out that they weren't just waiting this time. They had also brought some souls with them. These souls retained a wisp of their souls when they entered the celestial fate planet. As long as their soul tablets were intact, it meant that they were still alive. But on this day, the soul tablets in their hands shattered on a large scale. Damn it, what was going on? This meant that a large number of people had died inside. And at the same time, could it be that some unexpected change had occurred inside, or did someone rise to power? Impossible. Even if someone rose to power, they couldn't have killed so many people. I think there must have been an unexpected change. Perhaps some terrifying creatures in the ancient ruins have been resurrected. The elders' expressions were ugly. They didn't know how many people would die inside this time. They didn't know that this wasn't the work of a beast, but a person. However, they would have to wait until the celestial fate star opened to find out. By then, no one would know how many of the sacred city's experts would be able to come out alive. The atmosphere in the Golden Palace was extremely tense. However, the inside of the Yin-Yang Palace was extremely strange. Because the inside of the Yin-Yang Palace was empty, and there was no one around. But there was a person who was busy there. He was actually eating the golden rock. 2 huge roasted wings were there, and the figure began to eat. It was Lin Xian. He had killed so many experts before. He was also heavily injured, so he quickly recovered here. Fortunately, he had the longevity art and his divine body, so his injuries healed quickly. But there were still some injuries that needed to be healed. Lin Xian thought of the golden rock. The golden rock was a top expert. Its flesh and blood could heal his injuries faster. It was even more useful than treasures. Without another word, Lin Xian began to roast the golden rock. The energy inside was converted by his longevity art and began to repair his body. In the end, the 2 huge roasted wings were finished, and Lin Xian burped. The multicolored light on his body flew out again. He activated the Taiji art and absorbed the Yin and Yang Qi again. He sat down cross-legged and began to repair himself. Not long after, he actually finished the huge roasted golden rock. It was really unbelievable. One had to know that he was not inferior to the Golden Crow Prince. Back then, when they ate the Golden Crow Prince's roasted meat, many of them ate together, but they only ate half of it. But now, Lin Xian had single-handedly taken care of one. Of course, there were 2 possibilities. Firstly, Lin Xian's strength had increased and he could carry more energy. Secondly, his injuries required too much energy to heal. That was why he ate one alone. After eating, 70% of his injuries had healed, and some of them were fine. Lin Xian did not go out. He wanted to adjust his body to its peak state before going out. Moreover, he knew that there must be a storm outside. Who knew how many people were fighting to kill him? He might as well wait here. Perhaps he could counterattack. In the following days, Lin Xian began to recover and cultivate again. However, on this day, the void behind him suddenly shattered, and a few palms reached out and hit him. Some of the palms were shining with terrifying light, and some were holding sacred artifacts. Lin Xian was sent flying by the attack. His body was shattered once again, and golden blood flowed out of his wounds. What was going on? Lin Xian was in great pain. He was extremely shocked. Did someone sneak in to kill him? Who was it? Why didn't he know at all? His soul instantly probed out, but he was stunned because he realized that there was nothing there. It was chaos. How was that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. But all of a sudden, the void behind him was torn open again, and a few more palms carrying sage artifacts struck out. This time, Lin Xian had a defense, so he activated Taiji to resist. At the same time, he retreated. Boom! The Tai Chi diagram was sent flying, and Lin Xian's qi and blood roiled again. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! Lin Xian's face darkened. Space divine ability. It wasn't that there wasn't anyone around. Rather, they were using a supreme spatial law to deal with him. He had encountered such a situation once before. Demon City, Lin Xian instantly recalled that a space magic beast had attacked him in the Demon City before. Back then, Black Mountain had said that it should be the Void Beast. Now, it seemed like it was the same Void Beast. However, its power was much stronger than before. After sending the Taiji diagram flying, the spatial rift disappeared again. The surroundings were quiet. No one knew where the next attack would come from. Lin Xian was standing there. There was a huge crack on his back. His bones were shattered and his flesh was badly mangled. At this moment, he was using the second stage of yin-yang to repair it. It was too mysterious. Fortunately, the other party was still a little late. If it was right after he finished a great battle, he might really be in danger. Now, he had eaten a golden rock. His injuries had already recovered by 80%. So even if he wasn't at his peak, He still had the strength to fight. However, the other party's spatial magic was too strange. Lin Xian placed the Tai Chi diagram. Floating. It struck down the yin and yang qi. It enveloped his body. At the same time, the Fecta divine art released a light that swept in all directions. However, at this moment, under his feet, a spatial rift appeared. Terrifying rays of light and laws surged out from the crack and rushed towards him. In an instant, Lin Xian moved horizontally. However, he was still enveloped by the energy. He blocked it. Lin Xian's body bloomed. At the same time, the Tai Chi diagram rotated. The Tai Chi diagram directed all of this power to another space. Lin Xian dodged. However, his expression became even colder. Damn it. In the next moment, he began to use the void escape and disappeared. However, his void escape was only an ordinary spatial magic. It was useful against other saints, but in front of an expert who was proficient in spatial laws, his void escape was still not enough. As expected, the other party found him again. He was beaten out of the void. Damn it, these people were too sinister. There were clearly several experts, but they actually used such a despicable method. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He had to break the other party's spatial magic. Otherwise, he was really too passive. Thinking of this, his nerves tensed up. Suddenly, he activated the Tai Chi diagram and released a terrifying yin and yang sword qi. The entire space was completely enveloped by him, sweeping through everything. The endless void shattered and turned into a black hole, but no one came out. It seemed that the other party's spatial magic was very strong. Originally, he wanted to shatter a space and let the other party out, but it seemed that the other party had dodged it. This method didn't work. It seemed that he had to think of another way. Lin Xian stood in the void, protected by the Tai Chi diagram. He wanted to fight, to defend and counterattack. He had already thought of a way. Just like that, after a period of time, a crack suddenly appeared on the top of his head. The terrifying energy poured down again, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge this time. Instead, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda in an instant. There was a clang. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to defend. Although those people's attacks were strong, the Great Sage Pagoda was an unparalleled Great Sage artifact. The power hit the Great Sage Pagoda, producing an earth-shaking sound. This power was blocked. Not only that, Lin Xian even used stellar transposition to repel this power. Lin Xian also seized this opportunity to send a few dragon-shaped sword qi into it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Although the spatial crack was strange, it was still a little slow this time. Especially the appearance of the Great Sage Pagoda, which caught them off guard. That power caused their blood to churn. The spatial crack was a step too late. A few sword qi rushed in, and immediately, there were screams and blood dripping from the sky. However, in the next instant, the spatial crack disappeared, and the world fell silent again. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they were injured, it would be easy to deal with. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes and began to look around. However, he didn't find any traces of blood. It seemed that the other party's spatial divine ability was indeed very exquisite. Moreover, the person who attacked must be an expert. He must have wiped away the blood in an instant. It made it impossible for him to search. But so what? Lin Xian wasn't looking for those people's injuries, but the dragon soul's aura. He had used the dragon sword soul to attack, so the other party might not be able to destroy it in a short time. Sure enough, he could sense the aura of the great dragon sword soul far behind him. Moreover, it was so far away that he was stunned. Aren't they being too cautious? No wonder he couldn't hurt them when he shattered the entire space. The distance was too far. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't know who was scheming against him, but he had to fight back now. Although the distance was far, it wasn't a problem for him. Moreover, he used the Tai Chi diagram to change instantly. The yin-yang aura in the distance and the terrifying yin-yang sword pierced through the space. Lin Xian rushed over as well. Nine-headed Kylan, the void beast, and the others hid in the void. Their eyes were cold. They were the ones who attacked previously. Nine-headed Kylan summoned the Void Beast back and led the three demons on their way. The Void Beast's space mystique and bloodline were terrifying. Especially this time, he had activated his bloodline and obtained a transformation. His space mystique was even more terrifying than before. Hence, he tore open the void with nine-headed Kylan and the others. They were transported from the Earth Palace to the Yin-Yang Palace. And then it happened. What happened next? The few of them used their space mystique to injure Lin Wudy. They hid in the void and sneered. Lin Wudy couldn't fight back at all. If they weren't in the Yin-Yang Palace, he would have been dead. Young master, this kid has obtained a transformation of Yin-Yang. He can control the Yin-Yang aura around him. Moreover, the Yin-Yang image gave us a sense of terror. The three demons said. Nine-headed Kylan's face was cold. Indeed, the Yin-Yang diagram made him fearful. Hence, he said to attack. They kept attacking, but they didn't expect to make a mistake this time. Lin Wudy took out a pagoda to block their attacks. The shockwave made their blood boil. Moreover, Lin Wudy took the opportunity to attack with a few streaks of sword chi, injuring one of the demons. Be careful. Nine-headed Kylan said coldly. This kid has a powerful eye technique. He wants to use blood to track us down. Don't worry, Your Highness. He won't be able to track us down. That demon quickly recovered from his injuries and wiped out all the blood. However, they had underestimated the aura of the dragon sword spirit. Lin Wudy thought that he had recovered, but there was still a trace of the dragon sword spirit's 7 breaths. Hence, Lin Xian found them. Boom! They felt the boundless sword chi slamming into the space around them, causing the space to shatter. Their blood boiled. What's going on? Have I been discovered? That was impossible. He must have done it randomly. The few of them were horrified. The Void Beast, on the other hand, activated its space mystique and left the area. However, in the next moment, a Taiji diagram ruthlessly smashed into their bodies. With a bang, several people fell out of the void with a blank look on their faces. What was going on? He was hit again. That was impossible. The Void Beast was also in pain. His body tumbled in the air and then disappeared. Nine-headed Qilin and the others who had been knocked out disappeared once again. Lin Xian withdrew the Taiji diagram, his face turning cold. Nine-headed Qilin and the people from Thousand Demon City. It was them. Lin Xian knew that once the news spread, these people would definitely make a move. But what he didn't expect was that the other party would directly use a spatial god art to teleport to his side. It seemed that this Void Beast was really a huge threat. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he searched again. In the next moment, he attacked forcefully. In the space, nine-headed Qilin and the others were extremely gloomy. Damn it, the other party had discovered their tracks. That was unbelievable, that kid must be dreaming. One of the Void Beasts gritted his teeth. The other two nodded. That's right. How could he find them? They wouldn't be injured anymore. Just as they finished speaking, they were sent flying, coughing up blood. How was that possible? The three Void Beasts were stunned. They couldn't believe it. They were now on the back of the Void Beast. With the terrifying power of space, the other party couldn't find them at all. However, the outcome was beyond their expectations. The other party had sent them flying again. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned cold. What was going on? He looked at the Void Beast. The Void Beast was in the sky. He said, I don't know. Maybe he sensed the blood from before? That's impossible. The Void Beast screamed, I've already wiped out the blood. Their bodies disappeared again, but not long after, they were sent flying again. This time, they were more severely injured. Lin Xian swung the Great Sage Pagoda and attacked the other party. Since the other party had used despicable means, he didn't need to hold back. No, the other party was too strange. That eye technique could see through my divine ability. The Void Beast's face turned cold. To be honest, his bloodline had improved and his spatial divine ability had become stronger. He could kill people like a ghost. Even a small saint might not be able to find his tracks. But now, the other party had easily caught his tracks. Nine-headed Qilan's face turned cold. He said to the injured void beast, "Leave us first." "Your Highness, you won't abandon me, right?" The void beast's face turned ugly. "No, run away immediately after you leave. You don't have to participate." The void beast heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he wasn't used as bait. He didn't dare to go against Lin Wudi's power. He left the void beast and fled frantically. The injured void beast was going to leave. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to find them. The few of them thought. Sure enough, Lin Xian could feel the dragon soul's aura rushing out from the void beast and into the distance. "Have I been seen through?" His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Kill." Yin and Yang sword chi fell from the sky and shrouded the void beast. There was a loud boom. The void beast roared crazily. He wanted to resist, but he was instantly pierced by countless Yin and Yang sword chi. Lin Xian didn't kill the void beast. The Yin and Yang sword chi turned into chains and hung the void beast in midair. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of the void beast. He said coldly, "Nine-headed Qilan, I see you. Not coming out? If you don't come out, this void beast will be tortured to death by me." Having said that, the laws of Yin and Yang revolved. The void beast screamed crazily. "Damn it." In the void beast, Nine-headed Qilan and the others' faces turned ugly. The two void beasts' eyes turned red. "Damn it, how dare he attack us? Damn it, does he want to die? How dare he torture our companion? He deserves to die. Go and kill him." The two of them wanted to attack. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They couldn't take it anymore. Nine-headed Qilan said, "Stop. This kid can control the power of Yin and Yang here. He's not someone we can fight against. Now, we can only fight against him with our space mystique. We can't go out." "What? Nine-heads Qilan, you don't have the guts to come out?" Lin Xian sneered and continued to use Yin Yang 27 to torture the great demon. A pitiful cry could be heard in the air. Nine-heads Qilan's face was cold. "I'll go out and attract that kid's attention. You guys attack from the shadows." He walked out. He said coldly, "Kid, let go of my people. You actually dare to come out?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, chopping off the great demon's head. Then, he looked at Nine-heads Qilan. "He will end up like you." Lin Xian rushed forward. At this moment, the void broke open and a terrifying power surged towards him. Lin Xian sneered. "I've been waiting for you." He took out the great sage pagoda and blocked the power. At the same time, he took out the great dragon sword soul and slashed forward. This sword was really too violent. The space was instantly sliced apart. The great void beast felt danger. It was as if the sword chi could threaten him. What sword technique is this? He was terrified. He used his spatial mystique to the extreme and instantly shuttled through the void. Among the countless laws, space was the king. This was recognized by everyone. Therefore, the great void beast had absolute confidence that he could use his spatial mystique to dodge all attacks. He was invincible. But this time, he was wrong. Because even though he used his spatial mystique to dodge countless attacks, he was still unable to dodge. But he couldn't dodge Lin Xian's slash. No matter which space he shuttled to, the void would be shattered and the sword chi would envelop him. With a swoosh, the sword chi slashed his body. Damn it! The heavenly void beast tossed the two greater demons on his body away. Then, he went crazy. Block it. The power of space distorted, trying to coax the sword chi to sleep. Boom, in the end, his bloodline power exploded and he escaped. But he was still injured. His tail was chopped off. The originally transparent tail was stained with blood and was instantly dyed red. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this. Good stuff. He let the great dragon sword spirit sweep up the broken tail and instantly rushed back. Damn it, how dare you! Nine-heads Qilan roared. He didn't expect the great void beast to be injured. This was too unbelievable. He couldn't let Lin Fan get the great void beast's body. If Lin Fan had some method to study the laws of space, it would be bad. So, he attacked. The other two greater demons struck out swiftly as well. Instantly, all sorts of horrifying auras gushed out. Lin Xian roared. The Taiji diagram spun in all directions. The entire Yin-Yang Hall seemed to have been activated by him. Countless Yin and Yang auras descended. The swords of Yin and Yang were indomitable, capable of destroying everything in their path. Damn it, the two greater demons were instantly injured. Many sword wounds appeared on their bodies, and they screamed in terror. But he was much stronger. He was He. Damn it. Just like the rumors said, the Yin-Yang Hall was the enemy's territory. There was simply no way for them to contend against him. Without the spatial demonic beasts, their lives would be in danger. On the other side, the great void beast was going crazy. He had never been injured because no one could hurt him. But now, he had lost a part of his tail. It was a great humiliation. He was a rare beast. He knew the laws of space, but there were limitations. His body and bloodline couldn't recover as easily as other sages. After all, the blood of space was precious. His skin could be made into a spatial weapon. It was very precious. So, once he was injured, the injury would stop immediately. However, it would take a long time for his broken tail to grow back. He couldn't stand it. He had to get his tail back. He only held back his blood and completely hid in the void. This time, he was going to use the power of space to kill Lin Fan. The space around Lin Xian twisted strangely. The power of space made his body shake violently. The Yin and Yang Qi became crazy and restless. How dare you come again? Lin Xian snorted. Suddenly, an extremely miserable shriek came from the space. The space demonic beast's body fell down, and it was trembling nonstop. His originally transparent body appeared before everyone's eyes at this moment. Not good. Nine-headed Kylan's face changed and he rushed over. The two great void beasts also looked terrible. What a terrifying black aura. It was the power of death. Lin Fan should have the laws of death. What? When the nine-headed Qilin heard this, its face turned extremely ugly. He couldn't care less. He had to save the great void beast. It was the law of space. It was rare. He couldn't let it die. Let's go. They took the great void beast and left quickly. Lin Xian used the yin-yang sword and chased after them. In the end, they were all injured. Even nine-headed Kylan had a terrifying sword wound on his back. He was almost cut in half. However, he didn't dare to fight back. He could only run for his life. Outside the Yin-Yang Hall, everyone was waiting patiently. They were waiting for Lin Xian to come out so that they could stop him. Over the past day, they felt energy fluctuations in front of the Yin-Yang Hall. Someone was coming. These people all stood up, their eyes shining with a shocking light. Some used secret techniques. Some took out sage weapons. They were ready to attack with all their might. They wouldn't give the other party a chance to react. Moreover, they didn't doubt that the person who came out was Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was the only one who was still in the Yin-Yang Hall. When Lin Fan came out, they roared and attacked. The sages attacked crazily. Lei Zhan and the other chief disciples were among them. When they attacked together, they were extremely powerful. The people who came out immediately screamed in pain. Not good. The two great void beasts turned green. They couldn't defend against so many sages. Damn it. I'm not Lin Wudi. Nine-headed Kylan understood what was going on. These people probably thought that they were Lin Wudi. As soon as he shouted, his voice was drowned out by the energy in the sky. Those who attacked sneered. He wasn't Lin Wudi. Who was he trying to fool? Who else could it be other than Lin Wudi in the Yin-Yang Hall? Everyone ignored him and attacked crazily. The other party was trying to bluff his way out. These people attacked even more violently. The area in front of them was completely drowned out. After a series of attacks, everyone stopped. The other party should be dead. That was for sure. Xianxia stood out. His eyes were filled with radiance. If he's not dead, I'll kick his head like a ball. The elites of the demon city also stood up and sneered. They had so many elites attacking, but the other party was still alive. What a joke. At this moment, more than 10 figures appeared in the distance. Each of them was a sword sage. Their auras were powerful. The people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion were terrified. When the people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this, they naturally understood that the kid had appeared. Kill. Without saying a word, countless sword chi slashed down. The scene in front of them was shattered again. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Humph, let's see how you die. They sneered. At this moment, everyone was paying attention. In front of them, the sword chi disappeared. The loss slowly dissipated. Fresh blood stained the ground. The pungent smell of blood made people frown. However, when they saw the situation clearly, they were all dumbfounded. Why was there so much sage blood? The residue didn't seem right. They frowned. Xianxia didn't have any scales on him. And why did they feel that the demon aura was monstrous? Could it be that it wasn't Lin Wudi? Thinking of this possibility, they quickly widened their eyes and looked forward. In the next moment, they screamed. How could this be? The experts of Demon City fainted. They realized that there were a few powerful demons in front of them. And one of them seemed to be their young master. 9 Xianxia, it couldn't be. The people they had just attacked were actually their own people. These people fainted. One had to know that they didn't hold back when they attacked. They wanted to kill Lin Wudi. Who would have thought that they would kill their own people? The others were also stunned. What was going on? Didn't they say that only Lin Wudi was left in Yin Yang Hall? How did 9 Xianxia and the other demons enter? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand at all. Xianxia's face darkened. He was a little disappointed. After all, it wasn't Lin Wudi. However, it was a good thing that 9 Xianxias were killed. After all, both sides were competitors. The sword sages in the sky were cold. That kid was still inside. At this moment, the crowd erupted into an unparalleled scream. The 9-headed Xianxia was killed by them, as well as the other great demons. This was a shocking matter. Could the 1,000 Demon City let this matter rest? So what? Who asked him not to reveal his identity? That's right. Demon City also took action. What right did they have to blame us? Some people were discussing. Some people sneered. The great demons of the myriad Demon City also woke up, and they rushed forward as if they had gone mad. Young master, please don't die. Up ahead, the 2 greater demons who had come out with the 9-headed Xianxia were already smashed into smithereens. Their Xianxia souls had been destroyed, and they were deader than dead. There was no way they could be revived. Hence, they didn't even look at the 9-headed Xianxia. The 9-headed Xianxia's body was shattered, and blood flowed out of it. There was no sign of life. The 9-headed Xianxia was strong, and he had made a breakthrough recently. He was strong enough to defeat everyone, but there were too many experts in the Yin Yang Hall. Moreover, there were more than 10 powerful sword saints among them, including Xianxia. There were other chief disciples as well. These people originally wanted to make a move and kill Xianxia. Therefore, no matter how strong the 9 Xianxias were, they couldn't stop him. He was directly killed. Young master. The experts of the Demon City went crazy. Their young master had really been killed. Although the 9-headed Xianxia had 9 lives and wouldn't really die, it was still a huge price to pay for one of his lives. Why didn't their young master dodge? They couldn't understand. With their young master's strength, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Soon, they saw the 9-headed Xianxia carrying a beast in his arms. When they saw the beast covered in black runes, they understood. It was the Void Beast. The 9-headed Xianxia was protecting the Void Beast, and that was why he was killed. At the same time, they understood why the 9-headed Xianxia would appear in the Yin Yang Hall. He must have cooperated with the Void Beast to assassinate Xianxia. However, it seemed like he had failed. The Void Beast was in a bad situation. His life force was weak, and he could die at any time. They quickly treated him. The experts of the demon city quickly treated him. At the same time, they waited. Not long after, an immemorial phantom appeared on the nine-headed Qilan's body. He originally had 9 heads, but Lin Xian had killed one of them. He already had 8 heads. Now, he died again, and the 8th head was smashed. Now, only 7 heads were left. The aura of the 9-headed Qilan recovered and he came back to life. However, the moment he came back to life, he roared at the sky. Damn it, he was mad with anger. He actually died again, he could not accept this. He had 9 lives, but the fight for the Great Tao was extremely dangerous. Even if he had 9 lives, he might not be able to reach the end. Not to mention that he had lost another life for no reason. He had died for no reason. He glanced at the void beast, who was being treated by their experts. He turned around and stared at the front. How dare you attack me, you even dared to cause me to lose my life. Just you wait, I will definitely not forgive you for this matter. The demon city will not let you off. The 9-headed Qilan roared. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The assassination had failed, and the void beast had been severely injured. Now, he had lost another life. He was furious. The people around him felt their scalps go numb. It was over. The 9-headed Qilan would definitely go on a killing spree. Would they be able to withstand the revenge of the demon city? These people all wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Lei Jin stepped forward and sneered. Who allowed you to come out? We killed Lin Wudi. Who knew it was you? That's right. Someone sneered. How would we know if you didn't tell us? Moreover, it wasn't just us. The people from the demon city also attacked, and they were even more ruthless than us. Perhaps they were the ones who killed you. What right do you have to take revenge on us? The 9-headed Qilan's face darkened when he heard this. He turned around and stared at the experts from the demon city. The great demons looked pale and broke out in cold sweat. They said awkwardly, we really didn't know it was you. Yes, young master. We didn't know you went in to assassinate Lin Wudi. The 9-headed Qilan spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to die. In order to be quick and keep it a secret, he did not call many people. He only called a few great demons from the Earth Hall. He also called the void beast over. He could not wait to assassinate it. He was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble. Who would have thought that his original plan would end up burying him? Let's go, the 9-headed Qilan roared and flew into the sky. He could only suffer in silence. Let's go. The great demons from the demon city brought the void beast and left quickly. Everyone was discussing why the 9-headed Qilan would appear here. Some were also worried that the demon city would take revenge. In the Yin Yang Hall, Lin Xian crossed his arms. He was laughing so hard that he could not breathe. He had never seen such a ridiculous thing. The 9-headed Qilan had lost a life. Serves them right. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he turned around and went back in. He could tell that it was a dangerous place outside. The 9 Qilans were so terrifying, but they were all killed instantly. If he went out, the situation wouldn't be any better. Even though he had the great sage, he was still being chased by countless people. It wouldn't feel good. I have to think of a way to leave quietly. Lin Xian looked at the tail in his hand and sneered. He heard from He Shan that the void beast was a spatial divine beast. Its fur had the power of space. If he could refine it, he could use the power of space to leave quietly. What happened outside the Yin Yang Hall spread quickly. As for the Golden Palace, everyone in the 5 halls knew about it. They were in an uproar. The North Demon and the Crimson Dragon heard it too. They sneered. They were courting death. They deserved it. Who told them to sneak attack? Soon, they frowned again. These people had gathered outside the Yin Yang Hall to capture Lin Xian. The 9 Qilans were tricked this time. But what about the next time? Would Lin Xian be able to withstand so many terrifying attacks if he came out, especially the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? Another 10 Sword Sages came. The 20 Sword Saints together were incomparably powerful. Everyone was terrified. No, we have to find that kid quickly. Let's go to the Yin Yang Hall too. The Crimson Dragon, the North Demon, Morong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu all moved. Wang Xiafeng, Guili, and the others who were still outside the Yinyang Hall also came. They gathered and rushed towards the Yinyang Hall. Of course, they didn't go there directly. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if they were captured and used to threaten them. They hid in the dark and were extremely anxious. They didn't know how senior brother Lin was doing. They were worried about Water Sky City. It wasn't easy for these people to gather the Heavenly Tao Golden Lotus and enter as well. However, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After all, they were all top geniuses. Although they had entered the Saint City late, they were still able to obtain the treasures inside. Therefore, they chased after Lin Xian. "Stay in the dark and wait for us to go take a look," Li Hongxiu suggested. Indeed, it wasn't appropriate for Peerless City's people to show their faces. However, they weren't Peerless City's people and each of them had a special status. Those people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The toad also cried out. "Damn, this group of people is too despicable. I will drown them with ointment." They rushed out. The eyes of the people from the Yinyang Hall lit up when they saw them. They knew that these people were their friends from Lin County. Should they make a move? Upon closer inspection, they realized that although these people were Lin Xian's friends, they all had their own identities. Furthermore, they weren't from Peerless City. For example, Li Hongxiu, the daughter of the Saint King, would you dare to attack her? These people hesitated. Lei Jin sneered. It didn't matter. Since they were here, it meant that that guy was really inside. As long as he came out, he would definitely die. These people waited even more patiently. Following which, the toad began to provoke them. Its mouth was truly too smelly, causing the faces of some experts to darken. Later, he began to hunt down the toad. However, the toad was very powerful and was very familiar with this place. Even though it was being chased by dozens of people, it was still able to leave calmly. After a few days, the toad came back energetically. The saints were so angry that they gritted their teeth. The Crimson Dragon began to set up many arrays. After all, arrays were more useful in a real battle. He decided to set up some teleportation arrays to teleport the kid away. Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, the North Demon, and the others were also worried. They were all waiting. However, at this moment, Lin Xian seemed to be very relaxed in the Yinyang Hall. He had an almost transparent beast skin in his hand. It kept rolling as he refined it with his godly fire. It was the beast skin of the void beast. Lin Xian chopped off a section of the beast's tail and peeled off the beast skin. He also didn't waste any of the beast's flesh. He preserved it perfectly. These were all good things for him to study the spatial laws. He didn't have time to study them now, but when he had the chance, he would definitely take them out to study. Lin Xian refined the demonic qi on the beast skin. Then, he kept polishing it and imprinting his soul mark on it. Before this, he had used the Great Dragon Sword soul to clean it a few hundred times. He had already removed all the remaining souls on it. Now that the beast skin was no longer connected to the void beast, he could use it without worry. Once he was done, Lin Xian draped the beast skin over his body and disappeared in an instant. How magical! Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and put it on. Then, he sensed it carefully, but he couldn't sense it. The demonic qi on it had completely disappeared. It was indeed a good thing. The void beast was too amazing. It was really a divine beast. Indeed, it was really too good. It was like the darling of the heavens. For example, the 9 Qilins and the void beast's bloodline were all extraordinary. Not to mention the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. He should be able to leave now. Lin Xian put on the beast skin and walked out of the Yinyang Hall. When he reached the door, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he walked out. He lingered outside. Seeing that something was wrong, he hurried back. However, he realized that after he came out, the people in front of him didn't react at all. They didn't notice him at all. That's great. Lin Xian was delighted. It seemed that the power of space had completely hidden him. Lin Xian deliberately took a few steps forward and wandered in front of these people. In the end, no one reacted. Only Lei Zhan revealed a look of doubt. Endless lightning flashed in his eyes as he tried to search. However, he didn't find anything and retracted his gaze. Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even Lei Zhan couldn't find him, let alone the others. He had to take a good look at who was targeting her. What he saw gave him a fright. Almost all the big families in the holy city except Wushuang City had people here. Damn it, it was really something. However, it made sense. The yin-yang origin was not weaker than the spatial laws. If he could get it, how terrifying would it be? He remembered all of them. If he had the chance, he would kill them one by one. Not only did he see these people, but he also saw his friends. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, Toad, and the others were also here. This made Lin Xian's heart feel warm. He walked over and sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Murong Qingqing was stunned. However, after hearing Lin Xian's voice transmission, he quickly calmed down. "Brother Xian, is that you?" Lin Xian said secretly. "It's me. Previously, the 9 Qilins brought the Void Beast and crossed space to kill me. I killed them instead. I obtained a piece of Void Beast skin and refined it. Now, I'm using the power of space to sneak out. They can't see me." Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Space mystique? That would be much safer. Li Hongxiu was also surprised. She transmitted her voice to Lin Fan. "You're really surprising. Every time you did, you would cause a huge commotion." Lin Xian chuckled and transmitted his voice to the North Demons. He told them to bring the Toad and the Crimson Dragon away. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were very unhappy when they were taken away. "Damn, what's going on? Are we retreating?" "No, I haven't scolded enough." The Toad clamored, but in the end, a slap landed on its head and it was dragged away. Then, they met up with Shui Tiancheng and the others and left quietly. They went to a place far away where there was no one. The Toad was unhappy. "Damn, who hit me? Say, what's going on? Why are you retreating?" Shui Tiancheng and the others surrounded them. Before the North Demons could say anything, a figure appeared in front of them. "Of course, it's because I came out." "It's you," the Crimson Dragon was shocked. The Toad jumped high. "Damn, what the hell?" Shui Tiancheng, Shi Bufan, and the others screamed. They couldn't imagine that Lin Xian would suddenly appear. "What's going on? How did you come out? Why didn't I notice you at all?" The Dark Divine Dragon was shocked. The others were even more shocked. As Lin Xian spoke, he naturally swaggered out. He waved the transparent beast skin in his hand and covered it up again. Everyone realized that the candidate had disappeared. "Space mystique," Toad shrieked. "You actually mastered such a mystique. Didn't you say that you mastered the yin-yang laws?" The Crimson Dragon was also excited. "Yeah, kid, what's going on?" Lin Xian recounted the events that had transpired. After they heard it, they were shocked. So many things had happened in the yin-yang hall. It was really dangerous. Only Lin Xian could come back alive. If it were Lei Zhan and the others, they might not be able to come out alive. Especially when they heard that Lin Xian was being chased by the Void Beast space, they were all infuriated. Fortunately, the Heavenly Void Beast had been wounded, and one of the 9 scales had died. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had obtained a piece of Heavenly Void Beast skin. With this thing, it was equivalent to having spatial laws. Many people were envious. Lin Xian said that it wasn't that exaggerated. He could only hide his tracks and couldn't use spatial abilities. Indeed, spatial abilities were extremely terrifying. Apart from being able to hide one's tracks and teleport through space, there were also various other uses. Lin Xian had seen these when he was in the Gu family. That was the King realm. If it was the law of space, it would be even more terrifying. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Li Hongxiu also spoke up. Indeed, if it was a Void Palace beast, it was still possible. A piece of beast skin could only save one's life. Let me tell you, there is a person who knows how to use the law of space, and he is extremely terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Apart from the Heavenly Void Beast, there was actually someone who knew how to use the law of space. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was shocked. There was actually someone who knew how to use the law of space. Then how terrifying was this person? These people were all very interested to hear the details. Li Hongxiu shrugged. I don't know either. I only know that there is an expert on the pilgrim list whose surname is Gu. His name is Gu Feng. Gu Feng. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be someone from the Gu family? Spatial abilities were extremely rare, and only a few people could master them. Apart from the heavenly void beast's bloodline ability, the only other great emperor family who could do it was the Gu family. Moreover, this person was also surnamed Gu. Gu Feng. His eyes flickered. He had never heard of this person in the quintessential world. However, great emperor families were extremely mysterious. They might not only exist in the quintessential world. There might be some in other places as well. In short, he guessed that it was very likely that Gu Feng was from the Gu family. If that was the case, then he would be a difficult opponent. The North Demon also said, I wonder how Gu Santong is doing. Yes, they also thought of Gu Santong. He was also a genius of the Gu family. Lin Xian thought of many things in an instant. Li Hongxiu said, forget it. You don't have to think about these things now. If you want to deal with those people, break through to the small saint realm first. Brother Xian, what do you plan to do next? Morong Qingqing asked. I'm going to the Palace of All Life. I think it's time to condense the law of sword. Then I'll go with you. Morong Qingqing said. She had already strengthened her bloodline in the Palace of All Life. She wanted to go to the other palaces to take a look. Lin Xian nodded. The toad said, I'll go too. Li Hongxiu slapped it. Go your sister, don't be a third wheel. Damn it, it hurts. The toad's tears flowed out. Then it said, who said I'm going with this kid? The Palace of All Life is a good place. Can't I go alone? The North Demon also said, we can all go to the Palace of All Life. However, we can't go together. This way, even if there's danger, we can help as soon as possible. Alright, everyone nodded. Let's do it this way. As for Zishui Tianqing and the others, Lin Xian told them to be careful. Then he and Morong Qingqing snuggled up to each other, put on the void beast skin, and disappeared. Over at the Yin Yang Palace, everyone was waiting with gritted teeth. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had already left the Yin Yang Palace. Now, he was already in the Palace of All Saints. If these people knew, they would probably vomit blood. There were even more laws in the Palace of All Saints. Lin Xian sensed carefully and flew in the direction of the Law of Sword. During this time, he met some people. They were all powerful swordsmen, and some were even sword saints. The Law of Sword was very terrifying. However, everyone's Law of Sword was different. Some were fast and violent, while others had a destructive aura. However, without exception, they were all very powerful. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing shuttled through the void quickly. The people around them didn't know that the two of them had arrived. They didn't know who left behind the 5 halls of the Golden Palace. Wasn't it too magical? Lin Xian was also amazed. He wasn't sure, but he thought that it must be someone incredible. Perhaps it was a supreme saint, or someone above a supreme saint. As for this secret, they probably wouldn't be able to figure it out. The two of them didn't argue. Along the way, they snuggled up to each other and whispered sweet nothings. On this day, there was a sudden roar in front of them. Heaven and earth trembled, and a terrifying aura spread from afar. What happened? Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing stopped. They looked into the distance. Morong Qingqing's eyes were shining with rainbow light, while Lin Xian's eyes were shining with golden light. Both of them were surprised. In front of them, the light was monstrous, and a terrifying aura was vast and mighty. It was sword qi, and it was incomparable. It soared into the sky as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian sensed the terrifying sword qi and immediately retreated. He didn't know what it was, but it shouldn't be a human. Because it was too terrifying. The two of them moved very quickly in the void and left in an instant. As soon as they left, the place where they were originally standing was shattered by countless sword waves, turning into a black hole of nothingness. After retreating a long distance, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Morong Qingqing's jade-like face was also cold. The law of the sword was really terrifying. That's right. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. In addition to the law of the sword, there were probably also the law of the saber and some very rare law types in this place. They could all be found here. He didn't know if he could find the law of space. Lin Xian was also looking forward to it. If there was a place where he could temper and comprehend the law of space, it would be great. Thinking of this, he was right. There was something for you. He took out half of the blood essence of the Void Thin Man and gave it to Morong Qingqing. You should comprehend it well. You might fight with Gu Feng in the future. Even if you don't fight Gu Feng, you might encounter the Void Beast. After all, the Demon City would definitely not let this matter rest. In addition to these, Lin Xian also gave some of the things he had obtained to Morong Qingqing. After Morong Qingqing received them, she also gave the things she had obtained from the human hull to Lin Xian. Most of the things that Morong Qingqing had obtained were evolved bloodlines. Lin Xian didn't have any bloodlines, but he still accepted them. He felt that they might be of some help to his divine body. Oh, right, there was another good thing. Lin Xian slapped his head. He thought of something and took it out. What was this? After Morong Qingqing saw it, she was surprised. The aura of a phoenix. That's right, there was a fire phoenix in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion who went against me. When she was about to die, she directly turned into a phoenix stone. I think it should help you. Morong Qingqing was overjoyed. Perhaps I can find out some of the Emperor clan's secrets from her. Wait, someone is coming. The two of them stopped talking and stood in the 9 heavens. A few streams of light streaked over from afar. These people were all sword saints, and Lin Xian recognized a few of them. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, but not all of them. They were the 3rd and 4th of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. The two of them were in an abnormally sorry state. Their bodies were covered with terrifying sword wounds. It was the same for the other sword saints. They were all injured. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the terrifying sword qi was caused by these people. There should be something incredible up ahead. These sword saints made a move. He must have activated the mechanism. He didn't know what it was, but if it could move these sword saints, it should be a good treasure. However, Lin Xian did not make a move because the sword qi in front of him was too terrifying. Even he could not withstand it. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal his identity too early. Otherwise, those people from the Yin Yang Hall would kill him again. Hiding in the void, Lin Xian turned and left. Now, the most important thing was to condense the precept of sword. After flying for a few more days, Lin Xian came to a stop. He realized that there was an extremely strong sword well in front of him. It was the precept condensing. He descended to comprehend it. He realized that it was some plants and vines. They had an unusually cold aura. He took a closer look and realized that these plants were growing on the broken sword. The aura on the broken sword was too terrifying. Therefore, these plants also had a terrifying sword qi. Some of them even bore fruit. This should be the sword fruit. Lin Xian did not make a move rashly because this place was not too far away from the place where the sword qi had exploded. Moreover, the remnant sword will here was also very terrifying. If he activated some mechanism and attracted other unnecessary trouble, it would be terrible. He was waiting. When the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain made a move, he could make a move. At that time, everyone would pay attention to the even more terrifying sword qi and would not pay attention to him. After waiting for 2 days, the sword qi in front of him soared into the sky again. The terrifying scene attracted the attention of countless people. It was a good opportunity. At this moment, Lin Xian also made a move. Because there was also a sword wave on his side. However, compared to the terrifying scene in the distance, he did not attract too much attention here. After half a day, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing left. They had obtained 100 fruits. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He ate 5 fruits directly and felt a piercingly cold sword chi circulating in his body. As expected, the sword will contained in these fruits was very terrifying. It was far more powerful than what he had seen in the outside world. He ate more than 20 fruits in one go. Then, the sword essence in his body kept rushing out. Lin Xian began to comprehend here. Soon, he finished the 100 sword fruit. He opened his eyes and sighed. It was a pity that he did not condense the sword rule. From this, it could be seen that the sword rule was very difficult to comprehend. However, the effect of these 100 fruits was also very good. At least, Lin Xian's sword chi had become more terrifying than before. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing returned. When the sword chi in front of them filled the sky, they picked nearly 100 more fruits. After a few attacks, Lin Xian's sword chi improved rapidly. However, Lin Xian knew that these could only improve his sword chi. If he wanted to comprehend the real sword rule, he would need other things. Over the next day, Lin Xian ate another 30 invisible fruits and prepared to comprehend. Not long after, there was a sudden roar in the distance. Endless sword chi rolled between heaven and earth. There was a strange phenomenon in the sky and a red light was emitted. Is there a change? Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered and revealed a look of surprise. She looked at Lin Xian and did not say anything. Instead, she waited patiently. After half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Morong Qingqing told him what had happened. Lin Xian also stood up and looked into the distance. He also felt that there was a terrifying sword rule in front of him. Obviously, there was a change in front of him. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing flew forward. This time, they were not the only ones. There were many powerful saints flying quickly around them. It seemed that the strange phenomenon in front of them had attracted the attention of many people. Even before it arrived, Lin Xian and the others could already sense a fearsome surge of sword chi sweeping in their direction. The void beast skin on their bodies fluctuated with the power of space, causing them to hide their bodies. Some of the saints around them also stopped in their tracks and shouted coldly as they began to block the sword chi. There were sword saints and other saints among them. Obviously, these people all wanted to obtain the sword principal world in front of them. If they could condense the sword rule, then their attack power would be greatly increased. Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret prodigy and looked ahead carefully. In front of them, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void shattered. A huge stone tablet was faintly discernible, and it looked like a huge sword that reached the sky. The sword chi emitted from it was really terrifying. This should be the legendary place of the hidden sword. A sword saint looked up to the sky and laughed. He was really lucky. He actually saw the place of the hidden sword reappear in the world. The surrounding experts' eyes were also burning with passion as they stared at the scene before them. There was an extremely shocking law in front of them, as if it could easily split a person in half. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. A sword saint turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. However, when he got close, he screamed and retreated in horror. Many wounds appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. He screamed in horror and ran back. The surrounding experts were also shocked. This was a sword saint in the 5th heaven, and he was very strong. Just because he rushed over, such a scene happened. It was really unbelievable. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, more people came from afar. They came close, and their eyes emitted a piercing light, which shocked the surrounding experts. They were young geniuses. They felt that the sword chi on these young people was even more terrifying than theirs. They should be the 7 swords of Tianshan from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Many people's eyelids twitched. Indeed, Lin Xian also saw them. There were also a few familiar faces. After the 7 swords of Tianshan arrived, they also frowned when they sensed the aura in front of them. The eldest of the Tianshan sect's sacred weapon was extremely solemn. The second of the Tianshan sect looked around and asked, "Big brother, should we join forces with these people?" There was no need. The eldest of the Tianshan sect snorted coldly. They didn't take these people's strength seriously. The 7 swords of Tianshan were so powerful that they didn't even care about the older generation. More experts appeared around them, but they were a little far away. They formed an arc and appeared in the nearby void. Gradually, the scene in front of them became more and more terrifying. The sword chi was like a sea, and the sea was so terrifying that everyone was shocked. In the endless sword chi, the faintly discernible sword shadow was really shocking. It had an endless mysterious aura. They had to go over. These people's eyes emitted piercing light. Only by getting close could they obtain the sword Dao treasure. After waiting for another 2 days, the surrounding experts couldn't hold it in any longer and were ready to make a move. 3 long swords appeared behind a sword saint and enveloped him. They formed a triangle and cut through the void. The sword light that blossomed at this moment was incomparable. However, it didn't take long for cracks to appear on the 3 saint artifacts. It was as if they were unable to withstand the boundless sea of swords before them. Damn it, the sword saint was instantly terrified. The surrounding people were shocked. However, these people who dared to come here were all experts. Let's go. A tall man with fiery red wings on his back opened his mouth and spat out a war chariot. This was a flaming war chariot that was burning fiercely. After he got on, the 2 people beside him also got on. The 3 of them tore through the void and rushed forward. The flames that filled the sky were attacked by the endless swords, but they were not damaged. The people in the distance shrieked. Their eyes were filled with envy. Let's go. On the other side, someone took out a golden cauldron. It kept getting bigger. Several figures stood up, tearing apart the void, rushing forward noisily. Everyone displayed their techniques one after another. Of course, some people's defenses were directly torn apart by the sea of swords midway and chopped into pieces. Their blood was dyed red and swallowed by the sword chi. It was extremely dangerous to pass through. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also had flickering eyes. Let's go. The eldest, second, and third brothers of Heavenly Mountain formed a sword formation and rushed forward. Endless snowflakes floated out of their bodies, forming a terrifying world of ice. Lin Xian didn't see the others. They must be moving separately. Seeing these people display their techniques, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also prepared to move out. Lin Xian didn't dare to use the void beast hide again. He was afraid that this spatial treasure would be damaged. After all, the sea of swords ahead was too terrifying. He and Morong Qingqing rode on the black earth. They flew forward. Although the black earth wasn't as good as the Great Sage Tower, it wasn't an ordinary saint artifact. Its defense was extremely terrifying. After entering the sea of swords, they felt the terrifying aura around them. In the black earth, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also had solemn expressions. They formed a formation and constantly paid attention to the situation outside. Suddenly, they discovered that not far ahead, a monstrous sword wave suddenly surged out. It enveloped the 3 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. What's going on? Is it an accident or did someone attack? Lin Xian was shocked. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also roared crazily. The eldest of the Heavenly Mountain roared as the sword chi on his body split open the sky. A blue sword light swept across the 9 heavens. The 2nd and 3rd brothers of Heavenly Mountain did the same. They all practiced the Heavenly Mountain sword technique, which belonged to the same power. Therefore, at this moment, the 3 of them performed the Heavenly Mountain sword technique together, forming a terrifying ice sword chi. They resisted the surrounding sea of swords. Then, they turned into a huge blue sword that enveloped the 3 of them and continued forward. Buzz, just like that, everyone relied on their own strength. They charged towards the sword shadow in front of them. However, not long after, Lin Xian and the others felt a huge aura coming from behind. It was about to collide with the black earth. The black earth and the black earth were like agile snakes. They instantly drew an arc and dodged. A purple light flashed past them like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He saw that it was a purple gourd with a few figures standing on it. At this moment, they turned around and snorted disdainfully. Are they provoking me? Lin Xian laughed. There are really people who don't know what's good for them. Beside him, Morong Qingqing also walked out. That gourd didn't look ordinary. It should be a high-grade saint artifact. I didn't expect these people to be so bold. Do they want to cause a conflict in this sea of swords? Brother Xian, this place is too dangerous. Why don't we wait until we reach our destination and teach them a lesson? Lin Xian nodded. He remembered the purple gourd and the figures on it. Buzz buzz buzz, in this sea of swords, their speed couldn't be too fast. At least, it was much slower than usual. Sometimes, not only could they not advance, they had to retreat. Therefore, it wasn't very easy to reach their destination. The sky gradually darkened. However, these saint artifacts shone brightly like suns, illuminating the surroundings. Of course, as long as the places that couldn't be illuminated were dark, their line of sight would be blocked. At this moment, a few black figures rushed out from the darkness. A few ships rushed towards the black earth. Lin Xian frowned. Are there people who don't know what's good for them? Is it that purple gourd? Morong Qingqing was also angry. The other party provoked them again and again. Did they really think they were clay figurines? They wanted to make a move, but they soon realized that it wasn't a purple gourd. Instead, it was a white shadow that looked like a white spirit boat. Those were bones. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He could see that those were white bone spirit boats made of white bones. Not only that, they could also feel the cold murderous aura coming from the white bone spirit boats. Brother Xian, there didn't seem to be any living people on it. Morong Qingqing was also beautiful and compact. Lin Xian also felt that such a cold aura wasn't suitable for people to go up. Could it be the guardian of this place? Lin Xian guessed. Morong Qingqing's body flickered with seven-colored light. She said that it might not be. Perhaps someone else had secretly made a move. Brother Xian, have you heard of the Netherworld Hall? The Netherworld Hall? Never heard of it. Lin Xian shook his head. Morong Qingqing said. The Netherworld Hall was also one of the holy cities, and they were very strong. They cultivated a cold aura, and it was even rumored that they could control ghosts. This wasn't the first time the Sea of Swords had been opened, right? In the past, there would have been countless experts who would have come here. After some experts died, their corpses were swallowed by the Sea of Swords. Over the past 10,000 years, who knew how many corpses of experts had been hidden? Perhaps the people of the Netherworld Hall had come and secretly controlled these corpses. They were attacking us. After hearing Morong Qingqing's analysis, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If it was really the Netherworld Hall, it might really be possible. Other than them, the others were also attacked. Some people screamed, "Get out of the way, don't be disturbed by those bone overlords." Some people roared, "Damn Netherworld Hall, come out and fight us head-on." It was useless. Those bone spirit boats were made of countless bones. There were also bone palaces on them, and many bone creatures rushed out from them. They were also made of bones, but they were in strange shapes. After all, after so many years, it was impossible for the corpses to be completely preserved. In addition, someone was controlling them. Therefore, different bones combined together to form the white bone life spirits. Although they looked strange, their auras were incomparably terrifying. These were the corpses of saints, and some of them were even powerful sword saints. The forest of bones charged over, their yin qi overflowing. Terrifying energy and law surged. The purple gourd in front snorted coldly. The person on top of it cast a spell. The purple gourd spewed out purple flames that engulfed the entire sky. The two ancient white boats were instantly engulfed by the purple flames. On the other side, the golden cauldron was just as aggressive as it charged forward. The white bone spiritual boat was smashed into pieces. The others also attacked one after another. Lin Xian also unleashed a law attack. The danger had been resolved. Do you think you can trap us with mere bones? Those people sneered as they didn't know what was good for them. However, very soon, he could no longer smile. After the white bone forest states disappeared, countless black shadows appeared in the surroundings. They rushed over. The white bone spirit boats were densely packed. There were at least 1,000 of them. Above them, there was an endless army of skeletons. Damn it, why are there so many of them? This time, the sages felt their scalps go numb. They didn't care about the previous dozen or so sages. But now, there were more than 1,000, and even more. They couldn't help but be shocked. The number of skeletons was hundreds of times greater than theirs. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing's expressions also became extremely ugly. They didn't know how many powerhouses had come to the Netherworld Hall to be able to control so many skeletons. It seems that we have no choice but to make a move. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing. Then, the two of them took a deep breath and began to attack. A great battle broke out. Thousands of white bone spirit boats rushed over and engulfed everything. These people fought back frantically. The battle lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Some people tore through countless skeletons and fought their way out. Some people were swallowed up by the army of skeletons and completely lost their lives. On the 6th day, when the sun rose, the skeletons sank into the sword chi and disappeared. Those who were still alive heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing retreated. Their faces were a little pale, but they were not injured. Both of them were very powerful. It was just that the 5 days of fighting had exhausted them a little, that was all. Morong Qingqing took a pill, and Lin Xian took out a few roasted beasts. Eat that to recover quickly. In the following period of time, everything was calm and peaceful. Finally, on this day, they arrived. At this moment, the sages were all recovering. However, when they arrived, they opened their eyes one after another. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also stood up and looked ahead. In the next moment, they were stunned. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. Morong Qingqing was also shocked. Am I seeing things? The other powerhouses were also stunned. Even the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were extremely shocked. How was that possible? Wasn't that a gigantic sword? Why was it only a broken sword? Previously, when they were watching from afar, it was a stone tablet in the shape of a gigantic sword. However, when they came closer, they saw a stone sword in front of them. It was only 3 feet long, and half of it was broken. It was floating there, emitting a mysterious aura. The scene was really too strange. Was it a hallucination? One of the sages decided to try. With the pagoda above his head, he carefully walked forward. As soon as he got close to the pagoda, his body instantly shrank. In the end, he shrank like an ant. What was going on? The others were also terrified. The shrunken sage was sucked into the broken sword and disappeared. Would it be dangerous? After waiting for a long time, they did not see the other party come out. They were very puzzled. The powerhouses began to analyze. Perhaps the laws inside were too powerful and affected the laws of heaven and earth. That's why we got closer and shrank our bodies according to its laws. There should be a world inside the broken sword. Perhaps the fortune was inside. Those people were all excited. Let's go. Some of them could not wait any longer. The others also had burning gazes. It was worth the risk for the fortune inside. Charge. Many people swayed. However, at that moment, a blue sword light descended from the sky. One of the people's body was frozen and then broken. Damn it, who attacked? Their companions screamed crazily. Then, they saw 3 people surrounded by icy sword chi. The voice was cold. Get lost if you don't want to die. Damn it, the companions who were killed roared crazily. How dare you attack us? They were really angry. However, what welcomed them was sword chi that filled the sky. The entire world turned into ice. Their movements became very slow. Even the speed of the circulation of their power slowed down. Oh no, it's only the Sky Mountain sword technique. Are they the 7 swords of Sky Mountain? Many people felt their scalps go numb and they frantically retreated. The 7 swords of Sky Mountain were so terrifying that they did not dare to fight back. The leader of the Sky Mountain sword technique snorted coldly. Since you know who I am, get lost. I also think it's time to clear out a batch of trash. The figures sitting on the purple gourd sneered. They suddenly activated the gourd and shot out purple flames. The battle broke out just like that. With the treasure in front of them, they definitely wanted to get rid of the dissidents and monopolize the treasure. Therefore, after the purple gourd, the golden cauldron also began to go on a rampage. Those who were weaker were directly smashed into a bloody mist. In an instant, monstrous laws swept out in all directions. Terrifying sword chi, ice, and flames surged in the sky. You can't even withstand a single blow. There were 5 people standing on the purple gourd. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Suddenly, one of them turned his head and looked behind him. There were purple flames in his eyes. That person is still alive. Hearing his companion's words, the others turned their heads and saw a spirit ship bobbing up and down behind them. This spirit ship could dodge their attacks previously, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They just didn't expect that in such a chaotic battle, that person is still alive. I don't like him. Let's kill him. That person said. Then, a flame rose from the purple gourd and rushed to the back. The black earth was constantly flashing, sometimes attacking, sometimes defending. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing weren't surprised by this sudden battle. They were all people who had experienced hundreds of battles and had long seen the biting cold methods of these experts. Therefore, they were also attacking aggressively. Suddenly, the temperature of the black earth suddenly rose, and white smoke even appeared in the internal space. What's going on? Someone is attacking them, and it's an extremely terrifying flame. Murong Qingqing snorted and shot out a seven-colored light. Immediately, the seven-colored light collided with the purple flames. It blocked the flames outside. Lin Xian frowned. Is it the purple gourd? Humph, these people are courting death. I'll fulfill their wishes. They're not dead. The person on the gourd was surprised. Interesting. The person inside actually has some means to block our purple ethereal heavenly fire. Come out if you have the guts and play with me. A man rushed out. He was wearing purple armor and holding a purple-red longsword in his hand. He rushed towards the black earth. Under the sword battle, the purple flames that filled the sky jumped and hacked at the black earth, producing a sonorous sound. Ant, come out and accept your death. This purple-armored man was extremely arrogant. Wang, inside the black earth, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He moved. In an instant, he rushed out, turning into a peerless streak of sword light, tearing apart the nine heavens. The armored man originally had a look of disdain on his face, but the aura coming from below caused his expression to change drastically. Damn it, I was too careless. This is an expert. In an instant, he felt a powerful nomological power rushing towards him. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In a hurry, he could only attack to defend himself. The purple flames that filled the sky danced on his body, forming a purple shield. It was simple and unadorned. Boom, clanging sounds could be heard, followed by miserable screams. The purple shield was instantly split into two halves. Not only that, but the man's purple armor was also shattering. His entire body was split apart by the sword. Blood dyed the void red. How was this possible? In the distance, those people on the gourd were stunned. The experts who were fighting in the surroundings also exclaimed. This sword made their hair stand on end. It seemed that there was another hidden expert. The purple gourd released a terrifying cloud of fire, enveloping the injured man and bringing him back. At the same time, the saints on the gourd roared. Who dares to hurt our purple void temple? Do you want to die? Their gazes were fixed on the black spirit ship. The others were also shocked. The purple void temple was also a terrifying sacred city. These were all top experts of the purple void temple, but they were easily injured at this moment. Who was inside the black spirit ship? Was the purple void temple very impressive? My Wushuang city has never been afraid of a fight. A cold voice came from the black spirit ship. After the surrounding people heard it, they were also shocked. Wushuang city, this was actually someone from Wushuang city. They were too surprised. The people of the purple void temple were also stunned. It seemed that the other party was also from the sacred city. What surprised them was that there were any powerful people in Wushuang city recently. If it was the second-generation disciples, then there was indeed a group of powerful experts that terrified them. But the third-generation disciples had only been there for a few years. They might not even have mastered the secret technique, but they dared to show off in front of them. However, some people were also shocked. Could the genius of Wushuang city be Lin Wudi? At the mention of this name, their bodies began to tremble. If it was really him, then they would be in danger. It was impossible. Some people shook their heads. How could that kid be here? That kid was blocked in the Yinyang Hall and couldn't come out. If he came out, he would die. Indeed, the others knew about what happened in the Yinyang Hall. If there was one person who was least likely to be here, it would be Lin Wudi. So, they were all relieved. It was just Wushuang City. Other than Lin Wudi, they didn't care about anyone else. Since it wasn't Lin Wudi, then die. On the purple gourd, the saints of the Purple Void Temple snorted. They spat out terrifying flames again. The raging flames swept toward the black earth. However, an extremely terrifying sword chi came out of the black earth. The sword broke the 9 heavens. The flames in the sky were torn apart. The purple gourd was sent flying. The people on the ground felt their blood boil. Some even vomited blood. Damn it, how could he be so strong? He was a top sword saint. Everyone screamed. The faces of the people from the Purple Void Temple were also gloomy. Damn it. Who was the opponent? Did Wushuang City already have such a terrifying existence? Boom. At this moment, the 7 swords of Tianshan attacked. The terrifying Tianshan sword technique descended from the sky. It carried an icy aura that froze everything. The space in front of them was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice that spread for thousands of miles. The black earth was sealed in ice. The 7-colored light rotated and the surrounding ice shattered instantly. Furthermore, it completely blocked the icy aura. It could even block the Tianshan sword technique? The people around them were shocked. The 7 swords of Tianshan were gloomy. At this moment, a golden light cut through the black earth. With a clang, the black earth was sent flying. It was a golden cauldron that shattered the sky. That terrifying power caused everyone to tremble. This time, the saint artifact should be shattered, right? Many people swallowed their saliva. They knew that there were a few in the golden cauldron. It was incredible. They weren't from the sacred city, but they were members of the 10,000 ancient races. Golden ants, this group of ants had immense strength. They were mutants. At this moment, their combined attack could probably shatter a saint artifact. Boom, just as everyone was discussing, a black spiritual ship charged over from afar. It contained an incomparable amount of power as it charged over. He didn't know what death was. The golden ant sneered and pushed the golden cauldron forward. If the other party didn't die, then let's attack again. We have to destroy the other party. At the moment of collision, a pair of fists came out from the black earth. They were like the sun as they punched forward. Clang, the surrounding sages shook and their faces turned pale. They almost fainted from the impact. The golden cauldron was sent flying in an instant. Inside the golden cauldron, several golden ants vomited blood from the impact. One of their arms was even shattered. How could it be? How could the other party be so powerful? The golden ants were stunned. The rest of the people were also stunned. This was too strange. How could the mysterious expert from Wushuang City be so powerful? If it wasn't for the Yin Yang Hall being surrounded by countless people, they would have suspected that the person inside was Lin Wudi. But other than Lin Wudi, was there anyone else in Wushuang City who was so terrifying? They couldn't think of anything. Could it be a second-generation disciple of Wushuang City who suppressed his cultivation and snuck in? That's possible. Everyone, be careful. These people are extremely vigilant. Everyone, why don't we work together to kick him out? Yes, Wushuang City already had Lin Wudi who caused a ruckus. They definitely wouldn't allow a second person to appear. The golden ant walked forward. The people from the Purple Void Temple also took a step forward. In the sky, 3 sword sages from the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also landed. The others saw the 3 forces taking the lead and nodded. Good. No matter who you are, you won't be able to take another step forward today. These people made their move. A terrifying power surged towards the black earth. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian snorted. They didn't know what was good for them. Don't hold back. The 2 of them didn't go out. Even though they were separated by the black earth, their attacks weren't weak at all. Lin Xian reached out his golden hand to fight against the golden ant. At the same time, he used his sword chi to fight against the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. On the other side, Morong Qingqing did the same. The rainbow light blocked the purple flames. At the same time, he used his divine arts to block the surrounding attacks. The 2 of them worked together to fight against the 4 forces. Damn it, how is this possible? The people inside are actually so powerful? We can't even take each other's hands. These people were truly shocked. Not only that, they realized that not only were they unable to take down the other party, but the other party was also flying towards the broken sword. Stop it. Don't let it go in. These people roared crazily. Their attacks became even more terrifying. However, at this moment, a green wave of light rushed over and attacked their souls. These people were trembling, their souls wounded. Damn it, ocular technique, they were terrified. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a terrifying soul attack. For a moment, they all fell for the trap. A gap appeared in the sky, and the black earth rushed in. After entering, they discovered that there was indeed another space inside the broken sword. It was very spacious inside. The person who came in earlier was already dead. His body was cut in half at the waist and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and it seemed like he had been dead for a long time. This caused Lin Xian to be shocked. It seems that this space was not safe. There should be some kind of terrifying trap or array formation. The others also followed in. When they arrived and saw that the person who came in earlier had been killed, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the creation had not been taken away by others. They discovered that there was a pavilion in front of them that was completely formed by sword chi. Sword Rain Pavilion, that pavilion was too majestic, and the aura on it was incomparable. The sun, moon, and stars revolved within the sword chi. It was like a universe. There was indeed a creation inside. Hurry up and rush over. The black earth moved quickly. How dare you? The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain executed a terrifying ice sword technique, freezing everything and blocking it. The black earth's speed slowed down, but when the 7-colored radiance appeared and shattered the ice, its speed increased again. Other than the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, the others also attacked crazily. It was impossible for them to let the other party succeed. The black earth was trembling from the attacks, especially when the other members of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain arrived. They attacked together, and the black earth was sealed in ice. Even Morong Qingqing could not melt the ice in a short time. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. The solar law spread out and melted the ice. At the same time, the 9 Yang Divine Fire and the Purple Void Heavenly Fire collided. Brother Xian, I'll help you block it. Hurry up and go to the Sword Rain Pavilion in front. Morong Qingqing said. After Lin Xian heard this, he was a little worried. Can I, Brother Xian, trust me, it won't be a problem. Alright, I'll leave this to you. Lin Xian left the Great Sage Pagoda to Morong Qingqing. Then, he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Damn it, he abandoned the spirit boat and wanted to rush forward alone. He would not let him succeed. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, Golden Ant, and Purple Void Temple attacked crazily. However, at this moment, a 7-colored light appeared in the spirit boat, blocking all the attacks. What was going on? There was actually someone in the spirit boat. It was not a person, they were stunned. Your opponent is me. A cold voice came from the black earth. It was abnormally pleasant to the ears. The surrounding people were surprised. It was a woman. A woman wants to compete with us? The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain and the others sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, their pupils constricted. A phoenix. They saw a 7-colored phoenix covering the sky and the earth. It shrouded the front and cut off the sky. Damn it, attack, they were really angry. With that person's speed, he would probably rush into the Sword Rain Pavilion soon. Kill, these powerhouses attacked together, and the 7-colored phoenix in the sky fought against them. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Morong Qingqing was indeed very strong. She was able to block so many powerhouses. However, the phoenix's silhouette gradually dimmed. There was no other way. The surrounding powerhouses were too strong, especially the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. The 5 of them were terrifying when they joined forces. Not to mention the Golden Ant and the powerhouses of the Purple Void Temple. There were even other powerhouses besieging her. Morong Qingqing was already very heaven-defying to be able to hold on until now. However, at this moment, the seven-colored phoenix was destroyed by someone. Light scattered all over the sky. Great, I'll kill her. They rushed in. They did not care about a mere spirit boat. Boom, they were sent flying. A pagoda appeared and blocked all their attacks. Lin Xian was still a little worried at first. However, when he saw Murong Qingqing's strength, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even if this girl's strength was not as strong as his, it was probably not too far off. She should have no problem resisting these people. He should get the opportunity as soon as possible and then go to support her. He rushed towards the Sword Rain Pavilion. When he got close, his pupils constricted and he instantly used the Void Escape. The spatial divine ability had saved his life. A cold murderous intent suddenly appeared and slashed at him. He was almost hit. It was too mysterious. Now that he did not have the Great Sage Tower, he dared to fight against countless saints with his defense. However, the sword just now was too cold. He did not doubt that even a minor saint would be killed instantly. Fortunately, he dodged it. The next moment, he entered the Sword Rain Tower. Damn it, he went in. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they screamed crazily. Finally, someone went in. They also wanted to enter the Sword Rain Tower, but they were blocked. The terrifying sword chi cut them apart. The sword chi made everyone's hair stand on end. Some people wanted to force their way up, charging in with their sacred artifacts. However, a beam of sword light cleaved them apart. Not only that, the sacred artifact was also cut in half. Not good, it's too strong. These people's scalps went numb. This sword chi was not something they could withstand. Even a minor saint would not be able to withstand it. Damn it, how did that kid get in? Forget it, we can't go in. Let's wait here and capture his companions. When the time comes, he will be afraid to attack. These people rushed back again and began to attack Murong Qingqing crazily. Murong Qingqing stopped fighting and directly entered the Great Sage Tower. She could not activate the Great Sage Tower, but it was enough to defend. The attacks hit the Great Sage Tower and shook it. However, the Great Sage Tower did not move. The surrounding experts were so angry that they almost vomited blood. On the other side, inside the Sword Rain Tower. After Lin Xian entered, he stared at the front and could not take his eyes off it. In front of him was a sword steel that was 2 meters tall. It was engraved with sword Dao marks. Lin Xian could sense that the aura of the law of the sword on it was way too strong. With it, he could definitely comprehend the sword law. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He began to comprehend. However, 3 days later, he opened his eyes. This sword steel was indeed a good thing, but it would not be easy to comprehend the sword law. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. His attack power was strong and his sword skills were outstanding. Logically speaking, it should not be a problem for him to comprehend it. But it was the opposite. It was precisely because he possessed the great dragon sword soul that his sword skills and attacks were extremely powerful. Thus, it was 100 times more difficult for him to condense laws compared to ordinary swordsmen. Even though he had 7 heavenly Dao golden lotuses, it would still take him a lot of time to comprehend them. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't care at all. But now, he couldn't. Murong Qingqing was still outside. Although he had the Great Sage Tower, there was no telling what would happen. He had to leave as soon as possible. In his anxiety, he suddenly discovered that a bronze door had appeared in front of him. Lin Xian suddenly stood up. He was shocked. How could this be? Bewildered, he walked in and found that, as expected, he had entered. The bronze emissary looked at him, his eyes twinkling. You're here. Lin Xian was astonished. Senior, was there a bronze door here as well? He was too shocked. The bronze emissary said that when you had more than 5 heavenly Dao golden lotuses, a bronze door could appear anywhere. If you want to, Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the more heavenly Dao golden lotuses there were, the better. He had 7 now, surpassing the previous people. But he knew that this wasn't the final result. For example, if he went into exchange, it was hard to say how many would be left. Young man, what do you want to exchange for? The bronze emissary asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, I don't want any of the treasures listed. Right now, I just want a cultivation room that can allow me to comprehend the laws. However, I don't have enough time. I need more time. Sure. The bronze emissary nodded. Lin Xian was stunned. He had only wanted to say what he wanted. He didn't expect that it would be possible. The bronze emissary said that one heavenly Tao golden lotus could be exchanged for 1 year. 1 year. Lin Xian could exchange for 7, but after 7 years, Morong Qingqing would have been sent out. He couldn't wait. The bronze emissary seemed to see Lin Xian's hesitation. He said, 1 year in the space was only 1 day in the outside world. 7 years was equivalent to 7 days in the outside world. Can you exchange for it, what? There was such a good thing? Lin Xian was stunned. What was behind the bronze gate? It could even reverse time. Among all the laws, space was king, but time was supreme. It was even more mysterious than space. Time was a mystery to everyone, and it was irreversible. Therefore, this kind of time reversal rate was inconceivable to people. What kind of method was needed to achieve this? Probably even sage kings and great sages couldn't do it. He really didn't know what kind of existence was behind the Star of Destiny. He didn't need to care about this. He hurriedly said, okay, I'll exchange for 7 years. The 7 heavenly Tao golden lotuses disappeared. Lin Xian felt that he had left the bronze gate and returned to the sword steel. His surroundings became hazy, as if there was a mysterious power. It should be enough. Lin Xian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, wholeheartedly comprehending the sword Tao. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 days had also passed outside. In these 5 days, the great sage tower had withstood countless attacks, but it was still unscathed. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were red with envy. Treasure. This was definitely a treasure for self-improvement. Such a defense was practically invincible. Damn it, they had to get it. Previously, they had only wanted to capture the people inside the spirit boat to threaten Lin Wudi. But now, their thoughts were different. They had to get the Great Sage Tower, regardless of whether the people inside were dead or alive. This was even more precious than comprehending the laws of the sword. The 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain unleashed a world of ice and frost. Endless ice sword chi completely froze the space around the Great Sage Tower. The other powerhouses were also trying, but they couldn't do anything. But they had plenty of patience. Inside the Great Sage Tower, Morong Qingqing was fine. She wasn't injured, and she had already recovered from her exhaustion. But she was frowning. The people outside were eyeing her covetously. The situation was very dangerous. Besides, she didn't know how Lin Xian was doing. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. And on this day, in the sword gauntlet, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and there was an additional law on his body. Countless laws intertwined, forming small swords that had a monstrous aura. It was abnormally terrifying. With Lin Xian's talent and the sword steel, he had finally condensed the laws of the sword in 6 years. There was less than a year left, and Lin Xian didn't waste it. He quickly consolidated it. Finally, on the 7th day, Lin Xian felt that the mysterious aura around him had disappeared. He stood up. He knew that the passage of time no longer existed. Now, he had returned to the normal world. He looked at the sword steel in front of him and bowed respectfully 3 times. Without this sword steel, he would probably have to spend 60 years to comprehend the laws of the sword. But now, after 6 years, his speed had improved too quickly. Buzz, Lin Xian walked out. Those who had chased after him previously had to pay the price in blood. Outside, the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, Purple Void Temple, Golden Ant, and the others all had gloomy expressions. It had been 7 days and it had not been announced yet. The pagoda's defense was too strong. Even if it had been 7 months, they would have had to wait. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain snorted. The Golden Ant's eyes were also red. This was even more terrifying than their golden cauldron. They had to get it. Suddenly, someone turned around and exclaimed. There seemed to be a fluctuation from the Sword Rain Tower. Someone had come out. What? That kid had come out? Could it be that he had obtained a treasure in 7 days? No matter what he had obtained, they would kill him and snatch the fortune and the pagoda. These people revealed a ferocious expression. Lin Xian rushed out from the Raining Sword's pavilion side. He used the Void Walk again to avoid the sure-kill sword and came out. As soon as he came out, he felt a terrifying chill. Snow fell in front of him and ice covered thousands of miles. The hall was also frozen. He knew that the Great Sage Pagoda's defense was strong and Morong Qingqing should be fine. However, this scene still infuriated him. Previously, he was blocked by everyone in the Yinyang Hall. If he did not have the Void Beast skin, he would have died. And these people still dared to surround him. They really did not know what was good for them. He strode forward in large strides. "Kid, you're out. Hurry up and kneel down. Give us the fortune and we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you and your companions will die without a doubt." The two people from the Purple Void Temple rushed forward. They revealed a ferocious expression and flames surged from their bodies. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his hand and condensed the Great Sun Sword. He slashed forward. With a pft, the two people's heads were chopped off. Blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpses screamed and retreated. Damn it. They were terrified. The sword just now made their hearts jump. They did not even have time to defend themselves and were seriously injured. The other people behind were also terrified. The other party had attacked directly and they felt that he was stronger than before. The Law of Sword. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain screamed. This was the Law of Sword. Did he condense the Law of Sword? Many people looked over. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. Damn brat, it's actually you. This time, Lin Xian did not hide anything. He revealed his true face, so the 5 swords of Tianshan screamed when they saw him. The Golden Ant and those from the Purple Virtual Temple were puzzled. They asked, "Why? Do you know this brat?" The people of the Purple Void Temple were gnashing their teeth. It doesn't matter if you know him or not. Today, he would definitely die. Lin Wudi, why are you here? Weren't you besieged? How did you leave the Yinyang Palace? The 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain did not care at all. Instead, they screamed crazily. He really couldn't understand how the other party came out. The Purple Hollow Palace Golden Ant was also stunned. What? Lin Wudi? You said he was Lin Wudi? These people were dumbfounded. Then, his face became extremely nervous. This was the legendary Great Demon King. Although they had never seen him before, they had heard of his name countless times. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was the one who was chasing after Lin Wudi. They were almost scared to death. Impossible. Wasn't Lin Wudi blocked by the endless army of saints in the Yinyang Palace? How could he be here? But they knew that the 5 swords of Tianshan would never be wrong. Although I don't know how you came out, you dared to kill 2 of my junior brothers. Today, I'll cut you into pieces. The 5 swords of Tianshan gritted their teeth. 2 of the original 7 swords of Tianshan had died. Now, their array was not as powerful as before. Today, I'll send the 5 of you to hell. I'll let you reunite in the netherworld. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Our strength has changed these days. The eldest of Tianshan Mountain gritted his teeth and roared. Indeed, they came back immediately after being defeated that day. These days, they had obtained a lot of treasures. Their swordsmanship had improved again. This time, there were the Golden Ant and the people of the Purple Hollow Palace. They didn't believe that they couldn't suppress the other party. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't give this kid a chance, okay? The people of the Purple Hollow Palace nodded. The experts of the Golden Ant clan also looked serious. In the next moment, they made their move. Flames and terrifying power covered the sky and earth as they charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void where Lin Xian was completely shattered. That scene was too terrifying. Kill, Lin Xian's body swayed and the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. The terrifying sword law rushed into the sky. One sword split everything. The 2 saints vomited blood and flew backward. Their arms were cut off. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The sword law that he had just condensed was much more powerful. Don't be afraid. We'll use ice to restrain him. The 5 swords of Xianxia stood in 5 directions and used the Xianxia sword technique to freeze everything. The terrifying sword chi filled the air and enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Frost formed on Lin Xian's body and around him. His speed slowed down. Great, I'll slow him down by 10,000 times. No matter how strong he is, he can't dodge our attack. Hurry up and attack. The leader of Tianshan Mountain shouted angrily. The others were happy. Lin Xian moved like a snail in this world of ice. They attacked frantically. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The solar law spread out from his body. The 9 suns' divine fire jumped and turned into swords of the sun. They swept in all directions. Soon, he managed to block the frost sword technique. His speed became faster again. In an instant, he dodged the attacks that filled the sky. Kill, Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. At this moment, the sword of the 5 elements, sword of the sun, sword of death, sword of yin and yang. All kinds of laws turned into sword chi that crisscrossed around him. The sword of the great sun completely blocked all the Tianshan sword techniques and gradually suppressed them. It was as if 9 flaming swords were swaying between heaven and earth, crushing everything. The sword of the 5 elements continued to attack, causing the experts of the Golden Ant clan to tremble. The sword of death swept towards the saints of the Purple Void Temple. The pitch-black sword chi could take away all life. Damn it! The people of the Purple Void Temple screamed. Before the black sword of death arrived, they felt that their lives were about to be taken away. They could only defend quickly. The monstrous flame swept through everything. They wanted to suppress it with their laws. But how was that possible? The strength of Lin Xian's laws was unparalleled. He split the flames and took away the lives of these people. Soon, 3 experts of the Purple Void Temple fell. The remaining 2 wanted to escape. But they were caught up by the sword of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements erupted. The various sword lights of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth sometimes scattered and sometimes merged. The 2 could not escape at all. In the end, they fell again. It was too fast. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to take out their gourds before they died. The purple gourd spewed out monstrous flames, tore apart the sword light, and escaped by itself. Such sacred artifacts all had spirituality and could escape back to their sections. On the other side, the Golden Ant saw this scene and immediately took out the golden cauldron to defend. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain's pupils constricted. How did Lin Wudi become so much stronger than before? Just as they were thinking, the great sun sword rushed over. There were 9 swords that turned into 81 sword lights that crisscrossed between heaven and earth, causing their sword formation to tremble continuously. Not only that, the sword of death also flew over and turned into the Taiji sword. The power of yin and yang circulated between heaven and earth. This sword strike was extremely fast. Buzz, a crack appeared between the brows of the 4th elder of Heavenly Mountain. Before his soul could escape, it was destroyed. His body was reduced to ashes. 1 sword strike killed a top-tier sword saint. This made everyone's hair stand on end. Kill, another one died. The remaining 4 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain roared crazily. They had to take revenge. At this moment, they burned their laws with an incomparable aura. The eldest elder of Heavenly Mountain swallowed a bottle of pills. It was a kind of secret pill. In an instant, his strength and aura increased to an unbelievable level. Die. He attacked crazily. His strength was much stronger than before. Lin Xian's swordsmanship was actually suppressed. The swordsmanship trembled and many of them were sent flying. Some of their lights dimmed. One could imagine how powerful the eldest elder of Heavenly Mountain was when he was angry. Lin Xian didn't fight the other party head-on at all. This kind of strength that was increased by a secret technique couldn't last for too long. He just wanted to delay the other party for a while. After the other party disappeared with the secret technique, he would kill the other party. Therefore, he ignored it and directly used the Taiji diagram to deal with the other party. As for himself, he charged towards the Golden Ant. The other party is coming. The 4 powerhouses of the Golden Ant clan looked extremely solemn. If we join forces, I don't believe that he can withstand our strength. The four of us quickly attacked. They rode the golden cauldron and rushed over. This attack was truly too powerful. It could shatter anything. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He struck out with the sword of water of the five elements sword. The monster sword technique transformed into waves that surged in front of him. The water was incomparably soft. As expected, when the attack hit the sea, it set off monstrous waves. He did not hurt Lin Xian. Furthermore, he was sinking deeper and deeper, as if he was about to be swallowed by the endless water swords. Damn it. The golden ants looked gloomy. The waves formed by the water swords created a whirlpool, and their golden cauldrons started to spin as well. This strangling power caused their golden cauldron to become heavier and heavier, and they were almost trapped inside. Spread out, with a roar, a large golden hand reached out and overturned the seawater. Only then were they able to escape. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The five elements law transformed into fire law, burning fiercely, cooperating with the 9-yang divine flame to rush out. I'll cook you today. Monstrous flames enveloped the golden cauldron. The golden cauldron bloomed with light to resist, but gradually, the golden cauldron became incomparably red. There was a monstrous power on it, causing white smoke to rise from the golden cauldron. Damn it. The people inside were burned by the fire, and some of their skin was charred. The smell of barbecued meat wafted out. Damn it, let's fight it out. Was the other party trying to treat them as food? They had also heard that the other party was a foodie demon king. Did he want to eat them? One person controlled the golden cauldron, and the other three rushed out. The Golden Ant clan had boundless strength, so their bloodline was innately able to comprehend the law of strength. At this moment, they used all their strength and struck out with several times their strength. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian activated the sword law and used 9 suns open the sky to compete with the other party. His palm seemed to have transformed into a long sword. As he opened and closed, it carried a sharp and indomitable force. Damn it, the other party's physique was too strong. He could actually compete with them. Not only that, Lin Xian also used an unparalleled secret technique. If the other party could increase his strength, so could he. When he activated 5 times his strength, with a bang, he directly shattered the other party's hand and the upper half of his body turned into a bloody mist. After the first golden saint was injured, the second and third were also injured. Especially the third one, his entire body exploded. Ah! They retreated frantically. Lin Xian struck out with the law of death again, turning it into a pitch-black lock that swept forward. No matter how strong the other party was, could they withstand the loss of their vitality? Sure enough, the bloody mist of the 3 people instantly faded. They screamed in horror. They used all kinds of divine abilities to block and even broke through the void in an attempt to escape. In Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword soul roared. Dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out. Together with the sword law, it killed in all directions. Those who escaped into the void and wanted to escape were all shocked out by him. In the end, the 3 golden saints were killed. The other one wanted to escape with the golden cauldron. Lin Xian rushed up with extreme speed. With a slap, he flipped the golden cauldron over, and the person inside was sent flying. He was also killed. After the Purple Void Temple, all the people of the Golden Clan were killed. The golden cauldron fled through the air. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Tianshan Elder. Tianshan Elder vomited blood. The Taiji diagram above his head kept bothering him. The elixir's time was almost up. Damn it, ancestral sword. Previously, he was eating elixirs. Now, he was using the top martial arts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. That was ancestral sword. This was the foundation of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion as the holy city. Countless icy sword chi appeared on Tianshan Elder's body and swept in all directions. At this moment, the Taiji diagram was also sent flying. Let's kill him together. After the 2 holy city experts were killed, the surrounding people did not dare to attack. The only ones who dared to attack were the 4 of them from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. After the other 3 heard this, they also used ancestral sword. Every one of them carried tens of thousands of sword chi. The 4 of them charged towards Lin Xian. The 4 of them were very strong. Even Lin Xian did not dare to touch them. Ancestral sword was a peerless treasure of a sword saint. Just looking at it made his eyes red. He kept retreating. At the same time, he struck out with the sword of water, quickly forming waves to block them. The sword Qi, at the same time, he used stellar transposition, causing these people's ancestral sword to collide with each other, erupting with endless aura. It was useless. The four of them spread out and carefully controlled. Today, you will die without a doubt. The four of them were like sword gods, quickly attacking. Buzz. The great sage tower trembled, and Morong Qingqing rushed out. Brother Xian, let me help you. She struck out with the seven-colored phoenix, sweeping away two sword saints. I'll hold two of them back. With Morong Qingqing's bloodline and methods, it should be no problem to hold two of them back. Lin Xian roared and rushed forward. There were only two left. He could make a strong move. He pointed his sword. A yin-yang sword light rushed out with a terrifying aura that could cut through everything. The law of swords surrounded it and jumped, increasing the attack power of this sword. Tianshan Elder and Tianshan Elder Fifth rushed over. Their attacks pierced through the void. The battle between Lin Xian and the other two was earth-shattering. The sect-returning swords was very powerful. Lin Xian activated the secret technique of quintuple strength and sent Tianshan Elder Fifth flying. Tianshan Elder was still able to hold on. This surprised him. Someone could block his quintuple strength. Was this the sect-returning swords? A piercing light burst out from his eyes. His sword soul roared and went all out. Another sword, 9 suns splitting the sky. Tianshan Elder was finally sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his arm, and the sect-returning swords was almost broken. His face was filled with fear. As a sword saint, nothing was more terrifying than the sect-returning swords. However, the other party almost broke his sect-returning swords just now. What was that dragon roar? Did the other party have anything to do with the Dragon Ball? Next, the dragon roar shook the sky. Streams of dragon heart sword chi resisted the sect-returning swords. Finally, Tianshan Elder's sect-returning swords was broken. The sword split Tianshan Elder into two. All kinds of laws were used. Tianshan Elder was defeated. Tianshan Elder Fifth screamed in fear. Suddenly, his head flew into the air. The yin-yang sword shattered his head. His soul escaped, but it was chained by the yin-yang sword chi and locked in the air. The heavenly secret divine eyes released two soul swords and destroyed it. Tianshan Elder Fifth was dead. Tianshan Elder had just recovered when he was pierced by a sword and was seriously injured again. He was chased all over the world by Lin Xian. Impossible, elder brother. Tianshan Elder Second and Elder Third's eyes instantly turned red. They worked together to use the sect-returning swords to blast the seven-colored phoenix away and wanted to escape. Morong Qingqing shouted, "Are you trying to escape?" Azure with 9 slashes. She waved her hand and slashed 9 times in a row. These 9 attacks were too powerful. Even though Tianshan Elder Second and Elder Third had used the sect-returning swords, they were still scared out of their wits. After 9 attacks, the third elder of Tianshan Mountain was completely destroyed. Heavenly Mountain's second brother also lost an arm. His entire body was covered in blood as he frantically fled. How could this woman be so terrifying? Not only did the other party possess the bloodline of the phoenix, but he could also tell that the other party was from the Kunlun Pavilion. The Greenwood 9 slashes was one of the Kunlun Pavilion's ultimate techniques. Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian teamed up to hunt them down, while Tianshan Eldest and Second Eldest fled all over the world. The surrounding people were all terrified. This news quickly spread out. When the people outside heard about it, they were stunned. How was that possible? Lin Wudi had actually gone to the Palace of All Life and killed so many people? Impossible, we've been guarding this place all this time. How could he possibly escape? These people had all gone crazy. The 23 sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion couldn't believe it. Leijun couldn't believe it either. Would anyone be able to escape from under their noses? However, the great demons of the demon city had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, he really did get it. Hurry up and chase him to the Palace of All Life. These people crazily rushed over. Everyone else was baffled. At this time, Lei received a secret report. It was said that 9 Qilins had brought the Void Beast to assassinate him. Could it be that the Void Beast was injured and the kid got the Void Beast skin? If it was the Void Beast skin, he could indeed use the space to escape. Hurry up and go to the Palace of All Life. He also rushed over with the people of Thunder God City. The 23 sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also set off together. Because according to the news, only 2 of the 7 swords of Xianxia Mountain were left. Moreover, they could die at any time. Hurry up and go to the Palace of All Life. These people crazily rushed out. The Palace of All Life had long been in a mess. The people inside saw 4 figures. The front fled, and the back chased after them. They knew that Lin Wudi was chasing after Tianshan eldest and second eldest. The remaining 2 of the 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain were in an extremely sorry state. In the Palace of All Life, the Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others had also received the news. They also hurriedly took action. Once the news spread, there would definitely be countless experts coming to hunt them down. They followed the trail all the way. Countless experts had come to the Palace of All Life. Quickly find Lin Wudi, kill him, capture him, and obtain the good fortune on him. A huge storm was stirred up here. In the end, the second eldest was still killed. Tianshan eldest was seriously injured, but he was the strongest of the 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain, so he could hold on until now. The sword light on his body bloomed. He had been using the 10,000 swords return to origin, and he didn't dare to stop at all. Because once he didn't have the 10,000 swords return to origin, the Tianshan sword technique wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent at all. Not to mention, there was still the terrifying existence of the Kunlun Pavilion beside him. He had to wait. Wait until their main force arrived. That would be good, Lin Wudi, you're courting death. Just as Tianshan eldest was about to run out of oil and couldn't hold on any longer, a terrifying voice finally sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, 23 sword lights broke through the 9 heavens and descended from the sky. They completely enveloped the surroundings. Heavens, sword saints, 23 sword saints. These were the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It's over, Lin Wudi can't escape. Great, Tianshan eldest was overjoyed. Kid, I'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Their people had finally arrived. 23 sword saints were enough to sweep through everything. So what if the other 2 were strong? However, he was still careless. The arrival of his teammates made him let down his guard. And Lin Xian seized this opportunity. The sword maxim, the yin-yang maxim, and the 5 elemental maxim exploded together. Tianshan eldest was sent flying. His soul was sent flying, and the yin-yang maxim obliterated it. No, Tianshan eldest was terrified. His fellow disciples were right in front of him. He would be saved in the next second. However, the other party attacked mercilessly. How dare you? The 23 sword saints were completely enraged. Did the other party still dare to attack in front of them? He was courting death. The 23 of them attacked with all their might. The terrifying sword maxim exploded. The sword maxim of the 23 of them were all different. Some were violent, some were cold, some had a strange flame aura, and some had an endless chill. In short, it was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian still didn't dodge. He used the last of his strength to destroy Tianshan eldest's soul. Then, he took Morong Qingqing and instantly hid in the Great Sage Pagoda. 23 sword chi slashed the Great Sage Pagoda, sending it flying. The void shattered, and all living beings within 1,000,000 miles prostrated themselves. At this moment, everyone saw it. What a terrifying sword chi. It was the 23 sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They should have found Lin Wudi. Let's go. They all rushed over. Inside the Great Sage Pagoda, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing's blood was boiling, but it wasn't serious. Not to mention 23 sword saints, even 230 sword saints wouldn't be able to break through the Great Sage Pagoda. Sure enough, their blood and chi surged, and they quickly suppressed it. The Great Sage Pagoda floated in the air. This Great Sage artifact, Lin Xian's defense, was already amazing. Damn it, the 23 sword saints attacked and then caught the corpse of Tianshan Mountain's leader. However, there was no aura left. Blood mist filled the sky. His soul was destroyed, and he couldn't be resurrected. Damn it. The 23 Sword Saints roared, their eyes instantly turning red. Kill Lin Wuti and take revenge, they rushed over, but in the next moment, their faces turned ugly. Was the other party not dead? The pagoda spun between heaven and earth, but it didn't break. This was unbelievable. With the 23 of them attacking, even the small saints would be able to take the lead, right? But the other party was hiding in the pagoda, and he didn't seem to be injured. Damn it, the 23 Sword Saints attacked again. The void where the great sage was kept shattering, from tens of thousands of miles, to hundreds of thousands of miles, to millions of miles. The surrounding people chased after him. What happened? They were frightened and didn't dare to get close. Leijian's face was ferocious, and the 9 Qilins also came with cold expressions. Those sages were all facing a great enemy. Lin Wuti had probably been killed to the point that his heart and soul had been destroyed. Damn it, these lunatics from the Myriad Sword Pavilion, don't they know how to show mercy? Lin Wuti had a lot of fortune on him. They weren't worried about Lin Xian's life, but that the treasure would be destroyed. Not good, that kid will definitely die. The corner of the toad's mouth twitched. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon's faces were cold. Li Hongxiu's expression was solemn. Could such a violent attack be blocked? The sword chi disappeared, and the black hole dissipated. A pagoda floated between heaven and earth, receiving a lot of impact. However, there wasn't even a crack on it. The light it emitted was too mysterious. Nothing happened at all. What level was the sacred artifact? Could it be beyond the moon level? Was this a sun-level sacred artifact? These people were crazy. The other party actually had such a sacred artifact. The 23 Sword Saints' faces were cold. Leijian, the 9 Qilins, and the surrounding sages also had ugly expressions. How could they fight like this, catch their companions? Those people must be coming. At this moment, Leijian roared. The others also came back to their senses. Yes, let's move. They looked at the Crimson Dragon, the Northern Devil, and the others, and attacked madly. Even Li Hongxiu was affected. Do you want to die? Li Hongxiu shouted angrily. She was the daughter of the Saint King, yet there was still someone who dared to attack her. The people who had attacked were shrouded in their auras. They could only sense the nomological laws, but they were unable to sense any specific abilities. These people had concealed their methods and were using some secret techniques to attack. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill her. Damn it, Li Hongxiu's face was cold. There must be some people who were afraid that her rise would threaten those on the pilgrim rankings. Li Hongxiu's sleeves kept waving. The toad, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also counterattacked. All kinds of great Daos interweaved. Soon, they escaped. There was no other way. There were too many people. As the toad ran, it roared, "Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? I won't let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, he was attacked by tens of thousands of lightning bolts, which charred his entire body. Capture them and make Lin Wuti surrender. These people's eyes were red. This was the only way. At this moment, the Great Sage Tower also moved. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't allow his friends to be threatened. He drove the Great Sage Tower and rushed over. With the power of the Great Sage Tower, Lin Xian couldn't use it at all. One attack would probably be able to deplete all of his energy. After all, this was a weapon that only a great sage could use. However, he only needed to use it to fly. There was no problem at all. He didn't need to use the power of a great sage artifact. He just needed to charge forward. Countless sword chi was enough to send many saints flying. As expected, he forcefully opened up a path of blood. He led the Jiangbei monster, the Crimson Dragon, away. Then, he brought Li Hongxiu in. In the end, only the toad was left. Damn it, kid, you can't burn the bridge after crossing it. I've treated you well. The toad was chased by countless people and screamed crazily. In the end, Lin Xian also made a move and brought the toad into the Great Sage Tower. Everyone surrounded the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower was sent flying countless times and kept tumbling. Lin Xian and the others inside also felt their blood boil. Li Hongxiu was shocked. What level was this? Was this the weapon of a great sage king? Wasn't it too terrifying? She had only seen such a weapon in her father's possession. She had never seen the others before. Lin Xian didn't say the specific level. Instead, he said that with this thing, they wouldn't be able to break in. The toad kept roaring. Damn it, how dare they chase after me? I'll kill them when I have the chance. The Crimson Dragon and the others also had cold expressions. Damn it, counterattack. They began to attack from the Great Sage Tower. They were very strong. Now that they didn't have to worry about anything, they naturally attacked crazily. All kinds of divine abilities and laws surged outside. Lin Xian even conjured all kinds of swords of laws and slashed horizontally and vertically. In an instant, many people were seriously injured. They all frantically retreated and widened the distance. Damn Lin Wudi, come out if you dare. That's right, didn't you claim to be invincible? Why are you a coward? Leave this pagoda if you dare. One by one, the saints were clamoring. Lin Xian, who was in the Great Sage Tower, laughed coldly when he heard this. How dare you talk back to me? Aren't you just relying on your numbers? Who would dare to fight one-on-one? Who would dare to fight 1-on-10, let alone 1-on-1? Kid, ignore them. Hundreds of people are chasing after one of us. What kind of heroes are they? Just kill them from afar. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of 1-on-10. But now, it wasn't a problem of 10 or 20 people, but hundreds or even thousands of people. With so many saints working together, no one could stop them. The toad roared even louder. Its mouth was capable of infuriating people to death without paying for it. Damn, Lei Zhen, aren't you awesome? If you have the ability, come out and fight me 1-on-1. I'll slap you to death. And you 9-headed Qilin, what's so great about that? I'll chop it up and eat it. Is the 10,000 Swords Pavilion so awesome? 23 people chasing after one. If you have the ability, let's fight 1-on-1. Didn't we kill the 7 swords of Tianshan too? The toad's clamoring voice could be heard. The sages outside all had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, they really deserved to die. Indeed, they really didn't dare to fight 1-on-1. They didn't even dare to fight 1-on-10. The 7 swords of Tianshan, the 7 terrifying sword saints, had been killed. The others wouldn't be a match either. They could only rely on their numbers. However, this trick was useless because they couldn't open the pagoda in front of them at all. Lin Wudi, come out and fight me 1-on-1 if you have the guts. Lei Zhen stood out. I lost to you last time, but this time, my strength has increased greatly. I will definitely be able to kill you personally. The lightning on his body was incomparably terrifying. You're so shameless. Now you want to fight 1-on-1? Fine, get them all out of the Hall of Life, and we'll agree to fight you 1-on-1. The toad mocked. Previously, when you brought people to surround the Yin Yang Hall, did you think about fighting 1-on-1? Now that you want to fight 1-on-1, isn't it to lure us out? Kid, do it. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. He controlled the Great Sage Pagoda and charged over. The laws of sword erupted and stabbed directly at Lei Zhen. All kinds of sword chi swept out like a storm. Lei Zhen was furious. He was courting death. He struck out lightning that filled the sky to resist. However, he was still forced back. Just the Great Sage Pagoda alone was enough to send him flying. Damn it, you don't dare to fight? Lei Zhen roared. If you want to fight 1-on-1, I'll grant you your wish. Suddenly, Lin Xian used a method and directly pulled Lei Zhen into the Great Sage Pagoda. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out from the Great Sage Pagoda. The people outside were dumbfounded by what they saw. The people from Thunder God City were even more crazy. Not long after, Lei Zhen was thrown out. His body was broken and bleeding, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He roared crazily. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Young master, are you all right? The people from Thunder God City also rushed over. They could see that Lei Zhen was injured and tortured. However, his life wasn't in danger. This made them heave a sigh of relief. However, their faces soon darkened. Was this a slap in the face? It was a crazy slap in the face. 9-headed Qilin, aren't you very powerful? Then come over too. Lin Xian controlled the great sage pagoda and charged towards nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin was scared out of his wits. Lei Zhen almost died when he went in. If he went in, wouldn't he be killed by the other party? He only had 7 lives left. He didn't dare to waste them. He fled crazily. However, the 2 demons beside him didn't escape. They were pulled in. After a series of explosions, the great sage pagoda suddenly calmed down. What was going on? Why wasn't anyone thrown out? Could he have been killed? After a while, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted from the great sage tower. Everyone vomited blood. F*ck, these 2 greater demons must have thought of them as food and stewed them. Damn it. Nine-headed Qilin and the others were so angry that they were about to spit out blood. However, they did not dare to step forward anymore. It was like an invincible tortoise shell. They couldn't get in, but the other party could pull them in. If he went in alone and faced Lin Xian and his terrifying friends, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Lei Zhen was also scared. Fortunately, he was a human. If he was a demonic beast, he would have been stewed. This action shocked everyone. They didn't expect it to work this way. Was the 10,000 Swords Pavilion very powerful? Lin Xian controlled the great sage pagoda and charged towards the 23 sword saints. Damn it. The 23 sword saints frantically retreated. They didn't dare to fight against the other party. The great sage pagoda was very fast. It broke through the void and cut off everything. Gather together. The 23 people wanted to gather together, but in an instant, a white monkey appeared and knocked a few of them unconscious, completely pulling them in. In the next moment, there was an earth-shaking sound. Not long after, 5 sword saints were thrown out. There were only heads and no corpses. 5 heads drifted in the wind. It was abnormally miserable. Dead. Such powerful martial venerables and sword saints were killed in a short period of time. It was too unbelievable. This Lin Wudi was too terrifying. Not only that. Not only was Lin Wudi inside, but there was also Li Hongxiao and the Saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion. His companions were also very powerful. How could the 5 sword saints be a match for them? Run away. These people fled frantically. Those who were slow to escape were dragged in and died. Originally, everyone had gathered to form a terrifying army to kill Lin Xian. Who would have thought that in the end, they would be chased like stray dogs? Haha, Lei Zhen, come and fight me one-on-one. I'll slap you to death. There were also 9 Qilins. Hurry up and come over to die. The toad shouted inside. Their main targets were these top prodigies. On Lei Zhen's back, a pair of thunder wings kept flapping. The 9 Qilins wished they could grow 2 more legs. They were too aggrieved. They had cultivated for so long and their cultivation had increased greatly. They originally wanted to hold their heads high. However, they realized that they were even more aggrieved than before. In the end, these people all fled the Palace of All Life, not daring to stay any longer. Next, Lin Xian and the others began to travel around the Palace of All Life to collect all kinds of resources. Their cultivations were also rapidly increasing. Lin Xian could feel that he was not far from making a breakthrough in his cultivation. Soon, he would be able to enter the ranks of the 5th firmament. Boom! Boom! On this day, a loud sound suddenly came from the depths of the Roland's palace. Following that, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. It caused everyone in the 5 palaces to be terrified. What happened? Let's go and take a look. These people rushed out and rushed towards the depths of the Roland's palace. Lin Xian and the others naturally felt it too. They were puzzled. The Crimson Dragon was drooling. Could it be that another treasure had appeared in the Roland's palace? As for the toad, its expression changed. Damn, could it be that someone had touched it? No, I have to go take a look. It turned into a stream of light and flew quickly. Let's go too. Lin Xian called out. Everyone flew and followed the toad out of the Palace of All Life, heading towards the depths of the Roland's palace. The others also came out. Along the way, they encountered Lin Xian and the others and retreated. Now, not many people dared to provoke Lin Xian and the others. In front, Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, Gao Yu, Bai Luo, and the others were all there. Even the great desolate mansion Jiyu was there. When some people saw Lin Xian and the others, they all turned their heads, their eyes filled with murderous intent. However, no one made a move because the aura in front was too abnormal. It was as if an ancient overlord had come back to life. Not only that, there were golden runes shining between heaven and earth in front of him. Golden light filled the sky and scattered over. As a result, everyone could only stop here, unable to take a step forward. Someone could not help but want to try, but in the end, his body shattered and he screamed. The others were also stunned. What was going on? The toad stood at the front, its eyes wide open as if it wanted to see through everything. Lin Xian also activated the Heavenly Secrets Child Prodigy. He passed through layers of space and saw a shocking scene. In front of him, there was a figure in black robes with his back facing him. That was Black Mountain. Lin Xian was shocked. This commotion was caused by Black Mountain. It was too unbelievable. Was Black Mountain fighting for the treasure? One had to know that Black Mountain was a great sage when he was alive. Although he had fallen and was only a remnant soul, his strength might not be as strong as theirs. However, his methods and foresight far surpassed theirs. The fact that he was here meant that there must be something incredible ahead. He looked carefully and found that there was a golden platform in front of He Shan, and there was a figure lying on the golden platform. It was a woman wearing an ancient Taoist robe. Her eyes were closed as if she was asleep. The woman was extremely beautiful. What was even more surprising was that her lower body was actually that of a snake. Was this a demonic beast? Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be an ancient corpse? At this moment, he saw He Shan move. He Shan took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, the golden platform shone brightly and burst out with an unparalleled light, tearing apart the space in the sky. In the next moment, everyone felt a terrifying storm that wanted to tear them apart. At the same time, they all screamed. That was because the light pierced through space, allowing them to see the scene in front of them. Heavens, there was actually someone in front of them. How was that possible? Who was that person? They also saw a man in a black robe, but they did not recognize him. Look, there was something in front of him. Everyone saw that there was a golden platform in front of them, and there was a mysterious woman on it. She had a human body and a snake tail. Could it be an ancient demonic beast? Everyone was shocked. The toad screamed crazily as he crawled on the ground. Her Majesty, Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that the toad knew? He asked twice and found that the toad's eyes were red, and it could not hear any sound at all. It was really strange. It seemed that he would have to wait until this guy calmed down before asking. Lin Xian stared ahead, not knowing what He Shan wanted to do. He Shan stood in front. He was still quite a distance away from the golden platform. Moreover, he found that the space in front of him seemed very close, but it was like a natural chasm that spanned across there, and it was impossible to cross. So close, yet worlds apart. He Shan's eyes flickered. However, it seemed that he did not give up. His gaze was fixed on the sleeping woman in front of him. To be precise, the thing in the woman's hand. It was a ruby. It was made of some unknown gem, and it was abnormally mysterious. He Shan used a few secret techniques to pass through so close, yet worlds apart. However, it triggered a change. The ruby suddenly shone, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He Shan was sent flying. At the same time, the entire golden palace shook violently. Not good, retreat quickly. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others narrowed their eyes and retreated in an instant. Lin Xian and the others also felt a sense of crisis. Come in quickly. He took out the great sage pagoda again and let Murong Qingqing and the others in. When he left, he found that the toad was still lying there. Let's go. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed the toad, bringing it into the great sage tower. Then, he shattered the void and escaped from this place. Your Majesty, I want to follow you. The toad was growling. He said, why did you pull me back? The Crimson Dragon scorned. Brother, aren't you too spineless? Isn't it just a woman? Don't tell me you're going to die for her just because you took a look. In a while, this brother will bring you to find many beautiful demonic beasts and let you have your fill. What the hell do you know? That's my queen. She's not someone other people can compare to. The toad's eyes turned red. Lin Xian pulled the crimson dragon aside and told him not to provoke the toad. Then, he asked, do you know that sleeping woman? Tell me. What is her identity? Why are you here? Kid, don't try to trick me. You shouldn't know these things. If you know, you'll be in big trouble. Lin Xian was shocked. The others were even more curious. They asked one after another. However, the toad didn't even want to say a single word. In the end, they could only give up. Northern Demon's face was solemn. He was very worried. He didn't know how his master was doing. Just now, he saw that Black Mountain was sent flying by the impact. The Crimson Dragon beside him said, don't worry. How could anything happen to that old monster? He has more tricks up his sleeve than we thought. Lin Xian also comforted him. Black Mountain should be fine. Although that was the case, they were still curious. Black Mountain might know the secret of the Roland's Golden Palace. They flew all the way until they were far away before they calmed down. The others also had lingering fears. However, the Roland's Golden Palace was shaking more and more violently. The terrifying aura in the distance was still erupting. Oh no, it looks like we have to leave this place. Everyone was unwilling. There were countless treasures in the Roland's Golden Palace, but now they had to leave. Let's go. Lin Xian led the group away. They had obtained many benefits. If they stayed any longer, their lives would be in danger. They also left the Roland's Golden Palace and went outside. The Roland's Golden Palace shook violently. The door suddenly opened and a terrifying golden light shot into the sky. The entire celestial fate planet shook violently because of this movement. There seemed to be endless laws in the world. The great Tao intertwined. Oh no, something unimaginable has happened. Their expressions were solemn. In the depths of the celestial fate planet, the eyes of the people on the pilgrim ranking also shone with a cold light. Looks like it's about time. Let's go. These people brought their followers and subordinates and quickly rushed into the distance. They scattered in all 5 directions. The great Tao in the sky scattered down, completely drowning the space where the 5 of them were. A shocking change occurred. The entire celestial fate planet was divided into 9 regions. The 5 people on the pilgrim ranking each occupied one of the 5 regions. The other 4 regions were empty. No one had entered them yet. This scene was shocking. There was actually an unexpected change. It seemed that it exceeded their expectations. These people were surprised. They had originally thought that there would be at most 6 regions. Perhaps there were only 5 regions, but he didn't expect there to be 9. The eyes of the 5 geniuses on the pilgrim ranking shone. Their subordinates were delighted. This was great. This way, they would all have a chance. Young master, why don't you let us give it a try? Their subordinates were excited. The 5 geniuses nodded. These people were all their followers. If they could snatch one more area, it would be a great advantage for them. The final path was about to open. Next was to seize the Destiny Stone. They had to obtain their own Destiny Stone. Their subordinates were overjoyed when they received the order. They quickly rushed to the 4 uninhabited regions. But soon, their expressions changed. They discovered that even though they had crossed over the neighboring regions, the great Tao that was pressing down on them had become heavier. They even turned into chains, binding their bodies. Damn it, they were being suppressed. When the 5 geniuses saw this, their eyes shone with a cold light. Was this the suppression of regions? It seemed that they couldn't move around freely in the 9 regions. Some of them were unwilling to give up and wanted to stay here by force. There were also some people who had thoughts of retreating. Under this kind of suppression, could they beat the latecomers? They were not confident. At this time, Lin Xian and the others also felt the rumbling in the depths of planet Tianming. These people did not know what was going on. They retreated frantically in all directions. At this moment, the great path in the sky descended, and everyone was divided into different areas. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were together because they were in the Great Sage Pagoda. There were many people with them. The most dazzling of them all was Lei Zhen and a few experts from the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Yu from the Great Desolate Mansion was also here. Of course, the other saints and some experts of the older generation were also here. They looked around, their faces full of surprise. What was going on? Could it be that they had been sealed? No, look. Someone looked down from the sky. The entire planet Tianming was divided into 9 areas, and they all led to the deepest part of the planet Tianming's heart. These people rose into the sky and found that it was indeed so. For example, the 9 Qilins were in the area next to them. There were others further away. Among them, there were 5 figures that shone like stars in the night sky. Their auras were much stronger than the 9 Qilins, Lei Zhen, and the others. When Li Hongxiu saw them, she exclaimed. The 5 people on the pilgrim roll. They had indeed appeared. Was it them? Morong Qingqing, Lin Xian, and the others also looked over. They saw that the 5 figures were too terrifying. Their auras were at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. They knew that these people were originally minor saints, but they were able to enter because they suppressed their cultivation. Even so, they were stronger than ordinary 5th heavenly layer experts. Probably not many people were a match for them. There were a total of 7 people on the pilgrim roll. Now, 5 of them had appeared, and 2 of them were not. Or rather, they were already here, but they were hiding. Li Hongxiu began to introduce them to Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others in detail. She did not know much. She only knew the names of these people and their sections. I don't know the specifics. Look at that guy over there. He's covered with sword light and looks like a sword god. He's an expert from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. His name is Wan Jianni. The other one wore black armor and carried a long spear on his back. He was Yu Quan of the Great Desolate Mansion. He was Yu Yu's older brother. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Yu Yu was the head disciple of the Great Desolate Mansion. He never thought that his elder brother was actually one of the geniuses on the Holy Pilgrimage list. At this moment, many people cried out in surprise. What a beautiful woman. There were even some people that couldn't help but look toward that area. When Li Hongxiu saw this, she snorted coldly and pointed in that direction. She said, "Do you see that woman? Her name was Xianxia, and she was from the Joyous Union Palace." This woman cultivated this kind of seduction technique. Who knew how many 5th layer saints had been mercilessly toyed with by her? Speaking of this person, Li Hongxiu snorted heavily. It seemed that she was very dissatisfied with his cultivation method and actions. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly, then asked, "Where are the others?" He looked in several other directions. Li Hongxiu was shocked. She never thought that Lin Xian would be unaffected. One had to know that this Xianxia was extremely powerful. She had a special bloodline constitution. Coupled with her cultivation method, some saints couldn't escape at all. As expected, even Lei Zhen and the 9 Qilins had a trace of passion in their eyes. However, Lin Xian didn't have it at all. How could she know that Lin Xian's mind was so firm? No seduction, technique, or illusion could affect him. Li Hongxiu took a deep breath and continued to introduce. The one wearing a Taoist robe and a mask was from the Limitless sect. He was called Chao Tianxing. Lin Xian looked over and was shocked. This person was very special. Indeed, she sensed a special aura from this person. However, he couldn't describe it with words. Furthermore, the mask that the other party was wearing was also green and had fangs. It was extremely terrifying. The last one was called Mo Xiu, and he was from the Acheron Hall. Acheron Hall? Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. Morong Qingqing also frowned slightly. Previously, when they were in the Palace of All Life, they were attacked by the powerhouses of the Acheron Hall. At that time, they didn't know who was hiding in the dark and communicated with the countless bone army, which almost killed them. This Mo Xiu looked ordinary, but the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Under his feet, there was a yellow river surging. That was the water of the Acheron. There were white bones rolling in it. They were all corpses of saints. Just this scene alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Needless to say, the strength of these 5 people was extremely terrifying. What about the other 2? The Crimson Dragon also couldn't wait to ask. Who were those 2 people? Li Hongxiu said, the two people who didn't appear, one of them is the spatial powerhouse I told you about, Gu Feng. The other person is very strange. I only know that he's called Wu Xian. However, I don't know what he looks like. I only know that he's a mysterious assassin, perhaps from the mortal world. A top assassin in the mortal world. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The Crimson Dragon also said, damn, this organization is really haunting us. Gu Feng had spatial abilities, so no one knew when he would appear. As for Wu Xian, he was even more terrifying. His hiding skills were very strange. Perhaps he had already arrived. Moreover, he was hiding right beside them. These two people were extremely dangerous. After Lin Xian and the others heard this, they had a general understanding in their hearts. Among all the people who entered the Heavenly Fate planet this time, these 7 people were probably the most powerful. However, they still didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker among these people. The pilgrimage leaderboard was still a little far from them. After all, these were all minor saints. As for those below the pilgrimage leaderboard, Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat everyone. Everyone waited patiently. During this time, they also learned that each area could lead to the depths of the Heavenly Fate Heart. And in the depths of the heart, there was the legendary Heavenly Fate Stone. Only there could they see their own heavenly fate. The so-called heavenly fate was actually the scene of their own future. What these people wanted to see was their future path, their limits, and where they could go. Could the future be calculated? Wasn't the future supposed to be mysterious and unpredictable? Lin Xian was astonished. Li Hongxiu said softly. Indeed, that was the case. The calculation was based on your best condition. In other words, it was your limit. Everyone, no matter how talented or how good the resources were, would always have a limit. In other words, once you reached there, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to take another step forward. Perhaps you would never be able to take another step forward in your lifetime. What we need to do now is to try our best and see where our limits lie. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others fell silent. Indeed, becoming a great emperor was everyone's goal, but whether they could achieve it was another matter entirely. And one's own limits were indeed related to one's future path and the concrete future. That was why they were so eager to know. I wonder where my limits lie. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Morong Qingqing, who was standing on the side, also said, could it be that what we see is definitely the future? Is there no one who can break through the heavenly fate? Li Hongxiu said, of course there is. The heavenly fate planet was only under normal conditions. For example, a person's future limit was to become a sage king. However, if they were killed when they became a sage venerate, they naturally wouldn't be able to become a sage king. That would cause them to die prematurely. Of course, there was another way to break through the heavenly fate. However, they had never heard of such a person. Perhaps there were such people in the ancient and primordial era. Alright, don't be so sad. We're definitely very talented. I'm going to become the Dragon Emperor. I have to see what my heavenly fate is. The dark divine dragon's eyes shone brightly. The others were also filled with ambition. Let's go. These people came out of the great sage tower and charged forward. There were 9 regions. According to the rules of the heavenly fate planet, they were in the 9th region, while Chao Tianxing was in the 1st. The other regions were in a clockwise order, forming a circle that divided the entire heavenly fate planet. They quickly flew toward the depths of the planet. They met many people along the way. Some of them were terrified when they saw Lin Xian. Of course, there were also some who had cold gazes. They even secretly transmitted their voices. It seemed like they wanted to attack. Lin Xian ignored them. It was fine if they didn't attack, but if they did, he could guarantee that they would know the meaning of despair and regret. Their speed was very fast, and they flew all the way. However, the heavenly fate planet was very big. This time, they were heading toward the depths of the planet. There were also some powerful beasts and terrifying traps. They hadn't entered the planet before, but now that they were, it was very dangerous. Sure enough, there were people who died in front of them. Blood soared into the sky, and it was incomparably miserable. We have to be careful, Lin Xian reminded. Everyone else also had solemn expressions on their faces. Behind them was a man in black armor. His face was cold. Lin Wudi's good days were coming to an end. I didn't expect him to be assigned to the same area as me. I want to be the ruler of the 9th district. The one who spoke was precisely Yu Yu. His older brother, Yu Quan, had occupied a region. Thus, he wanted to occupy a region as well. That was because there was no pilgrimage list in this region. As such, it did not fear anyone. Whether it was Lin Wudi or Lei Zhen, they would all crawl at his feet. In front of them, Lin Xian and the others were moving forward at an extremely fast speed. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the depths of celestial fate. There was a dangerous aura ahead. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Lin Xian frowned as he activated his god's heaven eye and scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he realized that there was an ancient tree sitting cross-legged in front of him. That dangerous aura was emitted by the ancient tree. It was an extremely terrifying tree demon. He did not know what realm it had reached. Perhaps it was a small saint. However, it was too obscure and mysterious. He could not tell. Lin Xian also did not know if the cultivation of celestial fate was only suppressed for them or for everyone. If the native creatures of celestial fate were not suppressed, then it would be dangerous. In short, the tree demon in front of them gave them a fatal sense of threat. Should they kill their way through or enter the Great Sage Tower? The Crimson Dragon asked. Li Hongxiu shook her head. She did not agree. She said that they had already arrived at the depths of celestial fate. There were many ruins left behind by ancient saints. We should properly comprehend them and improve our laws. The northern demon stood up and walked forward. Senior, we have no ill intentions. We just want to pass through here. As he spoke, he opened up his sky-piercing divine tree. Behind him, the illusion of a huge divine tree swayed and emitted a mysterious aura. The killing intent of the tree demon in front of them disappeared. His branches swayed and then gave way to a path. Thank you, Senior. The northern demon and the others bowed. Then, they walked forward and left this area. The Crimson Dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The aura of that tree demon just now was too terrifying. Could it really be a small saint? Everyone continued on their way. Not long after, they stopped in front of a mountain. There was a palm print on it. The shadow of the palm was truly incredible. Although it was only a shallow print, there was blood left on it. Moreover, Lin Xian and the others discovered that it was the blood of at least a dozen saints. In other words, this palm print had killed more than a dozen saints, and they were not ordinary saints. The aura left behind by this blood was too terrifying. It was very likely that it was a small saint or a holy venerable. In other words, the one who left this mark was most likely a saint king. They quickly comprehended it. They surrounded the palm print and quickly comprehended it. They were quite free to comprehend it here. A day later, a cold voice came from behind them. Lin Xian and the others suddenly opened their eyes. Who was it? The toad had also recovered. When it saw the situation, it immediately roared. How dare you peek at me? I'll beat you to death. How dare a toad be arrogant in front of me? 13 people walked over from the front. They were all wearing black armor, and their auras were unparalleled. People from the Great Desolate Mansion? Li Hongxiu frowned. What do you want? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not see Yu Yu's figure. However, these 13 people were also incredible. They were all 5th heaven saints. 10 of them were in the mid-stage 5th heaven, and 3 were in the late-stage 5th heaven. The killing intent emitted from their bodies was terrifying. The leader sneered. Lin Wudi, I heard that you dared to provoke our Great Desolate Mansion and disrespect the previous generation's Huangzi. I'll give you a chance to live. If you kneel down and submit, you can live. It's the same for you people. He pointed at the northern demon, the Crimson Dragon, and the toad. Then, he looked at the Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. As for you two beauties, young master invites you two to enjoy the flowers and drink. You want us to be your slaves? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you show off in front of us? The toad jumped up. Damn, I'll slap you to death. Hurry up and come over. Be my human pet. I'll torture you properly. Otherwise, you're dead. Xianxia snorted coldly. What about you? How dare he show off in front of us? The experts from the great desolate mansion looked gloomy. They were infuriated by the behavior of this group of people. Lin Wuti, it seems like you're out of your mind. It's your honor to be our young master's subordinate. Don't forget that our young master isn't just the chief disciple. Our young master's brother is on the pilgrim list. Submitting to our chief disciple is equivalent to submitting to young master Yuquan. You have to think this through. It's your honor to be young master Youquan's follower. Lin Xian sneered. You've been kneeling for so long that you can't even stand up. You're proud of being a slave. It seems like you don't know what's good for you. Young master You knew you would behave like this, so he gave us an order. If you dare to resist, we'll beat you half to death and let you know the consequences of offending us. Let's do it. The murderous aura on their bodies grew stronger. All kinds of laws were emitted from their bodies, and the terrifying sacred weapons kept rumbling. It seemed like these people were about to attack, kill. The leader of the group roared. 13 saints attacked at the same time. It seemed like they didn't dare to be careless when facing Lin Wuti. These 13 people were too strong. They were even more terrifying than the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. They didn't know what was good for them. The toad sneered, the crimson dragon snorted, and the others had a mocking look on their faces. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. The sword law on his body emitted a clanging sound. The combination of the laws formed the great sun sword on one side and the death demonic saber on the other. The saber and sword struck out together, and a terrifying aura covered the sky. The saber slashed out, and the 2 powerful sages instantly turned into bones. Not good. They retreated frantically, and their faces were filled with horror. The saber had taken away most of their vitality, and they had almost died here. As soon as they retreated, the great sun sword slashed down with an unparalleled aura and monstrous flames. Their armors were shattered and their bodies were split in half. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and various sword techniques were unleashed. The power was terrifying, and it made them despair. The 13 sages of the great desolate mansion were terrified. Damn it! They finally understood why those people had such mocking expressions on their faces earlier. This kid's strength had actually become so strong. He was so strong that they felt despair. Lin Xian did not let the others attack. He attacked alone, and all kinds of nomological swords danced between heaven and earth. Not long after, the 13 powerful saints were all killed. All kinds of broken weapons were scattered all over the ground. Lin Xian withdrew his laws and stood with his hands behind his back. His body was spotless. Clean up the battlefield. Let's go. The crimson dragon waved its claws and grabbed their storage rings. Then, everyone turned around and walked forward. In the rear, Yu stood in front of a rift valley and carefully sensed his surroundings. The canyon was split open by a single slash. The dazzling aura on it was extremely terrifying. It should have been left behind by the Lord. At this moment, Yu's eyes erupted with terrifying radiance. The aura of great desolation spread from his body. All sorts of laws intertwined. Suddenly, the expression of his subordinate beside him changed. In his hand was a spell formation with 13 dots of light on it, which instantly vanished and dimmed. Not good. He screamed in fright. Ahead, Yu, who was comprehending, was interrupted. He turned around, his ice-cold eyes tearing through the void. That man continuously retreated. Young master, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that the people we sent out have all died. He knew that interrupting the other party was a matter of beheading, but the current situation was extremely dangerous. Dead, Yu's eyes erupted with biting cold killing intent. Did you say that the 13 people were all killed, not a single one of them escaped? He was really surprised. With the 13 of them attacking together, how terrifying was that? Could it be that Lin Wuti was already terrifying to such an extent? Someone on the side said that Lin Wuti was not alone. There were many experts at his side. There was Kunlun Pavilion's holy daughter, as well as the Saint King's daughter. Perhaps they had taken action and helped. Humph, not knowing the difference between life and death. Then I'll go personally. Yu waved his hand and brought the people beside him forward. Soon, they arrived at the previous mountain peak. When they saw the shattered armor and corpses in front of them, their faces became incomparably cold. What terrifying sword energy! When those saints saw the cracks in the surroundings, as well as the remnant sword intent on the corpses, their faces were filled with horror. This sword energy is too biting cold. Why do I feel like it was done by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? Did Lin Wuti have any connection with the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? Yu frowned and asked. The others said that shouldn't be the case. It was rumored that Lin Wuti killed Heavenly Mountain 7 swords. It was definitely impossible for him to join hands with the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Could it be that he did it himself? No wonder he was so arrogant. He had some strength. Later, I'll use the Great Desolate Blade to kill him. Yu's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was time to display his strength. Let's go. He walked forward with a cold smile on his face. 3 days later, he caught up to the other party. You are Lin Wuti, right? You dare to kill my people? You have guts. Kneel down now and become my subordinate. If you work for me, I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you and your companions will all die. Yu's voice was incomparably cold. There were idiots every year, but there were especially many this year. There was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death. Toad coldly snorted. The dark divine dragon also sneered. They didn't take it to heart. Lin Xian looked at the other party. You are Yu. You don't even put your elder brother in your eyes, let alone you. If you don't want to die, then scram. You are courting death. Yu was furious. Not only did the other party look down on him, but he also dared to look down on his elder brother. He was too arrogant and didn't know the difference between life and death. Do you know what my elder brother's identity is? My elder brother is someone on the holy pilgrimage list. He can crush you to death with a flick of his finger. The other saints of the Great Desolate Mansion also snorted coldly. Lin Wuti, you are too arrogant. You don't know the difference between you and the geniuses on the holy pilgrimage list. Difference? Lin Xian's gaze said. I admit that they have lived for a few hundred years longer. There is a difference in cultivation. But so what? After the celestial star leaves, I will be able to enter the holy pilgrimage list. I can replace your elder brother. Do you believe me? Lin Xian indeed had this kind of confidence. With his current strength, he could fight against a late-stage fifth firmament. When his cultivation increased, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against a small saint. Therefore, he really wasn't bragging. Perhaps in the near future, he could do it. When Yu and the others heard this, they laughed. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Did he know that the people on the holy pilgrimage list were all small saints? Moreover, they were all extremely terrifying small saints. With just you, they shook their heads, sneers in their eyes. You aren't even a fifth firmament saint. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant here? A late-stage fourth heaven person dared to boast shamelessly, wanting to enter the holy rankings? What kind of joke was this, ignorant? Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You are courting death. Yu was completely enraged. The other party had always acted like he was deep and profound. This made him furious. What was he acting for? His cultivation was inferior to his, so kill him. Yu waved his hand. Immediately, the two beside him rushed up, their spears turning into giant dragons as they charged forward. Lin Wuti, kneel down and accept your death. Boom boom, the spears trembled, the power of desolation pervading the air. The space in front of them continuously shattered, drowning Lin Xian within. They retracted their hands, laughing coldly. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Don't worry, we controlled our strength, he won't die. However, he only had half a breath left. The two sneered. However, when the space in front of them disappeared, they were stunned. Because Lin Wuti was standing there, his hands behind his back, completely unharmed. How was this possible? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian flicked the dust off his body. This was the full power of the two of you? Too weak, you were just scratching my itch. You two should also take a punch from me. He took a step forward, a fist smashing out. The bodies of two saints of the great desolate mansion exploded abruptly. Blood splashed onto you and the others' faces. How was this possible? The other party was so strong? These people from Great Desolate Manor all went crazy. Lin Xian retracted his hand, shaking his head. Toad, you go. These people are too weak, I am not interested. Damn, I am not interested either. The toad rolled its eyes. Lin Xian laughed. If you win against these people, they will all become your human pets, the things in their storage rings will all be yours. Really? The toad was interested this time. This is not bad. Come, I will fight you 300 rounds. Damn it. These people from Great Desolate Manor were about to grind their teeth to pieces. A toad dared to show off in front of them? Lin Wudi, what is the meaning of this? You actually dare to look down on me? Yu roared crazily. He was going crazy. No one had ever dared to look down on him. I want to fight you one-on-one. One-on-one? Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian walked out. Do you want me to give you a handicap of 1 hand or 3 moves? You're courting death. The other party's condescending attitude made him very unhappy. He opened his mouth and spat out a black storm. It turned into a sharp blade that slashed forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand, shattering the storm. The void in the middle was torn beyond recognition and shattered beyond recognition. What a strong physique. This scene was too frightening. This was Yu Yu's attack. The other party actually received it barehandedly. The experts of the Great Desolation Mansion felt their scalps go numb. They had always thought that the rumors about the other party were exaggerated and that they had disdained them. But now, it seemed that the other party was ridiculously strong. Yu Yu was also alarmed. Just now, that black storm wasn't simple. It carried poison on it, moreover carrying a desolate aura. Even a fifth heaven sage would be injured if they were to come into contact with it. However, the other party was able to shatter it so easily. Thinking of this, his face turned cold. With a stomp of his foot, the void trembled. He turned into a streak of black lightning and pounced forward. At the same time, his palm slapped down. A terrifying light flickered above. A desolate mountain pressed down from the sky. Die, brat. He used the Great Desolation Mansion's ultimate technique, Desolation Palm. With a palm strike, the surrounding plants quickly withered as if winter had arrived. How could mere desolation compare to death? Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his hand into a fist. A black fist punched out, carrying with it the monstrous law of death. The power of death and the power of desolation collided, the two sides continuously tearing each other apart. The plants and demonic beasts in a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were instantly deprived of their vitality. Large areas of vegetation withered. Those demonic beasts were also on the verge of death, falling to the ground. That scene was truly too terrifying. The people of the Great Desolation Mansion continuously retreated, supporting their laws to resist. This aura of death was too terrifying. Only the Great Desolation Scripture could block it. Boom. Boom, after an intense collision, Yu Yu retreated, his face full of shock. The other party actually knew the death laws, which was incomparably similar to his desolation aura. Moreover, the power was not weaker than his. It was really too shocking. A fourth heaven ant was actually more powerful than him. One had to know that he was a level higher than the other party. He could kill people of the same level as him like cutting vegetables. But now, he could not do anything to the other party. On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. To be able to block his death laws, it was a bit interesting. The Great Desolation Scripture was indeed mysterious. As expected of the Holy City's ultimate technique. Then let's see if your desolation is more powerful or my death laws. The aura on Yu Yu's body became even more terrifying. His eyes released cold lightning like a demon, incomparably terrifying. The terrifying desolation aura formed countless blades that slashed down from the sky. Great Desolation Blade, the entire world was shaking. This was a peerless blade technique. It was incomparable as it ruthlessly slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also used the death laws. The terrifying scythe of death continuously attacked. At the same time, his other hand struck out with the sun sword. Coupled with the sword laws, it erupted with incomparably dazzling light. The blade and sword attacked together, blocking it head-on. The two collided as if two worlds collided, interweaving with an incomparable aura. Boom! Boom! Shocking Great Tao was released, causing the saints of the Great Desolation Mansion to be terrified. This Lin Wudi could actually block the Great Desolation Blade. It was really too inconceivable. Do you think young master you can win? Nonsense, the final winner will definitely be our young master. These people gritted their teeth. Although they said that, they were nervous to the extreme because they did not have the confidence to win. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and Morong Qingqing were also nervously watching. In front, the two people exchanged blows like lightning. Their speed was very fast, instantly colliding over 1,000 times. Then, they quickly separated. Lin Xian's aura surged. On the other side, there was indeed a sword wound on Yu Yu's body, piercing through his shoulder. Blood flowed down from his shoulder. Not good, the young master was injured. When the people of the Great Desolation Mansion saw this scene, they were terrified. They did not expect that the one who was injured was their young master. Did Lin Wudi have the upper hand? Should they attack? Their faces were incomparably cold. However, Yu Yu waved his hand, stopping their actions. Kid, you can injure me. You have completely angered me. Desolation Heaven Destroying Slash, a desolate blade appeared in his hand, bringing with it an incomparable aura. The desolation on it erupted. This attack was unparalleled. It caused the expressions of Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others to change. This blade was too powerful. Lin Xian's expression was grave. He still had a trump card, good. He laughed loudly. The power of yin and yang merged, forming a taiji diagram, turning into a taiji sword. Together with the extremely terrifying sword laws, it slashed out. Heaven and earth lost their luster. Only a taichi light spun, splitting everything apart. Yu Yu's body stopped in midair. The desolate blade in his hand also stopped. A bloody scar appeared between his brows, and it was getting bigger and bigger. With a poochie sound, his body split into two. Ah! A miserable sound rang out, making one's scalp go numb. Young master, the saints of the Great Desolate Mansion finally couldn't hold it in anymore. They screamed in horror. Their young master was actually split into two halves. Damn it! These people rushed forward. Hurry up and attack. Many people charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his sword. The power of yin and yang blasted these people away. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon were also angry. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Put it on. They rushed forward crazily. Come, let me teach you how to behave. The Toad attacked crazily. Toad divine technique. Every slap was enough to knock a person unconscious. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also incomparably powerful. He was simply a peerless Tyrannosaurus Rex. In addition, he was constantly using formations, causing those people to scream miserably. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also attacked. These two proud daughters of heaven attacked fiercely. They were even more terrifying than the Toad and the Crimson Dragon. Although there were more than 20 saints on Bumblebee's side, they were incomparably miserable. The North Demon didn't attack. He directly summoned the sky-piercing divine tree. It took root between heaven and earth and emitted an extremely powerful mysterious aura to protect Lin Xian and the others. This was an intense battle, but it ended very quickly. Because the Great Desolate Mansion was no match at all. Soon, most of the saints were killed. Yu Yu was also beaten up twice. At this moment, he finally collapsed. His previous lofty ambitions had long disappeared without a trace. Young master, run, the last three were very strong. They barely survived, but their bodies were covered in injuries. Yu Yu's expression was unwilling. Let's go. They rushed into the sky. Where could they run to? Lin Xian slashed down, enveloping all four of them. That was the yin-yang sword, and it exuded a deadly aura. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. A fifth firmament late-stage cultivator rushed over. He shouted angrily. "Young master, leave quickly." He charged forward alone with 2 sacred artifacts. Then, he detonated the 2 sacred artifacts. He himself also exploded with a loud bang. This power was truly too violent, enough to overturn everything. "Not good." The toad shrieked. Run. Although they were powerful, the might of the explosion of a saint artifact was simply too terrifying. Furthermore, there were 2 of them, plus a saint. It was too dangerous. Lin Xian instantly activated the Grand Sage Pagoda to protect everyone. The Grand Sage Tower violently attacked. When the energy disappeared, they walked out of the Great Sacred Tower. The surroundings were in a complete mess. Yu and the others had already fled. Should he still chase after him? Toad temperature. Lin Xian sneered. There was no need. They were not worth mentioning. Indeed, Lin Xian didn't care at all. So what if he was still alive? Even if there were 10 of them, they wouldn't be his match, so he didn't care at all. They continued on their way, heading towards the depths of planet heaven. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu and the other 2 fled into the distance. Only then did they stop in bewilderment. Damn it. Yu roared towards the sky. It was just too sullen. He was determined to become a supreme existence in the 9th region. He was going to lead all the saints. However, he was defeated in the first battle. Moreover, he was defeated so thoroughly. He brought more than 20 people, but now, only 2 were left. It was just too miserable. That Lin Wudi, I will definitely kill him. Yu's eyes were completely red. The expressions of the 2 surviving saints were ugly. Young master, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. He is too strong. We aren't his match at all. If we continue to provoke him, we might all be wiped out. The 2 of them were also afraid. 20 of their companions were killed. This was a nightmare for them. They didn't want to experience it again. However, Yu went completely crazy. I haven't lost yet. So what if he is strong? I will definitely unite everyone and kill him. Contact Lei Zhen, contact 10,000 Sword Pavilion's people. Tell them that I will form an alliance with them. After I kill Lin Wudi, my older brother, I will give them benefits. The 2 saints still wanted to say something, but Yu snorted coldly. What? You don't want to listen to me either? Do you really need my older brother to personally give the order? The 2 saints sighed. Young master, please calm down. We will go right now. They were extremely unwilling to accept this. They were already defeated to this extent, yet they still wanted to continue fighting. Wasn't this just courting death? However, they didn't dare to say anything either. It was because Yu's identity and his older brother's identity were incomparable in the Great Desolate Mansion. They didn't dare resist. That was why they could only follow orders. A few days later, those people came. 10 sword saints came from 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Each one of them was incomparably terrifying, indomitable. Thunder God City also sent a few experts, but Lei Zhen didn't come. This made Yu a bit angry. However, soon after, he snorted coldly. Cowards? Forget it. These people were enough. Moreover, experts from 10,000 Fiend City also came. This time, there were even more people than last time. There were more than 30 of them. Moreover, they were all elite experts with many saint artifacts. How could they not kill the other party this time? Let's go. Yu brought his people and slaughtered his way back. The group of people moved majestically through the 9th region. Everywhere they passed, countless people were shocked. Heaven, what a terrifying aura. Who were those people? They were people from Great Desolate Mansion, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Fiend City. There were also experts from some large families. What did these people want to do? The one leading them was Yu, right? They didn't know who he was going to attack. These people discussed spiritedly. Someone said, when I passed by, I saw the corpses of many saints in Great Desolate Mansion. I reckon that Yu is going to take revenge. What? Who could kill more than a dozen saints from Great Desolate Mansion? These people were stupefied. It couldn't be Lin Wudi, right? They thought about it and realized that Lin Wudi was the only one who could do something so bold. Did this Yu eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts? He actually dared to fight Lin Wudi. Some people sneered. Lin Wudi's strength had long been deeply rooted in their hearts. Even those chief disciples weren't his match. What did you have? There were also people who sneered. What did you know? So what if Lin Wudi was strong? Could he be stronger than the Sage rankings? Yu Yu's older brother was one of the top geniuses on the Sage rankings, Yu Quan. Did you think he would fear Lin Wudi? What? It was actually that person? No, these people saw it. Back then, when the world was divided into 9, they saw 5 godlike figures standing there. That powerful aura made everyone despair. They knew that those 5 people were the ones who stood above everyone else. Perhaps no one on Heaven's Mandate planet was stronger than Zhou Wu's people. Even Lin Wudi had to lower his head in front of them. No wonder Yu Yu was so confident. With such a powerful trump card, anyone could flaunt their strength. Not long after, Yu Yu led his people and caught up to Lin Xian again. They roared angrily, "I'm here for revenge. This time, you will definitely die." The Yu Yu sacred artifact was cold. The people he found were all Lin Wudi's enemies. Especially the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, they were very eager to kill him. As expected, those sword saints were indomitable, their auras incomparably terrifying. F***ck, you actually dare to come? Do you really think I'm a pushover? The toad jumped up angrily. The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly. Humph, Ben Huang looked for you last time. Do you not want to die, kid? Kill them? Even Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others had cold expressions. These people were courting death again and again. They really did not know the difference between life and death. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning. He stood out and said coldly, "Last time, I spared your life not because I was afraid of your brother. It was because I felt that you were too trash. Even 10 of you wouldn't be able to pose any threat to me, so I didn't continue to chase after you. But I didn't expect you to act so recklessly. Although you're a fly, if too many flies fly in front of me, it will annoy me. So this time, I won't let you go again." Yu Yu was so angry his entire body trembled. The other party actually dared to call him a fly. He couldn't tolerate it. Kill him for me. Whoever kills Lin Wudi will be heavily rewarded by my brother. Kill. The eyes of some of the saints from the large families turned red. To be able to have a relationship with a prodigy on the pilgrim list was their supreme glory. As for the people from Thousand Demon City, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Swords Pavilion, there was no need to talk about them. They had enmity with Lin Xian to begin with. So at this moment, they wouldn't hold back. F***ck, I'm so angry. I'll attack first, the toad roared, its entire body bouncing out. Its 2 large claws covered the sky and earth, pressing down like a mountain. Damn toad, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of us. A ferocious tiger and a lion roared. Both of them were saints of the 5th celestial layer, and their bloodlines were incomparably strong. How could they put a toad in their eyes at this moment? The 2 of them laughed nastily and attacked, wanting to kill the toad. The toad roared. Do you 2 want to die? My bloodline is much stronger than yours. The claws became even more terrifying as they enveloped the 2 beast saints. However, at this time, the 2 of them screamed miserably as their heads flew into the air. It turned out that the 2 streaks of sword light had directly chopped off their heads. Damned brat, you dare to steal from me? The toad was angry. It turned out that Lin Xian had made a move. Brat, you're not allowed to snatch the person you found from me. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and his entire body transformed into a Taiji diagram. Half of it was bright like fire, while the other half was pitch black like grinding stone. He brought with him an unparalleled aura. Wherever he passed, he split the 6 saints apart. Too strong, simply unparalleled. Damn it, those people were so scared that they retreated. Yu Yu shouted angrily. Hurry, don't be scared of him, join hands to attack him. As he spoke, he struck out with the great desolate blade, continuously attacking. At this moment, the 10 sword saints also attacked. Leave Lin Wudi to us. With a roar, they unleashed an unparalleled amount of sword chi towards the front. Wherever it passed, heaven collapsed and earth split apart. Boom boom boom, this aura was too terrifying. Everyone's scalps went numb. Yu's people all became excited. This was great. Such powerful 10-sword saints, this Lin Wuti definitely couldn't contend against them. Hurry and attack. They crazily charged towards Murong Qingqing, Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon, and the others. Boom, a pitch-black giant sword descended. It was as if 100,000 mountains were descending at the same time. This was a sword saint. Moreover, what he cultivated was heavy sword laws. It could be said that he had boundless strength, able to split heaven and earth. If a saint of the same level was suppressed by this sword energy, their body would shatter. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. How powerful was Lin Xian's physique? The sun sword shone with boundless light. 9 suns split the sky. One sword tore apart the other party's sword energy. The black mountains that filled the sky were split apart. Not only that, but a crack had also appeared on the black sword. How was this possible? That sword saint's pupils constricted. His heart was dripping blood. This was his treasured sword. However, it was actually cracked by the other party. Damn it, who exactly was the other party? Why was his sword technique so fierce? Wang, just as he was in a daze, a pitch-black sword light flew over, instantly hacking his body. The death laws on it frantically absorbed his life force. He screamed in fright, quickly retreating. In that instant, half of his body caved in. It was as if he had become a dried corpse. Damn it. He roared angrily, using his strength to recover. As for the other few people, they quickly rushed over to attack. Lin Xian waved his palm. Countless sword energy interweaved, forming a yin-yang diagram to block. It also carried the power of stellar transposition. Every time it spun, it would deflect these people's sword energy. Wang, Lin Xian attacked again. The sun sword carried the light of life, slaughtering towards the injured sword saint. The sword had split him into 2 halves. He screamed crazily, trying to heal, but there was supreme sword energy on it. In addition, the terrifying flames had already burned his body. He couldn't heal at all. No, damn it, quickly save him. He called for help like his companions. When the remaining 9 sword saints saw this scene, they were completely enraged. Damn brat, how dare you! They rushed over crazily, turning into 9 unparalleled sword lights, tearing everything apart. Lin Xian didn't fight against them. Instead, he watched this scene coldly. Those 9 people wanted to save them, but they found that their companions had already been killed. Damn it, Lin Wuti, I'll fight you to the death. The 9 people rushed over crazily. At the same time, there were still people hiding in the dark who wanted to sneak attack Lin Xian. However, they were shocked by Lin Xian's body. It was directly shattered. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and the starry sky within 1,000,000 miles shattered. Those people hiding in the void couldn't resist at all. They were all forced out. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies shattered. Meanwhile, Lin Xian used blue tide birth, tearing these people's souls apart. Those people screamed crazily. Corpses fell one after another. These people were all terrified. Damn it, how could he be so strong? To be honest, when they received the invitation, they were originally a little worried. However, when they thought of Yu's identity, together with the 4 sword saints, they were full of confidence. They should be able to kill him, right? But now, when they really fought, they were in despair. Why did they have to provoke this demon king? Those who still wanted to assassinate quickly retreated. Only the 9 sword saints still dared to fight Lin Xian. The 9 sword saints' hair flew about chaotically, sword energy overflowing into the heavens. They continuously attacked. In an instant, they even used 10,000 swords returned to origin. Boundless sword chi surged from the bodies of the 9 people, bringing with it a terrifying power. Slow sword. One of them used terrifying sword laws. Endless sword energy interweaved, rushing into the sky. Lin Xian's speed became very slow. This was the power of the laws affecting him. At this moment, someone attacked again. A golden sword light was unparalleled. This sword law carried an extremely strong attack power, enough to destroy everything. With a clang, he collided with Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was stunned and retreated, leaving a white mark on his body. However, it was not destroyed. How could it be so powerful? That sword energy was terrified, while the other sword saints shouted loudly. They were affected, and their speed became very slow. Now, quickly attack. The 9 of them attacked crazily. Lin Xian opened the sky with both hands, and the Taiji diagram kept spinning, sucking all the sword energy over. Those sword energy were all integrated into the Taiji diagram, bound by that power. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. With just you guys, you still want to contend with me? You're still far from it. With a roar, the stars moved, and the terrifying power flew out. The sword energy flew back with an extremely terrifying power. Puff, 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 puff. The 9 sword saints were forced to retreat and vomit blood. This was their power to kill the other party, but now, they were injured. The law of diffusion is very powerful, but it can't do anything to me. Shatter. With a roar, Lin Xian opened the sky with his sword, directly shattering the law space, and then charged out. Buzz, he used the Kuan-Pung movement technique and arrived in front of that person. The law of the sword. This sword was very pure, and it charged forward. No, that sword saint roared. He attacked crazily with the diffusion sword technique, forming a slowing zone. However, it was useless. Lin Xian's every attack now carried the supreme aura of the great dragon sword soul, so with a pft. This sword shattered the other party's law and pierced into the other party's heart. Then, the sword energy exploded, causing that person's body to be torn into pieces. Damn it. Starry Sky Sword Technique. Another person roared. He used 10,000 swords returned to origin and executed a peerless sword technique. Those sword chis were like stars, forming a starry sky map that covered the entire sky, flashing non-stop. From the looks of it, he wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Taiji diagram to fight against it. At the same time, like a huge dragon, he floated up. He tore apart the starry sky sword technique and arrived in front of that person. Another sword strike. The yin-yang sword had completely killed this person. The man was split into 2 halves. Half of his body became a dried corpse, while the other half was burned to ashes by the raging flames. In the blink of an eye, another sword saint had died. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a god of slaughter as he began to harvest. With a wave of the 5 elements sword art, the sword transformed into metal, wood, water, and earth. They circled around and stabbed into the body of a sword saint. Then, the 5 elements merged into one. He killed the sword saint until his soul was scattered. No, stop it. The remaining sword saints roared crazily. They felt that they were no match for the other party. In fact, he couldn't even block a single sword strike. He was too strong. They felt that even a person at the late stage of the 5th heaven was no match for him. Below the small saint realm, who could compete with him? Let's go. These people's hearts were bleeding. They didn't want to fight anymore. The powerful sword saints retreated. The others became even more terrified. They were also killed miserably. That was because, other than Lin Xian, everyone else was extremely powerful. They were not weaker than the chief disciple. How could they be a match for him? Want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian struck out with supreme sword chi. The Taiji diagram covered the sky and the earth, and the yin-yang aura hung down, blocking all paths. He charged towards the remaining sword saints. Damn it. Those sword saints roared. They were going to fight it out with him. 10,000 swords returned to sect. Endless sword chi surrounded them. 4 sword saints charged over and fought with Lin Xian. But in the end, they were all killed. Lin Xian also suffered some injuries, but it was not a big deal. The more he fought, the braver he became. Under his feet, the corpses of the 10 sword saints prostrated. He turned his head, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at a figure in the distance. Pooh, when Yu saw this scene, he almost knelt on the ground in fright. How was this possible? How could the 10 sword saints be killed so easily? Was he still human? Right now, Yu was very regretful. He felt that he seemed to have made a wrong decision. The other party's strength far exceeded his imagination. He seemed to have provoked someone he couldn't provoke. Beside him, the two great desolate mansion saints also felt their scalps go numb. Too strong. They seemed to have seen Yuquan in the past. Back then, Yuquan was invincible like this, and in the end, he became one of the peerless experts on the pilgrimage list. And now, Lin Wudi was too similar. Young master, let's go. The two saints persuaded him. Actually, even without them saying, Yu already wanted to leave. He nodded and quickly retreated. At this time, the toad sent a slap over. You want to escape? Take this. Toad divine technique. With a pu sound, the two terrifying large palms slapped the two saints until their chi and blood surged. They stopped. Damn toad, you're courting death, Yu roared, a blade hacking down. This blade was incomparable. The toad's two claws brandished, catching the blade with his bare hands. With a ping sound, he directly clamped down on the long blade. Yu was shocked. He had always been a toad, yet his strength was already this strong. He felt like he was about to go crazy. Meanwhile, at this time, Lin Xian already slaughtered his way over. The terrifying killing intent made the three scalps go numb, their bodies go ice cold. The toad snickered. How about it? Brat, this great one helped you stop this fella, I've done a great service. Yu turned around, his eyes carrying biting cold killing intent. He roared angrily. Brat, what do you want? Do you dare touch me? My older brother is Yuquan. If you touch me, you'll get on the pilgrimage list, right? You'll undoubtedly die. Idiot, you still dare to act so arrogantly even now. You really don't know the difference between life and death. I already said that you're just a fly, I'm too lazy to make a move. Toad, I'll leave this person to you. After you torture him to death, I'll let you eat roasted golden crow. Is that true? When the toad thought of that delicacy, his eyes immediately shone. Good, good, just see if this great one doesn't beat him to death. He attacked crazily. You're courting death, Yu roared angrily. Those two great saints also roared, quickly attack. Young master, you leave first. As soon as they took action, a Yin sword and a Yang sword stabbed into their bodies, blasting them apart. The two were stupefied, dying with their eyes open. Lin Xian released a cold snort. With just the two of you, you dare act arrogantly in front of us? Only Yu was left. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He'll just let the other party die in the hands of a toad. Thinking about it, this was the most sullen way to die. Then, he began to look around him. The people in the surroundings were already miserable to begin with, not a match at all. When they saw Lin Xian walk over, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. Pu, the experts of several great families directly knelt down, continuously kowtowing. Spare us. We were blinded by greed, tricked by him. We beg you to spare us. Lin Xian released a cold snort, the death-sharpening blade continuously brandished. Since they dared come, then they should have thought of the consequences. He took away all of these people's vitality, turning them into piles of white bones. As for the remaining people, he didn't need to do anything. Morong Qingqing and the others directly killed them on the spot. These people's statuses and strength were all extremely powerful, so they weren't afraid of offending them at all. In the end, the ground was covered in saint corpses, blood flowing like a river. The ground sank, the sky shattered, unable to withstand the fall of so many saints. The entire 9th region was filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls, a rain of blood filling the air. At this moment, the people scattered in the 9th region all raised their heads towards the sky. It was raining blood. Heaven and earth were mourning. Heavens, how many saints had died? Who was it? A great battle was happening, they couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xian and the others were surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Those who came to assassinate them, apart from Yu, were all dead. At this moment, Yu was also beaten beyond recognition. He was continuously tortured by the toad, his entire body shattered, screaming crazily. In the end, the toad smashed the other party's head with a palm, wanting to kill the other party. Right at this moment, a figure flew out from the other party's shattered head. It was a hazy figure, displaying a terrifying aura as soon as he appeared. The toad's attack was shattered. He stood there like a god. Damn, he actually still had a trump card. The toad was given a fright. Morong Qingqing and the others also turned around, frowning. Lin Xian's eyes were like rainbows, looking forward. There was a pitch-black demonic figure in front of him. Who dares to harm my younger brother? The black figure said coldly. Yu Quan. Li Hongxiu frowned, then looked towards Lin Xian, saying softly. This should be a soul imprint that Yu Quan left on his younger brother. Soul imprint. Lin Xian coldly snorted, looking forward. Your younger brother has tried to kill me time and time again, he deserves to die. Do you think that you can protect him, audacious? That black figure said coldly. Who do you think you are? You dare to contend against me? Kneel down and accept your death. Although it was just a soul imprint, it displayed supreme divine might. He looked down on everything, not placing the world in his eyes. When Lin Xian heard this, he laughed. Did he really think that he was a great emperor? You're just a little saint at best, and you're just a soul imprint. Do you think you can scare us? Lin Xian gripped the death demonic blade and strode forward. And, it seems like you don't know what's good for you. Yu Quan's soul imprint was completely enraged. On the side, Yu Yu's soul also continuously screamed. Brother, kill him, help me kill him, tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Lin Xian's death demonic saber slashed down, and Yu Quan's soul mark resisted. A great battle ensued. Not long after, he was killed. Although Secluded Spring was powerful, he was only a wisp of soul imprint and was unable to do anything to Lin Xian. When he saw that soul imprint shatter, Yu Yu's soul screamed. His brother's soul imprint had been destroyed. Damn it, impossible, he screamed crazily as Lin Xian used the great dragon sword to split him apart. His soul was completely destroyed. At the same time, in the depths of District 7, a frenzied roar could be heard. The great Tao of heaven and earth intertwined as if the end of the world had occurred. All the sages in Division 7 felt their scalps go numb. Chong Tian, what had happened? This aura was too terrifying. Who exactly was the one who was angry? They all trembled, not daring to move forward. Meanwhile, in the depths of District 7, there was a man in black armor, looking like a demonic god. His eyes were completely red. Damn it, you actually dared to kill my younger brother. I will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. The person who was roaring was Yu Quan. His soul imprint had shattered, so he naturally sensed it. Therefore, he knew everything that had happened before. The followers beside him were also extremely shocked. They had never seen Yu Quan so angry before. Moreover, from the other party's words, they understood the situation. It made their eyelids twitch crazily. Was Yu Yu killed? This was too inconceivable. This was Yu Quan's younger brother, and more importantly, Yu Yu's strength wasn't weak either. He was the chief disciple, and his talent was extremely great. Before long, he would have a chance to enter the sage rankings. Had such a person been killed, who exactly was it? Their gazes pierced through the void, looking towards District 9. Young master, who killed the young master? At this time, a beautiful woman asked from the side. It's that Lin Wudi. He doesn't know what's good for him. I will definitely tear his body into 10,000 pieces. Yu Quan's voice was abnormally cold. He really couldn't tolerate an ant daring to fight against him, and even dared to kill his younger brother. The people behind him sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi, this wasn't the first time they heard this name. It seemed that this time an incredible genius had really appeared. This brat didn't know what's good for him. Immediately, someone stood out. Young master, don't worry, I will go and kill him now. I will go too. Another person also stood out. The auras on their bodies surged abnormally. There was no rush. Yu Quan turned around and said coldly. We are in District 7, and he is in District 9. If we cross over to kill him, he will be suppressed by the Great Tao. Moreover, there was fog now, and they couldn't see the situation in other districts clearly. It would be very troublesome if they went over. If they went a little further, their field of vision would widen. At that time, they would lock onto him and cross over to kill him. We will follow young master's orders. The two of them cupped their fists. Then, the group quickly advanced towards the depths. At the same time, the people in the other 8 districts also advanced side by side. In District 9, Lin Xian and the others also set off quickly. During this period, they also encountered many obstacles and even encountered big trouble in the end. They could only stop. Because with their strength, they couldn't break through. So, they waited. A few days later, the people behind all rushed over. These people's faces were pale because they passed by the place where the battle took place. When they saw so many saints' corpses and seas of blood, they were all scared out of their wits. They naturally knew that there was only one person who could do this, and that was Lin Wudi. Now, they saw Lin Wudi standing in front of them as if he was waiting for someone. They were all afraid. Could it be that he was waiting for them? These people hesitated, not daring to move forward. The toad roared, "Come over here." Those people were about to cry. The toad continued to roar, "What, are you all deaf? Hurry up and come over here." Being taught a lesson by a toad, if it were any other time, they would have been furious and counterattacked. But now, they didn't dare to. This toad was someone by Lin Wudi's side, so they could only brace themselves and go over. "I wonder why Lin Gongzi is looking for us?" These people asked cautiously. The toad opened its mouth and wanted to say something, but it was stopped by the northern demon. The northern demon stood up and said in a deep voice. The road ahead was blocked by a peerless array formation. We need to work together to break it. Otherwise, no one can pass. Was there a peerless array formation blocking the road? These people were shocked. Even Lin Wudi and the others couldn't pass? That must be extremely terrifying. It seemed that they really needed to work together. Some people were quite smart. They immediately cupped their fists and said, "We are willing to follow Lin Gongzi." Lin Gongzi was the leader. The others also chimed in one after another. "Yes, we will listen to Lin Gongzi's orders." At this moment, Lin Xian walked out and said, "All right, but we don't have enough people. We have to wait." The array formation in front was too terrifying. They estimated that they would need to gather most of the saints to break it. These people waited here. In fact, it wasn't just them. The other 8 regions were also blocked by this peerless array formation. They needed to work together. Among them, the 5 regions were led by the 5 geniuses on the pilgrimage list. No one dared to disobey their orders. However, in some other regions, there were huge battles and killings. There was nothing they could do because the geniuses of some regions stood side by side. These people were not willing to submit to anyone, so they naturally had to fight. After all, commanding the crowd was a supreme position. These geniuses were all arrogant and unruly. No one was willing to bow down to others. In the 9th region, more and more people gathered. In the end, Leijin also came. The remaining sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also came. They looked unfriendly. Leijin didn't attack immediately. Those sword saints did walk over, emitting an incomparable aura. Their 10 sword saints had died in the hands of the other party again. The toad glanced at them and sneered. "Why? Do you still want to fight? I don't mind sending you to hell." The 5 sword saints snorted coldly and didn't say anything. At this moment, the northern demon stood up and said loudly, "I think everyone already knows the situation. There is a peerless array formation ahead. We need to work together to break it. So at this time, we don't want internal strife." At this point, he looked at Lei Zhan and the sword saints. Lei Zhan and the others snorted coldly and didn't say anything. They also knew that they couldn't break it with their own strength. At this time, they had to work together. Those who had already submitted previously cupped their fists and smiled. "Don't worry, we will definitely follow Lin Gongzi." Lin Gongzi was the leader. When the others saw this scene, they all submitted one after another. Lin Xian's strength terrified them. They didn't dare to compete with him at all. They could work together, but they had to respect him. Lei Zhan spoke at this time. He wouldn't bow down to Lin Wudi. "Humph, you want to lead us?" The 5 sword saints also coldly snorted, their eyes filled with monstrous fury. Obviously, these people were not convinced by Lin Xian. "What, are you thinking of rebelling?" The toad jumped out, and the crimson dragon sneered. Come, this king will teach you how to behave." Lin Xian reached out to stop the two of them and walked out. The two of you don't want to rely on me? Very well, then you can rely on yourselves. At this point, his voice became piercingly cold. Who wants to follow them? I'll give you a chance now. However, from now on, don't even think about coming over to our side. At that time, whether he lived or died, it would be his choice. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Hearing this, the other people who didn't have a choice began to hesitate. From the looks of it, they were given a choice. Should they submit to Lin Xian, the Myriad Swords Pavilion, or Lei Zhen? In an instant, the majority of the people were on Lin Xian's side. The others hesitated for a moment before leaning towards Lin Xian one after another. On Lei Zhen's side, other than the people from Thunder God City and a few people from Demon City, there was no one else. The 5 Sword Saints' side was even more miserable. There were only 5 of them. This scene caused them to vomit blood. Damn it, a bunch of trash, what do you know, how dare you look down on us? They were so angry that they vomited blood. This showed that the other party didn't think highly of them at all. What qualifications did Lin Wuti have to compete with them? The others lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. However, they sneered in their hearts. So many battles had happened before, and the 10 Sword Saints had died. They were now very clear that no one could compete with Lin Xian in the 9th area. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also smiled. Very good, it seems that you have made a wise decision. Don't worry, under my lead, you will definitely be able to pass through the formation. Then, he looked at the 5 Sword Saints and Lei Zhen. Since you are not willing to respect me, then I won't force you. You can make a living on your own. You have 2 choices. First, you break through first. Once you break through, you can go through. Second, let me break the formation, but you have to scram. You are not allowed to come back for 10 days. What? Lei Zhen was about to go crazy. The people of the 5 Great Sword Saints were also furious. Damn it, was he trying to trap them here forever? Lin Wuti, don't go too far. The sword energy on the 5 Sword Saints rumbled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I have already given you face by not killing you immediately. If you dare to lose your temper with me again, I can guarantee that you will go to hell with your fellow disciples. Don't doubt my words. His body emitted an even more terrifying sword intent. Everyone's scalp went numb. It seemed that they had made the right choice because Lin Xian's sword intent was much more powerful than the 5 Sword Saints. The 5 Sword Saints' faces also darkened. They were so angry that they were depressed. Damn it, the other party had just condensed the law of sword. Why was he so much stronger than them? Next, Lin Xian and the others began to break the formation. They were unwilling to let Lei Zhen and the 5 Sword Saints break the formation first, so they were chased away. They stood in the distance and felt the terrifying aura and energy in front of them. Their faces darkened. 5 days later, they came back. Lin Xian and the others stopped and turned their heads to look. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. What, do you want to take advantage of us? The toad roared. Do you want to take advantage of me? I will drown you with a mouthful of spit. Lei Zhen was fuming with rage, but he still suppressed his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, we are willing to join. On the other side, the 5 Sword Saints also said, we are also joining. The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and the toad came out. What are you talking about? I didn't hear you. Speak louder. I said I am willing to join. Lei Zhen roared, and the 9 days of divine thunder rolled. On the other side, the 5 Sword Saints also closed their eyes and shouted angrily, we are also willing to join. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. It seemed that these arrogant people had finally bowed their heads at his feet. Then who do you respect? He asked indifferently. The 5 Sword Saints said willingly, you are the leader. On the other side, Lei Zhen gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. For the time being, you are the leader. The surrounding saint powerhouses. They were all stunned. These 2 forces actually bowed their heads. It was really too unbelievable. One had to know that Lin Wuti was strong and could kill many powerhouses. But it didn't mean that everyone would submit. There were some people who would rather die than submit to someone. But now, Lei Zhen had submitted. The 5 sword saints had also submitted, although it might only be temporary. But this undoubtedly showed that Lin Xian was really too powerful. Let these peers, even the older generation, they had no choice but to submit. Such a figure. It was very rare. And once there was one, their future achievements would definitely be limitless. For example, these people on the pilgrimage list. They were born strong, or even supreme existences. They could make others submit. Countless powerhouses gathered under them. Lin Xian. Did he also want to become such a person? In their hearts. It was too shocking. It was incredible. It seemed that the future pilgrim list was going to stir up a storm. Yes, this Lin Wudi had a great chance of ascending the pilgrim list. They didn't believe it before. But when they saw Lei Zhen and the others submitting, they knew that Lin Xian would most likely ascend the pilgrim list in the future and become a supreme existence. Alright, since I'm the leader, then listen to my orders. Lei Zhen, you lead people to attack the west. 5 sword saints, the 5 of you attack the east together. The rest of you will attack as before. Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens, giving out orders like a god. The people around him moved quickly. They had cooperated very well in the past 5 days. Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints were not satisfied. They were so proud and powerful before, but now they had to listen to someone else's orders. But they had already chosen to join, so during this period, no matter how unhappy they were, they would listen to the orders. Sure enough, Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints moved, attacking the array according to Lin Xian's orders. 3 days later. Lei Zhen was shocked. The 5 great sword saints were also shocked. To be honest, they were completely stunned in the past 3 days. Their previous unhappiness disappeared, replaced by a touch of fear. That's right, it was fear. Because in the past few days, they realized that Lin Xian was really too strong, simply unfathomable. No wonder he could kill so many sword saints. On the other side, Lei Zhen's eyes were red, he was very jealous. To be honest, he had never submitted to anyone, even those on the pilgrim list. He thought that one day, he would be able to ascend the pilgrim list. But in the past 3 days, he was full of fear of Lin Xian. Because the other party's methods terrified him. He realized that he was completely behind the other party. If he didn't have a big breakthrough in the future, he would be left behind by the other party for the rest of his life, he would never be able to catch up with the other party. That was what he was most afraid of. An enemy that he could never defeat would be the nightmare of his life. No, I have to break through as soon as possible. Lei Zhen clenched his fists. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian right now, so he wouldn't make a move against Lin Xian. However, he swore that he would break through to the minor saint realm as soon as possible. In this way he still has a chance to turn the tables. As for the other saints, they were even more impressed. At this moment, everyone treated Lin Xian as the true leader and God, treating him as their leader. No one dared to resist anymore. Under such circumstances, coupled with Lin Xian's Crimson Dragon attainments in formations and Morong Qingqing's formidable strength, they were able to make a breakthrough. Deciphering this array formation was like traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Boom! Boom! After another 5 days, they finally broke through the formation. When the formation shattered, no one dared to believe it. In their opinion, no one under the minor saint realm could break such a formation. However, they had succeeded under the leadership of Lin Xian. And in such a short amount of time. Haha, this is great. These people cheered wildly, thanking Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi, your formation skills are superb. I admire you. At this moment, these people were completely impressed. Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints also fell silent. They didn't resist or say anything, but their eyes were filled with fear. Let's go. Lin Xian laughed heartily as he waved his hand and led the group forward. They were like a torrent, invincible. In the next few days, they encountered dangers again. There were formations and even powerful demonic beasts. They were all eliminated by their joint efforts. It was the same for the other regions. Except for the 9th region where Lin Xian was. The regions where the 5 holy rankings were located were the fastest. Of course, this speed was only slightly faster than Lin Xian and the rest. As for the other regions, they were relatively slower because they had to go through a great battle to determine who was the leader. Of course, the final result was to join hands. These people joined hands to become the leader, advancing and retreating together. For example, in the 8th region, the 9-headed Qilin swept across the 4 regions. However, he also had a powerful opponent. That was the chief disciple of the Acheron Hall, Lung Rufan. He was very powerful and could even control Baigu. Moreover, the Acheron shop also had a person on the holy rankings. Therefore, even though the 9-headed Qilin's bloodline was very strong, he had no choice but to join hands with Lung Rufan. The two of them were the leaders. In the 5th region, Gao Yu and Bai Luo, these 2 rivals, actually joined hands. The 2 peerless beauties became the leaders, commanding countless experts and geniuses under their command. In the 4th region, there was one person who was the leader. The situation was similar to Lin Xian's situation. This person was called Jian Chen, and he was very powerful. He was the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Even the first prince of the New Moon clan and the others in the same region were willing to submit. One could imagine how terrifying the other party was. There was another reason, and that was the neighboring 3rd region, which was the region where Wan Jiani was. Wan Jiani was a genius on the holy rankings and an expert of the 10,000 Swords City. Therefore, the people in the 4th region did not dare to provoke him. If he fought across regions, no one would be a match for him. The people in the 9 regions gathered all their strength and began to break their respective formations and difficulties. Finally, a month later, they arrived at the deepest region. They could already feel a mysterious aura in front of them. The ripples caused the Dao flowers on their bodies to surge violently. At this moment, the heavenly Dao flowers on their bodies were incomparably bright and abnormally hazy. However, there were not many of them. It was not that they were weak, but that too many things had happened before. These people had already exchanged for all kinds of natural treasures, and the more they went, the more heavenly Dao golden lotuses they consumed. Therefore, in the end, the number of heavenly Dao golden lotuses they condensed became fewer and fewer. This was also why people as strong as Fu Hongye and Huang Shisan could only condense 5 or 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses last time. Because too many of them had been exchanged for. It was the same for Lin Xian. He had condensed 7 heavenly Dao golden lotuses before, but each heavenly Dao golden lotus was worth a year. He had exchanged them for time to cultivate. After that, he killed many more experts. These experts had also exchanged for Dharma treasures, and did not have too many heavenly Dao golden lotuses on them. Lin Xian had killed so many experts. At this moment, he had condensed 4 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Among them, Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also had 4 heavenly Dao golden lotuses, while North Fiend and the Crimson Dragon had 3. As for the saints under him, there were even fewer. At present, having 2 heavenly Dao golden lotuses on them was already very eye-catching. However, these people were satisfied. After all, they had obtained heavenly Dao golden lotuses before, and they had exchanged for many natural treasures and cultivation manuals. Therefore, even if they did not have any heavenly Dao golden lotuses now, they did not care too much. Of course, not everyone did not care. Top geniuses like Lei Zhen and 9-headed Qilin cared a lot. Because the heavenly Dao golden lotus was the symbol of their strength. As a top prodigy, he would be laughed at if he didn't have a few heavenly Dao golden lotuses. At this moment, they were deep in the forest, and the area between them was no longer shrouded in fog. Therefore, even if they were far away, they could still detect each other with their strength. In particular, they could detect each other in the adjacent areas. Lin Xian and the others saw 9 Qilins in the 8th area. There was also a man in a yellow robe. They were leading the group. Ling Gongzi was the chief disciple of Acheron Hall, Lung Rufan. A middle-aged man beside him said respectfully. "They're from Acheron Hall." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. In the 8th area, 9 Qilins and Lung Rufan also turned their heads to look. Their gazes collided in the air, causing the void to shatter. "This person is Lin Wudi?" Lung Rufan sneered. 9 Qilin snorted. Yes, it's him. Don't underestimate him. He's very powerful. Is that so? Lung Rufin thought indifferently. That's because he hasn't met me yet. Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson. He didn't care. Although he was also the chief disciple, he could control countless skeletons, and the dead people around him would become his puppets. Therefore, he wasn't fighting alone. If they really fought, he could control countless skeletons. No matter how powerful Lin Wudi was, he wouldn't be able to resist. 9 Qilins next to him were cold and didn't refute. He had fought with Lin Xian more than once, so he naturally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Lung Rufin would probably only know that after he suffered a loss at Lin Xian's hands. He looked away from Lin Xian and looked to the side. He saw Li Hongxiu, Morong Qingqing, and the others. He paused for a moment and looked behind him again. In the next moment, he was stunned. He saw a figure standing behind Lin Xian. It was a person who looked like the god of thunder. Lei Jin. At this moment, he was completely shocked. Lei Jin was behind Lin Xian. It was obvious that he had submitted to Lin Xian. It was too unbelievable. In his opinion, Lin Wudi and Lei Jin must have reached an agreement to rule the 9th district together. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. What exactly had happened in the 9th district for Lei Jin to lower his head to the other party, the 9 Qilins didn't understand. Suddenly, his pupils shrank because he saw that there were 5 other people outside the lightning formation. They were sword saints from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. He was actually ranked below Lin Xian. This made him feel even more incredulous. He knew that something terrible must have happened. Lung Rufin snorted when he saw this. Was that Lei Jin? He actually submitted to Lin Wudi. It was really disappointing. This lightning array was too trashy. Thinking of this, Lung Wufeng stared at Lin Xian again with a provocative look in his eyes. Lin Xian naturally felt it too, but he didn't care at all. It was just a chief disciple. He didn't care about him at all. Apart from the people on the 5 great dynasties rankings that he was wary of, he did not care about anyone else. Lung Rufeng's face darkened when he saw that Lin Xian didn't care about anything. Damn it. Was Lin Xian ignoring him? I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lung Rufeng snorted. Countless white bones swayed around him, causing the people behind him to tremble. Lin Wudi, go to hell. At this moment, a roar came from afar. The people in the nearby districts all looked over. Who was it? Did they attack Lin Wudi at this moment? The people in the 9th district were trembling. It definitely wasn't someone from their district. Sure enough, they saw someone in the distance and quickly killed him. Was it the 8th district? Lei Jin frowned. Was it the 9 Qilins or Lung Wufeng? In the end, he realized that it wasn't them. Moreover, it wasn't someone from the 8th district, but someone from the 7th district. Everyone was horrified by the scene. The 9 Qilins and Lung Rufeng were also stunned. Did someone cross 2 districts to kill someone? The 7th district was where Yu Quan was. He was a genius on the holy list. Why would he kill Lin Wudi? Could it be for his younger brother? To clear an obstacle for Yu Yu? Wait, could it be that Yu Yu was in the 9th district? They looked over carefully. In the end, they realized that Yu Yu wasn't in the 9th district. There wasn't even a single person from the Great Desolate Mansion. What was going on? They were stunned. Where was Yu Yu? Where was the Great Desolate Mansion? Lin Wudi, you dared to kill our chief disciple. You'll definitely die this time. 2 figures descended from the sky in a domineering manner and arrived above the 9th district. A cold voice spread in all directions. At this moment, the people in the 8th district were all stunned. What? Was Yu Yu dead? The people in the 1st district also looked over. Because the 9th district was connected to the 1st district, they were also in an uproar. Yu Yu was actually dead. No wonder the Great Desolate Mansion's people were so angry. Yu Quan was probably in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Several people sneered. In front of them stood an incomparably mysterious figure. This figure was called Chao Tianxing. He was from the Limitless sect. He glanced over and didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked at the mysterious Heaven's Fate. He only had one goal, and that was the Heaven's Mandate Stone. Other things couldn't attract his attention. In the 8th district, Nine-Headed Qilin and Leng Rufeng were also shocked. Especially Leng Rufeng. She simply couldn't believe it. The other party actually dared to kill Yu. Didn't they know who Yu's older brother was? Humph, what an idiot. He was definitely going to die. That was someone on the pilgrimage list. They, as chief disciples, couldn't fight against them at all. Even if Yu didn't make a move, these followers were still terrifying. Their strength was even greater than theirs. After all, these people were much older than them. Some were hundreds of years older, and some were even thousands of years older. In the sky above the 9th district, 2 figures stood there. On their bodies, there were 20 chains of the Great Path binding their bodies. This was the result of fighting across districts. If he collapsed in one region, he would gain 10 to 20 chains of the Great Tao. If he crossed 2 regions, he would gain 20 to 30 chains of the Great Tao. The chains of the Great Tao could not only bind their bodies and make it difficult for them to move, but even their power and laws were suppressed. However, these 2 Dafeng Fu powerhouses did not care at all. They were Yu Quan's followers. They had followed him for more than 30 years. How powerful were they? Ordinary chief disciples weren't their opponents at all. At this moment, the 2 of them joined hands to kill the other party. Wasn't it easy? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked up at the sky. They actually crossed districts to kill him. These people were too arrogant. On the side, the toad coldly shouted, "Get down here." He slapped out with his claws. I hate people standing on my head the most. It covered the sky and covered the earth, completely enveloping the 2. Ant, you're courting death. How dare a toad be so arrogant in front of us? One of them stomped his foot, and the space within 1,000,000 miles below him shattered. This force caused the ground to sink, and the toad's claws were knocked back. Ouch, it hurts. The toad waved its claws and jumped around. It was red, but it was not broken at all. What a strong physique. The 2 above were surprised. They did not expect a toad to be a mutated species. However, it was not enough. Their gazes moved away from the toad and stared at Lin Xian again. Kid, kneel down obediently and follow us back. Perhaps, you will be able to suffer less. Otherwise, you'll have a taste of life worse than death. Are they from the Great Desolate Mansion? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. I know you're coming, but I didn't expect you to send 2 subordinates. Are you looking down on me? Hurry up and go back. Let Yu come over himself. His younger brother tried to assassinate me several times. Ask him how he plans to apologize to me. As soon as he said that, the people in the 9th, 8th, and 1st regions were all stunned. Oh my god. Did they hear it wrong? This kid is challenging the geniuses on the pilgrim list? That's Yu. He was an expert on the pilgrim list. He was superior to all of the chief disciples because he was a little saint. Although he had suppressed his cultivation base and entered the heavenly fate star, he was still at the peak of the 5th heaven. Who would dare to provoke such a person? But now, someone was courting death. The toad also cried out. Yes, where's Yu? Let him kneel down and apologize to us. Hurry up and get lost. He roared, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. His voice was like thunder. In the 7th region, the faces of the followers turned ugly. They looked forward cautiously. Youchuan's face was cold, and his terrifying aura shrouded the 7th region. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They knew that the other party was finished. In the sky above the 9th region, the 2 experts shouted angrily. Are you courting death? How dare you insult our young master Yu? You're courting death. We can only break all your bones and let you know what fear is. One of them made a move. With a slap, a terrifying divine chain of laws rushed out from his palm and swept downward. Like a giant dragon, it wanted to bind Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His finger slashed out like a blade. With a loud clang, the chains of law were sent flying. At the same time, he snorted coldly. Just the 2 of you dare to attack me? You overestimate yourselves. He was courting death. The other person also attacked. He took out a divine spear, which was surrounded by a berserk aura. It descended from the sky. Go to hell. The two followers attacked in a frenzy. Their strength caused Lei Zhan and the five-sword saints to be extremely frightened. It had to be said that these two people had surpassed them and reached an unimaginable height. Although they were both at the late stage of the fifth heavenly layer, the gap between them was very obvious. These two were obviously stronger. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Unparalleled sword law erupted from his body. At the same time, Taiji also began to revolve. He struck out with his palm like a sun, blocking the divine spear. At the same time, his other palm slashed out. A pitch-black aura appeared on it, like a giant palm of death, enveloping that person. That person roared. The long spear trembled, wanting to counterattack. However, the death law on it made him scream. He felt that his vitality was flowing out a lot. He quickly retreated. Lin Xian was even faster. His right hand was golden like a god, and his left hand was pitch-black like a grindstone. Under the combined attack of the two palms, that person exploded. With a spurt, a mist of blood filled the air, and a scream rang out. At this moment, everyone was stunned. How could such a powerful follower be defeated just like that? It was as easy as cutting chives. Kid, how dare you? The other person shouted angrily. Countless laws condensed in his palm again. Lightning palm. Terrifying lightning spewed out with a powerful aura, wanting to penetrate Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and directly dodged. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword again. With a puchi, one of that person's arms was cut in half. Even the bones were exposed. How could the other party be so strong? They quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Since you're here, don't leave. The sword chi was like a rainbow, carrying an extremely powerful sword law. It seemed to tear the sky apart, cutting the forest in half. In the sky, two corpses fell. Such trash also dared to cross over to kill me. Lin Xian's gaze pierced through the void and looked at the 7th district. If you want to fight, then come personally. Don't you find it embarrassing to send trash over? It was incomparably silent. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone was stunned. The people of the 9th district were terrified. At this moment, they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they chose to submit to Lin Xian before, and not Lei Zhan and the people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Lei Zhan once again revealed a bitter smile. The 5 sword saints were also silent. With such strength, they were no match for him at all. The people of the 8th district were facing a great enemy. The pupils of the 9 Qilins shrank. So strong. No wonder Lei Zhan and the 5 sword saints bowed their heads to him. As for Leng Rufeng, the smile on his face froze. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The other party's strength was beyond his expectations. Previously, he was disdainful, thinking that he could easily crush the other party if he wanted to. At least, he could create an army of bones. But now, he had no confidence at all. The other party had killed 2 powerful followers like cutting vegetables. This method terrified him. The followers of the 7th district were in an uproar. Their companions were killed so easily, it was like a dream. When they heard the other party's words, they vomited blood. The other party actually called them trash? Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. I'll kill him. I'll go too. Young master, let me do it. These angry roars made Yu Quan's face extremely gloomy, as if it was about to drip water. He roared in his heart. Damn it, these 2 trash are really embarrassing. To be honest, his followers being killed was simply a slap to his face. He turned his head and looked at his followers. Those followers all stopped roaring and waited quietly. In the end, he looked at a person beside him. Man Wu, you go, yes, young master. A tall man beside him said respectfully. Then an incomparable light burst out from his eyes. Buzz, he rushed toward the 9th district. When he passed through the 8th district, 10 more chains of the Great Path appeared on his body. However, his speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Soon, he arrived at the 9th district. 20 more chains appeared on his body, but it didn't seem to affect him at all. Man Wu was one of Yuquan's most capable generals. His opponent was an expert from the barbarian tribe. His physique and bloodline were very strong. Be careful. Li Hongxiu reminded him softly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The barbarian tribe, he knew that they were one of the 10,000 ancient races. Like the war race, they were born to fight. They were very strong. The barbarian tribe was like a primitive people who cultivated the most primitive divine powers. Very well, let me see what's so special about these primitive tribes. Lin Xian looked at him and said loudly, I won't bully you. Since you have 20 chains on your body, I'll let you have 3 moves. You can attack first. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Lin Wudi was probably the only one who dared to be so confident in front of Man Wu. In the 7th region, the followers gritted their teeth in anger. This guy was so arrogant even when he was about to die. Just wait, he was going to die. That was for sure. Man Wu was very strong. How could he block it? Let me have 3 moves. I'm afraid you'll die after 1 move. Man Wu roared. The monstrous blood-colored Dharma laws had an unparalleled aura. It was like a burning furnace. His blood chi was really too strong. This was the law of blood, and at this moment, he had already used it. His entire body suddenly rumbled, and his fist was incomparably powerful. His fist rushed over. It filled up the entire space. Retreat. The people in the surrounding 9 regions frantically retreated. Even Morong Qingqing and the others floated back. Only Lin Xian was left in the field. Lin Xian didn't block it. Instead, he retreated to the side. He had said that he would let Man Wu have 3 moves. First move. Lin Xian dodged and said calmly, first move. Man Wu was completely furious. Was Lin Xian really going to let him have 3 moves? Lin Xian had underestimated him. His second move was to use his ultimate skill. He wanted to finish off his opponent. Xiao Chen's fist turned into a palm with terrifying scarlet saber marks covering it. It was like a scarlet mountain was pushing over. Both the sky and the ground were packed, and there was nowhere to hide. However, Lin Xian still managed to dodge. He appeared in another location, still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his clothes spotless. The second move, damn it. Man Wu's expression turned ugly. If he really let his opponent give him a handicap of 3 moves, even if he won, he would lose face. Therefore, for the 3rd card, he had to kill his opponent. The wrath of the god of berserkers. With a roar, he retracted his palm and let out a loud shout. The sound waves turned into a torrent, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Not good. The 9th region's people's expressions changed greatly. Quite a few of their bodies were blasted apart, blood flowing from their 7 apertures. Quickly defend, they all unleashed their laws to defend themselves. But he couldn't block it at all. Morong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others joined forces and unleashed their terrifying laws to block the terrifying sound waves. The people behind him heaved a sigh of relief. They were deeply grateful. It seemed that submitting to the other party was the right choice. At least at the critical moment, they could save their lives. They didn't know how Lin Wudi would resist. They thought in their hearts. The people of the 7th region snorted coldly. The barbarian god's roar should be enough to kill him. Lin Xian felt the terrifying impact of the sound waves. He was also stunned. It was so terrifying. It was indeed a kind of ultimate technique. He couldn't help but want to break it. However, he had agreed on 3 moves. He used the void escape technique to dodge the attack. However, the attack range was too wide, and he couldn't completely leave the 9th region. He could only hide at the edge. He used his divine body to block the rest of the attacks. The sound waves hit his body, making a sonorous sound. It completely drowned the void. He hit? That's great. The followers of the 7th region cheered. So what if that kid was strong? He would definitely die if he was hit by the barbarian god's roar. Man Wu also revealed a smile. No way, was Lin Wudi going to lose? The people of the 9th region were terrified. The people of the 8th region were also shocked. Lung Rufin sneered. So that was all he had. He deserved to die. Just as he finished speaking, his smile froze. He saw a figure walk out from the shattered void. His body was covered in golden light, like a god of war. He was unharmed? How was that possible? Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the surrounding saints or the followers, they were all dumbfounded. Man Wu's expression became extremely ugly. This was the first person to be unharmed after being hit by his ultimate technique. Even though the other party didn't receive the full brunt of the attack, and was only struck at the edges, the might of the attack was still incomparable. However, the other party wasn't injured at all. It really shocked him. Lin Xian walked out from the ruins and said coldly, 3 moves have passed. It's time for me to make a move. Boom, he circulated his power and punched out. The laws of the sun exploded, and the 9 yang divine fire jumped. He used his divine body and laws to the extreme. The dragon sword soul in his body roared. Lin Xian didn't hold back. Not good, Man Wu's pupils constricted. He naturally felt the terror of the punch, but he didn't want to retreat. He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. He had already lost face by not killing the other party in the previous 3 moves. If he retreated now, he would lose face. Even if he won, he wouldn't have any face. So he roared. Barbarian God's fist, he didn't believe that he would lose to the other party in terms of strength. Even with the 20 chains on his body, he was confident that he would win. The 2 fists collided, and the sky collapsed. A terrifying storm and the light of laws drowned everything. No one could see clearly. They waited nervously. However, at this moment, Chao Tiansheng, who had been standing with his hands behind his back in the first region, frowned and turned his head with a hint of surprise. He was wearing a ferocious-looking mask, but his eyes kept flickering. Interesting, he whispered to himself. Then, he turned his head again. In the 7th region, Yu Ming had been staring intently. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Damn it, this is impossible, he almost roared. The rest of the people were also stunned. What did the other party see? Could it be that something happened to Man Wu? They waited anxiously. When the laws dissipated, they finally saw what was in front of them. Lin Xian was still shining. He retracted his fist. In front of him, the once powerful Man Wu was lying on the ground. Half of his body was a bloody mess, and one of his arms was long gone. Defeated, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that not only was Man Wu defeated, but half of his body was also destroyed. How terrifying was Lin Xian's punch! Man Wu was defeated, and he lost in terms of strength. The followers in the 7th region were terrified. It couldn't be like that. The truth couldn't be like that. It had to be the suppression of the Great Dao chains. Yes, Man Wu had 20 Great Dao chains. That was the reason for his defeat. If it wasn't for the chains, how could that brat beat Barbarian level 5? Man Wu fell into a pool of blood. His mind was blank. That punch just now made him feel despair. It was as if the one who had attacked him was his young master, Yu Ming. At that moment, he felt like he was facing the sacred dynasty rankings. You're not my match. Scram. Lin Xian said coldly. He had taken the 2 heavenly Dao golden lotuses from Man Wu. Together with the 2 who had died, he had a total of 4. Now, he had 8 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Lin Xian's cold voice caused Man Wu to regain his senses. He roared at the sky, and his broken body quickly reformed. I haven't lost yet. I still have the power to fight, Man Wu roared coldly. It's useless. You'll just die if you keep fighting. Let right fist attack. I don't care about you. Damn it. Man Wu attacked again. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He instantly used his law to form a sword light that cut Man Wu in half. This attack was even colder than before. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and Man Wu's confidence collapsed. He had lost again, and this time it was an even more thorough defeat. This time, the sword chi was even more terrifying than the fist from before. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian roared coldly. Man Wu, come back. Don't embarrass yourself. Yu Quan finally couldn't take it anymore. Man Wu walked back unwillingly. Kid, if you didn't have the great Dao chains, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. Once we leave planet Tianming, I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he soared into the air, wanting to leave the 9th region. Lin Xian exploded with killing intent when he heard that. I hate it when people threaten me. So, go die. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword chi covered the sky and the earth, enveloping barbarian martial. Not far away, those people roared crazily. Right Fist also roared. How dare you? He wanted to attack, but it was too late. The sword chi cut Man Wu's body into 8 pieces. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He was actually killed by the other party in an instant. Boom, at that instant, a giant palm slapped across the air. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he dodged. Then, he snorted coldly. You can't hold it in anymore? You want to attack? Come, I'll fulfill your wish. Naturally, it was his right fist that had struck out just now. Seeing that his right fist had missed, he didn't attack again. Instead, his voice was cold. And, you are not worthy of me making a move. Even though the other party had killed 3 of his generals in an instant, he still did not place the other party in his eyes. His target was only the people on the pilgrim roll. Unworthy? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. I think you don't dare. He snorted coldly. Since you don't dare to make a move against me, then behave yourself in front of me. Don't think that you're so great. In front of me, even if you're a dragon, you still have to coil up. Lin Xian's words were incomparably domineering. The surrounding people were terrified, and Yuquan's expression was cold. However, in the end, he did not attack. Kid, what do you plan to do next? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian looked into the distance. The Destiny Stone was just ahead, right? At that time, he would be able to explore the Destiny Stone. But in the next few days, I have something to do. What is it? The toad was also puzzled. Lin Xian laughed. Of course, it was to collect the heavenly Dao flowers. I want to see where my limit is. Speaking of this, a cold light burst out from his eyes. Last time, his senior brother finally condensed 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Now that he had 8, it was reasonable to say that he had surpassed Vhumad. However, Lin Xian felt that it was not so simple. He definitely needed to consume the heavenly Dao golden lotuses in the future. So now, he had to collect as many as possible. Is he still going to collect the heavenly Dao flowers? The toad was surprised, and Li Hongxiu frowned. But there weren't many people who had the heavenly Dao golden lotuses anymore. Could it be that he was going to attack the other regions? The others gasped after hearing this. Lin Wudi, are you going to cross realms? That's right, that's what I'm planning to do. Lin Xian really didn't care about ordinary saints. His goal was at least to become the chief disciple, an existence like that. So, he was going to cross realms. His gaze shifted to the 8 zones beside him. The saints of the 8th region were facing a great enemy. What is this guy trying to do? Even 9 Heads was on high alert when he got up. Lin Xian didn't attack the 9 Qilins. Instead, he looked at Lin Rufen. This guy dared to provoke him with his eyes. If there was a chance, the other party would definitely assassinate him. He might as well get rid of this scourge now. Lin Rufen's face became incomparably cold. Damn brat, what are you trying to do? Do you dare to attack me? He was really angry. Was the other party looking down on him? How dare he cross realms to kill me? If you dare to come over, I can guarantee that you will die here. Lin Rufen roared. The ground around him flipped open, and many white bones appeared. They connected together, forming an army of white bones. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. It's you. He strode forward. Soon, he crossed the region and arrived above the 8th region. There were 10 more great Dao chains on his body. Feeling the suppression of the great Dao chains, Lin Xian was also surprised. His power and laws were suppressed. It was indeed magical. Lin Xian was surprised. However, his eyes lit up, and his body bloomed. So what if he was suppressed by the great Dao? These 10 great Dao chains couldn't do anything to him. You're courting death. Seeing that the other party really came, Lung Rufin was also angry. He waved his hand, and the surrounding white bones charged over. To be honest, he didn't think that his strength was inferior to the other party. Moreover, the other party was now suppressed. Kid, do you think you're very powerful after killing those followers? It's just that those followers were suppressed by the Great Tao. Now, you're also suppressed by the Great Tao. Let's see how I kill you. The white bones in this place were all extraordinary. Those who could come here and die were all saints. At this moment, these white bones were controlled, and their power was really terrifying. It made the scalps of the surrounding saints go numb. They retreated frantically, and the people in the other regions also came back one after another. Lin Wudi was powerful, but could he really resist after crossing realms? The suppression of the Great Tao was no joke. Buzz, flames jumped on Lin Xian's body. The Sun Law condensed, forming the Great Sun Sword, and cooperating with the sword finger technique. He slashed forward with the sword. Boom! Boom! The dozen or so white bones in front of him instantly shattered, and the bones scattered all over the ground. Was he so powerful? The people in the 8th region were stunned. The other party was suppressed, but he was still so terrifying. Damn it. Lung Rufin's face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and a white bone spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed forward. It carried a terrifying power and aura. Lung Rufin was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 Qilins. One could imagine how powerful he was. He was definitely not weaker than the 9-headed Qilin. Following his attack, 9 white bone figures soared into the sky and charged towards Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian was fearless. The sun sword appeared in his hand, and the Sun Law burned fiercely. These white bone creatures all had a cold aura. The Sun Law and 9 Yang divine fire completely restrained them. Coupled with the power of the Sword Law, he was truly unstoppable. Pung pung pung, the 9 white bone figures were split apart. This sword light slashed towards the old bone spear. With a loud clang, the white bone spear was forced back. Lin Xian took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. This sword was fast to the extreme. No one could react in time. Even the saints did not see it clearly. With a puff, blood splattered, and a figure retreated. Lung Rufin retreated, holding his shoulder. His face was extremely pale. There was a bloody hole in his shoulder, and blood flowed out. He was injured. He was actually injured by the other party's sword. It was too unbelievable. How strong was the other party? Previously, he was disdainful, thinking that he could suppress the other party, or even kill him. But now, the other party's strength terrified him. The people in the 8th district also screamed. No way, they had only chosen 2 leaders after a chaotic battle. Among them, Lung Rufin killed people like scything flax. A 5th-layer saint could not even block a single move in his hands. Moreover, the White Bone army could withstand the combined attacks of many saints. That battle was a shadow of their lives. They knew Lung Rufin's strength the best. But now, the incomparably powerful existence in their eyes could not even block a single strike from Lin Xian. Was the gap between them already this big? After seeing this, the people in the other districts also whispered. Some of the stronger followers had solemn expressions on their faces. Lin Wudi was one of the strongest among the chief disciples. I think he could be ranked in the top 3. Yes, he was indeed very strong. However, he was not invincible. There were still some chief disciples who could suppress him. Are you talking about Jian Chen? That's right, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was extremely powerful. He could definitely suppress Lin Wudi. I think that the one from the Gu family should be able to do it too. Indeed, he was ranked 3rd at most, or perhaps not even in the top 3. Some people's expressions were cold. The people in the 8th district were stunned. Lung Rufin roared. Damn it, brat, you dare to look down on me? He flipped his wrist and took out a white bone fan. With a wave of his hand, a gust of cold wind blew, incomparably terrifying. It drowned Lin Xian. Go to hell. This was an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Lin Xian tore through the Yin wind and walked out. A Taiji diagram revolved around him. What? He's not dead yet? Lung Rufin took a few more steps back. He was scared out of his wits. His opponent's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Is that all you've got? Lin Xian snorted coldly as the death demonic blade appeared in his left hand. With a slash of the saber, the winds that filled the sky were torn apart. The aura of death swept towards Lung Rufin. Not good. Lung Rufin's expression changed greatly. He felt his life force slipping away. This left him in disbelief. One had to know that he was someone from Yellow Spring Hall. What he was most proficient in were laws and power. But now, the other party was even more proficient in this power than him. How was this possible? He really didn't want to believe it. However, he also didn't want to fight back. After using the White Bone Treasure Mountain to send out several gusts of wind, Lung Rufin continuously retreated. Lin Xian brandished his saber, all types of sword energy surging, easily splitting apart all of the attacks. He forced Lung Rufin to a dead end. Now, he still dares to provoke me. Everyone was shocked. Lung Rufin said through clenched teeth. Damn brat, do you dare touch me? Our Yellow Spring Hall's experts are all geniuses on the pilgrimage list. Try touching one of us. Seems like you really don't know the difference between life and death. Is Yu Quan strong? Didn't his younger brother also get killed by me? Do you think you can compare to Yu? Damn it. Lung Rufin's hair stood on end. That's right, even Yu died. The other party simply had no misgivings. You win. He threw the 4 heavenly Dao golden lotuses into the sky and ran towards the 7th region. Soon, 10 great Dao chains appeared on Lung Wufeng's body. However, he let out a sigh of relief. With Yu Quan guarding this region, the other party definitely didn't dare to rashly step into this region. Lin Xian snorted coldly, looking towards the 7th region. He didn't enter. This made Lung Wufeng let out a sigh of relief, but soon, his expression became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian didn't attack him, but he attacked his subordinates and fellow sect members. In the 8th region, apart from Lung Wufeng, there were also some Yellow Spring Hall experts who were being attacked crazily. The sword auras easily split their bodies apart. Damn it, these people roared crazily. They originally wanted to join forces to attack, but they were quickly beaten until they collapsed. These people were helpless and wanted to escape to the 7th region to seek protection. However, soon, they stopped at the edge of the 7th region. Sword energy pierced through them. These people were all killed. Lung Rufin's heart was bleeding. In the other region, which was the 2nd region, those people also looked solemn. Damn it, this Lin Wudi actually dared to kill so many experts of the Yellow Spring Hall. Mo Xiao turned his head, holding the white bone spear in his hand, the yellow spring surging on his body was extremely terrifying. Do you really think that no one dares to kill you? Mo Xiao was on his way. He couldn't help but want to do it himself. However, at this moment, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. You've taken action in advance? Well, then let's fight to our heart's content. With a roar, Wan Jiani rushed towards the 2nd region, charging towards Mo Xiao. Xianxia, are the people on the pilgrim list going to fight? Retreat quickly. In the 2nd region, the followers beside Mo Xiao also retreated crazily. They didn't dare to approach at all. Between heaven and earth, countless sword energy descended from the sky, completely enveloping Mo Xiao. Wan Jiani, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Mo Xiao roared, the yellow spring surging on his body, and the white bone spear in his hand was even more powerful. The two of them clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Oh, since you've taken action, then I won't be polite. In the 6th region, Xianxia, an incomparably beautiful and charming lady, also revealed a smile. Countless sages around her were infatuated, their blood boiling, and they couldn't wait to kneel under her skirt. However, Xianxia's gaze pierced through the void, looking at the 7th region. Yu Quan snorted coldly, actually taking the initiative to cross the boundary and fight. Another 2 people on the pilgrim list took action, shocking the world. The only one who did not make a move was Chao Tianxing in the 1st region. He stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. It seemed like he had no intention of making a move. Young master. The follower beside him asked tentatively. Chao Tianxing did not turn around. Instead, he said, if you want to make a move, then do it. But do what you can. The destiny stone was right in front of you. Don't be impulsive and lose your life here. Yes, young master. We understand. Those followers retreated. Their eyes were shining with cold light. They too made a move. Of course, these people were fighting across regions. Some of them went out of the region, while some of them came to fight. A great battle broke out. It was unusually fierce. The others were stunned. They did not expect a great battle to break out all of a sudden. This was something that even Lin Xian was surprised by. Was it because of him? He shook his head. He was just the first to make a move. Even without him, the others would definitely make a move. Especially those geniuses on the pilgrim list. None of them would submit to the others. Lin Xian stood in the 8th region. He turned around and said, Qingqing, you can make a move too. Protect yourselves. Morong Qingqing and the others nodded. Sister Qingqing, let's work together. Li Hongxiu said with a smile. All right. The two beauties joined hands and rushed to the 8th region. Let's go to the 1st region to have some fun. The toad looked at the other region. There were many experts in that place too. Ruzalong, the northern demon, and the other two joined hands and rushed to the 1st region. Of course, there were also people coming from the 1st region. They did not know what was good for them. Legion snorted and thunder rumbled. It directly pierced through these people. All kinds of screams could be heard. The flames of war were burning in the 9 regions. No region was spared. The 8th region. Lin Xian swept through everything after killing so many saints of the Yellow Spring Palace. The others did not dare to fight against him. The only one who could still fight against him was the 9-headed spirit. However, 9-headed Qilin did not fight. He directly rushed to the 7th region because he had the same idea as Lei Zhen. It was better not to provoke him before he broke through to the small saint realm. Qingqing, you guys stay here. I'm going to the 7th region. Lin Xian looked ahead again, his eyes shining with a cold light. His figure flickered as he charged toward the 7th region. The people in the 8th region were all stunned. Damn, was this kid trying to defy the heavens? Even Li Hongxiu exclaimed, Brat, don't be too arrogant. Be careful, someone is targeting you. She was truly worried. After all, the 7th region was secluded Springs territory. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Yu Quan was fighting with Qin Xianer on the world-crossing chariot. He probably had no time to take care of him. As for the others, he was still unafraid. Soon, there were more than 20 chains of the Great Path on his body. The suppression of the power and laws was even stronger. Lin Xian's body sank, but he quickly used his strength to adapt to the pressure. He actually dared to cross 2 regions. He was too arrogant. The people of the 7th region were also shocked. Those from the Great Desolate Mansion were filled with murderous intent. Kid, you killed one of our experts in the 9th district last time. Do you really think you're that strong? You're just occupying the home ground? Let's see how you're going to die here under the suppression of 20 Great Path. 2 people from the Great Desolate Mansion roared as they slashed down with their sabers, shrouding Lin Xian. This was a terrifying mystique. Obviously, these people from the Great Desolate Mansion wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian's figure flickered as he dodged the 2 saber lights. At the same time, he charged forward. He was courting death. Lung Rufin sneered as he attacked as well. The white bone fan in his hand kept fanning. Moreover, there was a terrifying white bone army around him. There was even a Yellow Springs diagram that was spinning in the sky. The Yellow Springs poured down from the inside, bringing with it an extremely cold and gloomy energy. However, it was useless. Lin Xian used all kinds of laws and fought in all directions, causing these people to break down. 9-headed Qilin had been watching from afar without attacking. At this moment, he was even more certain of his thoughts. It seemed like it was best not to provoke Lin Xian now. Lung Rufin was being chased once again. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. How was this possible? Lin Xian had crossed 2 worlds with 20 chains on his body. How could he defeat so many people when he was besieged by so many people? this was simply inhuman. His followers were even more miserable. 2 of them were killed while the other 3 were injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. Humph. You want to leave? Seeing these people retreating, Lin Xian chased after them and started a massacre in the 7th district. Kid, how dare you, young master, come back quickly. These people were still clamoring before, but now they were scared shitless. They desperately wanted Yu Quan to return. In the 6th district, Yu Quan was engaged in an intense battle with Xianxia. Xianxia was using the acacia mystique. She was holding the acacia bell in her hand. When she shook it gently, it could shake one's soul. This was an extremely strange soul attack. Although Yu Quan was strong, he did not dare to be careless. He sensed what was happening in his base and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ah, damn it. What did he see? That despicable brat actually dared to kill his pursuers. He had messed up his territory. He harumphed coldly and unleashed a shocking ray of light with the back of his hand. It tore through the sky and charged from District 6 to District 7. That attack saved many of his followers, and Lin Xian dodged the attack as well, dodging it in the air. In the 6th district, Xianxia laughed coquettishly. What? You still have the mood to care about other people's business. Seizing this opportunity, she launched an extremely terrifying soul attack. Yu Quan was actually hit. Not good. Yu Quan felt his soul tremble and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he was indeed careless. Xianxia was not weaker than him, not to mention that her soul attack was extremely strange. He actually interfered in another battle when he was fighting with the other party. It was really unwise. For a moment, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Xianxia used the divine charm technique again. Yu Quan's chi and blood were roiling, and he could not help but want to explode and die. No. He roared, an endless desolation aura condensed on his body. Now that he was retreating step by step, he was no match for her at all. Therefore, he decisively retreated. He retreated to the 7th district. Kid, go to hell. As soon as he returned, he charged towards Lin Xian. The terrifying desolate palm covered the sky and covered the earth as it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a fatal danger. Brother Xian, be careful. In the 8th district, Morong Qingqing cried out in alarm. Li Hongshou also cursed inwardly. The other party had actually returned. It was too sudden. Lin Xian shifted his position and used space escape to dodge this attack. He felt his chi and blood roiling. He had to admit that the other party was really too powerful. Even if he was injured, he was still incomparable after returning. Not to mention that he was now suppressed by 20 great Dao chains. The followers heaved a sigh of relief. They wanted to mock Lin Wudi, but they didn't know what to say. Lin Wudi was just a young chief disciple. His cultivation base was far behind them. But now, he was able to escape from Yu Quan's hands. Was this something worth mocking? They didn't think so. This showed how strong Lin Wudi was. Yu Quan snorted coldly. If he missed, he would attack again. This time, he would definitely kill Lin Wudi. An ant had provoked him time and time again, and had even killed his younger brother. He couldn't stand it. So, he attacked again. The aura of desolation filled the whole world. Go to hell, kid. Lin Xian felt a great danger. He gritted his teeth and roared, holding up the Taiji diagram to resist. Asterisk boom. Asterisk he was pushed back. His arms were numb. The Taiji diagram scattered, turning into the law of sun and law of death. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent was too strong. He had to use all his strength to deal with a casual attack. And he couldn't block it. This couldn't go on. A useless ant will always be an ant. Although you're in the top 3 among the chief disciples, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. Yu Quan's eyes were filled with endless coldness and fear. The 9-headed spirit was also horrified. Indeed, there was a huge gap between them and the pilgrim list. If they didn't break through to the minor saint realm, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. Great, this kid is dead. Lung Ruffing snorted. The 9-headed Qilin also heaved a sigh of relief. With such a strong enemy dead, his path should be much smoother. Even Lei Zhen, who was far away in the 9th region, and the people of the net were excited. Not good. Morong Qingqing was anxious. He wanted to cross the region to save Lin Wudi. Li Hongxiu stopped him. Don't go. We'll wait for you outside. In the 1st region, the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others also rushed back quickly. Each of them was extremely nervous. However, at this moment of crisis, a beautiful figure appeared in the 6th region. She tore apart the desolation aura that filled the sky and said softly, "Why did you run away halfway through the battle? This won't do. I'll continue to play with you." Her voice was filled with endless charm, causing the blood of the people in the 7th district to boil. They almost exploded. Even Lin Xian could feel his blood boiling. Not good, he quickly suppressed it. This was an extremely powerful soul attack. He looked at the beautiful figure, and his pupils shrank. Xianxia was someone on the pilgrim rankings. This woman's soul attack was extremely terrifying. Ding ding dang dang dang. The joyous union bell rang and a terrifying sound wave rushed towards secluded spring. Damn it. Yu Quan roared angrily. This woman was simply like a haunting ghost. She was going too far. The other party actually dared to attack his area. With a roar, he charged forward. At the same time, the surrounding aura of desolation fluctuated continuously. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He wanted to leave. Do you want to leave? Those followers prepared to surround and attack, but in the end, they were sent flying by Xian's 2 swords. Lin Xian went on a killing spree and began to crazily plunder the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. He even made a move on the Dao Flower. I won't miss any of them. Those followers suffered another blow. Damn it. Secluded Spring roared angrily. This kid dared to attack in front of him. He was too hateful. However, he couldn't be distracted because he was firmly restrained by Xianxia. Previously, he was distracted by Lin Xian's matter and suffered a soul injury, so he left. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Lin Xian obtained 4 more heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses. He tore apart the aura of desolation and left the 7th area. He returned to the 8th area. That's great. Morong Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief and left. Lin Xian returned to the 9th area. He took a deep breath and said, "Protect me. I'm going to break through." His eyes burst out with a sonorous light. The simple exchange with secluded spring made him know that the other party was indeed very strong. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to fight against the other party. Therefore, he was ready to break through again. After his cultivation level broke through, he would definitely be able to fight against these people. Are you going to break through here? Li Hongxiu was surprised. Crimson Dragon and the others were also surprised, but soon, they asked, "Kid, what are you going to do?" There weren't many treasures in this place, only ruthless killing. Lin Xian said, "I'm going to completely absorb these heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses. Protect me." Morong Qingqing and the others nodded and began to guard the surroundings. No one in the 9th area dared to provoke them. They could deal with the people from the 1st and 8th areas. As for the geniuses on the pilgrim list, they were not in the mood to pay attention to Lin Xian at all. They were all fighting on their own. Therefore, Lin Xian had such a chance now. He sat down cross-legged, and the 12 heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses kept spinning around him. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed one of them and directly absorbed it into his body. This scene caused everyone to be terrified. Lin Wudi was actually going to absorb these heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses. It was really unbelievable. These heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses were extremely mysterious. They accompanied them and could constantly temper their nomological laws. But they had never thought of absorbing them. Lin Xian's current actions were really shocking. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Even Morong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous, but they guessed that Lin Xian must have his own plans. He wouldn't do something that he wasn't confident of. Lin Xian did have a certain plan. He knew that these heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses contained supreme power, but he wasn't confident at all. But now, as long as there was a chance, he wouldn't miss it. When a heavenly Tao golden lotus entered, supreme power burst out and rushed into his flesh and meridians. Lin Xian felt a pain, as if he was being cut by a knife. He endured the aura and quickly absorbed it. Then, the second and the third. Lin Xian swallowed all 12 heavenly Tao golden lotuses into his body. His body was shrouded in endless light, and the great Tao intertwined. Brother Xian, I'll give you mine too. Morong Qingqing gave out 5 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. She gave them to Lin Xian. I'll give them too. The Crimson Dragon, the Northern Demon, and the others also gave them to him. The toad itself was a beast here, so he didn't have any. When Li Hongxiu saw this, she sighed as well. She had given her share to Lin Xian as well. The heavenly Tao golden lotuses on Lin Xian's body shone brightly again. He looked like he was about to ascend. That kid wanted to break through. He definitely couldn't let him succeed. Not far away, someone roared. These were all Yu Quan's followers. There were people from the Great Desolate Mansion and other powerhouses. These people hated Lin Xian to the core. So when they saw this, they all rushed over. Once again, they crossed 2 areas and started fighting. Kill, they had to interfere with the other party, and it would be best if they could cause him to go berserk. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon roared at the sky and spewed out endless flames. Morong Qingqing also unleashed a terrifying phantom of a phoenix. Leng Rufeng also rushed over, and the Bone Army spread out again. At the same time, he shouted angrily. Lei Zhen, 9 Qilins, aren't you going to attack? This is your last chance. He naturally knew the grudge between the 2 sides. Therefore, he wanted to unite everyone to fight together. Not good. Morong Qingqing and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Now that Lin Xian was in seclusion, these people were actually showing signs of resistance. If they attacked together, it would be very dangerous. They weren't afraid of these people, but they were afraid that Lin Xian would be affected. If that happened, he would definitely go berserk and be seriously injured. Hurry up and attack. Morong Qingqing shouted. They worked together and swept through the surroundings. However, this time, there were more than 10 powerful saints, terrifying sacred artifacts, and laws. The Northern Demon activated the heavenly tree to provide everyone with a strong vitality. They firmly protected Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon spat out many tremors to protect Lin Xian. At the same time, he said that this kid was too impatient. If he had known, he would have activated the Great Sage Tower. However, there was no other choice now. Without Lin Xian, no one could activate the Great Sage Tower, and they couldn't awaken Lin Xian now. Therefore, they could only force the enemy to retreat. Lei Zhen returned to the 9th district, his eyes shining. To be honest, this was his best chance. However, he was indeed afraid of Lin Xian, so he wasn't completely confident now. He snorted coldly. He didn't make a move, but had other plans. In his current state, it would be best if he could kill Lin Xian. If he couldn't, he wouldn't make a move to save himself from trouble. However, on the other side, the 9 Qilins did indeed make a move. He had the same worries as Lei Zhen, but he had an advantage over Lei Zhen. That was that he had multiple lives, and he could exhaust them. Even if he had lost 2 lives, he still had 7 left. This was his powerful capital, and now he felt that the risk was very worth it. At most, he would lose his life. However, if he succeeded, he would be able to get rid of a peerless enemy forever. Therefore, he charged over. Some of the greater demons from the demon city had also charged over from the surrounding areas. District 9. The 5 sword saints also made their move. They were in this area and were not suppressed by the great Tao. Therefore, his attacks were incomparably violent. Damn it, how dare you rebel, the Crimson Dragon roared. It hadn't expected that someone would really attack in the 9th region. Li Hongxiu looked at Lei Zhen coldly. Lei Zhen snorted coldly. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he actually left District 9 and went to District 1. That was a relief to them. Lei Zhen didn't make a move, but it wasn't the worst. However, the current situation had also exceeded their expectations. The 5 sword saints were incomparably powerful as they charged over. Li Hongxiu said, "Leave these 5 people to me." She rushed out. As the daughter of the Saint King, she was extremely powerful, especially during this period of time. She had a lot of good fortune. Therefore, he had no problem fighting against a great sword saint. On the other side, the 9 Qilins had also charged over. That was an extremely terrifying expert. Everyone's scalps went numb. Morong Qingqing said, "Leave it to me." She rushed over with the phoenix bloodline. Her mystical powers were powerful, and she was not weaker than the other party in terms of bloodline. Therefore, she was the most suitable person to fight the 9 Qilins. "Toad, I'll leave that person from the Acheron Hall to you. Leave the rest to me." The Crimson Dragon's expression was piercingly cold. Toad said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He rushed out with a cry and fought with Lin Rufin and the others. The rest were left to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon roared and transformed into a huge dragon, sweeping in all directions. As for the Northern Demon, he did not make a move because he still had the most important task, which was to protect Lin Xian. The Northern Demon's body bloomed with light, and the heavenly tree enveloped Lin Xian, forming a powerful vitality. Moreover, there were many array formations surrounding them. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the 9th region. Morong Qingqing was very strong. She had the Kunlun 9 slashes and the Phoenix bloodline. She also had various mystical powers. This caused the 9 Qilins to be extremely shocked. He did not expect that this woman was actually not weaker than him. Especially the power of her bloodline, it shocked him. On the other side, the 5 sword saints also roared. They were actually suppressed by a woman, and they were even injured. However, on the other side, Toad was indeed screaming miserably. "Damn, you dare to sneak attack me?" He had no choice. He was facing an endless army of bones and the terrifying Acheron. He was extremely miserable. If it were not for his mutated species and powerful physique, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon roared even more. To be honest, he was very strong, but the people he was facing were also a little terrifying. Those were all followers, and their strength was even stronger than that of the chief disciple. Although there were 20 chains of the Great Tao wrapped around his body, there were too many people. There were a total of 8 people, and they came together. In addition, there were also some people who were preparing to fish in troubled waters and assassinate Lin Xian. Therefore, he was facing a lot of pressure. Fortunately, he was from the Divine Dragon clan. His physique and bloodline were powerful, and the Dragon clan's mystical powers were terrifying. In addition, he had many array formations. Only then could he resist. Otherwise, if it were any other chief disciple, they would have been killed long ago. Even so, he was still in a very bad situation. "That's great, all of them have been pinned down. Hurry up, whoever has a grudge against Lin Wudi, quickly kill him, the great desolate mansion will reward you handsomely." "You don't have to kill him. As long as you can make him go berserk, you can make any request." Many people were tempted. Especially those in the 8th and 1st regions, their eyes were burning. Indeed, at this time, there was only one person beside Lin Xian. It was very easy for them to interfere with the other party. Even Lei Zhen, who was in the 1st region, had a burning gaze. He could not help but want to make a move several times, but he forcibly suppressed it. The surrounding people were also shocked. They were indeed tempted, but they did not dare to make a move rashly. Lin Wudi's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. However, at this moment, the array formations fluctuated, and 3 of them broke in an instant. The sky-reaching tree also shook. The North Demon roared angrily. Who was it? He threw out a terrifying 10,000 demon fist. Countless demon beast phantoms rampaged between heaven and earth, shattering the void. However, no one came out. However, he could feel a terrifying murderous intent circling around him. "Oh no, there's an assassin, and it's an extremely terrifying saint killer." The North Demon's expression became extremely ugly, and the others' bodies trembled. The killing intent made their scalps go numb. Where did this top assassin come from? How could he be so powerful? Li Hongxiu's expression changed. Could it be that he was in the mortal world? Could it be that Wu Xian? They were worried, but they soon shook their heads. No, it wasn't Wu Xian. Wu Xian was on the pilgrimage list. He shouldn't have bothered to make a move. Once he made a move, no one would be able to stop him. Now, only 3 arrays had been destroyed. This meant that the other party was a 5th heaven killer saint. He was very strong, but he wasn't helpless. As expected, the northern demon controlled the sky-reaching divine tree and his 10,000 demon body. He attacked the saint killer who was hiding in the dark. The two sides were in a stalemate. However, at this moment, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. A crack appeared on his back. He was almost cut in half. Damn it! The northern demon roared. Using the sky-reaching divine tree, his body quickly healed. At the same time, his expression was extremely ugly. The second killer saint had appeared. He was as strong as the first one. At that instant, he sensed 3 murderous intents approaching him. The northern demon's eyes widened. He took the attack head-on. His body was shattered, but with his powerful vitality, he was able to recover. With the recovery ability of the heavenly tree, he recovered quickly. He stood in the void with a cold expression. He was surrounded by 3 killer saints. It could be said that he was in extreme danger. Damn it! The Crimson Dragon roared and wanted to rush back. However, he was pinned down. Morong Qingqing and the others were in the same situation. No one could help the northern demon now. The northern demon could fight against 1 killer saint, but against 2 killer saints, he was probably more passive. Now that 3 killer saints were attacking together, he was in extreme danger. The 2 slaughter saints sprang into action at incredible speed. 1 in front and 1 behind, they charged at the northern demon. The third one charged at Lin Xian. "You're courting death." The northern demon roared. The sky-reaching divine tree exploded with power, blocking the 3 killer saints. "You're courting death." Someone in the sky sneered. The 3 killer saints attacked crazily. The northern demon was seriously injured in an instant. Blood flowed out. Fortunately, he had the sky-reaching divine tree. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Even so, the situation was very dangerous. Another attack. The northern demon was sent flying and vomited blood. 2 of the killer saints continued to chase. The third broke through the array and charged at Lin Xian. After breaking through 5 array formations in a row, he finally arrived in front of Lin Xian. This figure walked out of the void. It was a blurry shadow. The killing sword in his hand was blood red. Die, he swung his sword at Lin Xian's head. No, the northern demon roared. Kid, the Crimson Dragon also screamed. Older brother Xian and Morong Qingqing's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. The Kunlun 9 slashes merged with the Phoenix Phantom and sent the 9-headed Qilin flying. She turned around and soared into the sky, but it was already too late. The killing sword had already descended mercilessly with a terrifying aura. This caused the formation around Lin Xian to continuously shatter. Everyone's minds were completely tied down. Could it be that Lin Wuti was going to fall at this time? It was really too surprising. The people that had participated in the battle revealed ferocious expressions. That's great. With this sword strike, even if the other party doesn't die, his cultivation will go berserk. Next, the other party would be finished. He would no longer be able to fight against them. At this critical moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. With a whoosh, he grabbed the killing sword and then gripped it tightly. Crack, the killing sword shattered. That person retreated in horror. Lin Xian pointed out again. The extremely terrifying law of swords circled around the tip of his finger, firmly locking onto that person. That person still wanted to escape into the void, but the sword pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Plop, that killing god fell into a pool of blood. He didn't expect that at the last moment, the other party could still make a move. The surrounding people were also stunned. Oh heavens, Lin Wuti had actually woken up. Did he forcefully interrupt his cultivation? These people were all terrified. Those who attacked were even more frightened, their eyelids twitching wildly. That's great. Morong Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Pfft, at this moment, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face incomparably pale. What was going on? Morong Qingqing was stunned. Brother Xian. She cried out in alarm. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. Not good, this kid must have suffered a backlash from his cultivation technique. They began to worry again. Lin Xian forcefully disrupted his cultivation, he must have suffered internal injuries. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all laughed out loud. That's great, he's injured. Hurry up and kill him while he's sick. These people attacked crazily again. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes erupting with a piercing cold light. You all have to die. The murderous aura on his body was incomparable. In an instant, he charged towards the two killing saints who were besieging the northern demon. When the two killing saints saw Lin Xian charging towards them, they also took the initiative to meet him. The terrifying killing intent charged for 9 days. Lin Xian attacked, the sun sword and the death demonic blade. 2 rays of light spun between heaven and earth, enveloping the two killers. 2 screams rang out. The bodies of the two killing saints split open. Their souls wanted to escape, emitting waves of fear. Too powerful. The other party was still so strong even though he was injured. In an instant, the two of them were completely killed. The heavenly Tao golden lotus on their bodies was snatched away by Lin Xian and directly swallowed into his body. Ah, Lin Xian roared towards the sky, his black hair dancing in the wind. He said to the northern demon, you recover first, leave the rest to me. With a stomp of his foot, he charged towards the Crimson Dragon. Brat, you came at the right time. The Crimson God roared and sent those people flying. At the same time, he said, are you okay? Why don't we retreat first? No, I won't leave until I kill them all today. Lin Xian was really angry. He had already been very merciful to these people before. He didn't kill them all. But he didn't expect that these people would be so reckless. At the most critical moment of his cultivation, they came to kill him. Since that was the case, then they would suffer his anger. Boom, the great sun sword descended from the sky with terrifying flames, incinerating everything. There were too many laws contained in it. With one sword, those followers were instantly sent flying. Some were cut in half at the waist, and some had their heads flying. Some people's bodies were even shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, why was he still so strong? These people were terrified. They realized that although Lin Xian kept vomiting blood, the aura on his body was becoming more and more violent. He was still alive. He was still cultivating. He still wanted to break through. Hurry up and stop him. You can't let him continue. Those followers roared crazily. They wanted the others to attack. The 9 Qilins, the 5 sword saints, Lin Rufeng, and the others saw this scene. They also kept attacking. However, they were firmly pinned down by Murong Qingqing and the others. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Damn it, their eyes were red. Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, constantly chasing down these followers. 8 followers and 6 other family experts were all killed by Lin Xian. Corpses flew all over the sky, and blood flowed wildly. Terrifying sword qi rampaged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian roared and absorbed all of this power. At the same time, there was a dragon's shadow behind him that was also crazily devouring this power. Lin Xian's aura became stronger. He even felt like he was about to break through. However, Lin Xian didn't break through at all. Instead, he suppressed it. Kill. With a roar, he charged towards the toad again. Great, kid, come and help me. I'm going to torture you to death. As the toad fought against the bone army, it kept spitting saliva. To be honest, it was about to go crazy from anger. The people who had died around him could actually be mobilized by Lin Rufeng. The more it fought, the more bone army there was. It almost vomited blood. When Lin Rufeng saw the other party coming, he also shouted angrily. The Yellow Springs diagram on his body became even more terrifying, enveloping the entire area. In the 9th district, the corpses of the people who had died were once again condensed into puppets by him. It kept attacking. A sword split the sky. Lin Xian held the sun sword and the death demonic saber in his hands, slashing in all directions. He was so strong that no one could compare to him. At the same time, he struck out the Tai Chi diagram to fight against the Yellow Springs diagram. The two peerless divine abilities clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. At this moment, everyone was sent flying. The bone army beside Lung Rufin was constantly shattered and destroyed by the Tai Chi diagram. The dragon soul in Lin Xian's body roared and struck out with sword chi, which was even more terrifying. The sword chi that filled the sky shattered the Yellow Springs diagram. In the end, the yin-yang diagram turned into a yin-yang sword and split open the Yellow Springs diagram. Puff, Lung Rufin vomited blood. Ah, damn it. He was seriously injured in an instant. Was the other party so strong? Lin Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were even brighter. I've spared you twice, but you still don't know what's good for you. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? The Tai Chi diagram rotated and turned into a peerless blade that pierced towards the other party's head. No, Lung Rufin screamed crazily. He wanted to retreat, but his head was cut off in one strike. His head over the sky was abnormally ferocious. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Roaring, he opened his mouth and spat out a yellow flame. The flames were terrifying and carried with them a sinister aura. Not good. The toad instantly retreated frantically. Kid, this is the Yellow Springs flame. Be careful, it's unusually scary. The flames were indeed terrifying. Ordinary flames carried a violent and destructive aura. However, this flame was incomparably cold, like ice. Legend has it that this flame came from the Yellow Springs, which was extremely strange. Die for me. Lung Rufin controlled the netherworld flame and charged over again. He wanted to completely burn and refine Lin Xian. Playing with fire in front of me? Displaying one slight skill before an expert. Lin Xian sneered. The 9 suns divine fire danced and turned into golden crows. It surged between heaven and earth. It was as if countless suns had appeared in the 9th region. The golden crow suns that filled the sky continued to attack, erupting with an unparalleled aura. It blasted forward. When the two collided, the netherworld flame was unable to withstand the impact and exploded. Boom, Lung Rufin's head also exploded with a loud bang. His soul, mixed with blood, quickly fled. Want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. The Tai Chi diagram above his head turned into a Tai Chi sword. The sword slashed down. In the 9th region, a dragon's roar sounded. The terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens. When all the sword chi disappeared, Lung Rufin's soul couldn't be any more dead. Lung Rufin was killed. Everyone was shocked and then terrified. This was even more powerful than the identity of a follower. He was the chief disciple of the Yellow Springs Hall. Such a person's death would set off a huge storm. However, this storm was nothing to Lin Xian. He turned his head and stared at another place. That was the 5 Sword Saints. These 5 Sword Saints actually dared to betray him. Lin Xian couldn't tolerate it. The 5 Sword Saints were scared out of their wits. When Lin Xian killed Lung Rufin, he used a sword technique. It already made their hair stand on end. Now that the other party was charging towards them, how could they resist? Let's go. The 5 of them worked together to force Li Hongxiu back and then prepared to escape. Where were they going? Li Hongxiu stopped the terrifying Lu Yunxiu and blocked the path of the 5 people. Damn it. The 5 of them roared. When they turned around and wanted to attack, Lin Xian had already arrived. The 5 of you, have you thought about how to die? Yi's voice was incomparably cold. Kid, don't go too far. Let us leave, and we will stop here. Everyone will be safe. One of the 5 Sword Saints said coldly. Even now, you still dare to clamor in front of me. It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. Buzz, Lin Xian moved the great sun sword in his hand. The flames on it erupted, turning into a terrifying sword light that pierced forward. With a puff, the head of one of the Sword Saints was blown apart. His body also turned into a bloody mist, and the terrifying sword chi exploded. The 2 next to him were also affected and were seriously injured. 1 sword, 1 dead and 2 injured. This power was terrifying to the extreme. Damn it, the remaining 4 Sword Saints were scared out of their wits. How could they fight with such combat strength? Moreover, they found that after killing Lung Rufin, Lin Xian spat out a lot of blood again. However, the other party's aura was even more violent. However, the other party was still suppressing it and didn't want to break through. What was the other party planning? It was hard for them to imagine that once the other party really broke through. What realm would he have to reach? This guy couldn't be thinking of achieving it in one go, right? These people were all terrified. Buzz, suddenly, the world shook, and a terrifying aura tore through the 9th district. The void split open, and the light slashed down. Not good. Li Hongxiu's expression changed. Lu Yunxiu rushed out, wanting to block. But it was all shattered in an instant. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He took Li Hongxiu with him and used space escape. He dodged this attack. At the same time, he looked into the distance. Who attacked? Was it that one Jianni? That's great. The remaining 4 sword saints were ecstatic. Kid, do you still dare to attack now? Our powerhouse on the pilgrim list is right here. Before they could finish their words, their heads all flew out. Lin Xian attacked forcefully. So what if it was the pilgrim list? Even if the Saint King was here today, I would still kill him. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The long sword in his hand was wide open and closed. The Taiji diagram rotated and released a terrifying yin-yang sword chi, completely killing the 4 of them. No, the 4 of them only let out an unwilling roar, and their souls were destroyed. The heavenly path golden lotuses on these people, including their storage rings, were all broken by Lin Xian. The energy was absorbed by him. The aura on his body erupted again and rose. And he spat out another mouthful of blood. This scene made the corners of everyone's mouths twitch. Damn it. They now felt that Lin Xian spat out blood on purpose. Because the more blood he spat out, the more terrifying the other party's aura became. Until now. All the people who had tried to assassinate Lin Xian were dead. Of course, except for one person. That was the 9-headed Qilin. The 9-headed Qilin was scared out of his wits at this moment. He thought that this was the best opportunity to kill the other party, but he didn't expect that he would be able to turn the other party around. He couldn't fight anymore. He took on Morong Qingqing's attack head-on and then quickly fled. Lin Xian wouldn't let the other party escape. He turned into a flying sword and instantly caught up with the other party. An earth-shattering battle broke out between the two. How could the 9-headed Qilin be a match for Lin Xian? So in the end, he was killed again and his corpse quickly fled. At this point, he had lost another life, leaving him with only 6. However, to everyone's horror, Lin Xian didn't stop at all and continued to attack with his sword. Oh no, could it be that Lin Wudi wanted to completely kill the 9-headed Qilin today? The 9-headed Qilin had just revived and was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. He almost fainted from anger. His original plan was to die once in the worst-case scenario. But now it seemed that the other party didn't just want him to die once. Run quickly, he fled frantically to the 8th district without stopping, all the way to the 7th district. He wanted to seek protection. Yu Quan was in the 7th district, so the other party definitely wouldn't dare to come. Lin Xian wanted to chase after the 9-headed Qilin, but he didn't expect that someone would appear in the 9th district again. As soon as this person appeared, countless people screamed. This was an unusually handsome man. He had short hair, a cold face, and his gaze was like a divine sword. He was wearing a Taoist robe with countless sword patterns drawn on it. It was very mysterious. There was a long sword hanging on his waist. It was a blue long sword, as bright and dazzling as the starry sky. Jian Chen, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Many people cried out in surprise. This was an extremely powerful genius. Among the chief disciples, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Some people even placed him at the top of the list. Because they felt that no chief disciple could beat him. Did they come to the 9th zone to target Lin Wudi? That's for sure. What else? Lin Wudi had killed many sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Everyone gulped. However, there were also people who screamed. That's not right. Wasn't Jian Chen in the 4th region? He came to the 9th zone? It spanned across 4 major regions. He had over 40 chains of great Dao on him. If they were to fight, they would be at a disadvantage. These people were exaggerating too much. 10 chains were enough to make them unable to breathe. Not to mention 40 to 50 chains. Most likely, his strength would be greatly reduced. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others also sneered. Would the other party dare to behave atrociously? However, Li Hongxiu frowned. Morong Qingqing also said that he did not have 4 great Dao chains on him. What was going on? The others were also stunned. Fighting across realms would definitely be suppressed by the great Dao. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Who told you that you would definitely be suppressed? Did you not go to the Bronze Gate? Do you think I'm the same as you? I have magic treasures on me. At this point, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. That was indeed the case. He did have a magic treasure on him. He had spent 8 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. He had exchanged it in the Bronze Gate. It was a battle robe that could offset the suppression brought by the great Dao chains. That was why he dared to cross the 4 major regions at this moment. Today, he was going to completely get rid of Lin Wudi. He looked down. Kid, you dare to kill so many sword saints of my sect. Today, I will definitely not let you leave alive. At this point, he pulled out the Starry Sky sword at his waist. The Starry Sky was like fire. Resplendent sword light swept across the world, extremely dazzling. The people in the 9th zone frantically retreated. They knew that a shocking battle was about to break out. The people from the other regions also turned their heads to look at them. Whether it was Jian Shen or Lin Xian, they were both chief disciples. Moreover, they were ranked in the top 3 among the chief disciples. Now that the 2 of them were fighting, they would probably be able to tell who was stronger. Who was the number 1 chief disciple? This was a fierce battle. Everyone was looking forward to it. Lin Xian stopped. Originally, he was going to chase after the 9 Qilins. However, the other party had come. He turned his head to look at the figure in the sky. Jian Chen, someone from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Are you here to challenge me? In that case, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with sonorous killing intent. Useless kid, although you are strong, you are still no match for me. Jian Chen stepped in the air with incomparable calmness. The Starry Sky turned into sword chi and accompanied him. As long as he gave the order, these sword chi would mercilessly fall. Every strike of the sword could easily penetrate a 5th heaven sage. Lin Xian stomped his foot and faced the attack. The light in his eyes became more and more monstrous. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. At this moment, the heavenly Dao lotus on his body shattered. It turned into countless great Dao laws and merged into his body. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and roared. At the same time, there was a crazy power circulating in his body. The sky above the 9th area instantly darkened. Countless dark clouds condensed, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. There was a crack. The Starry Sky sword chi in the sky was sent flying. A huge black hole appeared. Lightning? Didn't this Lin Wudi want to compete in sword skills? Was he also a thunder saint? Many people's brains were a little numb. Lei Zhen's pupils shrank. He was still in the 1st area, and the previous incident had frightened him. Now, what happened frightened him even more. The other party was about to break through, everyone was dumbfounded. Was he finally going to break through? Lin Wudi chose to break through at this time. What did he want to do? Sure enough, after the first thunderbolt, the second and third. The thunderbolts poured down from the sky. The sword chi in the sky was completely shattered. Those thunderbolts enveloped Lin Xian and Jian Chen at the same time. Damn it, you dare to trick me. Jian Chen roared. Did the other party want to use the thunder tribulation to deal with him? I'm not afraid of a mere thunderbolt. So what if you break through? You are still no match for me. Jian Chen was also an expert in the late 5th level. His strength was unparalleled. However, he regretted it as soon as he made his move. The thunderbolts seemed to be angered and became more and more terrifying. Even all the dark clouds on the entire Tianming planet gathered above his head. The terrifying thunderbolts were incomparably mighty, completely engulfing the 2 of them. Ah! Miserable screams were heard, making one's scalp tingle. The people in the 9th area had long fled. They either fled to the 1st area or the 8th area. Even if they were carrying the great Dao chains, they didn't dare to stay in the same place. That area had completely sunk. End of chapter 3984. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.